Listen up, kid. This beating's to teach you a lesson. If you dare offend Jisoo again, I'll break your legs. Understand? Wen Liang felt a sharp pain on his face. He blinked open his eyes, blurry and unfocused. Before him was a face of extraordinary handsome slanting eyebrows rising into the hairline, a straight, prominent nose, thin lips pressed tightly together, and dark, bright eyes gleaming under the dim streetlight. This face seemed vaguely familiar. Though the boy was trying hard to look mature, his soft facial features and youthful voice clearly revealed he was just a child. Who was he? Wen Liang shifted slightly, and a wave of intense pain shot through his lower leg, abdomen, and chest. It spread like an electric shock up his spine to the most sensitive part of his brain. Despite being 28 or 29 years old, and having practiced Taekwondo since an early age, his mind trained to be unshakably strong, even he couldn't suppress a groan. His entire body went weak and numb. What was happening? Memories flashed through his mind like a film. Tan Yu, the dojang, Xu Yao, a yellow skirt, agile movements, the elegant sweep of a spinning kick. Right? After work, he and his best friend Tan Yu had gone to a nearby Taekwondo gym for their usual workout. Xu Yao, that beautiful high school classmate he hadn't seen in nearly 10 years and only recently reconnected with, had challenged him for the fourth time after losing 3 matches. During their sparring, when Liang had slipped, his last conscious memory was of Xu Yao's fierce yet graceful back kick. When Liang couldn't help but wryly smile. That girl was too harsh. It was just some playful banter. Why did she have to fight him so fiercely? Now that he'd slipped up, Tan Yu, that beast of a friend, would definitely never let him live it down. Slap! A sharp slap struck his face. A thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The same youthful voice snarled, "What the hell are you smiling at? Think I'm just blowing smoke?" When Liang finally snapped to full awareness. This wasn't Tan Yu. He glanced around and froze. A narrow alley stretched before him. Not far away were 2 piles of construction debris, waist-high, emitting a foul stench that wafted on the breeze. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the faint glow of a weathered street lamp above. As when Liang dazedly took in the scene, another kick landed in his stomach. This time, it was delivered by the tall boy standing beside the handsome Oni-towering figure with messy, unkempt hair and a thick mustache, yet with a face just as youthful. Gu Wenyuan, why waste so many words with him? If he's boo-foo unconvinced, just beat him until he is. Gu Wenyuan? That name hadn't crossed Wen Liang's mind in years. Over a decade ago, Wen Liang was nothing like the smooth, capable man he had become. He was small, weak, and burdened with the typical insecurities of a teenage boy. His grades were average, his looks unremarkable, neither ugly nor handsome. He had no special talents or distinguishing features. Unremarkable, unobtrusive. In plain terms, he was a background character. In deeper terms, he was the kind of person who couldn't even fake confidence. He was the invisible heir to others, and to himself, a timid, ever-smiling homebody. When Liang looked up at the 2 boys, then down at himself, his face paled. This small, frail body, these thin arms, a horribly outdated plaid short-sleeve shirt, a thin, dark green pair of pants, and on his feet, a pair of cheap double-star sneakers, probably worth no more than 10 yuan. What was going on? The tall boy raised his foot again, but Gu Wenyuan held him back, whispering, "Enough. This kid hasn't said a word. Don't beat him into idiocy. His father's at least a city official, right? Look at how pathetic he is. Beating him would dirty our hands. Let's go." Gu Wenyuan turned and left. The tall boy sneered at Wen Liang, who was curled into a ball, spat on the ground contemptuously, and followed. Wen Liang didn't react at all. He just stared blankly around, motionless, for a long time. Finally, enduring the pain, Wen Liang struggled to his feet and leaned against the lamppost. After what felt like an eternity, he murmured, "So, I've returned to the past." Over a decade ago, on the day Wen Liang received his high school admission notice, he had been so overjoyed that, holding an ice cream bar, he accidentally bumped into Jisoo at the classroom door. Worse still, the entire ice cream bar had smeared onto a classmate's clothes. Summer clothing offered almost no protection. With the class erupting in shrill laughter, Jisoo, both embarrassed and furious, slapped Wen Liang across the face and ran off in tears. But the incident wasn't over. That very night, a classmate named Zhou Xiaochong, someone Wen Liang considered a casual friend, invited him out to play only to lure him into this very alley, where Gu Wenyuan and Mu Shanshan gave him a brutal beating. Mu Shanshan, hard to imagine such a rugged, unkempt giant boar, such a cute name. The humiliation of that night had deeply wounded the fragile pride of a 16-year-old boy. For the next 3 years of high school and 4 years of university, Wen Liang became even more timid and withdrawn, his personality growing strange and reclusive. Except for Tanyu, he had almost no friends. Had it not been for meeting a kind girl named Lu Yin after starting work, Wen Liang's life might have been completely ruined. Lu Yin spent 3 years transforming Wen Liang into Rella so much, so that even Xu Yao, that proud, high and mighty beauty, inexplicably developed feelings for him upon their reunion. Of course, Wen Liang knew that when a beautiful girl goes out of her way to trouble you, it means she's interested. Otherwise, did she have so much free time to pick fights? But Wen Liang already had Lu Yin, so he could only politely decline Xu Yao to be fiercely retaliated against, determined to crush him on the competition field. Truly, an unforeseen disaster. Recalling these memories, Wen Liang slowly calmed his racing heart and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, Gu Wenyuan had always been far ahead of him, graduating high school and getting into Tsinghua University, then returning to the provincial capital, becoming a standout among his peers before even turning 30, someone Wen Liang could only look up to from afar. No matter how hard Wen Liang worked 12 times, hard or nothing could match Gu Wenyuan's privileged background. Qingzhou's Gu Shitong was the richest man in Jiangdong province. Leaning against the lamppost, Wen Liang slowly pulled himself upright. A shooting star streaked across the night sky, splitting the dark heavens with a flash of light only for the darkness to instantly close again. Just like his life, once black and white, now twisted and upside down. If heaven has granted me a second chance, then right or wrong, black or white this time, I seek only freedom and fulfillment of my heart. Chapter 2. At this moment, the sultry summer night breeze seeped into the chest through the nostrils, casting a stifling weight from the skin to the very marrow. Wen Liang leaned against the wall, gradually exiting the alley, and gazed at the unexpectedly broad avenue before him, exhaling deeply. Although the bruises on his body still throbbed, they remained within tolerable limits. At this moment, Wen Liang exhibited a resilience far greater than that of a 16-year-old boy. He pressed his thumb, index, and middle fingers in a fan shape against the wound, sometimes applying 3/10 of strength, other times 5/10, performing circular massages both clockwise and counterclockwise. In no time, the pain lessened significantly. This technique was taught to him by a middle-aged instructor he had fortuitously encountered at a martial arts school in Beijing after graduating from university. Later, Wen Liang learned that this burly man hailed from a lineage of internal martial arts, but had resorted to teaching at a taekwondo academy to make ends meet. Such was the reality. The conditions for studying internal martial arts were stringent, and without years of unwavering dedication, mastery was unattainable. Having studied under the teacher for over a year, Wen Liang had grasped only the surface of the art, acquiring little genuine skill. Yet he had become quite adept at some practical techniques. Standing on the streets of Qingzhou in 1995, Wen Liang still found it hard to believe what lay before him. The low-rise buildings and dilapidated streets, with their brilliantly shining white-tiled walls under the night sky, lacked the vibrant hustle and bustle of future years. There were no blaring lights or the cacophony of traffic and pedestrians. 2 rows of towering sycamore trees whispered softly in the night breeze, while a few shirtless men sauntered past, sipping Qinggong beer and laughing boisterously. Beneath the glow of a street lamp, a group of young women erupted into raucous laughter. Qingzhou remained as beautiful as ever. Silently discerning his direction, Wen Liang made his way home. At this hour, his father was likely nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the latest documents, studying domestic policy trends. As the deputy director of a municipal policy research office, he ranked last in the party committee and faced considerable exclusion, which spoke volumes about his standing at home. His mother was probably watching television while admonishing him to engage more with his superiors. The thought of his parents brought a faint smile to Wen Liang's face, and his staggered steps lightened somewhat. After navigating a few alleys, he passed by Dongjie Hudong when he suddenly spotted a black Santana parked at the roadside. A woman in a fitted black skirt was bent over the rear of the car, retching, her long hair cascading by her ears. The meticulously crafted uniform accentuated her exquisite figure. Wen Liang quietly whistled as he walked past, unable to see her face as she kept her head down, but she appeared to be no older than 30. At that moment, a young man emerged from another alley a few meters ahead, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in olive green shorts, flip-flops, and a white tank top draped over his shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Sporting the favored hairstyle of local delinquents, he epitomized the trend of the time. In 1995, the film Young and Dangerous had taken the mainland by storm, with rumors of groups in Qingzhou gathering to watch it, significantly boosting their sense of camaraderie and fighting spirit. Wen Liang, reluctant to incite trouble and lacking the means to do so in his diminutive stature, found himself on a path that was not a main thoroughfare, devoid of pedestrians. With his head bowed, he brushed past a young man, his right hand delving into his pocket to touch the meager sum of 5 yuan, mentally bracing himself for the possibility of extortion. Surprisingly, the young man continued on his way without pause, not casting even a glance in Wen Liang's direction. What astonished Wen Liang even more was the palpable tremor of nervousness that seemed to emanate from the young man. Nervousness? In Qingzhou, there is a widely known adage. By day, one appears respectable, but by night, men turn to thievery and women to prostitution. The affluent are lords by day, while petty thugs scuttle about like cockroaches in the dark. Given the opportune circumstances, it would be a grave insult to the profession of thuggery to not seize the moment. Curiosity piqued, Wen Liang turned back for a fleeting glance. With the keen, discerning eyes honed in his past life, he immediately noticed the young man's gait was remarkably stiff, even displaying a slight limp. Intrigued, Wen Liang pressed forward for another 20 paces, his expression suddenly shifting as realization dawned upon him. It was this very night and this very location where a shocking incident of rape had occurred. The youngest deputy-level official in Qingzhou, deputy director of the Education Bureau, Zuo Yuxi, had been assaulted by a social delinquent while returning home from a banquet. Bystanders had intervened and alerted the authorities, leading to the immediate apprehension of the perpetrator. Given Zuo Yuxi's influential background, the case could have been swiftly buried. However, it gained notoriety due to an amateur photographer among the crowd who captured several images that later became crucial evidence for the police. Subsequently, those photographs, which somehow circulated broadly, maintained a high clarity. The aftermath was predictable. Whispers and rumors engulfed Qingzhou overnight, with various versions of the tale spreading throughout both the bureaucratic and public spheres. Zuo Yuxi first resigned from her administrative role, subsequently withdrew from the education sector, and ultimately succumbed to the unbearable pressure, ending her life. The rapist, too, chose to end his own life in custody, overwhelmed by guilt. In his previous life, Wen Liang, naive and unworldly, had little interest in societal news. His recollection of the incident was purely due to his father's warning the following day not to venture out at night. It was then that he learned of the harrowing ordeal endured by a woman, just a few streets away, on the same fateful night. While he had merely suffered the loss of a young boy's dignity, that woman had been stripped of her right to exist. Wen Liang halted in his tracks, fists clenched tightly. At 16, his frail body felt utterly devoid of strength. The notion of thwarting a seasoned professional navigating the underbelly of society was, without a doubt, a fanciful delusion. Call the police? In an era devoid of telephones and mobile devices, and lacking even a 201 recharge card, reporting an incident was indeed a technical challenge. Having lived in Qingzhou for 20 years, Wen Liang had never troubled the police, and he did not even know the location of the nearest station. Seek assistance? The entire road was empty save for himself, the woman, and the young man, with only the stars above and shadows cast by the lamp to bear witness. He found himself pondering the whereabouts of the bystanders mentioned in the newspapers. Had he not recently been reborn, feeling disoriented and having taken a wrong turn, he would not have traversed Dongjie Alley. A low, tremulous gasp echoed from behind, prompting Wen Liang to abruptly turn around. There, beside the vehicle, he beheld a pair of elegant, long legs incessantly kicking, the high-heeled shoes leaving faint imprints upon the ground, vanishing from the boy's sight. Ahead lay a narrow, desolate alleyway. Wen Liang, having made up his mind, glanced around and indeed spotted a considerable heap of construction debris not far ahead. This was somewhat familiar to him. In 1995, Qingzhou was undergoing an extensive urban renovation. Some construction companies, in a bid to cut costs, would clandestinely load construction waste into small pickups or tricycles at night, discarding it in secluded areas of the city. Residents often discovered, upon stepping out early in the morning, large piles of cement dust, brick fragments, and scrap rebar strewn about their doorsteps or nearby, becoming as ubiquitous as unsolicited flyers, a blight upon Qingzhou. The alley where Gu Wenyuan and Mu Shanshan had confronted Wen Liang also bore witness to 2 such mounds of refuse. Subsequently, the Qingzhou Municipal Committee and government mandated a joint initiative among 5 functional departments, which took considerable time to yield any improvement. only showing signs of progress by 1996. To Wen Liang's eyes, these heaps of waste now represented a thief's dagger, and without further hesitation, he hastened towards them, retrieving 2 half-meter-long steel bars, gripping them tightly before turning back. On this very night in the previous life, I lost my future, while you, in turn, lost your resplendent existence. At this moment in this life, I have been granted the right to pen a new future, and thus, let me bestow upon you the glory that was rightfully yours. Chapter 3. Murdering like weeds without a sound. Zuo Yuxi was on the brink of despair. Today marked the groundbreaking ceremony for the new office building of Qingzhou One High School, attended by the newly appointed mayor, Zuo Yuxi, along with Vice Mayor Lu Sheng, Secretary General Huang Wei, Education Bureau Director Li Dinghua, and the school's leadership for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. After the event, the principal of No. 1 High School invited the dignitaries to partake in a working meal at fucking building. Although Zuo Yuxi was initially reluctant to attend, she could not resist Li Dinghua's repeated entreaties and reluctantly accompanied the leaders for the meal. In this sensitive moment, she could neither act freely as she once did nor dare to do so. Following the March People's Congress, her father, Zuo Jing, was reassigned to Lingyang, successfully making the arduous leap from a department head to a deputy provincial position. During this transition, various factions intertwined, with several major groups vying fiercely against one another, engaging in a struggle that was both intense and harrowing. Particularly, Zuo Jing's archrival, Fang Mingtang, the strongest candidate for the top position in Lingyang, found himself unable to retreat after his defeat in the competition. Not only had his aspirations for Lingyang dissipated, but he also lost what was previously a negligible role in Qingzhou, ultimately being relegated to the position of director in the People's Congress. Although Zuo Jing had his differences with Fang Mingtang, he did not wish to annihilate him completely. After all, such an outcome would effectively ruin Fang Mingtang's future, and thus a deep-seated enmity was forged between them. The political arena is meant for public service, and establishing such an irreconcilable enemy was hardly advantageous for Zuo Jing. However, as events unfolded, the intricacies of human relationships became too entangled for Zuo Jing to manage single-handedly. Hence the adage, when a person departs, warmth fades, holds especially true in the realm of politics, where emotions can shift overnight. Although Lingyang is the largest city in Jiangdong province aside from the provincial capital, Guangshan City, and Zuo Jing's rank had ascended to that of deputy provincial leader, his departure swiftly diminished Qingzhou's influence to its nadir. Zuo Yuxi's insistence on her own way not only reflects an extreme political naivety, but also invites unnecessary embarrassment. The events at the banquet elucidated the issue. Zuo Yuxi is well known in Qingzhou as a 3-cup official, 1 cup for the leader, 1 for the organizing unit, and 1 for her colleagues. This has been her custom for years. It is not just that Li Dinghua consistently shields her from alcohol. Even Zuo Yuxi often emphasizes equality in the workplace, yet insists on protecting female colleagues at the table, advising the youngs what to drink less. Zuo Yuxi, previously the executive vice mayor in charge of education, had ample interactions with her. Yet today, a stark change was evident. Although the atmosphere remained outwardly warm, with Zuo Yuxi cheerfully discussing work and inquiring about any difficulties, Zuo Yuxi sensed the absence of the once amiable and caring vice mayor. In his place stood Zuo Yuxi, a staunch loyalist to Mayor Fang Mingtang and the de facto absolute authority in Qingzhou. As several municipal staff began to toast, Li Dinghua instinctively rose to shield Zuo Yuxi once more. However, he inadvertently caught sight of Mayor Zhou turning to converse with Lu Sheng, no longer casting the usual friendly glance at Zuo Yuxi, seemingly oblivious to the actions of his subordinates. Li Dinghua's heart sank, and he excused himself to the restroom to slip away. By the time he returned, Zuo Yuxi had indulged a bit too much. A cold smile crept across Li Dinghua's face. Without his support, how would she maintain her facade of superiority? Having Zuo Yuxi as a subordinate evoked mixed feelings in Director Li. He was pleased to have a direct connection to Zuo Jing, but was also irked by her temperament, akin to swallowing a fly. Now that Qingzhou had undergone a transformation, though he would not strike a fallen foe, witnessing the proud Zuo, the stunning beauty, in distress was undeniably gratifying. It was not until the banquet concluded that Zuo Yuxi seemed to notice Zuo Yuxi's inebriation and scolded those who had encouraged her drinking. But the matter was left unresolved. Little did they know that an incident would occur on Zuo Yuxi's way home. Zuo Yuxi felt her strength waning, her mouth stuffed with a foul-smelling shirt. No matter how loudly she screamed, Only muffled sounds escaped her throat, and tears streamed down her cheeks. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloping her. She had lost hope. Suddenly, a man let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Before Zuo Yuxi could comprehend the situation, a small boy raised an object high above his head and struck the man's knee with force, following it with a swift kick. The man, who had nearly taken everything from her, fell unconscious without a second cry. Zuo Yuxi stared in astonishment, her heart oscillating between profound sorrow and unexpected joy. A surge of miraculous relief transforming her exquisite features into a visage of disbelief. She gazed at the boy, wondering if he was her angel. Wen Liang exhaled softly. Upon reaching the alley, he had seen the thug assaulting Zuo Yuxi, frantically tearing at her clothing. He approached stealthily and, seizing the moment when the assailant was distracted, struck forcefully at his lower back. In that place, where the essence of life converges, a single strike could render one utterly powerless. Yet, Wen Liang, not entirely reassured, struck the adversary's knee once more, aiming not merely for a fracture, but to incapacitate him completely. As for the final kick, it was simply an act of venting his frustration. Among the three behaviors Wen Liang despised most, forcing women into actions ranked first. "Are you all right?" Wen Liang inquired, bending down to gaze into the eyes of this ill-fated, enchanting woman. Indeed, she was mesmerizing. The dim light from the roadside illuminated her, while her long, satin-like hair accentuated her porcelain-like beauty. Beneath elegantly arched brows lay a pair of deep, ink-black eyes, shimmering as if rippling with water. Zuo Yuxi slightly tilted her head, tears blurring the crimson of her cheeks. Her alluring lips parted slightly, conveying a sense of both sorrow and longing. With a soft sigh, Wen Liang removed his short-sleeved shirt and draped it over her shoulders, speaking gently, "Please, rise. It's all right now." Zuo Yuxi felt the warmth of a pair of lustrous eyes upon her, and a voice, distant yet soothing, resonated in her ears, like a flicker of firelight amidst the cold of winter, offering warmth and a peculiar allure. Years later, when she recalled this night, what remained etched in Zuo Yuxi's heart would forever be those gentle, jade-like eyes and the captivating tenderness they exuded. Having navigated the intricate corridors of power for years, Zuo Yuxi was no stranger to adversity. Yet, this night's ordeal was undeniably one of the most harrowing experiences any woman could endure. By the time Wen Liang had adorned her with his shirt, she had regained her composure, rising gracefully and fixing her gaze upon Wen Liang's youthful, innocent face, whispering, "Thank you." Wen Liang shook his head, gesturing towards the unconscious ruffian on the ground. "What about him? No need to thank me." Zuo Yuxi did not even glance at the fallen thug. Straightening her dress, she affectionately took Wen Liang's hand and led him to the side of a car. Retrieving a mobile phone from the open window, Wen Liang's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the silver-gray Ericsson 337, a newly released model weighing a mere 220 grams. A true status symbol of the time. Calling 110? I wouldn't wait. Wen Liang swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp, realizing her bewilderment only afterward. Having just endured such torment, Zuo Yuxi was understandably sensitive. He did not wish to be misinterpreted as someone with ulterior motives. He quickly returned the already disconnected phone, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I harbor no ill intentions." At his words, Zuo Yuxi burst into laughter. Her demeanor gracious as she affectionately ruffled Wen Liang's hair, her eyes radiating warmth. Her tone was sincere as she replied, "Why would I be afraid? You saved me. You are my savior. I was merely surprised that I couldn't call the police." Perhaps it was Wen Liang's unexpected emergence during her moment of despair, or perhaps the fierce expression he wore while defending her, or even the stark contrast between his slight frame and the resolve he displayed. All of these elements fostered an inexplicable affinity in Zuo Yuxi's heart, as if they had known each other for ages, devoid of suspicion or doubt, allowing for trust and reliance. Women, after all, are creatures of emotion, especially after facing grave adversity. Sensing the sincerity emanating from the beautiful woman, Wen Liang resolved to assist her to the very end. "Sister, after all, you are a girl." He turned around and pointed behind him, suggesting that it would be best not to report such matters to the authorities. If it were to be publicized, those with keen insight would easily discern the truth. Left Yuxi uttered a soft gasp, feeling immensely grateful as she gently embraced Wen Liang. "I'm a bit flustered. You are truly astute, dear brother. Indeed. We cannot report this. It is absolutely out of the question." Left Yuxi repeated fervently, almost instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Perhaps some girls could go to the police, having not truly suffered harm, but for her, it was not an option. Not only did she have connections in the political realm, but she also had a powerful father. If she were to report this incident, it would undoubtedly be exposed, and the narrative would likely diverge significantly from the truth. The political arena is rife with individuals who harbor ulterior motives. Moreover, during this transitional period, her father had garnered numerous enemies, many of whom were eagerly awaiting his downfall. If anyone were to maliciously exploit this situation, her father would be humiliated in Lingyang, losing all credibility. With this thought, Left Yuxi instinctively tightened her grip on Wen Liang's hand. Wen Liang's short-sleeved shirt rested on the beauty, and a faint yet intoxicating fragrance wafted to his senses. Refreshing and enchanting. It seemed rather pleasant to save someone in a moment of leisure. Wen Liang leaned against Left Yuxi's shoulder, grinning broadly. Releasing the little boy from her embrace, Left Yuxi brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor suddenly turning cold as a look of contempt swept through the depths of the alley. She stepped aside and dialed a number. Is this old Jiao? Yes. There's an alley in the middle of Dongjia Hatong. Bring a few people and deal with him. Wen Liang was taken aback, quickly stepping back a few paces to convey that he had heard nothing, feeling a sense of awe. Offending a beautiful woman is one thing, but offending a beautiful woman in the political arena is far more perilous. Amidst his amazement, he also felt a twinge of confusion. Left Yuxi's delicate demeanor belied her formidable methods. Wasn't it rather audacious for someone in the political sphere to act so brazenly? Later, Wen Liang would come to understand that this was what they referred to as the Qingzhou style. After Left Yuxi finished her call, she appeared completely unfazed. And Wen Liang opened his mouth, swallowing back the words he wished to say. Although Left Yuxi's retaliatory stance was righteous, it still instilled a sense of caution within him. What sort of individuals inhabit the political world? They can take lives without a sound. With this realization, Wen Liang hesitated, unsure whether to share his suspicions with Left Yuxi. He believed that tonight's events were part of a conspiracy. Chapter 4. A final farewell. Though Wen Liang was unaware of Left Yuxi's background, he could ascertain that her young age and position as deputy director of the Education Bureau indicated that she must have influential support. Yet, in her past life, Left Yuxi fell victim to overwhelming forces, having undoubtedly offended someone immensely powerful, leading to an irreconcilable enmity. The ruffian was clearly not a mere passerby. He had come prepared, targeting Left Yuxi specifically, evidenced by his rigid demeanor. And what of the so-called bystanders? How fortuitous that someone happened to capture images of Left Yuxi being assaulted, only for them to circulate so conveniently? Wen Liang had already taken note of the lack of shadows at either end of Dongjia Hatong. Although coincidences do occur, an excess of them converging is more than mere chance. To assert that no one was orchestrating events behind the scenes would be utterly implausible, even if it cost him his life. What weighs upon my mind now is whether I should caution Zuo Yuxi, and whether she would even heed my words. Wen Liang is entirely oblivious to the strengths of both parties. To recklessly involve oneself could lead to dire consequences. After some contemplation, Wen Liang resolved to remain silent for the time being. Following her experience tonight, Zuo Yuxi would undoubtedly proceed with greater caution in the future. As for her adversary seeking another opportunity to strike, one could only speculate how long that might take. Sister, since you are all right now, I shall take my leave. It is quite late, and I must hasten home. As Wen Liang turned to depart, Zuo Yuxi seized his arm, her tone laced with irritation. Is this truly how you intend to return home? Wen Liang glanced down at his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Having given his short-sleeved shirt to Zuo Yuxi, coupled with being pinned to the ground and pummeled by Gu Wenyuan, his hair was a chaotic mess, his trousers stained with mud and footprints, and sweat mingled with dust rendered him looking quite like a ragged creature. He managed a wry smile. You certainly possess a bold spirit. I fear I look no better than that man, perhaps even more like a villain. Zuo Yuxi gently raked her fingers through his hair, a tingling warmth blossoming quietly within her heart, and she smiled, her beauty radiating with undeniable charm. Come now, my home is not far from here. I can wash your clothes. They will be dry in just a few minutes. Perhaps you might also take a shower, considering your current state. Wen Liang, with the discerning eye of one seasoned beyond his years, perceived a hint of hesitation in Zuo Yuxi's expression. This hesitation was understandable, though Wen Liang was slight of build. He was still a 16-year-old boy, and given Zuo Yuxi's recent ordeal, It was only natural for her to feel uncertain about bringing a young man home. He chuckled softly, patting his chest and making a gesture. I was raised with a certain freedom. If I weren't in this state, I would not return home at all. My mother is quite accustomed to it, so it is no trouble. You should hurry and drive away. I shall take my leave. With that, he pivoted and strode away, casually waving his hand behind him. Zuo Yuxi found herself grappling with guilt for her earlier hesitation. He was merely a child, in such a state because he had come to her rescue. Yet she had harbored some reservations, and he, being as astute as he was, must have sensed it. In that moment, she looked up hastily, but the long alley was desolate, with no trace of the young man remaining. It struck her then that she did not even know the name of her savior. 10 minutes after Zuo Yuxi drove away, 2 vans roared onto the scene, screeching to a halt where the Santana had previously been parked. A group of burly men disembarked and rushed into the dead-end alley, dragging out the still unconscious thug and tossing him into their vehicle before driving off. Wen Liang pushed open the door to his modest 3-room apartment, which seemed unchanged. The simple, elegant white tiles, the soft glow of the bright yellow chandelier, and the marble dining table nestled between the kitchen and living room created a warm atmosphere. His father remained on the couch, engrossed in tedious policy documents, barely acknowledging the sound of the door opening. Wen Liang understood that his somewhat timid nature had never been favored by his father in his previous life. He often found himself at odds with him due to strict discipline, leading to a cold war between them. It was only after entering the workforce that their relationship began to thaw. Nevertheless, this turned out to be fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity to sneak into my room and change clothes. Just as I stealthily made my way towards the bedroom, I was abruptly interrupted by my father's authoritative voice from behind. Wen Liang. My left foot, raised high, seemed to freeze mid-air as time stood still. With a grimace, I turned around to face my father, Wen Huaiming, who sat upright on the sofa, his expression stern. I believe you owe me an explanation. Where is your upper garment? What transpired? He inquired. Wen Liang. A man must take responsibility for his actions. Do not always harbor thoughts of evasion, hoping to slip by unnoticed. Speak. What trouble did you encounter outside? Had this been the Wen Liang of my previous life, he would have certainly found his father's manner of speaking irksome. He would either respond with stubborn silence or retort defiantly, which would only serve to escalate his father's anger and his own frustration. However, I now understood that deep down, my father hoped for me to experience a bit of trouble, to abandon the facade of timidity. Thus, in addressing our father-son relationship, I resolved to adopt a third approach, to jest. Dad, I caused no trouble. I merely dozed off in the small park outside while enjoying the cool breeze, and upon waking, I discovered that some miscreant had absconded with my short-sleeved shirt. The public safety in Qingzhou is truly lacking. Does your research office not oversee such matters? Perhaps you should consider undertaking a study on this issue. This clever deflection left my father momentarily stunned. He had never heard me speak to him in such a manner. Nonetheless, the lawlessness in Qingzhou was indeed concerning. Even a simple respite could lead to the loss of belongings. With so many people outdoors during summer nights, one could only imagine how many items were lost. While suggesting a research topic was a mere jest, I could certainly mention it to Director Meng when I saw him tomorrow. In an instant, my father's focus had shifted, and upon seeing me in such a disheveled state, his anger dissipated somewhat. Yet, he still cautioned, although you performed admirably on your high school entrance exam, and given your usual grades, you could gain admission to Qingyi Middle School. I recognize that you have worked diligently over the past 6 months. However, this is merely the first step of a long journey ahead. Once you enter high school, you will be considered an adult. You must remain focused and humble, striving for admission to a good university. Understood, understood, I exclaimed as I leaped onto the armrest of the sofa, placing an arm around my father's shoulder. And with a grin, I replied, getting into a good university paves the way for a bright future. Rest assured, Dad, I comprehend it all. I shall endeavor to study hard and aspire to become your superior within 20 years. Wen Huaiming chuckled softly before promptly adopting a more serious demeanor. Letting out a huff, I waved my hand nonchalantly and strolled toward my room, singing, I want this sky to no longer obscure my eyes. Hee-hee-ha-ha. I want this earth to not bury my heart. Hee-hee-ha. Wen Huaiming gazed blankly at my retreating figure, an unfamiliar, yet strangely pleasant emotion swelling within him. The Wen Liang before him felt both familiar and foreign, and this sensation was indeed quite delightful. Chapter 5. Betrayal and Friendship. Unrelated. In the stillness of night, Wen Liang experienced a vivid dream. wherein he transformed into a time traveler, traversing the tapestry of his mundane existence over the span of 29 years. He relived moments of infancy, unsteady on his feet, babbling at the age of 2, stepping into the halls of learning at 7, embracing the exuberance of youth at 11, and enduring the humiliation of that fateful night at 16. He wandered through the valleys of high school and the silence of university, as memories flashed before him like lightning in a storm, evoking both sorrow and laughter. At times, he would peek out from the tunnel of time, whispering to his despondent self from that year, "Isn't it amusing, young lad? The future lies in your hands." Awakening at dawn, he noticed a damp mark on his pillowcase. With a smile, Wen Liang gently patted his face, chiding himself for his lack of ambition. As he made his way to the living room, he found his mother, Ding Mei, returning with fried dough sticks and soy milk, grumbling about the inconvenience of having to venture far for breakfast when she could have simply taken a day off from cooking. Rushing over to take the fried dough sticks, he inquired, "Aren't you going to work today? Isn't it nearly 8 o'clock?" Ding Mei, working as a bookkeeper at the agricultural machinery factory, expressed her frustration over the factory's declining performance and the trepidation that had gripped the employees due to recent state-owned enterprise reforms. Those with connections were attempting to secure transfers, while others were seeking recourse through petitions, leading to a situation where the factory director, Zhang Changqing, had been overwhelmed to the point of hospitalization due to skyrocketing blood pressure. Who can even consider work now? The director has collapsed. This factory is bound to face its demise, Ding Mei lamented. Her high school education had limited her prospects, and despite her husband's ascent in rank, he remained ensnared in a bureaucratic quagmire, devoid of any real power. Zhang Changqing had shown her some favor by appointing her as a bookkeeper, but with the onset of sweeping reforms, the tranquility of their lives had been shattered, affecting not only society at large, but also their own family. "Let it perish," she declared with a fierce glint in her eyes. "What does it matter? You little brat wouldn't understand. If the factory collapses, who will pay your mother's salary? Relying on your father's meager prospects, we all starve." This was a harsh truth, for her earnings did indeed surpass Wen Huaiming's, providing a somewhat more comfortable existence. Wen Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Choosing to ignore her further, he swiftly devoured 3 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk, patted his stomach in satisfaction, and grabbed the pre-prepared plastic bag before heading out the door. Inside the plastic bag lay a small fruit knife and a length of nylon rope. Today, he intended to confront Zhou Xiaochong, the instigator behind his humiliation the previous night, when he had been lured out by a deceptive phone call, only to be ridiculed by Gu Wenyuan. Wen Liang had but a few friends in his class, among whom Zhou Xiaochong stood out as a companion. Zhou's father was an ordinary worker at the city's premier food company. Tall and robust, Zhou was known for his chivalrous spirit and his readiness to stand up for justice. He and Mu Shanshan could indeed be regarded as the 2 dominant figures in school. While Zhou was affectionately dubbed Hero Zhou, Mu was infamously labeled as the scoundrel Mu. Whenever Wen Liang faced bullying from classmates, Zhou Xiaochong would often come to his defense, and Wen had always regarded him as a true friend. Little did he suspect that this seemingly gallant young man would ultimately betray him. Thus, the adage rings true: those who can hurt you are often those you hold dear, and those who betray you are frequently those you trust the most. In stark contrast was Gu Wenyuan. That fateful night, every cutting remark, every haughty gesture, and every expression laced with mockery and disdain from Gu Wenyuan inflicted deep wounds upon Wen Liang's pride. He harbored a profound loathing for Gu, yet felt utterly powerless. Time and again, he fantasized about trampling Gu beneath his feet, only to realize that even when he leaped, he could not reach the elevated platform upon which Gu stood. This sense of unattainable despair only deepened his feelings of inadequacy, which, while igniting his anger, left no room for sorrow. However, towards Zhou Xiaochong, the youthful Wen Liang felt an overwhelming sense of heartbreak. In the aftermath of the betrayal, he lacked the courage to confront Zhou and inquire why he had assisted Gu Wenyuan in tormenting him. Subsequently, the two attended different high schools and never crossed paths again. For Wen Liang in his past life, the betrayal by a friend was yet another crushing blow, compounding his misfortunes. Yet, with the opportunity for a fresh start, it became evident that regardless of who erred, consequences must ensue. Arriving at the residential building of the food company, Wen Liang procured a bottle of soda from a nearby shop and settled beneath the eaves to sip it. Based on his understanding of Zhou Xiaochong, he surmised that Zhou would undoubtedly head to the workers' sports stadium to skate, having used this as an excuse to lure Wen out the previous night. It was still before 9 o'clock, so he presumed Zhou had yet to depart. Sure enough, before he had finished his soda, Wen Liang spotted Zhou Xiaochang emerging from the gate, clad in a red short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. Wen set down the bottle and trailed Zhou at a distance of 1 or 2 meters. After navigating several streets, Zhou turned into a small path that led through a park. Noticing the area was deserted, Wen Liang quickened his pace and charged forward, delivering a swift kick to Zhou's back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Wen approached, kicking him again, and then flipped him over, straddling him and delivering a punch squarely to his nose. Though Wen Liang's physique was far from formidable, especially in comparison to Zhou's, he was well aware of how to strike effectively. Targeting the waist and nose were fatal weaknesses in street fights, particularly against a youth like Zhou, where a single blow would suffice. Blood streamed from Zhou's nostrils, and he let out a pained cry, tears spilling forth, not due to the tarnishing of his heroic reputation, but because the nose was connected to the tear ducts. Pain elicited tears. Seeing Zhou's fighting spirit extinguished, Wen Liang deftly produced a nylon rope and bound Zhou's hands behind his back in a secure knot. With a kick to Zhou's rear, he taunted, "Get up. Let me behold the face of the traitor. Is it still as handsome and remarkable as before?" Zhou Xiaochang possessed an admirable physique, standing a head taller than Wen Liang. Although his appearance did not possess the otherworldly charm of Gu Wenyuan, it certainly surpassed Wen Liang's ordinary visage, akin to the distinction between a prominent figure and the commonplace. Thus, when the two were together, Zhou Xiaochang would often wrap his arm around Wen Liang's shoulder, playfully proclaiming, "Come, admire my handsome visage. Am I not still remarkably striking?" Upon hearing these words, despite the pain that brought tears to his eyes, Zhou Xiaochang momentarily lost his composure. Sitting on the ground, he ceased his loud protests, finally lifting his gaze to softly utter, "I'm truly sorry. I cannot contend with Gu Wenyuan." "Sorry?" Wen Liang chuckled, finding the situation amusing. His intention today was merely to instill fear. In truth, years had passed since the betrayal, and from the perspective of his nearly 30 years of life, Zhou Xiaochang's treachery was trivial, no longer weighing on his mind. However, after returning home last night, he recalled how he had been too timid to confront Zhou Xiaochang back then, which filled him with self-contempt. In an attempt to amend this regret, he had prepared a fruit knife and nylon rope, intending to frighten Zhou Xiaochang thoroughly. Yet, as the moment approached, Wen Liang found the endeavor rather tedious. After over a decade of seeking revenge on Gu Wenyuan, it felt somewhat weak to first target Zhou Xiaochang in this second chance at life, a cowardice born of fearing the strong while bullying the weak. With a swift motion, he plunged the fruit knife into the ground, and Zhou Xiaochang's face turned pale with fright. Wen Liang, disinterested in prolonging the game, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, the 5 fingerprints instantly appearing on the boy's fair cheek. "This slap, Zhou, signifies the conclusion of our grievances and friendship. I bestow upon you this fruit knife. Initially, I intended to use it to carve a wound upon you, but it seems unnecessary now. In the future, should you contemplate betraying a friend again, remember this knife. It will instruct you on how to conduct yourself. Gu Wenyuan, brace yourself, for I too shall enlighten you on the matter of character." After a considerable time had passed, Zhou Xiaochang finally rose from the ground. His betrayal of friendship was undoubtedly rooted in his fear of Gu Wenyuan, yet a deeper layer of meaning lurked within his heart, one he was reluctant to confront. He believed that, given Wen Liang's timid nature, betraying him would not lead to significant repercussions. Did he truly dare to spread the word, or even seek revenge? However, today Wen Liang had utterly shattered that perception. He was resolute, composed, and even bore a chilling fierceness. Had he foreseen such a reaction? Would he have still made that fateful call? He severed the rope with the fruit knife, pocketed the severed rope and knife, dusted off his trousers, and slowly made his way home. He would indeed make that call, for he could not contend with Gu Wenyuan. This realization left Zhou Xiaochang feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 6. The intersection of the past and the future. After grappling with the tumultuous emotions of a 16-year-old, Wen Liang immersed himself with great fervor into physical training. In his previous life, although he encountered a master of internal martial arts, that was only after he had graduated university at around 25 or 26. By then, his physique had already solidified, and after a year of rigorous training under the master, whom he had bargained for with sumptuous meals of roasted chicken, the results were nearly negligible, rendering the cost-to-benefit ratio appallingly low. The master once lamented, expressing a sense of regret that had he begun training at the tender age of 15 or 16, he would undoubtedly have achieved some proficiency after a decade. Now, however, it seems that entertainment must take precedence, and his heartfelt words left Wen Liang in tears. Given the opportunity that now presents itself, Wen Liang is determined not to let it slip away. He harbors no lofty aspirations of becoming a martial arts master and understands that brute force cannot resolve all issues. Yet, if he can fortify his body and prevent a repeat of that humiliating night, why not seize the chance? Recalling his master's teachings, Wen Liang meticulously devised a training schedule, rising at 5 each morning to engage in an hour of long-distance running, followed by half an hour of horse stance, then stretching his back and legs, and dedicating an additional hour to practicing punches, aware that the internal martial arts yield results at a slow pace. He also incorporated Taekwondo into his afternoon regimen. Though it may appear flashy, it suffices for dealing with the average person. In his past life, Wen Liang had mastered these techniques. However, his current physical condition was far from ideal, necessitating a gradual acclimatization and strengthening process. At this rate, he estimated that by the end of the 2-month summer break, he would at least shed the image of a frail bean sprout. While he might not rival Mu Shanshan's muscular physique, standing before Gu Wenyuan would no longer leave him feeling diminutive and awkward. Perhaps this could bridge the gap between them? Suddenly struck by this realization, Wen Liang understood that the shadow cast by Gu Wenyuan lingered deeply within him, having traversed 2 realms of existence and endured over a decade, yet still etched indelibly in the recesses of his heart, unyielding and unabated. Wen Liang's home was situated in the modest community housing number 7, characterized by an ordinary layout and location. Its sole advantage lay in the small sports field on the west side of the complex, featuring a running track, a basketball court, parallel bars, and more, along with a rectangular sandpit purportedly excavated at the behest of a leader fond of the triple jump. While many officials enjoyed physical activities, few, even at 16, could believe in such a niche sport. The rumors circulating in the community were more plausible. A certain leader, having consulted feng shui, was said to have leapt in hopes of ascending in rank. Ultimately, it was proven that the leader had been misled. Shortly after the sandpit was dug, he was dismissed under scrutiny, leaving the area a playground for the children of the neighborhood. Wen Liang gathered 6 bamboo poles and planted them at the corners of the pit, forming a circle, and then purchased 6 bells to hang from them. Standing at the center, he practiced front kicks, back kicks, side kicks, and rear suspension kicks, striving to execute each movement with precision, avoiding the ringing of the bells, thereby honing his agility, coordination, and control. As for strength and intensity, his understanding of internal martial arts sufficed without the need for additional drills. On the first day of training, after running for an hour, Wen Liang collapsed onto the ground, needing a considerable amount of time to regain his stance. By afternoon, he struggled to execute his movements. Even the simple act of kicking resulted in him pulling his leg with one hand, rendering any notion of coordination or control a mere jest, as the bells jingled incessantly, embodying a chaotic spectacle. Upon returning home that evening, Ding Mei, usually indifferent towards Wen Liang, astonishingly took the time to check on him, feeling his forehead and inquiring after his well-being. After a lengthy pause, she finally asked with concern, "Are you all right, my son? Today, several neighbors informed me that my dear Liang seems to be harboring some concerns. Typically an honest child. Today he was frolicking and leaping about on the playground without pause, raising my worries about any potential troubles." Liang rolled his eyes, waved dismissively, and collapsed onto his bed, his voice barely a whisper as he said, "Mom, tomorrow please add an egg to my breakfast. Without proper nutrition, even the best movements cannot be executed." Ding Mei was left astonished and at a loss for words. As weeks went by, Liang persevered through rain or shine, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. His once pale complexion had darkened under the sun, exuding a sense of vitality. His delicate and gentle features now bore hints of steadiness and resolve, viewed from the side. He no longer appeared as an immature child. His dark eyes had deepened, reflecting the world around him, possessing an air of both profundity and mystery. Liang had grown slightly taller. Although his physique lacked bulging muscles, his broad shoulders and long legs accentuated his slender form. He remained the same youth from years ago, yet had evolved into a more composed and tranquil individual. He also embodied the man he would become years hence, infused with a touch of youthful exuberance and recklessness. At this moment, He appeared as if he had seamlessly fused the two versions of himself, indistinguishable from one another. On a blazing afternoon, Liang continued to practice his kicks in the sandpit. The bamboo pole, once adorned with bells, had been replaced by a wooden board about an inch thick, tethered on one side, unable to bear weight. With mastery, he could eventually kick it in two with force and speed. Currently, Liang struggled to time his bursts of energy effectively, often sending the board soaring into the air without breaking it. Having just completed a series of movements, he was suddenly drawn to a melodious voice nearby. "What are you practicing? Is it martial arts?" Turning to look, he saw a girl clad in white, standing a short distance away. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her bright eyes shimmered with a hint of mist, sparkling when she blinked. Her fair complexion and straight nose framed a face that, while not conventionally beautiful, radiated a gentle yet spirited allure. Though it was the hottest part of the day, a refreshing breeze seemed to envelop the spot where the girl stood. "Oh, this isn't martial arts, it's dance," she said with a light laugh, her eyes brimming with a hint of disdain. "Are you perhaps hoping to use such a dance to rescue a damsel in distress?" Liang was taken aback by the girl's forthrightness. It was rare in this era for a girl to initiate conversation so boldly and delve into such depths right away. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Yet, curious thoughts swirled in his mind as he pondered where he might have encountered such familiarity in her words before. He raised his hand to shield his forehead. Scrutinizing the girl, she seemed vaguely familiar, yet completely unrecognizable, leading him to abandon his musings. Perhaps in every man's heart, a beauty ought to possess such qualities, he thought. Are you perhaps hoping to use such a dance to rescue a damsel in distress? Why did that phrase sound so remarkably familiar? As when Liang stared vacantly at her, the girl remained unperturbed, taking a few steps forward, her tone laced with irony. "I understand. Boys your age often harbor dreams of martial arts, hoping one day to wield a sword and sing boldly, to act as chivalrous heroes, perhaps even longing for a fair companion. I have no intention of shattering your youthful dreams." But with a graceful lift of her skirt, she leaped down, her delicate calves flashing before him, intensifying the summer heat in the air. Is it truly enough to simply insert a few bamboo poles and hang some wooden planks, then leap about like a frog, to attain unparalleled martial prowess? The girl extended her slender finger, lightly swaying the plank twice, her expression earnest enough to make one believe she was discussing something sacred. Yet her tone dripped with mockery, disdain, and a hint of derision, complemented by the faint smile on her beautiful face. If Wen Liang were indeed a mere 16-year-old boy, he would be driven to madness at this moment. Well, you make a valid point. I too find it rather foolish. But wouldn't it be even sillier to seek out a cliff to jump from, like in the television shows and novels? Wen Liang wore a blank expression, and if a bit of drool had dribbled from his mouth, he would have resembled a legendary simpleton. The girl stared at him for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand to lightly pat her forehead, rolling her eyes in exasperation. The facade of a skilled master she had painstakingly constructed crumbled, rendering her utterly adorable. She mumbled to herself, "I was wrong. I should have considered that in this sweltering heat, bouncing around joyfully could only be the trait of either a determined spirit or a fool." Wen Liang nearly burst into laughter, the familiar sensation within him growing stronger. And he tentatively inquired, "From what I've heard from classmates, you practice martial arts and are quite skilled?" Upon hearing this, the girl's demeanor brightened immediately. She raised her chin slightly, a proud expression adorning her face as she declared, "I wouldn't dare claim to be a master. But dealing with someone like you, just one finger is sufficient." Wen Liang regarded her with newfound respect, his adult, lecherous tendencies momentarily overshadowed as he discreetly glanced at her skirt. If this beauty were to execute a spinning kick, he would gladly proclaim, "Let us have a match. The loser treats the winner to ice cream." The girl wrinkled her nose and muttered something about childishness before responding in a crystal-clear voice, 10 ice creams." A deal was struck. The sun above blazed ever hotter, mirroring the innocence of their youth. The two positioned themselves in the sandy pit, and the girl reiterated the rules one last time. Whoever falls first loses. Wen Liang nodded dismissively, barely acknowledging the rule. After all, isn't it merely a matter of who pushes whom? Wen Liang raised his hand, stepping forward, shifting his weight downward, his gaze firmly fixed on his opponent. The girl in white lifted her left foot, her toes barely grazing the ground, while her right foot retreated a few inches. With determination, her right fist rose to her chest, her left hand resting behind her, fingers poised, and then she slyly pinched her backside. A flash of revelation struck Wen Liang, as fragments of memories long buried surged back together. In a past life in Beijing, within a taekwondo studio, he recalled a leg's flourish, a turn of grace, and a face that was both playful and indignant. After countless light years, it re-emerged before him, in this very moment. Xu Yao? The girl froze, her expression of surprise already revealing the answer to Wen Liang. Xu Yao, this is the Xu Yao from high school. Your habit of grabbing your backside before a fight has evidently been ingrained since childhood. Wen Liang stood there, lost in contemplation. Chapter 7. Beautiful yet fierce in truth. Wen Liang was not well acquainted with Xu Yao. During high school, he had merely heard whispers of 3 outstanding girls at Qingyi High School: Ji from Class 3, Ning Xiaoning from Class 7, and this Xu Yao from Class 1. Apart from his conflict with Ji he had never even laid eyes on the other 2. During those school years, Wen Liang kept to himself, silently occupying his seat, while at home, he immersed himself in martial arts novels, eschewing collective activities, and naturally, no one invited him to join. Throughout the 3 years of high school, there were female classmates who remained oblivious to his presence, let alone the teachers. Aside from the homeroom instructor, only the chemistry teacher had any idea of his name. This was largely due to an incident in a lab class where Wen Liang accidentally burned the teacher's skirt, making it hard for her to pretend she didn't know him. It wasn't until many years later that Wen Liang truly met Xu Yao during an unexpected encounter in Beijing. Wandering around Xidan with Tan Yu, who had a penchant for crude remarks, Tan pointed out a girl with a small black mole behind her ear, tracing the line from her delicate shoulder down to her long, jade-like legs. Disaster struck when the beauty abruptly turned and executed a sidekick, leaving a large footprint on Tan Yu's lewd face. This was Wen Liang's first impression of Xu Yao, beautiful yet fierce. Following this chaotic and amusing introduction, their lives began to intertwine. Upon discovering they were high school alumni, Xu Yao extended her long, delicate hand towards Wen Liang, a faint blush gracing her lovely face as she introduced herself. Let us get acquainted. I am Xu Yao, Xu from Xu Xian and Yao from Yao Qi. As they gradually became familiar with one another, their understanding deepened, yet ultimately, Wen Liang rejected Xu Yao's affection. The beautiful and fierce girl remained fragile in the face of love. Fast forward to the present, over a decade later, as he prepared for a fight. The girl in white, scratching her backside, stood stunned, puzzled, and asked, "How do you know me?" Wen Liang's playful demeanor shifted instantly. The scene before him felt surreal. The Xu Yao he knew had transformed into a poised urban woman clad in uniform, a proud girl who dared to love and hate, and a graceful woman of captivating charm. He never anticipated this side of Xu Yao, so innocent, yet so endearing. Without waiting for Wen Liang's response, Xu Yao seemed to have reached her own conclusion, nodding her little head and murmuring to herself, "You live here. There must be city officials in your family. So knowing me is not surprising. Are we still going to fight? A real man should be decisive. Will it kill you?" Wen Liang, still caught in that strange sensation of temporal dislocation, paid little heed to the girl's words, smiling slightly as he replied, "Of course we will fight. Why not? I'm just waiting for free ice cream." With a laugh, Xu Yao tilted her head back, a few strands of hair gently swaying across her delicate forehead, cautioning the wind. She hadn't finished her words when suddenly, she lunged forward, kicking up a cloud of sand towards Wen Liang, followed by a powerful push that sent her body hurtling towards his left shoulder. This is a clandestine martial technique within the military, incomparable to the more mainstream military boxing. It emphasizes swiftness, precision, and ferocity, particularly suitable for young women to triumph over the strong despite their own perceived fragility. Once a joint is seized, it swiftly leads to locks, twists, and throws, rendering even the mightiest, like Tyson, utterly powerless, helplessly subdued. Wen Liang, unaware of these intricacies, nevertheless took precautions knowing that the girl in question was Xu Yao, whose tendencies he had long anticipated. Though she appeared quite demure, she was unafraid to employ unscrupulous tactics in a brawl, which had previously left him exasperated. Remaining composed, he raised his left hand to shield his face, leaning slightly backward to evade her attack. With a quick pivot to the side, he prepared to throw her to the ground. "Oh, how you fought a decade ago shall be mirrored today." Xu Yao smirked, abruptly halting her forward momentum, planting her feet firmly. She shifted her weight and fiercely thrust her left elbow into Wen Liang's chest, exuding a fierce tenacity. Startled, Wen Liang thought, "Oh, this girl is serious." If she landed the blow, it could lead to fractures or, at the very least, considerable pain for several days. He crossed his arms defensively, only to be met with a resounding impact as her strike caused him sharp discomfort. It was a humiliation for a man to be outmatched by a woman, and he felt deeply insulted. Before he could react, Xu Yao seized his pulse point, twisting and locking his arm behind him. With a gentle upward pull, she executed the classic police maneuver for apprehending a thief, followed by a swift kick to his knee, forcing him to kneel, clearly intent on total domination. Wen Liang felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the sluggishness of his reborn body, he would never have capitulated so easily. A proper battle should have lasted at least 300 exchanges, culminating in a fierce hand-to-hand struggle. As the saying goes, in dire straits, one clings to anyone. Wen Liang hooked his legs around Xu Yao's, disregarding the excruciating pain shooting through the arm she had twisted. He spun upward, his entire body suspended in the air, before crashing into her shoulder with a powerful force. Accompanied by her startled cry, they fell heavily to the ground, time seemingly pausing at that moment. Wen Liang playfully gazed into Xu Yao's face until she emerged from her daze, her bright eyes flaring with indignation as she sprang up, chuckling. "You have lost." Rising gracefully, she adjusted her skirt. Although a slight flush adorned her exquisite features, she did not allow anger to take hold, having trained alongside her brother for many years, always viewing herself as more than just a woman in combat. Her original intention was to find an ant. But upon discovering a foolish lad diligently practicing jumps and kicks in a pool under the sweltering heat, she couldn't resist this serendipitous encounter. Regardless of whether this foolish boy was employing deceit or shameless tactics, the fact remained that she had fallen first. Defeat was defeat. With a huff, she dusted off her skirt and, with playful exasperation, declared, "I didn't bring any money today. I wanted ice cream. Let's save it for next time." Wen Liang stifled a laugh, feigning a serious demeanor as he retorted, "Next time? Let us hope it's not in the next lifetime. I must say, it is rather unbecoming of a lady to evade responsibility after a loss. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? With your petite features and slender frame. I never anticipated your rather petty nature." Xu Yao displayed her classic, disdainful expression. "Tomorrow, right here, we shall engage in another duel. Should I lose, I shall treat you to 20 ice creams. However, if you lose, you shall lie on the ground and bark like a dog." Wen Liang, taken aback, could not help but retort, "That wager seems profoundly unfair. Indeed, 20 ice creams amount to $20, while your barking holds no value whatsoever. How about this? You can bark while crawling 3 laps around the playground." Witnessing Xu Yao's calculating demeanor, Wen Liang lowered his head in despair. The whimsical little girl, who could be quite a handful, had returned. To be fair, Xu Yao's skills surpassed those of Wen Liang at present, yet her youthful strength had its limits. Moreover, she did not have the heart to firmly restrain Wen Liang's arm, for such an act might lead to injury. Fighting requires not only ferocity towards one's opponent, but also a degree of self-discipline. Xu Yao was momentarily intimidated by the boy's sudden boldness and ferocity, and despite feeling humiliated by being pinned down, she found herself somewhat admiring him. As a girl in her teenage years, experiencing such intimate contact with a boy was overwhelming. Even the most composed among them would seek to escape the situation, waving goodbye to Wen Liang. It was only after exiting the dormitory that Xu Yao's heart began to race, her cheeks flushed with a delightful shyness. Stealing a glance back, she caught a glimpse of the boy still gazing foolishly at her retreating figure, and with a quiet scoff, she continued on her way. Chapter 8. A tragicomedy upon returning home. Ding Mei was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Wen Huaiming in the living room. Neglecting to inquire about her son's day, Wen Liang felt uncomfortably overlooked, so he slipped into the kitchen to find a morsel to satisfy his hunger. Settling down nearby to listen to his parents' conversation. "If you ask me, Li Shengli is no real man. So what if his wife left him? The more one should strive to live with dignity, to show that couple what they are missing. All he does is drink, drink, drink. He might as well drink himself to death." Ding Mei expressed her frustration, her disappointment evoking memories in Wen Liang of past punishments for poor exam performances. Wen Huaiming, casually perusing the Qingzhou Daily, remarked, "Every man has his fate. There's little one can do about it. If Shengli cannot keep his wife, he cannot blame others. Frankly, a woman like Zhao Yaqing was never meant for him." Ding Mei's eyes reddened as a thought crossed her mind, and she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. It is truly pitiable for the child, Wan Wan. What a clever little girl she is. Wen Huaiming sighed. Tomorrow, you should send over $200. We have our share of responsibility in this matter. We cannot simply watch as someone suffers. Ding Mei nodded, her thoughts drifting to the beautiful woman living it up in Shenzhen, resentment brewing within her. How foolish I was to consider her a good friend and even play matchmaker for her and Li Shengli. Had I known it would come to this. Wen Liang, piecing together the fragments of their conversation, recalled the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yaqing. She was, in essence, the first woman he had ever fancied in his past life. Ding Mei and Zhao Yaqing had joined the factory around the same time, one as a cashier and the other as an accountant, quickly becoming close friends through their shared experiences. Zhao Yaqing's parents were farmers from the suburbs, lacking friends in Qingzhou. The food at the workers' cafeteria was subpar, prompting her to often visit Wen Liang's home for meals. The young introvert was quickly captivated by this extraordinarily beautiful lady. Li Shengli, a technician in the third workshop, was known for his honesty and integrity. He abstained from alcohol and tobacco, and though handsome, he never flirted with the female employees at the factory, earning a reputation as a paragon of virtue. Through the introduction of Ding Mei, he and Zhao Yaqing ultimately became a couple, creating a fleeting romantic tale. Regrettably, love turned out to be akin to a lottery ticket that had won a grand prize once the claim period expired. It was worth no more than waste paper and could even lead to profound regret. In 1993, a former scoundrel, Zeng Wuqing, returned from the south, dressed respectably and displaying a lavish lifestyle. Despite his still repugnant appearance, he had transformed into a wealthy figure, prompting groups of factory workers to visit the Zeng household. Returning with the remark, "This rogue has now become a rich man. Truly, fortune favors the bold and starves the timid." Zeng Wuqing's rise was, in part, due to Zhao Yaqing. Although he hailed from a farming machinery factory, he was uneducated and had squandered his youth after graduating middle school, often harassing young women at the factory. However, upon encountering Zhao Yaqing, he was smitten. After several rejections, he attempted to assault her one night while she was returning alone from Wen Liang's house, only to be thwarted by Li Shengli, who happened to pass by. Following this incident, Zeng Wuqing made multiple threats against Li Shengli, prompting Ding Mei to enlist the help of a friend in the police force to deal with him. Eventually, Zeng Wuqing left the factory, biting the bullet and moving south. Unexpectedly, within a few short years, he returned in glory. The farming machinery factory had been declining since the early 1990s, with many seeking alternative paths. Li Shengli, known for his determination, made the bold decision to leave his secure job in 1992 to open a small restaurant. With a family legacy in cooking and possessing secret recipes, he should have succeeded. However, business success relies heavily on character, and within a year, he lost all his hard-earned savings, becoming the subject of ridicule among factory workers for abandoning his steady job. Now, he was left with little more than the inability to afford clothes for his wife. Under these circumstances, when Zeng Wuqing returned in 1993, it took merely 3 months for Zhao Yaqing to abandon her husband of 9 years and their 9-year-old daughter, pursuing this newly wealthy man to Shenzhen. Love, in the face of reality, had morphed into a farce. Reflecting on these events, Wen Liang sighed deeply. In his previous life, he had harbored countless grievances against Zhao Yaqing, blaming her for the existence of wicked women in the world. Yet, after experiencing 2 lifetimes, his perspective had inevitably shifted. Perhaps it was not this woman who was tainted, but rather the world itself. As Ding Mei emerged from her self-reproach, she noticed her son reclining on the sofa, his eyes fixated on the window, his youthful face bearing an unusual sorrow. A pang of concern struck her heart, and she sat beside him, gently stroking his hair, and softly inquired, "Wen Liang, what troubles you? Are you unhappy at school?" Wen Huiming could hardly bear to see Ding Mei in such a state. With a heavy sigh, she rose and retreated to her bedroom. Ding Mei, indifferent to her departure, grasped Wen Liang's hand and smiled. "Good son, if there's anything, just tell your mother. Is it that you lack pocket money? Mother will provide." "Mom, what did you say about Li Xiqing? Is she unwell?" Li Xiqing, the daughter of Li Shengli, was formerly known as Li Yi, with the nickname Wan Wan. After Zhao Yaqing's departure, Li Shengli had renamed her. Alas, today I visited his home, and Li Shengli was once again intoxicated, inebriated to the point of resembling a drunken pig, neglecting all familial responsibilities. Xiqing informed me that her tuition from the previous semester remained unpaid, and with the new school year approaching for middle school, the school had warned her that if the fees were not settled, she should not return. It is a tragedy. The little girl is merely 11 years old, dressed in clothes meant for a child of 7 or 8, her top failing to cover her navel, her trousers barely reaching her calves, thin and dark-skinned, her small hands calloused. In the past, after Zhao Yaqing's departure, the connection between the two families was severed. Dingmei would occasionally send some money. Yet Wen Liang had not seen the father-daughter duo from the Li family again. He remained ensconced in his own miserable isolation, lacking the leisure to concern himself with the fates of others. Wen Liang vaguely recollected that adorable girl who tugged at his clothing, calling him brother. Li Xiqing, having inherited her parents' exceptional genes, had always been a beauty, with large eyes, long eyelashes, and delicate skin, her long ponytail swaying as she laughed, revealing 2 faint dimples, resembling a little sprite. Yet, how could he have anticipated that she would now be enduring such hardship? Mother, can we lend them a hand? Although Aunt Zhao is no longer with us, Xiqing is innocent in all of this. Do I even need to say it? Your father is useless. And with my meager salary, how long can I assist them? Sighing, when Liang stood up, the outside world had grown dim. A few strands of moonlight crept along the walls and cast mottled shadows in the corner of the balcony. As the night deepened, the moon grew ever brighter. To start anew, is it not the goal to lessen the tragedies of this world and increase the comedies, to diminish sorrow and amplify joy? Everything shall change in due time. Chapter 9. Nuan that night, as when Liang lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Although the image of Li Xiqing had faded in his memory, he recalled a time years later when Dingmei had suddenly mentioned her, shedding many tears. In a previous life, after graduating from elementary school, Li Xiqing had not continued her education. Instead, she scavenged for refuse, consumed leftovers, sold flowers, cigarettes, and alcohol, and even labored on construction sites, struggling to make ends meet. As she matured, Li Xiqing blossomed into a beauty surpassing her mother, Zhao Yaqing. She became entangled in the underbelly of society, engaging in deceitful schemes, and at 15, she fell in with a gang member named Scar. After Scar was shot for his crimes, she sought refuge with a wealthy man, who later faced business failures, leaving her without support as she ventured southward. It was only after Wen Liang graduated from university that he learned from his mother of having seen Li Xiqing in the south among the offspring of agricultural machinery factory owners. In a city filled with vice and excess, where a beautiful girl with only an elementary education could do little but succumb to despair. The last news he heard of Li Xiqing was that she had been apprehended during a crackdown on prostitution, with sisters from Qingzhou attempting to secure her release, only to be told that there was no record of her. At the age of 25, Li Xiqing vanished from the sight of all, perhaps disappearing from this world entirely. Dingmei, reflecting on the kindness of both families, had offered her assistance whenever possible. She had contemplated bringing Li Xiqing home on numerous occasions, yet the young girl, despite her tender age, adamantly refused to burden those who genuinely cared for her. Their encounters were infrequent, and whenever they crossed paths, Li Xiqing would invariably retreat into the distance. What stirred deep emotions was the fact that, whether scavenging for scraps or associating with dubious characters, during her 15 years of absence from 11 to 25, every spring festival brought a package of stir-fried rice cakes to the one household. Beneath the rice cakes lay a note, pinned in a shaky hand, inscribed with the words, "May good people live in peace." Each year, upon discovering this note, Dingmei would silently shed tears, clutching it tightly. Contemplating these memories, Wen Liang felt an urgent resolve. He recognized that the majority of the world's tragedies ultimately stemmed from financial woes. With sufficient wealth, many lives could be irrevocably transformed. He struck the bed frame with fervor before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, for the first time, he eschewed his usual run and instead rode his father's old Phoenix bicycle towards Li Xiqing's home. The agricultural machinery factory, established in 1985, was not deemed a large enterprise in the heavy industrial center of Qingzhou, especially when juxtaposed with the massive Qingzhou Heavy Industry Group. However, even the smallest state-owned enterprises possess a certain formidable solidity, and Ding Mei's entry into this factory was solely due to Wen Huaiming's relentless efforts. Li Shengli took over his mother's position, as the previous retirement succession policy stipulated that a worker's child could replace them upon retirement. Yet, the means by which Zhao Yaqing, a common farmer's child, managed to enter the agricultural machinery factory remained an enigma. After the factory's expansion in 1989, a new plot of land was secured to construct several storefronts. Following Li Shengli's resignation in 1992, the factory housing became uninhabitable, prompting him to move in with his parents. With his compensation, he rented a storefront to establish a restaurant, initially thriving due to his ancestral culinary skills. However, within a year, circumstances took a dire turn. First, his parents passed away in succession, and his business began to decline rapidly. Soon, he lost all his savings, and when Zhao Yaqing abandoned him and their daughter, Li Shengli succumbed to despair and became enmeshed in alcoholism, numbing himself with alcohol and never regaining sobriety. No one knew how Li Xiqing managed to endure these past 2 years. Li Shengli's parents resided in a modest courtyard in the northern suburbs, far removed from the city's hustle and bustle, offering a rare tranquility. As Wen Liang gently pushed open the half-closed door, he immediately spotted Li Xiqing. She sat on a small wooden stool, her frail form bent like a bow, wielding an axe nearly as thin as her own arms, laboriously chopping firewood. The courtyard was desolate, with a cold, unlit stove piled in the corner, and a heap of chopped dark greens lay on a wooden table, clearly foraged from the wild. A few chicks scurried out from the nesting box in the northwest corner, clucking softly, infusing a touch of life into the otherwise lifeless courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, the little girl lifted her head. Her disheveled hair fell over her forehead, and her waxen face bore no trace of color. Her parched lips revealed faint traces of blood, while her clear, dark eyes widened, devoid of the innocence and vivacity that should characterize her age. Could this truly be the enchanting little girl he once remembered? A soft sigh escaped Wen Liang as he took a few steps closer and gently inquired, "Wan, do you still recognize your brother?" The girl rose to her feet, clad in an ill-fitting coarse cloth garment that had been scrubbed clean, yet it did little to conceal her shyness and unease. With a timid voice, she called out, "Brother Wen." Standing before her, Wen Liang gazed at the once adorable princess-like child, momentarily at a loss for words, a rarity for someone so accustomed to eloquence. Li Xiqing hung her head low, one hand still clutching an axe, while the other nervously tugged at the hem of her garment, attempting to cover the exposed skin. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Brother Wen, please have a seat. I will fetch you some water." A pang of sorrow struck Wen Liang's heart. When had this little girl, who once wore braids and donned princess dresses, become so aware of the realities of life? He gently took the axe from her hand and placed it on the ground, then urged her to sit down by pressing on her shoulder. Crouching before her, he held her small hand and spoke softly, "It's all right, brother doesn't need water. Wan, it's my fault for not visiting you for such a long time." A child's hand should be plump and tender, yet Li Xiqing's hand was bony and frail, causing a slight ache when he grasped it. She shook her head earnestly, replying, "Brother, you are busy with school. Aunt Ding often comes to see me. That is sufficient." Despite having lived 2 lifetimes and having a hardened heart, Wen Liang could not maintain his composure upon hearing her words. He opened his arms and gently embraced the little girl, stroking her hair while whispering, "Wan, you have suffered. Do not fear, everything will pass." Over the past 2 years, Li Xiqing had endured scorn and hardship. Children pointed at her, calling her a child abandoned by her mother, while adults would often add, "It's all that wicked woman's fault." Yet, that wicked woman was her mother. How long had it been since someone spoke to her in such a tone? Sensing Wen Liang's sincerity and care, the estrangement from 2 years melted away, and memories of their childhood playfulness flooded back. Slowly, she raised her hands, bringing them together behind Wen Liang's waist. Biting her lower lip to prevent tears from falling, her timid voice was soft yet resolute. Wan is not suffering. Wan is not afraid. Brother had ceased to be the annoying tease of her youth, and she was no longer the beloved Wan. Yet, inexplicably, after 2 years of torment, her once icy heart was easily melted by Wen Liang's simple kindness. The door creaked open again, and 2 individuals in their 40s entered. One, a man with a square face and a commanding presence, did not even glance at Wen Liang, asking, "Wan, is your father more lucid today? The agreement ought to be signed promptly. I lack the time for delays." Another man, possessing a sharply pointed chin and elongated eyes, interjected, "Wan, I have heard from your uncle about this matter. It is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Do not be stubborn. Simply allow your father to sign it, which would spare me the daily task of soliciting funds for alcohol." Unaware of the context, Wen Liang stood aside, scrutinizing the two. Since their arrival, the young girl had maintained a stoic silence, unresponsive to their extravagant discourse. The man with the square face, growing impatient, pointed a finger at Li Xiqing and exclaimed, "If it weren't for my pity for your plight, do you think I would covet your dilapidated abode? Truly, you are pushing your luck. Your father is a drunkard. And your mother, what good can possibly arise from such a lineage?" Li Xiqing, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, lifted her downcast face, her hands clenching tightly around her garment as her body trembled slightly. Wen Liang narrowed his eyes and drew Li Xiqing closer, gently squeezing her palm, and turned to the man with the square face, inquiring with a smile, "Might I ask how to address you, sir? What is the matter that has incited such ire?" The square-faced man cast a perplexed glance at Wen Liang. He had little patience for a mere child. With an exasperated wave of his hand, he retorted, "This is none of your concern. Just stay out of it." Seeing the situation escalate, the man with the pointed chin attempted to mediate, saying, "Xiang Qian, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this matter calmly. Surely, there is a resolution to be found." The square-faced man huffed, "What more is there to discuss? I have exhausted all my polite entreaties, having visited here 7 or 8 times. We nearly reached an agreement when Li Shengli was sober last time. But this girl caused a scene, not only shattering the pen, but even tearing the contract. Were it not for my compassion, I would have slapped you long ago. By heaven, you have grown just like your mother. What a disgrace." This remark was directed at Li Xiqing, who stood there, a figure of defiance amidst the tumult. Chapter 10. The warmest is the human heart. Wen Liang, bewildered by the unfolding drama, pulled Li Xiqing aside to inquire further, thus gaining clarity on the matter at hand. The square-faced man, named Li Xiangqian, was a cousin of Li Shengli, and their families shared a tenuous bond. Following the demise of Li Shengli's parents, the sole inheritance left was this small courtyard. After Zhao Yaqing departed, Li Shengli succumbed to alcoholism, leaving an 11-year-old girl to fend for herself, which inevitably attracted the covetous eyes of others. Li Xiangqian was notorious as a small-time thug, idling his days away in idleness, yet possessing a facade that had duped many. For reasons unknown, he had fixated on acquiring Li Shengli's modest courtyard, repeatedly coming to negotiate a purchase. Although Li Shengli was inebriated, he was not devoid of sense. The courtyard represented the last bastion for him and his daughter. Selling it would mean losing their only refuge, hence he consistently rejected Li Xiangqian's advances. However, Li Xiangqian remained undeterred, continually devising schemes to secure the transaction. The man with the pointed chin, Yu Chuanzi, owned a grocery store nearby. After Li Shengli's business failed, he squandered his remaining funds on alcohol, eventually resorting to credit. Initially, a couple of establishments were willing to extend credit, but as his debts mounted, only Yu Chuanzi continued to extend him a lifeline. Upon learning this news, Li Xiangqian sought out Yu Chuanzi, promising him certain benefits to compel him to collect debts. Once the pressure mounted, he intended to approach Li Shengli regarding the matter of purchasing a house, assured that Li would acquiesce. Unbeknownst to Li Shengli, after several visits from Li Xiangqian, the usually amiable Yu Chuanzi suddenly arrived at his door, demanding repayment for the wine debts. Having exhausted all sellable items, the sole remaining piece, a Han white jade jar, an heirloom from the Li family used for concocting secret recipes, was also mortgaged to Yu Chuanzi. Eventually, under immense pressure, when Li Xiangqian returned, Li Shengli relented and agreed to sell the house. Just as they were about to sign, Li Xiqing burst in, tearing the agreement to shreds. In her youthful fervor, she brandished an axe at her neck, threatening to end her life should Li Shengli dare to sign. Naturally, the agreement was never finalized. Li Xiangqian was taken aback by the girl's fervent madness. He had merely sought wealth, leading him to vanish for a while, only to resurface today. After hearing all this, Wen Liang maintained her calm demeanor, taking Li Xiqing's hand and smiling. "All right, I understand the situation. Little Muan doesn't comprehend the gravity of it. Do not hold it against her. Since Uncle Shengli has consented, Li Gu, allow me to see the agreement. This matter will be handled as Muan wishes." Upon noticing Li Xiangqian's inquisitive gaze, Li Xiqing nodded, placing her faith in Wen Liang, just as she had always believed that her mother would return to provide her with an explanation. Upon reviewing the agreement, Wen Liang could not suppress her frown. What constitutes bullying? This is bullying. What defines utter shamelessness? This is it. Setting aside other details, the courtyard of the 3 rooms was absurdly valued at merely 1,000 yuan. This was not just robbery, it was akin to murder, followed by dismemberment, leaving no trace behind. Wen Liang chuckled softly and remarked to Li Xiqing, "You were right last time. It is wise to scrutinize such documents, as they tarnish our eyes." With a flourish, she lifted the agreement high and tore it down the middle, folding and ripping it again. A faint smile appeared on Li Xiqing's pallid face. Her brother had not disappointed her. Li Xiangqian finally grasped the situation, his square face turning ashen with rage, pointing a finger at Wen Liang. "You little brat. Are you mocking me?" He spat, threatening her. Before he could strike, Wen Liang moved with lightning speed, seizing his outstretched finger and forcefully bending it downward. Accompanied by a piercing scream, her fist connected with Li Xiangqian's face, producing a sharp crack from his nose. While it may not have resulted in a compound fracture, a mild contusion was certainly assured. Li Xiqing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Wen Liang, her wide eyes brimming with admiration. Once, this brother, whom she had adored since childhood, had become so formidable. She had harbored an intense dislike for Li Xiangqian, countless times wishing to subdue him. Today, that desire had finally come to fruition. Li Xiangqian fell to the ground, clutching his face, tears and blood splattering everywhere, his anguished cries nearly unbearable to hear. Wen Liang picked up the axe, approaching him with a chilling smile. Opening a shop for Yuquanzi is essentially a matter of comings and goings. Though his character may leave much to be desired, his discerning gaze is unparalleled. Initially, I presumed that Wen Liang, with his youth and gentle demeanor, was but an ordinary child. It is only now that I realize I misjudged him. Despite his years of mingling in society, he has only associated with the lower echelons. And I had never witnessed such a fierce young man who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. Terrified, I frantically waved my hands, saying, No, let us discuss this amicably, my brother. Please, calm down." He remained rooted to the ground, fearful of giving Wen Liang any impression of hostility. However, Wen Liang paid him no mind, advancing instead to plant his foot squarely on Li Xiangqian's face. The axe fell with a thud before him, its gleaming blade brushing perilously close to his nose. Li Xiangqian's soul seemed to leave his body, his screams silenced, breath held in dread of inciting Wen Liang's wrath. "I shall only say this once," Wen Liang intoned, recalling the menacing tone of villains in films. "Get far away and do not let me see you here again, or I cannot guarantee where this axe will land." Li Xiangqian nodded desperately, almost sensing the sharp intensity radiating from the boy. Wen Liang chuckled softly, recognizing that a mere bully who preys on the weak should not be expected to possess great courage. Such intimidation should suffice. With Li Xiangqian dealt with, Wen Liang turned to approach Yuquanzi, who stood frozen, his legs trembling in sync with the scraping sound of the axe against the ground. A sycophantic grin plastered on his face, he bent slightly at the waist. "Brother, you know, I was merely coerced by Li Xiangqian. The scattered liquor I provided was hardly worth much. I simply came to take a look, with no ulterior motives." As Wen Liang drew nearer, Yuquanzi began to stutter. Wen Liang halted before him, a smile that was both amused and unsettling gracing his face. "How much do you owe me?" 300, came the reply. Wen Liang furrowed his brow. How could one owe 300 for loose liquor priced at 60 cents a pound? How much had Li Shengli consumed over the past 2 years? Indeed, this debt could be postponed, yet upon seeing Wen Liang's frown, Yuquanzi's heart raced. It had been months since anyone had extended credit for his liquor. He felt pity for Li Shengli, who claimed he would perish without his drink. "Truly, I have no other intentions," he insisted. Li Xiqing approached and tugged at Wen Liang's sleeve, whispering, "Uncle Yu is a good person, brother." Wen Liang affectionately ruffled her hair, replying gently, "Well, since Nuan says he is a good person, I shall not make things difficult for him." Li Xiqing looked up, her eyes brimming with happiness from his affirmation and care, a bashful smile revealing her past charm. Wen Liang fixed his gaze upon Yuquanzi, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable mockery. "Boss Yu, since Li Xiangqian has decided against purchasing this property, it seems that the benefits he promised you have evaporated as well. I hope you do not take offense." Yuquanzi realized that the youth had seen through his intentions, understanding that Li Xiangqian had promised him benefits to pressure Li Shengli into a swift purchase of the house. Shocked, he discerned that Wen Liang, aside from being formidable, exuded an air of inscrutability. He forced a smile and stammered, "Not at all, not at all." Wen Liang pondered for a moment and instructed Li Xiqing to fetch some paper and a pen from the room. With swift strokes, he penned a few lines and handed the note to Yuquanzi. Upon receiving it, Yu Chuanzi discovered it to be an IOU, stating, "Today, I owe you Chuanzi 500 yuan for wine. This is a receipt." Wen Liang burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Boss Yu is both sentimental and righteous, naturally. I cannot allow you to suffer losses. I have settled the debt owed by Uncle Shengli, but I shall add an interest of 200 yuan after 2 months. What say you, Boss Yu? This deal is not a loss." He then passed the paper and pinned back to Yu Chuanzi. "Not a loss, not at all." Yu Chuanzi replied with a wry smile as he accepted the IOU, reflecting, "Do I not know who you are? You'll vanish without a trace, and I'll be left with this scrap of paper to collect my dues." Yet, faced with the prevailing circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Writing on the paper, "Today, I acknowledge the debt of 200 yuan for wine with Li Shengli. This is a receipt, Yu Chuanzi." Wen Liang, observing from the side, praised, "Boss Yu, your handwriting is splendid." Noticing the grimace on Yu Chuanzi's face, he continued, "My father is Wen Huiming from the municipal committee. A mere inquiry will reveal this. In 2 months, this transaction will double. You shall undoubtedly not suffer any loss." This was also directed towards the prostrate Li Xiangqian, a petty thug who would surely think twice upon hearing the name of the municipal committee. Upon hearing the mention of the municipal committee, Yu Chuanzi promptly tucked away the note, recognizing that Wen Liang spoke the truth. He helped the still complaining Li Xiangqian to his feet and departed. Wen Liang, having lived 2 lives, handled matters with remarkable finesse. Although Li Xiangqian was a relative who harbored malicious intent, he would naturally face severe consequences. While Yu Chuanzi was merely a minor accomplice, driven by a desire for small gains and willing to extend credit for wine to Li Shengli. Their acquaintance necessitated a more lenient approach. After all, Li Xiqing had to continue living in this vicinity. Thus, Wen Liang assumed the debt. Whether Yu Chuanzi believed him or not was secondary, for Wen Liang's formidable methods ensured that debts would eventually be settled. This situation was handled with reason and decorum, leaving no room for dissent. Li Xiqing, however, remained oblivious to these intricacies. She stood quietly to the side, watching Wen Liang manage the unfolding events, her eyes shimmering with warmth and unshed tears. Since Zhao Yaqing's departure, Li Shengli had succumbed to a life of excessive drinking, burdening the frail Li Xiqing with all responsibilities: school, cooking, scavenging for scraps to sell, settling debts, and contending with nefarious individuals like Li Xiangqian. The young girl had long been overwhelmed, yet she persevered, clinging to the faint hope of one day confronting her mother to inquire why she had abandoned both her father and herself. "Do you know," she pondered, "that without a mother's warmth, my hands and feet have always felt cold?" Suddenly, Wen Liang stuck out his tongue and made a comical face, then bravely patted his chest, proclaiming, with an elder brother present, "Dear Nuan need not fear." The little girl erupted into laughter, and at last, her tears could no longer be restrained. She stepped forward, burying her head in Wen Liang's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and inhaling his faint scent. Li Xiqing understood that she would never forget this day, this moment, nor the boy who stood before her, whispering softly, "With an elder brother here, dear Nuan need not fear." Indeed, Li Xiqing nodded, burying her face deeper, murmuring, "Nuan is not afraid." Chapter 11. The battle between arms and thighs. When Liang dined at Li Xiqing's home, enjoying a delightful meal of fresh wild vegetables, freshly laid eggs, accompanied by a bowl of exquisite noodle soup he had never tasted before. He relished a generous bowl, while Li Xiqing watched with a beaming smile, as if Wen Liang savoring her cooking was the epitome of happiness. Upon inquiry, he learned that Li Xiqing had been learning to cook alongside her father ever since Li Shengli opened his restaurant. Over the past 2 years, she had been cooking daily. Although her ingredients were meager, she managed to prepare even the simplest dishes with remarkable skill. This demonstrated that talent is essential in any endeavor. Had Li Shengli possessed a daughter with her current abilities, his restaurant would likely not have faced such swift decline. Wen Liang praised her effusively and left the 200 yuan that Ding Mei had asked him to bring for Li Xiqing. With this money, her living expenses for the next couple of months were assured, alleviating his concerns. As he departed, Li Xiqing accompanied him to the door, and Wen Liang suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? You need not worry about the start of junior high. I will handle everything." Li Xiqing bit her lip and nodded vigorously, believing wholeheartedly that her brother was capable of anything. "Brother, will you come to see me again?" Li Xiqing's eyes brimmed with hope, yet she feared her request might burden Wen Liang, causing her head to droop almost to her chest. Wen Liang gently tousled her hair, his youthful eyes sparkling like stars overhead. Of course, I will visit whenever I can. The meals that Wan prepares are so delicious that I cannot resist. He laughed. Li Xiqing watched as Wen Liang's figure receded into the distance, her petite frame leaning against the doorpost. Brother, I know that meals made from wild vegetables cannot possibly be delicious. Wan understands. By the time he returned home, it was quite late. As soon as he stepped through the door, Wen Huiming slammed his hand on the table, angrily declaring, I asked you to deliver money to Wan. Where have you been? You return home at this hour? Dad, you work in the policy research office. Are you responsible for theoretical research? Wen Liang retorted. Wen Huiming paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, Of course, I am. Then surely you know that without investigation, one has no right to speak. I not only delivered the money, but also had a conversation with Wan. Your bureaucratic approach is severe. Do you really think that a child like her only requires a bit of money? Here, Wen Liang pointed to his chest, is the most crucial part. If her emotional wounds remain unhealed, they will inevitably fester. Surprisingly, Wen Huiming did not erupt in anger but sighed instead, softly saying, Indeed. This time my approach was overly simplistic and blunt. It shall not occur again. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Liang plopped down on the armrest of the sofa, draping an arm around Wen Huiming's shoulder. Dad, what about Wan starting junior high? Could you perhaps enlist someone to assist? Wen Huiming dismissed his son's lack of decorum, stating, I have inquired. Her situation does not meet the criteria for the Hope Project's funding, and her academic performance is lacking. She performed poorly in her entrance examination. Not only does no school wish to accept her, but even if one did, where would the tuition and living expenses come from? It is not that I am being stingy. A couple of times is manageable, but if this continues indefinitely, it simply cannot be sustained. Wen Liang was acutely aware that his father spoke the truth. Their combined salaries barely sufficed to cover their daily expenses. Although Wen Huiming wielded limited power, he was not exempt from the social obligations that accompanied his position within the municipal committee. During holidays, weddings, and funerals, the expectation of monetary gifts was unrelenting, resulting in a steadily tightening financial situation. Moreover, with the looming possibility of the agricultural machinery factory's closure, the burden would rest solely on Wen Huiming's income. Not to mention the added responsibility of supporting Li Xiqing's family, truly a matter of sharing both joys and hardships. Rubbing his head in frustration, Wen Liang realized he could not confide in his father about their rebirth or the impending financial windfall that awaited them. He contemplated the dilemma of their financial predicament. Although he had formulated a plan, the lack of initial capital posed a significant obstacle. In his previous life, Ding Mei had thrived in the clothing business following the factory's collapse. But to suggest to her now that she abandon her job at the agricultural machinery factory for entrepreneurship would likely result in a fierce backlash. She belonged to a different era, one that placed immense value on job security. Moreover, the funds Ding Mei had utilized to open her clothing store originated from the severance compensation of the agricultural machinery factory. As Wen Liang pondered these complexities, it seemed that Wen Huiming too was lost in thought, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. The sight startled Ding Mei as she entered the room. Had the two of them been arguing? No. If they had, they wouldn't be sitting so closely together. What could be the matter? Ding Mei knew her husband well. His lack of engagement with newspapers or news broadcasts at home signaled that something was amiss. Wen Huiming opened his eyes and, after Ding Mei settled onto the opposite sofa, remarked, It's just the usual trivialities from the city. During today's standing committee meeting, Zuo Yuxi launched another verbal assault. What happened? Ding Mei inquired. Lacking interest in politics, but fully committed to her role as a supportive wife. If her husband had grievances, who else could he confide in but her? It's about the inspection visit by Su Fuyan to the Tsinghua factory a few days ago. The factory manager, Old Yuan, had arranged everything quite well, and Secretary Su praised the Tsinghua team, particularly highlighting manager Yuan's significant contributions to the economic development of Qingzhou. Ding Mei scoffed dismissively. That Tsinghua factory is hardly superior to the agricultural machinery factory. How can that be considered commendable? That is precisely the issue, Wen Huiming replied with a wry smile. Today, during the standing committee meeting, Zuo Yuxi insinuated that some of our leaders should be cautious in their public statements and refrain from hastily altering the city's strategic decisions. He also emphasized the need for effective communication between the municipal committee and the city government to avoid discrepancies between party and government directives. which would render it difficult for our colleagues on the ground to execute their duties. Wen Liang listened, utterly astounded. He had long recognized Zhou Yuanting's assertiveness and was aware of Su Fuyan's esteemed reputation. Yet he had never anticipated such a blatant affront to Su during a standing committee meeting, far more brazen than the venomous exchanges found in future forums. At this revelation, if Wen Liang still failed to comprehend the implications, he would have squandered this opportunity for rebirth. The fate of the Tsinghua factory in his previous life was far more dire than that of the agricultural machinery factory. After its bankruptcy and restructuring, the agricultural machinery factory was rebranded as the Agricultural Repair Factory, barely surviving until 2007 with retirement benefits for its former employees still being dispersed. In stark contrast, the Tsinghua factory was entirely dismantled, leaving over 3,000 workers without any form of compensation, forced into self-employment, and embroiling Qingzhou in turmoil for 5 years, only reaching a semblance of resolution in the next century. It appears evident that the city harbors intentions to target the Tsinghua factory. The factory director, Yuan Dazhu, has somehow managed to establish a connection with Su Fuyan, persuading Secretary Su to publicly express his stance. Or perhaps Secretary Su is simply eager to assert his voice in Qingzhou, thus reluctantly boarding this ship. Wen Liang understands that Yuan Dazhu may not necessarily aim to protect the Tsinghua factory. It is clear that Zhou Yuanting's offer for a position is far from satisfactory. This cunning old fox promptly approached Su Fuyan, seeking to leverage his influence to sway Zhou Yuanting's decision. This is truly a reckless endeavor. A cold smile plays on Wen Liang's lips as he contemplates how a mere department head believes he can balance the scales between the secretary and the mayor. Who is Zhou Yuanting? He devours the weak and leaves nothing but bones. To dare to use Su Fuyan, a mere figurehead, to exert pressure on him is nothing short of foolishness. Wen Huiming, distressed, scratches his head and remarks, "I truly do not comprehend Secretary Su's thoughts. Such matters are intricately complex. How can one hastily take a stance?" Now, in the standing committee meeting, Zhou Yuanting has the upper hand, cornering them into a dire situation. It's quite an embarrassing spectacle. Is this truly happening? Ding Mei expresses disbelief, wondering how Secretary Su can remain composed under such circumstances. Su Fuyan merely chuckles, admitting his own impulsiveness, accepting Mayor Zhou's opinion, thus concluding the matter. However, in the aftermath of the standing committee meeting, the whispers circulating throughout the city are rather unflattering. Wasn't the meeting supposed to be confidential? How is it that you all are so well informed, old one? When did your rank elevate to the standing committee level? Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Ding Mei attempts to lighten the mood with a joke. Wen Huiming huffs in silence, while Wen Liang interjects with a smile. Currently, the municipal committee and government are in alignment. What secrets could remain in the standing committee? Regardless of who finds themselves at a disadvantage, the opposing side will go to great lengths to disseminate the information. Wen Huiming points at Ding Mei, saying, "You're in your 50s and still lack the clarity of a child. Your son, however, possesses a hint of his father's political acumen. Here's 10 yuan as a reward." Old Wen is quite open-minded, not shying away from discussing the city's trivial matters in front of his son, even consciously guiding him to gain insights. He firmly believes that sheltered flowers do not flourish. Thus he harbors considerable dissatisfaction with Wen Liang's timid disposition. However, this summer, it seems his son has experienced a revelation, exhibiting considerable improvement in both speech and action compared to before. Ultimately, it appears my educational methods are indeed effective. Old Wen feels a sense of self-satisfaction, akin to that of a proud educator. Yet, Wen Liang, bewildered, questions, "But father, what does this have to do with your minor deputy director position?" Coughing, Wen Huiming is nearly driven to exasperation by the remark. "What do you mean by minor deputy director?" He retorts, glaring. Wen Liang, grinning, begs for mercy, prompting Wen Huiming to heave a sigh, saying, "Isn't it said that misfortune has its own divine guidance?" After facing humiliation in the meeting, Secretary Su intends for the Political Research Office to conduct a study on the Tsinghua factory, assessing whether the complete dismantling of the factory is scientifically justified and whether the subsequent impacts can be controlled. Most importantly, they need to explore if there are feasible methods to resurrect the Tsinghua factory. And then, Ding Mei accurately positions herself as a supportive presence. She may not fully grasp the intricacies, but that does not prevent her from offering her support. Then Director Meng assigned this hot potato to me, Wen Huiming responds, his expression reflecting a sense of being trapped. Meng Xiaoning is akin to an ungrateful wolf, impervious to nurturing. During festive occasions, which step have we not traversed together? On ordinary days, he wears a smile, yet when challenges arise, he resorts to underhanded tactics, casting blame. Wen Huiming signaled her to silence, yet refrained from disputing her words, revealing his tacit agreement with her sentiments. Wen Liang remained reticent. Indeed, the director of the Political Research Office, Meng Xiaoning, is utterly shameless. This predicament is a no-win scenario. On one side stands the formidable Zuo Yuxi, and on the other, the mayor, Xu Fuyan. When father suggests downsizing, it is akin to pouring salt into Su's wounds. And the repercussions are all too predictable. Conversely, to advocate for revival is a daunting task. Zuo Yuxi's reputation is not merely a fade to frighten children. The true challenge lies in attempting to appease both parties, asserting that downsizing is not the most optimal solution while proposing numerous avenues for revitalizing the Tsinghua factory. However, the feasibility of these methods must be cautiously navigated, making downsizing one viable option among others. Such conciliatory rhetoric may suffice in routine circumstances, allowing one to remain neutral while merely observing. Yet this is not an ordinary time. The mayor delivered a resounding slap to the secretary during the standing committee meeting, and the secretary subsequently delegated this task, clearly seeking a pretext for retaliation. Both the justification and the slap were conveniently fabricated. Thus, this research conclusion serves merely as a rationale, and the individual conducting the research is akin to that slap. As the saying goes, a higher official can crush you with ease, and this hierarchy is significantly pronounced. It is evident that all blame will fall upon Wen Huiming. When Xu Fuyan can no longer bear the pressure, he can easily cast old Wen aside, absolving himself of any implication. However, Wen Liang suspects that Xu Fuyan will not act in such a manner should a crisis arise. Who among his subordinates would dare to take the fall for him? The most likely outcome is that as long as Zuo Yuxi remains in power, Wen Huiming will never rise again, facing inevitable marginalization. Although Wen Huiming's position within the municipal committee is already tenuous, he is still a deputy division chief. With sycophants at his disposal, once completely marginalized, it would undoubtedly be a fate worse than death for the relatively young Wen Huiming. Damn it, Meng Xiaoning only targets the weak. He will inevitably settle the score. Wen Liang silently berated him, realizing that among the 3 deputy directors of the Political Research Office, his father possesses the least influence and connections, yet paradoxically holds the title of Deputy Division Chief, carrying considerable weight and status. Such a prime scapegoat, if approached by Wen Liang, would not escape unscathed. Most crucially, Wen Liang vaguely recalls that in his previous life, around late 1995 to early 1996, Old Wen was reassigned to the Quality Supervision Bureau as a Deputy Division-level assistant researcher, marking the end of his political career. Perhaps the root of the issue lies in this clash of titans, where Wen Huiming chose the wrong side. The situation has escalated. Chapter 12. The Pledge of Allegiance. Wen Liang studied economics at university and possesses a profound understanding of the gains and losses of the past 30 years of reform, particularly regarding state-owned enterprise reform. His insights, in comparison to those of the majority in this era, are notably deeper and more forward-thinking. He vividly recalls the recommendations passed by the 14th Central Committee's 5th plenary session in September 1995 regarding the formulation of the 9th Five-Year Plan for National Economic and Social Development and the long-term objectives for 2010. This recommendation left a lasting impression on Wen Liang due to its innovative approach to state-owned enterprise reform, playing a pivotal role in the protracted 30-year journey of reform. It is no exaggeration to assert that this recommendation directly guided the trajectory of state-owned enterprise development and reform for the subsequent 2 decades. The reform of state-owned enterprises can be broadly categorized into 3 phases. The first phase from 1978 to 1986, during which the central government relaxed the autonomy of decision-making for enterprises. The second phase from 1987 to 1992, which involved the transition from operational rights to ownership. And since 1993, the focus has shifted to advancing the establishment of a modern enterprise system, a reform that remains arduous even at the time of Wen Liang's resurgence. The Qingzhou chemical plant, established in 1968, is one of the 22 key chlorine-alkali production enterprises in the national chemical industry and the largest of its kind in Jiangdong province. As a long-standing pillar of Qingzhou's economy, it holds significant importance in the economic landscape of the region. boasting fixed assets of approximately 300 million and total assets exceeding 700 million, with annual sales surpassing 80 million. The older residents of Qingzhou speak of the chemical plant with pride and nostalgia. However, this once thriving enterprise has found itself in dire straits, burdened by the relentless advance of the market economy and the deepening reforms. By 1993, it had accumulated debts of 2.5 billion and was severely insolvent, relying annually on government subsidies and assistance, becoming a source of distress for the Qingzhou municipal government. Thus, from both the broader trend and the current situation, the vigorous promotion of the restructuring and reform of the Qingzhou chemical plant is an inevitable course of action in alignment with historical currents. Yet, Zhou Yuanting's intention to forcibly sever this heavy burden through administrative means was not only simplistic and crude, but also sure to wound the sentiments of the people of Qingzhou. The workers of the chemical plant, in particular, would undoubtedly voice their grievances vehemently, having endured hardships for over 30 years. Regardless of whether Zhou Yuanting's actions were an attempt to assert authority as a newly appointed official or a bold initiative for reform, Wen Liang remained skeptical. More importantly, he vividly remembered the spectacle of hundreds of workers clamoring for answers from the municipal government following the bankruptcy of the chemical plant in 1996, which had become a lively topic of conversation in Qingzhou that year. Although the situation was ultimately suppressed, Zhou Yuanting did not advance in Qingzhou 3 years later. Instead, he was transferred to the provincial capital, Fengcheng, to serve as a deputy mayor without a seat on the standing committee, a fate undoubtedly linked to the Qinghua plant incident. In light of past experiences, Wen Liang took it upon himself to craft a comprehensive feasibility study on the restructuring and reform of the Qinghua plant. Grounded in the fundamental tenets of the aforementioned recommendation, he was confident that once this document was submitted, the moment the 5th plenary session convened in September, the political landscape of Qingzhou would be profoundly stirred, ensuring that the name Wen Huiming would be firmly etched in the minds of Su Fuyan and Zhou Yuanting, potentially even capturing the attention of higher-level leaders. He now finds himself in a predicament, contemplating how to persuade Wen Huiming to fully align with Su Fuyan and to adopt the article he holds. In the realm of politics, attempting to straddle the fence invariably leads to one consequence: a slow death by freezing upon the wall. Reflecting on Wen Huiming's fate in his previous life, Wen Liang understands that his father will undoubtedly become mired in indecision, striving to avoid offending either side, resulting in Zhou Yuanting's disdain and Su Fuyan's disapproval, leaving him trapped on the proverbial fence. As Wen Liang fidgeted anxiously in the living room, Wen Huiming in the study finally completed the last character of his draft. Leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, enveloped in silence, he was to present it to Secretary Su for review the following day, and his heart was heavy with trepidation. According to protocol, such topics should undergo discussion within the Political Research Office, where opinions would be gathered, and 1 or 2 deputy directors would lead the investigation, taking 1 or 2 months to compile and write a draft for leadership approval. However, everyone was acutely aware of the situation this time, and no one was willing to wade into the murky waters. Meng Xiaoning, the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Committee and Director of the Political Research Office, had made his stance clear. "Old one, you handle this. Aim to provide Secretary Su with a resolution within 3 days." What could Wen Huiming do? Meng Xiaoning's message was unmistakable: navigate through the murky waters and provide Secretary Su with a graceful exit in the shortest time possible, while ensuring that Mayor Zhou remained unoffended, allowing everyone to continue their complacent existence. As for the repercussions this might have on Wen Huiming, Meng was indifferent. After all, he was already on the periphery of the team, and things could hardly worsen. Wen Huiming managed a bitter smile. As anticipated by all, he chose to offend neither side, hoping that Secretary Su would recognize the difficulties faced by subordinates, and that Mayor Zhou would not stoop to quarrel with such a minor character as himself. If he could simply endure this trial, all would be well. He rose, placed the documents into his briefcase, turned off the desk lamp, and exited the study, so lost in thought that he failed to notice Wen Liang in the living room. Despite Wen Liang's renowned quick wit, he could not conceive a feasible method to convince Wen Huiming to adopt his writing. Left with no alternatives, he resorted to a risky gamble. As soon as Wen Huiming entered his bedroom, Wen Liang stealthily slipped into the study, opened the briefcase, and took a cursory glance at the contents. Indeed, the writing was filled with flowery praise, pandering to both sides without discernment. "Father, How could you be so foolish? Wen Liang thought with clenched teeth. He then inserted his own piece into the briefcase. Both he and Wen Huaiming practiced the same style of writing, and while there were significant differences, Wen Liang's 30 years of experience in the future allowed his work to nearly pass for genuine at first glance. Nonetheless, the following day would still hinge on the integrity of those involved. If Wen Huaiming failed to notice the switch and submitted it directly, all would be well. If he discovered the substitution, Wen Liang would confess that he had destroyed his draft, and he would then have to face the consequences, whether that meant enduring a severe beating or worse. Wen Liang was familiar with some of Wen Huaiming's habits. He labored meticulously over his writing, often revising multiple drafts. But once the final version was set, he seldom revisited it. All one could do was to fulfill their responsibilities and leave the rest to fate. On the following day, as they were about to leave, Wen Huaiming was suddenly seized by Wen Liang, who wore an unusually serious expression. Dad, no matter what transpires today, remain calm. If there are any questions, we can discuss them when you return. Please, keep your composure. Wen Huaiming could hardly fathom that his son would utter such words. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. After years of striving in the political arena, he had achieved naught, and had even caused his inherently timid son to worry for him. He suppressed the ache within, tousled Wen Liang's hair playfully, and laughed heartily. It's a trivial matter, have no worries. This was the first time Wen Liang had heard his father use coarse language, and he chuckled in response. The bond between father and son was profound, intertwined by blood, a connection that rendered them impervious to any trials or tribulations. As he entered the municipal party committee, Meng Xiaoning rushed forward, exclaiming, "Secretary Xu is waiting for you in the office. He requests your prompt presence." He took the lead, then turned back to inquire, "Old one, is there any issue with the draft?" Wen Huaiming understood the unspoken concern in his gaze, and replied quietly, "I comprehend. There are no problems." Meng Xiaoning, not holding a grudge against Wen Huaiming for his audacity, recognized the pressures he faced. After all, he had pushed him to this point. Upon reaching the secretary's office, Meng Xiaoning provided a brief overview before departing. Wen Huaiming, maintaining his composure, knocked gently on the door. Secretary Yang Fan emerged and, upon spotting Wen Huaiming, promptly remarked, "Director Wen has arrived. Secretary Xu has detained several visitors and is awaiting you." The authority of leadership was evident from the number of individuals lingering at the entrance since early morning. In contrast, the reception area nearby was sparsely occupied compared to the bustling crowd that used to gather during Zuo Jing's tenure. Su Fuyan, engrossed in perusing documents, did not raise his head as Wen Huaiming entered. Yang Fan guided him to a seat on the opposite sofa and discreetly exited without making a sound. This was not Wen Huaiming's first encounter with Su Fuyan. Typically, he would greet him with a cheerful smile and perhaps share a light-hearted jest. However, sensing the atmosphere today, Wen Huaiming recognized that it could either be a gentle favor or a storm of wrath. His fate hinged on whether his conclusions aligned with Secretary Su's expectations. "Oh, Director Wen has arrived." Su Fuyan finally spoke after some time, his gaze still fixed on the papers. "Old Ming mentioned that you are fully responsible for the Qinghua factory matter. Has a conclusion been reached?" Wen Huaiming immediately rose, retrieving the documents from his briefcase and presenting them with both hands, adorned with a perfectly measured smile, asserting, "The conclusion is reached. Here is the detailed analysis for your review, Secretary Xu." Su Fuyan nodded, nonchalantly accepting the documents and gesturing for Wen Huaiming to resume his seat while he perused the contents. Wen Huaiming perched on the edge of the sofa, hands resting on his lap, his posture straight as an arrow, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Su Fuyan's expression. Unfortunately, the disparity between a deputy department head and a full department head was not merely a matter of rank, but also of guile. He found it impossible to discern any emotion on Su Fuyan's face, as if it were an ancient granite, impervious to the whims of fate. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and the sweat pooling in Wen Huaiming's palms threatened to soak through his trousers. Finally, Su Fuyan leisurely set the documents aside, reclining against his executive chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the polished mahogany desk. Wen Huaiming's heart sank. The faint sounds emanating from the desk echoed like thunder in his ears, and he was almost certain that his fate was sealed. "Indeed," Su Fuyan responded. Wen Huaiming's thoughts were in disarray, and he failed to catch the full meaning. Instinctively, he raised his head, confusion evident in his eyes as he questioned, "What did you say?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake and quickly stood up, stammering an explanation. Secretary Su, I'm truly sorry. I did not mean to. A flicker of expression finally crossed Su Fuyan's face as he responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Please, sit down. You are a veteran of the municipal committee. There is no need to be so anxious. Well, old one, you may go about your business and call Secretary General Meng over. Once when Huaiming exited the office, he was drenched in sweat, yet still somewhat bewildered. Was that it? Was it good or bad? A word of clarification would have been appreciated. He failed to catch Su Fuyan's remark, which was affirmative, and did not notice the subtle shift in titles. Su had referred to him as director when upon entering, while he had called Meng Shanshui Old Meng, but upon his departure, the titles were completely reversed. Even upon entering his own office, he remained anxious and uneasy. Within the research office, there were 4 directors, 1 head and 3 deputies. Meng Shanshui served as the Deputy Secretary General, with his office on the same floor as the Secretary-S. The other 2 deputy directors had offices next door, leaving only one Huaiming-S office as a separate space connected to the research office. Thus, as he entered, the conversations among the few individuals present abruptly ceased, and they covertly scrutinized his expression, only to find it unchanged from his usual demeanor. Stepping into the inner room, a shadow of a cold smile emerged at the corners of Wen Huaiming's mouth. Do you really think you can discern my thoughts? It must be said, there exists a significant disparity between clerks and deputy division heads. I believe this is futile. It is a deadlock. Whoever unravels it shall be deemed extraordinary. The individual speaking, Mao Jingyong, was a clerk in his 30s, a loquacious person whose incessant chatter annoyed everyone. I must say, if this matter were in Director Meng's hands, it might have been handled, but Director 1, Li Quan, who had only recently joined the municipal committee, was unaware of the intricate relationships. Yet he spoke with overconfidence. In the research office, aside from Meng Shanshui, he seemed to consider himself the most capable, particularly looking down upon the honest Wen Huaiming, whom he frequently provoked with trivial remarks, knowing full well that Wen had no authority over the office. Li Quan, shut your mouth. Is this a matter for you to discuss? Wen is a good person. Surely, he has the mandates of fate on his side. Humph. Bai Wei, with her hair in a ponytail, slammed her hand on the table, glaring furiously at Li Quan. The only person Li Quan feared in the office was Bai Wei, and he muttered in frustration, if he lacks ability, must we silence our opinions? Listening to the disarray of discussions outside, Wen Huaiming felt disinclined to engage with their trivialities. In government affairs, should one rise to prominence, there is no need to concern oneself with such matters. The petty will naturally fawn and ingratiate themselves. However, should one encounter misfortune, to concern oneself is to invite humiliation. He pressed his index finger against his brow, attempting to clear his mind. Yet his thoughts remained a blank slate. At that moment, Meng Shanshui was sweating profusely as he perused Wen Huaiming's draft, finally stammering, Secretary Su. I have not yet reviewed this draft. It seems everyone in your research office shares the same flaw today, stammering. How can work be conducted like this? Yes, Secretary Su. Your critique is warranted. This matter has always been under Director Wen's purview. I have not had the chance to review it since he completed it. Today, it was delivered directly to the leaders, which is a lapse in my duties, and I shall reflect on it. Meng Shanshui was already taken aback by Wen Huaiming's audacious remarks, feeling a surge of resentment. If you wish to sink, do not drag everyone down with you. It is truly astonishing that Wen Huaiming dares to provoke Mayor Zhou with such audacity. XFYN's intention in summoning him was undoubtedly to elicit a definitive stance. However, Ming Sh and Shu was resolutely determined not to wade into this murky water. Regardless of XFYN's position, he aimed to sidestep the core issues and extricate himself from the burdensome blame that Wen Huaiming had so readily assumed. XFYN maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet a fleeting glimmer of icy detachment flickered in his eyes. I find this comrade Wen Huaiming commendable. His theoretical acumen is robust, whether in policy interpretation or corporate management. He possesses a formidable grasp, particularly with his incisive suggestions regarding the Tsinghua plant, which are highly actionable. My recommendation is that you compile this document and disseminate it to all municipal units, inviting collective discourse on the issues surrounding the Tsinghua plant. After all, to hear multiple perspectives is to gain clarity. Partiality breeds obscurity. Ming Sh and Shu suppressed the impulse to voice his dissent. Should this be formalized in writing, it would irrevocably publicize the rift between the party and the government, a politically immature move. He failed to consider that XFYN, after the departure of Zhuijing, had managed to outmaneuver Fang Mingtang and seize the top position in Qingzhou, a feat not easily accomplished. XFYN himself bore unspoken burdens. The political culture in Qingzhou was notoriously brutal, with individuals seemingly disinclined to engage in subterfuge. Whenever an issue arose, it was met with blunt force. Zhou Yuanting's aggressive demeanor had even tempered the resilience of XFYN, and a lack of counteraction would jeopardize his grasp on Qingzhou, contradicting the overarching interests of his faction. Thus, the strategy of gradual infiltration to establish his influence had become untenable. Wen Huaiming was merely a cannon fired at the gate, signaling that XFYN was raising his banner. For those discontented with Zhou Yuanting, harboring grievances and yet lacking allies, the doors were wide open. Initially, XFYN had worried that Wen Huaiming might be indecisive, yet he was pleasantly surprised by this cannon's keen awareness and abundant ammunition. XFYN was greatly pleased with Wen Huaiming. This pledge of allegiance bore a resolute intensity, marking Wen Huaiming with the signature of X. It must be noted, however, that had circumstances not necessitated such urgency, a mere deputy division chief would need to consider whether the secretary would even entertain the idea of being branded with his insignia. Ning Xiaoning entered the office with the document, tossing it onto the desk and declaring, "Please organize this for printing by morning, and in the afternoon. Distribute it with an official header to all municipal units for study." "And what of Director Wen?" Wen Huaiming responded as he emerged from within. Ning Xiaoning, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Wen Huaiming's hand and exclaimed, "Old one, I did not expect your silence to yield such impressive results. I have reviewed the document, and your writing has markedly improved. Haha. However, it is imperative that you communicate thoroughly with Secretary X regarding this matter. I shall refrain from intervening." Wen Huaiming was utterly perplexed when suddenly Li Quan let out a gasp, staring at the document in his hands, his previously dark complexion turning pale in an instant. Mao Xingyong admonished him, "The leadership is present. What are you making such a fuss about?" As he took the document from Li Quan's hands, he merely glanced at the opening and stood there, dumbfounded and incredulous, his gaze towards Wen Huaiming akin to that of encountering a mythical creature. "What on earth is this?" Wen Huaiming had long recognized that the manuscript in his hands was indeed his own. Confused, he examined it, and his heart sank at the opening line. The title was incorrect. Hastily, he read on and soon encountered the phrase, "The dismantling of the Tsinghua factory is utterly unfeasible." Suddenly, darkness clouded his vision, and he felt a slight tremor in his body. Who was it that sought to drive him to despair, while muddling through his undesirable? Everyone understood the circumstances. Neither side would hold a grudge against him, and life would continue, albeit with difficulty. However, this situation would irrevocably offend Zhou Yuanting. And given Zhou's overwhelming power in Qingzhou, the consequences were all too predictable. Wen Huaiming's initial thought was that someone was plotting against him, as the handwriting was so strikingly similar to his own. Even if he claimed he did not write it, no one would believe him. But then he reconsidered. He had gone straight to see Su Fuyan without even entering the office after leaving home, which made a swap impossible. Hence, it must have occurred at his residence. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Wen Liang as he left. "No matter what happens today, do not panic. If you have any doubts, come back and we'll discuss it. You must remain calm." Wen Huaiming forced a smile and said, "Secretary Meng, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave." Meng Shanshui pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. However, you must return in the afternoon. I fear Secretary Su may have further inquiries for you." "Of course. I won't delay." Wen Huaiming suppressed his urgency and exited the office at his usual leisurely pace, but once he reached the ground floor, he broke into a swift run. He needed to ask Wen Liang who had provided this document and who sought to bring about his ruin. Chapter 13. The first signs of brilliance when Wen Huaiming beheld Wen Liang, who was comfortably seated on the sofa, his previously agitated feelings inexplicably calmed. He sighed softly, took a seat, and inquired, "Did you do this?" Wen Liang nodded. "Where did it come from? Who gave it to you?" Wen Liang suddenly burst into laughter and replied, "Dad, please don't be angry. This was solely my doing. No one instructed me." Wen Huaiming gazed intently into Wen Liang's eyes, hoping to discern the truth, but regrettably, Wen Liang's expression was serene and his eyes clear, revealing no trace of deceit. He shook his head and said solemnly, "Wen Liang, this matter is of great significance. I must declare that regardless of the truth, I will never blame you, my son. You must tell your father the truth. This declaration marked the most heartfelt moment Wen Huaiming had shared with Wen Liang in over a decade. Wen Liang, now unconcerned about raising his father's suspicions, offered a wry smile and said, "I swear, I'm not lying. Dad, I read your manuscript. And the only outcome of such actions would be to offend both Su Fuyan and Zhou Yuanting. After all these years in the political arena, don't you understand the repercussions of such a move?" Although Wen Huaiming found it curious that his young son possessed such insight, he did not dwell on it. He had never shied away from discussing political matters at home, and such understanding was not entirely unexpected. He sighed deeply, his expression one of resignation. "I am not oblivious to the risks, but the current situation is tangled and complex, with an uncertain future. While Zhou Yuanting is indeed domineering, Su Fuyan is the nominal head, who can confidently assert that the east wind will prevail over the west. Given the uncertainty of the outcome, what alternative is there besides muddling through?" As he paused momentarily, he pressed on with his inquiry. "Wen Liang, is it truly the case that no one has instructed you to act in this manner? How could you have composed such an article?" Wen Liang understood that unless he provided his father with a reasonable explanation, his father would never be at ease. He evasively replied, "I have recently developed a keen interest in economics and have read numerous books on the subject at the municipal library. In fact, the situation at Tsinghua factory mirrors many other instances across the nation. I merely adapted them. The theoretical elements are simply my synthesis of various opinions." Wen Huiming, infuriated to the point of exasperation, pointed at Wen Liang, momentarily at a loss for words. How could a youth dare to tamper with life and death documents? How could he audaciously claim that this was merely a personal opinion distilled from a multitude of perspectives? To engage in such actions, to utter such words, to write such articles, indeed, you are my son, Wen Huiming. Suddenly, Wen Huiming's countenance shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet and paced the room several times, then, in a fit of exuberance, exclaimed, "Perhaps there is still hope." He sat back down, contemplating various possibilities, and with a resounding slap of his thigh, declared, "Indeed, since this piece was authored by Wen Liang himself, it is bound to be riddled with flaws. When other experts examine it, they will see that while you argue against the dismantling of Tsinghua factory, the proposed solutions are utterly impractical. Is this not akin to indulging oneself in a farce? Consequently, the document would become worthless, providing Su Fuyan with an escape route while sparing Zhou Yuanting from embarrassment. Those in the know would perceive it as a deliberate act, aligning with Su Fuyan's stance without genuinely offending Zhou Yuanting. At worst, Su Fuyan might grumble about unreliable execution, but between two evils, that would be negligible. Conversely, those less astute might misconstrue it as a flattery of Su Fuyan, only to find themselves in a foolish predicament, unprepared for confrontation. Zhou Yuanting, as a leader of his caliber, would disdain such triviality. What Wen Huiming desired was to leave no impression on the leaders, be it good or bad. In the intricate realm of politics, subtlety is paramount, often beyond verbal expression. By sheer happenstance, Wen Liang's unintended outcome might prove more beneficial than a mere attempt to placate. With this thought in mind, Wen Huiming impatiently urged, "Please share with me what you have written. I was in a rush earlier and did not get a chance to read it." Unaware of the dramatic shift in his father's perspective, Wen Liang relayed his insights regarding the issues at Tsinghua factory and potential solutions, intricately weaving them within the broader context of national state-owned enterprise reform. With clarity and logical progression, he painted a grand vision. Initially, Wen Huiming harbored a critical mindset, speculating how inept the content might be. However, as he listened attentively, he gradually became engrossed, even feeling an urge to take notes. Before Wen Liang could finish, Wen Huiming had already grasped the essence of the article's value. Having spent years at the Policy Research Office focusing on economic theory, particularly the interpretation and anticipation of significant domestic decisions, he recognized that while he could not ascertain whether this represented an inevitable future trajectory, he no longer doubted one thing. This work undeniably bore Wen Liang's signature. No mere author could provide such an intricate analysis. Wen Huiming slammed the table, rose, and approached Wen Liang, playfully ruffling his hair while laughing heartily, as the ancients said, "A sage is born with knowledge. Could it be that my Wen Liang is a little sage as well?" Ha ha. Wen Liang rolled his eyes and quietly sighed in relief. The love of parents for their children is pure and untainted. In times of trouble, they naturally lean towards optimistic interpretations. While others might scoff at the idea that a 16-year-old high school student could possess such talent, his parents readily embraced this notion, taking pride in it. However, after the laughter subsided, Wen Huaiming's expression abruptly stiffened. Wen Liang, unsettled by his father's sudden mood swings, whispered, "What's wrong now?" With a face that betrayed his dismay. Wen Huaiming slumped onto the sofa, lamenting the unpredictable twists of fate. Given the solid foundation of Wen Liang's article, his earlier plans had evidently fallen through. From this moment onward, a significant mark of anxiety loomed over him. As long as Zuo Yuanting remained in Qingzhou, his days of tranquility were numbered. The plight of a small figure lies in the absence of support. Like a rootless plant, one is always at the mercy of the capricious political arena. Once one manages to cling to a powerful ally, there arises the fear of being discarded like a hunting dog once the rabbit is caught. It is indeed a precarious existence, fraught with challenges on both the ascent and descent, forever teetering on the razor's edge of life and death, never daring to stray even a fraction from the line. When he received a call from the municipal party secretary's office, requesting a meeting with Secretary Xu, Wen Huaiming had entirely recalibrated his mindset. Having reached this juncture, he had no choice but to fight valiantly, particularly since he had already committed himself. If he wished to become Xu Fuyan's confidant, he needed to ensure the matter concerning the Qinghua factory was handled adeptly. Wen Huaiming understood that Secretary Xu's summons was a reflection of his fluctuating emotions following the impulsive morning. Xu could not be certain whether the propositions outlined in the article could be concretely realized, and even if they could, how much assurance was there? After all, the issues surrounding the Qinghua factory were exceedingly complex, entangled with numerous relationships that a mere article could not resolve. Xu Fuyan, while described as gentle, could also be seen as indecisive. Otherwise, he would not have been cornered by Zuo Yuanting to such a degree. Meng Shanshui, aware of Xu's character, had specifically advised Wen Huaiming to return to the municipal office promptly to await the secretary's summons. However, neither anticipated that Xu would begin to second-guess his decision before the afternoon even arrived. Wen Huaiming spat in disdain, adjusted his attire, and departed. His mission was clear: to persuade Xu Fuyan to steadfastly confront Zuo Yuanting. Otherwise, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. Chapter 14. A startling turn regardless of how Wen Huaiming endeavored to persuade Xu Fuyan, or the extent of the uproar this incident caused within the Qingzhou political sphere. Wen Liang understood that these were merely trifling ailments. Once the fifth plenary session convened in September, and the overarching strategy of prioritizing major issues over minor ones was unveiled, the clamor from the city would swiftly fade into silence. By enduring just 2 months of pressure, one could reap substantial political capital. To forego such an opportunity would be sheer folly. In the subsequent 2 to 3 days, the municipal party committee and government were bustling with activity. The sign for the Qinghua factory's bankruptcy liquidation office was prominently displayed, while the party committee was engaged in studying Wen Huaiming's article. Zuo Yuanting, in a fit of rage, stormed into Xu Fuyan's office 3 times to discuss the matter, an unprecedented occurrence. The specifics remain unclear, however, as revealed by sources from the municipal government. Upon his last return, Mayor Zhou shattered his most cherished jade lion paperweight into countless fragments. Since Xu Fuyan displayed an utter lack of appreciation, Zuo Yuanting decisively severed ties with the municipal committee, leveraging his overwhelming majority in the standing committee to forcefully advance the bankruptcy proceedings of the Qinghua factory. While everyone anticipated Xu Fuyan's counterattack, Secretary Xu, along with Wen Huaiming, hastily retreated to the provincial capital, leaving others to comprehend the implications and patiently await the province's resurgence. To the astonishment of many, however, a full fortnight elapsed with the impending bankruptcy of Qinghua factory appearing inevitable, yet the rumored granite-like connections that Secretary Xu purportedly held in the province yielded no follow-up. It was evident to the discerning that this was merely the calm before the storm. Qingzhou was rife with tension. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Wen Liang, resumed his daily exercises as if nothing had transpired. His morning runs gradually shortened, while his practice of martial arts and taekwondo reached an equilibrium, perhaps due to effective methodologies or enhancements in his physical condition post-rebirth. Wen Liang seemed to have caught a glimpse of the essence of internal martial arts within just a few short weeks, displaying marked improvements in agility and strength control. On one particular afternoon, after concluding his martial arts practice, Wen Liang glanced at the calendar and realized that the summer vacation was merely a handful of days away. Having seldom ventured out to explore this city, which resembled an infant in its innocence, he felt an overwhelming surge of nostalgia and unfamiliarity. With thoughts of revisiting familiar grounds flooding his mind, he could not suppress the exhilaration. Wen Liang returned home for a refreshing cold shower, donned a white shirt paired with black shorts, and slipped on his sneakers before venturing outside. The summer days in Qingzhou were perpetually vibrant and restless, with the seemingly never-ending Route 101 bus meandering along Qinghe Road and Xinchuan Road, leisurely appearing within the throngs of pedestrians who ebbed and flowed, either walking or standing. Countless individuals crowded this city, repeatedly brushing past one another, a juxtaposition of bliss and underlying melancholy. Seated by the window, Wen Liang rested his right hand on the sill, his fingers tapping rhythmically, while the wind whistled through the bus, mingling the freshness of leaves with the earthy richness of soil, gently caressing his face in the golden glow of the setting sun. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, jolting him awake. Turning around, he beheld Xu Yao, clad in jeans and a white top tied at the waist, her movements revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. She wore delicate pink crystal sandals, her evenly toned toes exposed, embodying simplicity and elegance, radiating youthful charm and allure. "Huh," Wen Liang exclaimed with exaggerated laughter, when a debtor encounters their creditor without fleeing. It signifies an awakening to the necessity of repayment. "Classmate, it's been over 10 days since we last met. I thought you had absconded in guilt." Xu Yao pouted, cute little creases forming between her brows, her expression dripping with disdain. "It's merely 10 ice creams," she retorted. "Do you have to be so dramatic? If you're capable, let us have another contest tomorrow." In terms of banter with Xu Yao, Wen Liang had never faced defeat in his previous life, holding a psychological advantage. He quickly countered, "You simply don't understand the value of household expenses, being a prodigal at heart. 10 ice creams hardly constitutes a fortune. Classmate, your bourgeois mindset is rather pronounced." Seated behind Wen Liang was a delicate girl who couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. Xu Yao, filled with exasperation, glared fiercely at Wen Liang, her gaze laden with discontent. With an air of nonchalance, Wen Liang turned his head to observe the girl behind him. She sported shoulder-length tousled hair, her complexion not as pale as Xu Yao's, yet radiating a healthy rosy hue. Dressed in a dark blue uniform, the subtle golden name tag on her left breast bore the words Phoenix Diamond in bold letters. A peculiar expression crossed Wen Liang's dark features, causing her to feel somewhat bashful, prompting her to stammer an apology. "There is no need for an apology, sister. You possess a keen sense of humor, far surpassing those dullards," she replied. "Where do you work? How old are you? Does your boyfriend have a complexion as dark as mine?" The delicate girl gazed at Wen Liang in surprise, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of such a young boy approaching her. Her cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wen Liang continued to observe her for a while before abruptly inquiring, "Is your surname Tan?" "You lecher." Xu Yao's eyes, previously filled with disdain, now held a hint of something more, contempt. How brazen of him to flirt with another girl right in front of her, employing such a trite approach. It was utterly shameless. The girl slightly parted her lips, her delicate teeth glimmering as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you? How do you know my surname is Tan?" "Tan Shui. Indeed it is you." The lines from a poem he often recited after meeting Tan Yu echoed in his mind. "In the water, the frost resembles snow. In the woods, the feathers rest." Yu referred to himself, while Shui was his sister, Tan Shui. Their acquaintance blossomed during their second year of high school, where they shared 6 years of laughter and tears. Chasing the whims of wind and snow, two lonely souls supporting one another through the shadows of their youth. They graduated together, ventured north, embarked on their careers, and matured together. Wen Liang felt immeasurable gratitude for the friendship of Tan Yu in this lifetime. In that period, Tan Yu often spoke of his sister, never parting with a photograph taken shortly before her tragic incident. Having heard countless tales of Tan Shui and seen that photograph innumerable times, Wen Liang's perception of her felt akin to that of an old friend. Tan Shui worked at a renowned jewelry store, Phoenix Jewelry, in Qingzhou. One summer day after Wen Liang graduated from middle school, while returning to her branch after submitting her work at the main store, she was brutally attacked by a knife-wielding robber, suffering multiple stab wounds. Despite 7 days of desperate medical intervention, she succumbed to her injuries. Tan Yu's father had passed away early, leaving their mother to raise him and his sister alone. Tan Shui, an exceptional student, had dropped out of school after middle school to work and support her family, allowing her brother to continue his education. Thus, Tan Yu's feelings for his sister encompassed not only sibling affection, but also profound respect and admiration. After her death, the young Tan Yu was nearly engulfed by an endless sea of sorrow. Had he not met Wen Liang during his second year, his spirit might have shattered completely. This illustrates that everyone is in need of others, and everyone requires companionship. One should never underestimate their worth, for enduring hardship can serve as a pathway to greatness. Wen Liang gazed at the girl before him, who seemed to live perpetually in the memories of her loved ones. She was not extraordinarily beautiful, merely unassumingly charming. And she did not seek attention. Despite being questioned for so long, she simply blushed and spoke little. She resembled those ordinary girls in everyday life, quiet, gentle, and silently struggling to lead their lives. Perhaps it was the sudden sight of the story and the original owner of the photographs, alive and seated before her, that left Wen Liang momentarily dazed. As Tan Shui noticed her inquiries went unanswered, she ceased to question further and exited the vehicle amidst the throng of people. Xu Yao instinctively sensed something was amiss, yet was displeased by Wen Liang's dazed expression upon encountering the beautiful girl. She fiercely stomped on his foot, sarcastically remarking, "What are you dreaming of now that everyone has left?" "What?" Wen Liang felt a sharp pain in his foot, finally realizing that Tan Shui had disembarked. He had been enveloped in deep remorse, having focused solely on physical training since his rebirth, and had entirely forgotten this crucial matter. The primary reason for this oversight was that in his previous life, he had not personally known Tan Shui. Although he had witnessed Tan Yu's suffering, he could not empathize with it, and given that so many years had passed, many details had faded from memory. Had he not unexpectedly seen Tan Shui today, startled by her resemblance to the photograph in both beauty and uniform, he would not have recalled that during this summer, a young girl had tragically lost her life. Wen Liang abruptly stood up, pushed Xu Yao aside without a glance, and swiftly leaped off the bus, pursuing Tan Shui's retreating figure. He was unsure of the day when this event transpired or what he should say upon catching up to her. But a voice in his mind incessantly urged him, protect her, not just for her sake, but also for Tan Yu. Chapter 15. In an instant, Xu Yao stared in astonishment as Wen Liang roughly shoved her aside to chase after the girl, an inexplicable anger swelling within her. Naturally, she harbored no feelings for the foolish Wen Liang. As a princess who had been cherished and pampered since childhood, she regarded her similarly aged, immature male peers with disdain, which was entirely expected. However, this did not imply that she would tolerate such an insult from him. After all, their chance encounter on the bus had seen Xu Yao displaying consistent friendliness. One need not be overly grateful for a kind gesture towards a beauty, but at the very least, one should exhibit corresponding courtesy. Very well, you foolish boy, you have provoked me. Xu Yao stomped her foot in frustration, biting her lip. Just as the bus doors were about to close, she swiftly jumped out through the gap, eliciting gasps from the passengers inside. The driver, wiping the sweat from his brow, leaned out of the window and shouted angrily, "Whose child is this so unruly? Goodness, a girl and quite beautiful too, never mind." Inside the bus, there was a chorus of murmurs. Following Tan Shui, Wen Liang entered the Phoenix Jewelry Store. Although it was a small branch on Mingdu Road, spanning around 50 square meters, the DCOR was opulent, exuding wealth and luxury. If your wallet is not as pristine as your face, you might want to consume a few blue pills before entering. On the other side of the store, a girl sat listlessly behind the counter, failing to even glance up as customers entered. Tan Shui turned to see Wen Liang and, filled with curiosity yet maintaining her politeness, said, "Sir, we will be closing in 5 minutes, so if you need anything, please return tomorrow." Wen Liang opened his mouth, unsure of how to begin. Should he say, "I see darkness in your eyes. Misfortune is looming on the horizon"? It is good enough not to be driven away. Tan Shui shifted her body to one side, gesturing invitingly. Wen Liang scratched his head, pondering that since they were about to close, it surely wouldn't be a matter for today. He decided to return tomorrow. Perhaps then there would be a solution. As he turned to leave, Xu Yao rushed in like a gust of wind, circling around Wen Liang with a series of cold laughs. With an air of resignation, Wen Liang spread his hands and jested. "In this day and age, those in debt are the lords. Must I really be cornered for not consuming your ice cream?" Xu Yao shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "I see you trailing this lady. Your actions appear highly suspicious. I came to see if you might seize an opportunity. I tell you, a deal is a deal, You must eat 20 sticks of ice cream in my presence. Wen Liang was truly at a loss for words. You mean to say that losing 20 sticks of ice cream does not faze you? It seems you were just waiting here for me. Let us go buy it then. What? Am I to let you get away with this when I have 24 ribs? His words were filled with bravado, and though Xu Yao initially paid him no mind, his audacious demeanor provoked her to retort. The Bible states that a woman possesses 24 ribs, while a man has one less. Are you aspiring to be a woman? Tan Shui couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her mouth. She remembered today's peculiar scene, which had begun with her laughter in the car. What a cultured individual. Wen Liang rolled up his sleeves, revealing his smooth shoulders. As for your biblical claim that God took a rib from Adam to create Eve, it merely suggests that Adam has one less bone than Eve. Does the Bible assert that their descendants must follow suit for generations? With his extensive life experiences, Wen Liang had little interest in engaging in a verbal spar with a young girl in public. He merely sought to pass the 5 minutes Tan Shui had mentioned, allowing her to leave before he could feel a bit more at ease. Xu Yao was rendered speechless by Wen Liang's sophistry, wrinkling her nose and huffing as she turned to leave. Just as he was about to follow, a man clad in a green canvas outfit entered, brushing past Xu Yao. This man appeared to be in his 30s, with an elongated face, fair skin, and no beard. Though his eyes were small, they possessed a certain spark. His clothes were tidy but showed signs of fading from washing. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of such a person purchasing jewelry in these times. Whether concerning a girl's physiological cycle, the weather forecast from state television, or even the frequency of a child's bedwetting, nothing seemed reliable. And perhaps he was a wealthy coal mine owner. Suddenly, when Liang's gaze sharpened, beneath the man's loose canvas attire, there was a noticeable bulge, with a pointed tip and a curved body. Tan Shui positioned herself in front of the man, politely stating, "Sir, we are about to close. Please come back tomorrow." The man glanced at Wen Liang and Xu Yao, his voice hoarse as he replied, "But there are still people here, aren't there? What? Will you not conduct business with us poor folks?" Tan Shui wore a warm smile on her face as the gentleman laughed. The two friends, also newly arrived guests, were about to take their leave. Wen Liang seemed to affirm Tan Shui's words as he seized Xu Yao's hand, and before she could express her anger, he leaned in and whispered urgently, "Danger! You must leave." With a firm push, he propelled Xu Yao out the door, scolding loudly, "They are about to close. Yet you insist on causing a scene over a necklace. Women are truly troublesome." He then turned to the man, pointing at a necklace behind the counter while signaling Tan Shui with his eyes, "I was just looking at that one. Bring it to me, no matter the cost. I shall purchase it." The man's hand had stealthily slipped into his pocket as Wen Liang approached, and upon hearing this, he visibly relaxed, withdrawing his hand. Wen Liang's heart raced. He was almost certain that Tan Shui had been mortally wounded by this very man. Everything had transpired so abruptly today that he felt utterly unprepared. To make matters worse, there was Xu Yao, oblivious to the truth outside. The mere thought of her encountering any danger was unfathomable. He fervently hoped that Tan Shui could comprehend his warning and distance herself from this perilous situation. Tan Shui paused momentarily, and Wen Liang silently cursed his luck. Just as he was about to urge her toward the counter, Tan Shui spoke. "You didn't notice anything just now, did you?" The ensuing scene left Xu Yao, who had been dazed since being pushed out, utterly astounded. Tan Shui's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, and as soon as they left her lips, Wen Liang lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's left temple. Given the speed and force of his blow, Xu Yao realized that if it connected, the man would either be dead or gravely incapacitated. The man, however, drew a 3-foot-long, sharp knife from his coat, showing no intention of dodging, and lunged directly at Wen Liang's chest. Be careful." Xu Yao, Tan Shui, and the saleswoman, who had just raised her head, all cried out in alarm. This was Wen Liang's first direct encounter with danger. Although it paled in comparison to the trials he would face in his future, it was nonetheless the most immediate and fierce test he had experienced since his rebirth, devoid of connections, capital, or any supportive power. In an instant, life and death hung in the balance. As the flash of the knife appeared before him, Wen Liang inhaled sharply and instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his nose before descending perilously close to his abdomen. A shiver ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted on his arms, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead and back. He had no time for fear. Seizing the fleeting moment as the knife slid past, he thrust forward and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The man let out a muffled grunt, staggering back with a grotesque expression. Meanwhile, the saleswoman crouched down in terror, crying out, while Tan Shui managed to take refuge behind a counter. Yet Xu Yao, instead of fleeing, charged back in, pointing at the man and shouting, "Stop!" The man turned, brandishing the knife as he rushed towards Xu Yao. Wen Liang, unable to catch up, turned pale with fright and yelled, "Run! Get away!" Xiao Yao appeared to be momentarily paralyzed by fear, standing there in a daze. Observing Wen Liang's concern for her, the man was struck with the idea of taking Xiao Yao hostage. He reached out, placing his hand on the girl's waist, and pressed the blade against her throat. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Yao deftly maneuvered her right foot between the man's legs, seized his wrist that held the knife with one hand, and twisted the fingers of his left hand with the other, applying sudden force. The man let out a piercing scream as the sharp blade clattered to the ground. Xiao Yao pivoted her waist, raised her shoulder, and bent down, grasping the man's arm in an attempt to execute a textbook shoulder throw. Wen Liang was nearly ready to applaud, marveling at the bravery and cunning of this young girl. Yet, at that moment, something utterly absurd transpired. Despite her efforts, the man remained unmoved. With each throw, he stood steadfast. Xiao Yao looked up at Wen Liang, her big eyes shimmering with a pitiable expression, seemingly communicating, "He is so heavy." Frustration nearly drove Wen Liang to madness as he dashed forward. The man, regaining his senses from the pain, violently broke free from her grasp. He delivered a swift kick to Xiao Yao's backside, sending her sprawling to the ground, before bending down to retrieve the knife, aiming a lethal strike at her back. This sequence of events, though described as lengthy, unfolded in the blink of an eye, plunging Xiao Yao into a perilous situation. When Liang could no longer prioritize his own safety, he hurled himself to the ground, rolling to shield her. The blade struck the ground with a dull thud, and the man, in a frenzied state, let out another wild scream as he swung again. Wen Liang, unable to evade in time, positioned himself over Xiao Yao, mustering all his strength to block the knife with both hands gripping the hilt. The scene froze in time. The man, consumed by madness, the chilling glint of the blade. The boy, desperately holding on, and the girl, gazing at the figure who was sacrificing himself for her. This moment would forever be etched in their memories, never to fade. Wen Liang felt the icy edge of the knife drawing ever closer, even catching a glimpse of his own reflection in its polished surface. The man had evidently lost all rationality. With no hope of a successful robbery remaining, his sole desire was to eliminate the obstacle before him. Mercilessly, he sought to kill. The struggle unfolded in mere seconds. When Liang's arms began to tremble from exertion, and perhaps in the next heartbeat, the glimmering blade would descend, cleaving him in two from brow to chin. Sweat dripped from his face, each drop hitting the ground with a rhythmic patter. From Xiao Yao's perspective, Wen Liang's back was already soaked. Finally, realization struck her. Years of training under her brother had set her apart from ordinary girls. In this dire moment, Xiao Yao concentrated all her strength into her legs, propelling herself upward with lightning speed from beneath Wen Liang, delivering a powerful kick to the man's vulnerable center. A single decisive strike proved more effective than countless others. The man's face contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulging in shock, rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The knife slipping from his grasp, his body curling in on itself, convulsing violently. Wen Liang, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, similarly succumbed to the ground. From the moment the man entered the store until now, merely 2 minutes have elapsed. However, within that brief span, the events have taken unexpected turns and perilous twists. Akin to a stroll through the gates of hell, Tan Shui hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, carefully kicking the sharp knife further away. With tears brimming in her eyes, she grasped Wen Liang's hand, questioning with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Another female employee, shaking off her initial panic, swiftly dialed the police while rushing outside to summon help from the neighboring shop. Upon learning that a robbery at the jewelry store had been thwarted, a crowd surged in. And soon, some individuals armed with ropes, discovered from unknown sources, bound the still convulsing assailant. Xu Yao and Tan Shui assisted the exhausted Wen Liang to a side, where the female employee animatedly recounted his brave confrontation with the criminal. Listening to her tales, Wen Liang discerned that the girl must have been raised on martial arts novels, for her descriptions were steeped in fantasy. This inadvertently led to an outpouring of admiration for Wen Liang from the crowd. And had it not been for the presence of the two beautiful women, One might have thought they were advocating for a match for their daughter. It was not until the police arrived in droves that Wen Liang was liberated from the throng. Xu Yao seemed to transform into a quieter version of herself. Standing silently by, her gaze filled with concern for Wen Liang, occasionally sparkling with a gentle smile. Upon the police's arrival, she stepped aside to make a call and then returned to accompany him to the police station for a statement. Director Zhao Xinchuan of the Municipal Public Security Bureau hurriedly made his way from a banquet to the city bureau. Although this violent robbery had not resulted in significant losses, the fact that the Phoenix Jewelry Store is an enterprise backed by Hong Kong investment rendered the incident detrimental to the investment climate in Qingzhou. More critically, this store is partially owned by the city's wealthiest individual, Gu Shitong. While Zhao Xinchuan could disregard the sentiments of the Hong Kong merchants, a concern for the investment promotion office, he could not afford to overlook Gu Shitong's disposition. Immediately following the incident, he had received calls from several prominent figures in the city, urging him to swiftly ascertain the details of the case and to minimize its repercussions. Among these were Mayor Zhou Yuanting, the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Qin Chong, and the affluent Gu Shitong. What puzzled Zhao Xinchuan even more was a call from the newly appointed secretary, Su Fuyan. Currently in Qingzhou, following the promotion of the former secretary, Zui Jing, Zhou Yuanting has emerged as the de facto leader. However, those privy to the inner workings know that Qingzhou still belongs to the former mayor and current People's Congress director, Fang Mingtang. As for the newly appointed Su Fuyan, judging by his 4 months in office since March, he can be regarded as inconsequential. He lacks the ability to command the situation in both the standing committee and the party government joint meetings, and even within the municipal committee, he has not fully gained control. In political parlance, this translates to one word: ineptitude. Thus, after initial attempts to probe, Su Fuyan opted for silence, raising his hand in agreement to any proposal put forth by Zhou Yuanting in the standing committee, earning him the moniker of the hand-raising secretary. While his prestige in the Qingzhou political arena has plummeted to an all-time low. Frankly speaking, never before in Qingzhou's history of party and government leadership has an underling managed to corner a superior to this extent. Such a political atmosphere is exceedingly abnormal. Regrettably, Fang Mingtang and Zhou Yuanting are currently basking in the glory of their endeavors, utterly oblivious to the impending downturn, particularly with the recent uproar surrounding the Tsinghua factory incident. Su Fuyan's initial intervention was swiftly followed by retreat, further inflating Zhou Yuanting's arrogance. Yet it appears that all have forgotten a timeless adage: prosperity inevitably leads to decline. As the police chief promoted by the venerable former secretary Zui Jing, Zhao Xinchuan finds himself in a precarious position. Were it not for his commendable compliance and adeptness in his role, along with a solid reputation within the police force, Zhou Yuanting would have seized the opportunity to replace him with a loyal ally. Thus, upon receiving a call from Su Fuyan, Zhao Xinchuan felt compelled to ponder the deeper implications of this communication. Was it a signal or something else? After all, handling such matters correctly yields no accolades, while any misstep could result in significant repercussions. Was Su Fuyan's involvement a lapse in judgment? When Zhao Xinchuan met Xu Yao at the police station, a cold sweat broke out. It turned out this young lady was present at the crime scene, which explained the unusual tone of Secretary Su's remarks. Indeed, should anything untoward occur under his watch involving Xu Yao, even if she were merely a junior secretary, the fallout could be catastrophic, leaving him in a perpetual state of distress. Wiping away the sweat, he inquired about the case details, with a plethora of eyewitness accounts and thorough scene investigations. Although the motive remained elusive, the evidence chain was nearly complete, and Zhao Xinchuan had already devised a plan. He feigned ignorance of Xu Yao, casually contacting the Qingzhou Daily, Qingzhou Evening News, Qingzhou Radio, and Qingzhou Television, deeming it necessary to reassure his superiors in this manner. Reflecting on the need to extend a favor, he decided to make it substantial, promptly dialing the municipal propaganda department. "Hello, Oldley, this is the situation. My recommendation is to provide extensive coverage. It aligns perfectly with the city's recent initiatives on cultural development." Yes, indeed. After hanging up, Zhao Xinchuan hesitated before refraining from further reporting to Zhou Yuanting, believing that a mere celebration of the young heroes who apprehended the criminals would not overly concern Mayor Zhou. Chapter 17. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. By the time the police car returned him home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wen Liang, downplaying the events, positioned himself as a mere supporting character assisting in the capture of the criminals, which prompted Ding Mei to fret over his well-being, scanning for any injuries. Conversely, Wen Huaiming, drawing from previous experiences, regarded Wen Liang with newfound respect, expressing satisfaction and offering a poignant acknowledgement of the adage like father, like son. The following day, with direct intervention from the municipal propaganda department, various media outlets commenced vigorous promotion. The Qingzhou Daily, as the party's official newspaper, unprecedentedly featured a substantial front-page article detailing the incident. It began with a concise recounting of the event's background and progression, followed by impassioned prose extolling Xu Yao and Wen Liang for their bravery and cleverness in confronting the assailants. They were hailed as paragons of contemporary youth, embodying the heroic spirit nurtured by the land of Qingzhou, with a rallying call for all young people in the city to emulate their example. The article concluded by celebrating the remarkable achievements in spiritual and cultural development under the leadership of the municipal party committee and government, showcasing the commendable societal ethos and moral fabric of Qingzhou. This article is impeccably crafted, exhibiting a balance of composed professionalism and captivating passion, truly a work of literary brilliance. However, in consideration of protecting minors, it merely mentions the names of Xu Yao and Wen Liang, acknowledging their recent completion of junior high school, without delving into their familial backgrounds or other personal details. Upon returning from Iran, Wen Liang received a newspaper from his father, and after reading the article, he was left speechless. This is utterly ridiculous. I haven't even been interviewed, and yet here I am being publicized? Naturally, Wen Huaiming was unaware of the profound implications behind the word publicized. He playfully patted Wen Liang on the head, teasingly scolding him. You were just saying falsehoods last night. How does it say here that you and another young girl apprehended the criminal? Well done, lad. Now that's what it means to be a man. Wen Liang rubbed his head, shushing like a thief, urging his father not to let his mother hear of it, nor to allow her to see the newspaper, lest she worry and incessantly nag him. Your mother is out, and as for this newspaper, huh? Have you ever seen her touch anything related to paper in all your life? Wen Liang burst into laughter, playfully pointing at Wen Huaiming. Be careful, or my mom will hear you. Then you'll be in for it. Given his modest educational background, Wen Huaiming was particularly sensitive to others discussing such matters. If she were to overhear, he would surely endure her nagging for 2 or 3 days without respite. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Wen Huaiming instinctively glanced around, quickly regaining his composure and asserting his authority. How do you speak to your father? Is your bottom itching again? Wen Liang, not intending to provoke his irate father, waved his hand with a smile and headed for the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly heard his father's gentle voice behind him. Wen Liang, while I wholeheartedly support your actions yesterday, if there is a next time, you should report to the police first, understand? A warmth surged in Wen Liang's heart. After all these years, despite knowing his father's disappointment in him, often scolding more than showing affection, hearing such words from his usually stern father was profoundly moving. He did not turn around, but simply nodded firmly and exited. At noon, Qingzhou Television's midday news and other programs covered the incident, interviewing Xu Yao, Tan Shui, and several bystanders. Wen Liang had his father politely decline the television station's request for an interview, slipping out alone. The station paid little mind, as their promotional focus remained steadfastly on Xu Yao. By evening, after the widely circulated Qingzhou evening news and the extensively listened to Qingzhou radio reported, Xu Yao had become a household name, while Wen Liang was merely referred to as the unnamed youth who aided her, which suited him perfectly. After all, to a man of 2 lifetimes, such notoriety seemed rather tedious. After a few days of clamor, the fervor gradually subsided. On this day, as Wen Liang practiced boxing on the small playground, he suddenly spotted Xu Yao approaching in the same white dress she wore when they first met. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her graceful legs shimmered in the sunlight, while a gentle smile adorned her exquisite face, embodying the enchanting purity and shyness of youth. Approaching closely, Xu Yao did not bother to greet anyone. Instead, she commanded the 2 individuals trailing behind her to unfurl a sunshade by the sandpit. And with a wave of her hand, a foldable lounge chair appeared as if by magic. A petite metal tripod was erected beside the chair, upon which she placed a small box. Wen Liang chose to ignore her, continuing with his practice. His left foot pivoted inward before he leapt into a stunning back kick, splitting the board suspended in midair into 2 halves. What remarkable skill. This kick would undoubtedly secure victory at Qingzhou Kindergarten. Suddenly, a charming voice chimed in. And Wen Liang felt increasingly uncomfortable. How could she, lounging comfortably while casting judgment, be so inconsiderate? He turned to glance at the carefree girl in white, smiling as he remarked, "Classmate, does my disdain bring you such joy?" "Not quite," Xu Yao replied with a bright smile as she stood up. "But if looking down on you can diminish your happiness, it certainly pleases me. Such a character. Inflicting harm on others without benefit to oneself. Truly amusing." Wen Liang chuckled, giving her a thumbs up as he approached her side. Upon opening the box, he discovered 20 ice creams emanating a chill. So, this little girl had gone to great lengths merely to treat him. Ah, Xu Yao was indeed remarkable. Even her gestures of goodwill were laced with annoyance. Wen Liang shook his head in bemusement, pulling out an ice cream and unceremoniously nudging her delicate calf beneath her skirt. "Move aside. Let me sit and rest for a moment." Xu Yao raised an eyebrow, her sparkling eyes ablaze with indignation. Suddenly, she recalled the day he had shielded her with his back, and her heart softened. Pouting, she reluctantly relinquished the chair. Wen Liang, merely indulging in his mischievous tendencies, never anticipated his playful teasing would yield such success. A twinge of doubt crept in. Was there a trick at play? Seeing his hesitation, Xu Yao's frustration reached a boiling point. Her eyes widened as she demanded, "Are you going to sit or not?" "Of course, I must sit. Indeed, I shall lounge." Wen Liang flopped onto the chair with a swiftness that surpassed his heroic leap from that day, his face adorned with a smirk that could irk anyone. Xu Yao had always despised boys who were shameless, yet now, watching Wen Liang, she felt no anger. With a soft chuckle, she nudged his feet off the edge of the chair and settled down with her ice cream. A gentle breeze wafted through, the sunshade shielding them from the glaring sunlight. In this sweltering summer, amidst the tranquil corner of the bustling world, a sweat-drenched ordinary boy and a delicate girl in white, resembling an ethereal fairy, listened to the cicada's song and gazed at the white clouds. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and with a slight smile, warmth filled the air. For the next 3 days, each afternoon, Xu Yao would arrive punctually at the small playground of Building Number 7, bringing her ensemble with her. Whether she was leaping about to cheer for Wen Liang or reclining on the chair with her teasing remarks, whenever Wen Liang shot her an indignant glare, she would burst into laughter, closing her mouth in a triumphant gesture, dismissing any further debate with him. Afterward, the two of them, one reclining and the other seated, indulged in ice cream while engaging in whimsical conversations. Both were spirited individuals, often on the verge of a playful scuffle, resulting in uproarious laughter. Wen Liang had once again invited Xu Yao to engage in a bout, only to be met with rejection. The poor gentleman was oblivious to the young girl's thoughts. In the past, their acquaintance had been casual, and a playful tussle was nothing to fuss over. However, now, the thought of disregarding appearances and engaging in a disheveled brawl was simply foolishness. Joyful moments, much like bills in one's pocket, vanished with astonishing swiftness. On the 4th day, early in the morning, Wen Liang was notified that he was to attend the commendation ceremony for the top 10 youth league members of Qingzhou in the city. Wen Huiming intentionally donned a designer suit, as his colleagues in the city had taken to praising Wen Liang, filling him with a sense of pride. Although external reports had not mentioned Xu Yao or Wen Liang's family backgrounds, in a small place like Qingzhou, nothing could remain hidden from the discerning eyes within the circle. Wen Huiming was even aware that the compliments directed at Wen Liang were not entirely sincere. All of this, including Wen Liang's recognition as one of the top 10, was merely a reflection of the young girl's influence. Though Wen Huiming was not one to smile readily, he was far from foolish. The day after the incident, he had gathered all the necessary information and discovered Xu Yao's identity, yet he chose not to disclose this to Wen Liang. Even as the two children frolicked daily in the playground on the west side of the courtyard, he feigned ignorance. Children at play embody friendship, and while others might not comment, it would be shameful for him to seek familiarity. Wen Huiming could not and would not stoop to such levels. Moreover, he was publicly regarded as Su Fuyan's associate, so he felt compelled to maintain a certain distance. Otherwise, the repercussions on his reputation would be quite dire. Wen Liang, puzzled, looked at his beaming father and inquired, "What is going on? Wasn't the selection of the top 10 youth league members finalized long ago? How did I get chosen?" He recalled Wen Huiming mentioning this event, which was part of Qingzhou's initiative for promoting spiritual civilization, and that the evaluations had concluded a fortnight prior. Why was he suddenly included now? Wen Huiming chuckled softly but remained silent. What was predetermined could indeed be altered. Chapter 18. Delight. The commendation ceremony took place at the city's Grand Theater, attended by leaders from the municipal party, city government, Youth League Municipal Committee, Education Bureau, General Labor Union, Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Municipal Industrial Association, various middle schools, and key officials from the relevant district committees. This ceremony served as a culmination of Qingzhou's vigorous promotion of spiritual civilization since last year, with awards for the top 10 entrepreneurs, top 10 youths, top 10 community workers, and top 10 youth league members among 7 prestigious categories. Wen Liang and Xu Yao occupied the third row on the right, flanked by other award-winning youths. Xu Yao appeared somewhat exhilarated from the moment she sat down. After all, for a child, attending such an event was quite a remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, Wen Liang maintained a disinterested demeanor, his head lowered. Though he found the event tedious, he resolved not to sulk, primarily because his gaze fell upon Gu Wenyuan. In every circumstance, amidst throngs of people, there are individuals who stand out distinctly. Gu Wenyuan, with his remarkable appearance and illustrious background, consistently finds himself enveloped in the spotlight. Even when Liang observed Zhou Yuanting, disregarding his status, approach him with a smile and greet him, a treatment that, if divulged, would astound many. When Liang nestled himself into his chair, his expression serene and unperturbed. The girl beside him sensed something amiss and turned to him, inquiring with curiosity, "What's wrong? Am I making you uncomfortable sitting next to you? Or would you prefer to switch to that side?" She gestured towards another beautiful girl seated 3 places away, her demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Clearing his throat, Wen Liang chuckled softly, replying, "Your words are rather unkind. Look at that girl. Her complexion pales in comparison to yours. Her eyes are not as large, and her nose could easily be mistaken for a condiment holder if pressed against the wall. How can you belittle her in such a manner? Why not find someone more beautiful than yourself?" I must admit, this flattery was particularly shameless. Xu Yao narrowed her eyes with a grin, feigning indignation as she retorted, "It's not as dire as you claim. Her aquiline nose is quite lovely. Thank you very much." Wen Liang scrutinized her for a moment, reflecting, to disparage such a stunning girl so cruelly, I must possess a unique prowess. Alas, to placate the fierce tigress. He resolved to concede some ground. As the proceedings unfolded, by the time it was Wen Liang's turn to ascend the stage, the event had progressed to its 11th item. 10 boys and girls took to the podium, arranged in a line to receive their certificates from the leaders. Xu Yao and Gu Wenyuan stood at the center, while Wen Liang occupied the far left, next to the previously disparaged beauty. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he lowered his gaze, remaining perfectly still. The event's host began to invite the leaders to the stage, the first being Su Fuyan, who presented an award to Xu Yao, followed by Zhou Yuanting, who awarded Gu Wenyuan. Other leaders subsequently took their places before the 10 children. Suddenly, Wen Liang caught a whiff of a captivating fragrance. A pair of shapely legs clad in black stockings appeared before him. Following the elegant limbs upward, he beheld a fitted dark skirt, a waist that could be grasped with ease, and finally, the playful visage of Zuo Yuxi, whose smile held an enigmatic charm. Since that fateful night, Zuo Yuxi had been searching for Wen Liang, employing various individuals to scour the vicinity of East Street, and even visiting several times herself. However, Wen Liang had rarely ventured out over the past month, leaving her with little success. She never anticipated encountering him in such a setting today, nor did she foresee that the recently acclaimed little hero would be none other than him. In truth, it was not altogether surprising. After all, she was the one who had pulled him back from the brink of despair. Zuo Yuxi extended her hand, grasping Wen Liang's with a gentle firmness, as if seizing something of immense significance to her. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. "Congratulations, Wen Liang, our little hero. You are also my little hero," Zuo Yuxi added silently in her heart. "Thank you." Wen Liang responded with due respect. As he attempted to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation. Zuo Yuxi's soft, delicate fingers traced a symbol within his palm. She need not have acted in such a manner. If she wished to engage with Wen Liang, she could have approached him openly after the meeting. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, it was within her rights, and no one would harbor any suspicions. Yet, curiously, Zuo Yuxi observed Wen Liang feigning ignorance of her, his demeanor eerily calm, as if the events of that night had never transpired or were trivial to him. An inexplicable anger welled within her, prompting a mischievous thought. "Since you choose to pretend not to know me, let us communicate through a secret signal." Should Wen Liang remain unaffected by such advances from a beautiful woman, it would indeed be a waste of his decades of life. He promptly arched his finger, inscribing a secret message in Zuo Yuxi's palm with fervor. To an onlooker, their interaction appeared merely as a casual handshake, devoid of any underlying intricacies. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, the most renowned aloof beauty of Qingzhou was covertly flirting with a young man amidst a sea of spectators. As the event concluded and she turned to descend the stage, a girl passing by Wen Liang suddenly remarked coldly, "Classmate, my nose cannot bear the weight of a soy sauce bottle. I have tried." Startled, Wen Liang nearly stumbled down the steps. He did not spot Xu Yao amidst the dispersing crowd. This girl was notoriously elusive. Wen Huaiming approached him briefly before returning to his own affairs. Just as he prepared to seek out Zuo Yuxi, he noticed Gu Wenyuan approaching with a smile plastered across his face. Wen Liang halted, silently observing him. Was it mockery? Contempt? Or perhaps that handsome visage bore an expression of haughty disdain directed at him? A cold smirk curled on Wen Liang's lips. Such childish antics could only solidify his resolve to ascend, doing him no harm. Gu Wenyuan stopped 3 paces away, and before uttering a word, a loathsome smile crept upon his lips. "Isn't this Wen Liang? I am genuinely curious how you navigated your way into this circle. Was it through merit or connections? Given your capabilities, merely serving as a punching bag for Mu Shanshan, and your father's inability to even step out of the political research office, I suspect there must be some discrepancy here." Surrounded by the bustling crowd departing the venue, no one paid heed to the exchange between the two boys. Perhaps few realized that the seemingly refined Gu Wenyuan was ruthlessly undermining a boy's dignity with his customary sharp tongue. Wen Liang regarded Gu Wenyuan with a frigid gaze. Suddenly reminded of a classic movie line, "When one can bear no more, one need not endure further." "Ah, Gu, I recently heard of your exploits, bravely rescuing drowning children. 3 times into the water, 3 times saving lives, truly a tale of great wisdom and valor. Yet, I find it hard to reconcile that with the timid boy who, during our spring trip in the 8th grade, stood at a distance, too afraid to even fish by the reservoir. How, then, could you possibly swim? Your father's connections are indeed remarkable." It was Xu Yao, sharp-tongued as ever, who approached just in time to overhear Gu Wenyuan's acerbic remarks. Unable to contain herself, she retorted with a jab, while Wen Liang offered a faint smile, uncertain of how Xu Yao had learned that this fellow could not swim. Yet wishing to avoid further complications, Gu Wenyuan is a person who harbors grudges, spoiled since childhood by Gu Shirtong. Despite his tender years, he exhibits ruthless cunning and acts without restraint. Although he himself is fearless, he does not wish to provoke Xu Yao, and thus gestures for her to remain silent. To his surprise, upon seeing Xu Yao, Gu Wenyuan does not express anger, but rather nods politely at her while casting a scornful glance at Wen Liang, remarking, "Ah, now I understand how you managed to infiltrate our circle. You, boy, with your usually docile demeanor, seem to excel at living off others. But judging by your vacant expression, I wonder if someone at home has taught you this." His words are laced with venom, not only insulting Wen Liang, but also insinuating that Wen Huiming seeks to ascend the social ladder through connections. What does living off others mean? Xu Yao inquires of Wen Liang, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It means nothing. Someone simply has an itch that needs scratching," Wen Liang replies with a smile, suddenly raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap to Gu Wenyuan. The sound reverberates through the once grand theater, now empty. Gu Wenyuan covers his cheek, momentarily stunned. In 2 lifetimes, countless days and nights spent watching Gu Wenyuan's unattainable figure have stirred an inexplicable sorrow within him, a sense of despair, pain, inferiority, and a cruel self-inflicted torment. Yet, at this moment, Wen Liang has made a choice that seemed impossible in his past life. This single slap signifies not only a complete farewell to his cowardly self, but also forces him into a corner from which there is no retreat. It is only through such a drastic act that he can strive forward, unafraid. Although Xu Yao does not grasp the meaning of living off others, she, as a beauty, embodies the privilege of prioritizing personal connections over right and wrong. Without hesitation, she positions herself behind Wen Liang, her eyes sparkling with excitement, ready to spring into action. "You dare strike me?" Gu Wenyuan had never anticipated that this seemingly meek boy from the Wen family, often mocked in class, would have the audacity to retaliate. This stark contrast momentarily halts his thoughts, and only when the sharp sting of pain radiates from his face does he snap back to reality. consumed by rage. Without a second thought, Gu Wenyuan raises his right hand to retaliate, channeling all his strength into the blow. In that fleeting moment, he envisions how he will mercilessly humiliate the boy as he begs for mercy on his knees, just as he had that fateful night, where he, Gu Wenyuan, is always the victor. He is convinced that even Xu Yao's presence will not deter the impending tragedy awaiting Wen Liang, for her father would never intervene in the trivial matters of these children over a position as inconsequential as a deputy director in the political research office. Wen Liang, with a cold smile, raises his hand to intercept, effortlessly seizing Gu Wenyuan's wrist, pressing his thumb against the pulse point with force. Gu Wenyuan gasps as his arm is twisted, his once handsome face, marked by arrogance, now contorted in shock from this sudden turn of events. Regardless, he never anticipated that his powerful strike would be so effortlessly thwarted, causing the situation to reverse in an instant. With the mask of pretense torn, Wen Liang ceased to hold back. He seized his opponent and pulled him forward, colliding his shoulder against the oncoming body, while his left fist descended with tremendous force. Gu Wenyuan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and simultaneously, a heavy blow struck his abdomen. It was as if all his strength had been drained in that moment. His body crumpled to the ground, curling into a ball, as he began to cough violently. Wen Liang squatted down, his previously jovial expression replaced by a chilling glare. He spoke softly, "Young Master Gu, you always believe yourself to be formidable. Your classmates fear you, your teachers dread you, and the entire world seems to revolve around you. Yet, see for yourself, without your father, you are no match for even my little finger." Gu Wenyuan, though weakened, retorted with labored breaths, "You. Just wait." Wen Liang stood tall, and from Gu Wenyuan's perspective, his upright posture, resilient face, and clear, profound eyes seemed to convey an enigmatic message. For a fleeting moment, Gu Wenyuan felt disoriented. "I shall await you, Gu Wenyuan. From this day forth, you are no longer yourself, and I am no longer myself." With that, he disregarded Gu Wenyuan's resentful expression and strode away with Xu Yao. "Oh, foolish boy, it seems your family wields some influence. But what of it? His father is wealthy. Could he possibly retaliate against me for a mere schoolyard scuffle? At most, Gu Wenyuan might send Mu Shanshan to give me a beating. But remember, you have the valiant heroine by your side, don't you?" "Haha, indeed." Xu Yao, the spirited girl, beamed with satisfaction, blissfully unaware that she had been dragged into a web spun by a lecherous uncle. "By the way, how do you know about Gu Wenyuan's embarrassing moments during spring outings? We weren't even in the same school in middle school. I have a close friend whose family is intertwined with Gu Wenyuan's. I know all his misdeeds." Xu Yao exclaimed. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, my friend is quite the beauty." At this, Wen Liang, ever astute, feigned indifference to the mention of the beauty, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "Since Gu Wenyuan is associated with your friend, how can you treat him so rudely? Be wary. She might blame you if she finds out." "Humph, I simply cannot tolerate Gu Wenyuan's arrogant demeanor. Besides, he is prettier than most women. It's utterly disgusting." Wen Liang smiled wryly, gazing up at the white clouds in the sky, quietly reflecting, "He possesses the capital to be arrogant. However, it matters not. Soon, I too shall have that power, and I will crush everything you hold dear beneath my feet." After parting ways with Xu Yao, Wen Liang observed the car of Zuo Yuxi turning right out of the driveway. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow. Perhaps it would not be a bad thing to draw closer to this young Education Bureau director. The previous incident had occurred so abruptly that Wen Liang had to consider what powerful figures Zuo Yuxi might have offended, which made him hesitant to engage with her. However, given the time that had passed, and with her still occupying the director's seat, it was evident that others still held her in high regard. This indicated that Zuo Yuxi herself possessed a formidable background. In light of this, meeting her could prove beneficial. Chapter 19. Yuxi resides in the luxurious Di Yuan Garden, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room residence that stands out in Qingzhou. It is indeed perplexing how a deputy director of the Education Bureau, such as Wen Liang, could afford such a property, as he openly comes and goes without any disguise. Since his rebirth, he has subtly perceived that the political arena of Qingzhou in 1995 operates with a rather rough and unrefined approach. There is a lack of the meticulousness characteristic of later periods, as well as the superficial cordiality that often masks underlying tensions. Disagreements are often settled with rolled-up sleeves and straightforward brawls, reflecting a rather crude methodology. This might be attributed to the local customs of Qingzhou, historically renowned for its martial prowess and a populace known for its boldness. It is not uncommon to witness a 60-year-old matron wielding a brick to chase away unruly youths. And the innumerable brawls sparked by trivial disputes have become a hallmark of the city. Wen Liang, now clad in fluffy bunny slippers, walks with a slight limp across the room, the charmingly decorated pink interior contrasting starkly with his usual cold and aloof demeanor as a stunning figure in the bureaucratic world. Seated on the sofa with his knees together and hands neatly placed atop them, he adopts a demure posture, lowering his gaze as perspiration begins to bead on his forehead in the absence of air conditioning. Zuo Yuxi strides into the bedroom, shedding her formal attire for a refreshing set of loungewear that instantly brightens the atmosphere. Her loose white shirt and short hot pants expose her long, delicate legs to the air, evoking an unexpected allure. The hem of her white top delicately grazes the edge of her shorts, and her movements exude an unspoken temptation. Having majored in psychology at university, Wen Liang discerns from Zuo Yuxi's actions today that, due to their shared past experiences or perhaps some unrecognized transformation, this captivating female director exhibits little wariness towards him. First, she has brought him into her evidently intimate personal space, and now she nonchalantly changes into such a provocative outfit. Wen Liang comprehends that this is not an attempt at seduction. Rather, Zuo Yuxi is instinctively revealing her private side to him, a promising sign of trust that could foster a deeper bond between them. Noticing Wen Liang fidgeting on the sofa, drenched in sweat, Zuo Yuxi chuckles softly and strides over to turn on the air conditioning. She retrieves 2 bottles of Coca-Cola from the refrigerator, playfully shaking them before asking, "Would you like some?" Wen Liang, appearing bashful, replies tentatively, "Whatever." Zuo Yuxi's eyes twinkle with suppressed amusement as she feigns annoyance. "Come now. How long do you intend to keep up this adorable facade?" Wen Liang, do you truly expect me to believe that a capable young man, who can deftly take down petty thugs and single-handedly apprehend armed robbers, would present himself in such a timid manner? Wen Liang scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward as he stammers. "Even a fierce warrior can fear a needle. I am most intimidated by teachers, especially since you're the superior of our teacher." Wouldn't that make it even worse? He recalls the titles read aloud during the awards ceremony and feels reassured that she would not suspect him. Zuo Yuxi, leaning against the refrigerator, bursts into laughter. "Leaders are merely human. Do you think I possess anything more than you do? What is there to fear?" Wen Liang pondered to himself. Indeed, there was something more, but everyone was in the same boat. Even I, as your elder brother, possess a bit more. In the depths of the uncle's heart, he referred to himself as an older brother. Since the charade could no longer be maintained, Wen Liang was unreserved. He leaped from the sofa to the refrigerator, bending down and slipping past Zuo Yuxi's armpit. Zuo Yuxi let out a soft sigh and took a few steps back, a slight frown crossing her face as she observed Wen Liang rummaging through the refrigerator with an air of nonchalance. His broad shoulders and solid back, while not imposing, lent him a stature that exuded a hint of mature masculinity. Yet, he remained fundamentally a child. Zuo Yuxi shook her head and smiled, playfully flicking his head with her fingers, chiding, "You little rascal, don't mess up my things." Wen Liang turned around, handing her a bottle of Libai mineral water with a hint of annoyance, remarking, "Women should drink less soda. It's easy to gain weight." "Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. I was merely looking out for you, and ended up receiving a reprimand." Zuo Yuxi accepted the water, reaching out to ruffle Wen Liang's hair. The two locked eyes, their reflections shimmering in each other's gaze, an inexplicable warmth flowing between them, prompting a shared smile. This playful banter bridged the gap between them, as Zuo Yuxi, without a care for her image, curled up on the opposite sofa, oblivious to the allure her posture held for Wen Liang. The uncle exerted considerable effort to restrain his gaze, a torment for a man both psychologically and physically mature. They sat quietly, sipping their drinks, until Zuo Yuxi suddenly spoke. "Thank you for that night." Wen Liang, lowering his head, replied softly, "No need for thanks. Anyone in that situation would not stand idly by." Zuo Yuxi shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ceiling, her melodious voice resonating with a cool, lonely tone. "Do you wish to know how that person is faring?" Wen Liang hesitated, letting out a soft sigh. "To be honest, I don't dare to inquire. Nor do I wish to know. In truth, I owe you more than just gratitude for sparing me from humiliation. I am also grateful for your reminder, which prevented things from spiraling out of control." Zuo Yuxi's expression suddenly turned bitter, Because my father is Zhu Jing. As his daughter, I can do nothing for him. But I will not allow him to be disgraced. Wen Liang's heart quaked, though his face remained impassive. So that was it. While he had suspected Zuo Yuxi's rapid ascent to deputy rank was due to a prominent background, he had not anticipated her father was the former Zhu Jing. Oh. The political landscape of Qingzhou is indeed devoid of principles, favoring talent without regard for kinship. Zhu Jing. Ling Yang's Zhu Jing. Wen Liang's eyes gradually narrowed. That man had been rendered incapable of standing again, never to bully women once more. This is only fair, isn't it? Zuo Yuxi was uncertain why she shared these thoughts with Wen Liang, but it felt effortless to express them, devoid of any need for caution or scheming. Everything unfolded so naturally. Yes, while that man undoubtedly deserves his fate, Wen Liang could not shake off a chill. In this world, lacking power is pitiful, but lacking sufficient strength is even more lamentable. The most tragic of all are those pawns manipulated by others. Behind this incident, the small-time thug might be the least significant player, yet he would ultimately bear the greatest consequences. Recalling his father amidst the tumultuous winds of the municipal committee, Wen Liang resolutely dismissed any lingering concerns about the potentially incendiary Gu Wenyuan. In a measured tone, he articulated, "If my judgment serves me well, that individual that night was evidently targeting you." Zuo Yuxi abruptly sat up, her delicate features etched with astonishment. "What?" she exclaimed. "A conspiracy." Wen Liang calmly continued. "The events of that evening were not merely a chance encounter. I suspect he was indeed after you." He proceeded to share the doubts he had unearthed with Zuo Yuxi, concluding with a rueful smile. "I had presumed that by taking him away, you would extract some information, yet it seems that did not transpire." Zuo Yuxi's gaze turned icy. "I handed him over to Lao Jiao and did not inquire further. He revealed nothing." "Naturally," Wen Liang replied, his demeanor unperturbed. To remain silent would have cost him his legs, while speaking could have cost him his life. His tone belied his youth, conveying a maturity beyond his years. Zuo Yuxi rose and paced the room, her exquisite countenance reflecting a tempest of indecision, perhaps weighing the pros and cons of her predicament. Wen Liang kept his head bowed, silent. After a prolonged silence, Zuo Yuxi suddenly turned and smiled, gazing at the jade-like youth on the sofa. "Wen Liang, you are indeed remarkable." Wen Liang laughed heartily, downplaying her compliment. "Oh, it's nothing special, just a tad more handsome than average." Zuo Yuxi pointed at him and laughed heartily, her eyes betraying a chill. "Since someone wishes to see me dead, I shall ensure your survival is equally jeopardized." In the realm of politics, sometimes retreating leads to vast horizons, yet at other times, it signifies irrevocable ruin. Zuo Yuxi found herself with no path of retreat. Chapter 20. Beneath 5 fingers declining Zuo Yuxi's invitation to dinner. Wen Liang understood that the enchanting lady needed to establish connections with certain influential figures. The dinner proposal was merely a formality. He tactfully suggested it was time to depart. Jesting, "As children, we possess no rights. If we return home late, we might face consequences." Zuo Yuxi stifled a smile, her respect for Wen Liang deepening. He was perceptive and adept at navigating social intricacies, exhibiting neither arrogance born of gratitude nor sycophantic tendencies. At such a tender age, he had already become a paragon of worldly wisdom, a true talent. Surprised by the prowess of such a young deputy director of the political research office, Zuo Yuxi playfully smiled, extending her delicate finger to gently graze Wen Liang's nose. "Now you know you're clever, right? I'll drive you home. It won't take much time. Don't refuse me, for any lady turned down twice in succession might lose her composure." Moments later, Wen Liang found himself regretting his acceptance of Zuo Yuxi's offer, clad in a cerulean dress that flawlessly accentuated her graceful form. Her long hair cascading beside her crystalline ear and down her slender neck, a glimpse of her porcelain skin peeked from the neckline. As she moved slightly, the hem of her dress seemed to flutter as if stirred by a gentle breeze, revealing a pair of enchanting legs that could captivate any heart. Wen Liang was acutely aware that Zuo Yuxi had undoubtedly noticed his act of peeping. Yet, since she did not explicitly mention it, and her lips seemed to curl into a subtle smile, one, feeling quite at ease, indulged in the rare beauty before him. Internally, he couldn't help but muse. Indeed, youth is a splendid thing. Had he engaged in such voyeurism before his rebirth, he would have surely found himself kicked beneath the wheels of a passing vehicle. The car halted at a small corner in front of the family compound. Zuo Yuxi softly remarked, "My car stands out a bit in Qingzhou, so I shall not drive in. If you need anything, remember to reach out to me. Whatever it may be, your sister will certainly assist you." Wen Liang hesitated, contemplating whether to ask her to speak on behalf of Li Xiqing regarding school matters, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. He nodded earnestly, his demeanor vastly contrasting with the lecherous persona he had just exhibited. Wen Liang understood well that Zuo Yuxi's words were not mere pleasantries, yet to make a request immediately upon her promise would be beneath him. As he prepared to exit, just as he extended a leg out of the car, he heard Zuo Yuxi's voice, sultry and teasing. "Remember, it's anything at all." Wen Liang's legs momentarily weakened, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The car door slammed shut, and he faintly heard Zuo Yuxi's unrestrained laughter mingled with a derisive remark about him pretending to be mature. Irritated, Wen Liang waved at the car window and, brushing off his trousers, began to walk home. A glance back revealed the car still stationary, and a wave of warmth surged within him. The journey home was accompanied by a gaze from behind, a sensation that was truly delightful. Having walked merely a few dozen meters, four individuals approached, cornering Wen Liang against the wall. At the forefront was Mu Shanshan, the very person who had left countless imprints on Wen Liang that fateful night of his rebirth. Offending Gu Wenyuan had proven quite unwise. The swiftness of this retaliation would leave those who proclaimed that vengeance was best served late utterly mortified. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Wen Liang calmly regarded Mu Shanshan and remarked, "Has young Master Gu lost even the courage to seek vengeance himself? Is he afraid?" Mu Shanshan interlaced his fingers, producing a series of cracking sounds, and viciously replied, "Kid, it seems the lesson from that night was not sufficiently profound. Today, I shall teach you how to write the word fear. There's no need for theatrics. My toes crack louder than yours." Wen Liang maintained his impassive demeanor, yet his words incensed Mu Shanshan to no end. "I truly do not know how to write fear, but based on you alone?" "Huh." Fury etched across Mu Shanshan's face. It seemed inevitable that he would explode. However, unexpectedly, he broke into a smile and pointed at Wen Liang, saying, "You've indeed grown a tad cleverer. Looking quite different from before. When Yuan mentioned you would fall to the ground at once, I was skeptical. But now it seems he was right to have me bring others along. Kid, you didn't happen to train somewhere after we trampled you last time, did you? But let me inform you, now a one-on-one duel is mere foolishness. Break a leg, and he'll be bedridden for at least 2 months." As soon as Mu Shanshan revealed a smile, Wen Liang sensed that things were amiss. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly boorish giant, both in physique and demeanor, could possess such remarkable intelligence. Even more astonishing was Gu Wenyuan's unabashed willingness to share his own humiliating tales with others and devise an astute plan. Although Wen Liang was earnestly striving to regain his pre-rebirth physical prowess and combat skills, he felt no confidence in confronting Mu Shanshan, who treated brawling as a daily meal, alongside 3 ruffians who engaged in fights even during mealtime. Recognizing that provoking them would yield no results, he resolved to employ the 36 stratagems and flee. Wen Liang did not wait for Mu Shanshan to finish his words. He swiftly delivered a kick to the abdomen of a nearby thug, leveraging the momentum to bring his elbow crashing into Mu Shanshan's face. Amidst Mu Shanshan's pained grunt, he cheekily raised his middle finger, unmistakably conveying the message, "You're not up to the task." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed out of the encirclement, heading back the way he came. He was reckless, indeed, for he had not anticipated Gu Wenyuan's blatant disregard for authority, orchestrating Mu Shanshan to block him at the courtyard entrance. Such audacity would inevitably lead to consequences. As he ran, Wen Liang felt little concern. He was well acquainted with this area and confident he could escape. However, the persistent attention of this pesky group posed a lingering threat. Even the finest meat would spoil under constant scrutiny. He needed to devise a permanent solution to this nuisance. In the immediate term, eliminating Gu Wenyuan's father was out of the question. The only feasible option was to subdue Gu Wenyuan himself. If he sought to confront him, Wen Liang would reciprocate, trading blows as necessary. After all, the barefoot had no fear of the shot. With this thought, a grin unexpectedly spread across Wen Liang's face. But he soon found himself inadvertently colliding into a gentle presence. Through the thin fabric of clothing, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him. Instinctively, he brushed against it, appreciating its remarkable elasticity. A voice, cool yet laced with allure, whispered beside him, "Is there trouble?" Wen Liang took a step back, offering a wry smile. "I acted rashly and stirred up trouble. Retribution has caught up with me." Oh, he noticed that Zuo Yuxi had donned sunglasses at some point. Gazing coldly at the pursuing figures behind them, she pulled Wen Liang close and remarked, "To dare to brawl before the gate of the municipal committee. You have quite the audacity." In Qingzhou, the local culture was fiercely spirited. It was said that even in the first courtyard, a significant number of windows were shattered each quarter by bricks thrown from outside the walls. Panting, Mu Shanshan waved his hand, and his gang members promptly encircled the two. With a bruise blooming on his face from Wen Liang's elbow, Mu Shanshan gripped a steel pipe tightly, his expression revealing that he sought more than just to see Wen Liang bedridden for 2 months. Wen Liang quickly assessed the combat power ratio and, with a sense of foreboding, realized that the previous odds of 1 against 4 had now shifted to 2 against infinity. Scratching his head, he quietly inquired, "How many seconds can one run in 800 meters?" Zuo Yuxi, both amused and exasperated, shot him a disbelieving glance. "You intend to run, and yet you wish to drag me along?" With a light stroke on Wen Liang's palm, he found himself at a loss for words regarding her underground style of operation, responding with a resigned acknowledgement. "Run? Keep running. You may escape the first day, but can you evade the 15th? Wen Jia's young man, I am exceedingly enraged. Today, you shall meet your demise." Mu Shanshan was truly infuriated this time, feeling utterly humiliated by this individual despite having a clear advantage. The thought alone was suffocating. Suddenly, without waiting for his command, Zuo Yuxi slapped Mu Shanshan across the face, leaving everyone present in utter shock. At that moment, Wen Liang felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Zuo Yuxi's imposing presence. "Sister, while you may be revered in Qingzhou, those around here are merely ruffians and high school students. No one here recognizes your esteemed status, do they? Such crude and impulsive behavior. Throwing a temper tantrum as a spoiled young lady would surely earn the derision of the reasonable faction, wouldn't it?" Mu Shanshan, reflecting on his decision to leave home without consulting the almanac, found himself bewildered. Having been struck by the usually timid Wen Liang, and now inexplicably slapped by a chance encounter with a woman, all under the watchful eyes of 4 burly men. Could it truly be that today was the fabled day of the spirits opening the path, where nothing goes well? The 3 ruffians trembled slightly, as if recalling something, exchanging glances before retreating a step in unison. Mu Shanshan was oblivious to the predicament of his associates. A fierce fire raged within him, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging, ready to erupt. Wen Liang took a sidestep, shielding Zuo Yuxi behind him, resolute in his determination to ensure her safety at all costs. "Is this how Mu Laohong taught you to speak to your elders? Who do you think you are?" Zuo Yuxi appeared unfazed by the unfolding situation. Her cold tone, coupled with her oversized sunglasses, exuded an aura of dominance. Mu Shanshan paused. Though unfamiliar with this woman, he recognized that few dared to address his father, Mu Zekin, in such a manner in Qingzhou. "Who are you?" Zuo Yuxi, uninterested in engaging with this young brat, stepped aside to retrieve her phone, dialing Mu Zekin directly. "Mr. Mu, this is Zuo Yuxi. Here's the situation." Moments later, Zuo Yuxi returned, handing the phone to Mu Shanshan, who, upon receiving the call, felt a tremor of dread as the coarse visage of his father twisted in agony. Throughout his life, he had always quaked at the sight of him. "Return within 10 minutes. Mu Shanshan, capable of both yielding and retaliating, returned the phone to Zuo Yuxi with a respectful bow, then shot a fierce glare at Wen Liang before beckoning the 3 ruffians to follow him as he prepared to depart. Feigning fear, Wen Liang grasped Zuo Yuxi's hand tightly, pressing himself against her side. "Wait." Zuo Yuxi removed her sunglasses, revealing a breathtaking visage that could leave any man breathless, and inquired, "With whom do you associate?" The 3 ruffians, faces contorted with discomfort, replied in unison, "Our leader's superior is Jiu Ge." Zuo Yuxi, discerning their demeanor, understood that despite not knowing these individuals, their fearful reaction confirmed their awareness of her connection to Jiu. "Do you know me?" "Not at all." They all responded emphatically in unison. "This is a matter for children to resolve on their own. Do not meddle further, and let there be no second occurrence." "Understood, understood." As Mu Shanshan observed the few friends he had forged through years of financial investment surrendering in an instant, he realized that it would be unwise to seek trouble with Wen Liang in the near future. Anger surged within him, and he chose to disregard those feeble companions, turning away alone. Once the crowd dispersed, Wen Liang chuckled lightly, remarking, "What a formidable presence, what a fierce aura." Zuo Yuxi playfully pinched his cheek. tugging at it a few times, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "You little rascal, I just helped you out of a tight spot. And you still have the energy to poke fun at me?" Wen Liang, taken aback, could only laugh nervously as they exchanged playful banter. "Did I cause you any trouble?" he inquired. Mu Zekin is merely a lackey of Gu Shirtong, hardly a cause for concern. How did you offend that young scion of the Mu family? Children playing house should not take it too far." Wen Liang could only smile ruefully as he recounted the events leading up to the altercation, his tale culminating in laughter when he described the moment he knocked Gu Wenyuan down with a punch. Zuo Yuxi erupted into hearty laughter, once again pinching his cheek in a playful manner. "Hey, my mother didn't bring me into this world for you to take advantage of me." His protests fell on deaf ears as Zuo Yuxi continued her playful torment before finally declaring, "There's nothing to worry about. Although Gu Shirtong may be overbearing, he won't escalate matters over children's quarrels. Just remember to avoid trouble with Gu Wenyuan at school. I'll handle the rest in the real world." Who would have thought that Gu Wenyuan, reputed to be the most admirable among the younger generation, is merely a fade? After their jovial exchange, an inexplicable feeling began to weave itself between them. Indeed, human interaction thrives on reciprocity. While Wen Liang had once rendered a life-saving favor to Zuo Yuxi, it had been a one-sided act of kindness from a lesser figure to a more prominent one. Although Zuo Yuxi was profoundly grateful, there lingered an unconscious barrier. However, after their recent escapade, the nature of their relationship shifted towards mutuality. Though still unequal, the once palpable barrier dissipated. Akin to the serendipitous reunion of old friends or long-separated kin, reminiscent of the sweet wine buried beneath the peach blossoms, maturing and growing richer with the passage of time. Wen Liang cast aside worldly calculations and naturally said, "Sister Zuo, I must trouble you with something. I have a younger sister named Li Xiqing who has recently encountered some difficulties in middle school." After hearing the whole story, Zuo Yuxi snapped her fingers, tilting her head with a playful glint in her eyes. "It's a trivial matter. Wait for my call tomorrow." Wen Liang clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, his face contorting comically as he flattered her. "Such great compassion, such benevolence. You are indeed my Guanyin Bodhisattva." Zuo Yuxi burst into laughter, playfully reaching out to feign a grab at his face, sternly declaring, "I am the Tathagata Buddha. You little monkey cannot escape my five-finger mountain." Gazing at her slender, translucent fingers, Wen Liang smiled slightly, contemplating, with such a beautiful five-finger mountain, who would wish to escape? Who indeed is the foolish turtle? Chapter 21. The heart of youth. This day was filled with myriad events. The enchanting encounter with Zuo Yuxi, Gu Wenyuan's detestable smirk, the exhilarating punch that traversed two realms across decades, Mu Shanshan's unwilling gaze, and the submission of the petty thug, all flashed through his mind like lightning. Yet, in the end, it was Zuo Yuxi's radiant smile that lingered, enchanting and unforgettable. The direct consequence of these events was that, having returned to life for nearly 2 months, Wen Liang finally experienced his first nocturnal emission. Upon awakening, Wen Liang discovered that his parents had already vanished. With a wry smile, he washed his undergarments while humming a tune about the morning ritual, a melody he had not sung in years. He engaged in a profound self-examination, contemplating the absurdity of his actions. Sacrificing himself for the sake of a beautiful woman was trivial, yet in his dreams, it was the formidable Zuo Yuxi who held the reins. A troubling notion indeed. Ultimately, Wen Liang concluded that Zuo Yuxi bore the principal responsibility for the nocturnal incident, with the timeline for accountability yet to be determined. As Wen Liang prepared to step out to resolve his lunch predicament, he received a call from Xu Yao, who mentioned a restaurant and insisted he arrive within half an hour, warning of dire consequences for tardiness. By the time Wen Liang reached the establishment named Yindu, an hour had already elapsed. Xu Yao glared at the insufferable man sauntering through the door and slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "You foolish boy, arriving so late. Get down on your knees and bark like a dog." Upon entering, Wen Liang spotted a table by the window occupied by 3 individuals: Xu Yao, the girl he had rescued, Tan Shui, and a long-haired boy whose face seemed strikingly familiar. Just as he was about to scrutinize the boy further, he heard Xu Yao's despicable demand. Infuriated, Wen Liang approached and smacked the table with equal fervor, but Xu Yao remained unmoved, crossing her arms with a cold smile. Tan Shui recalled their initial meeting, filled with bickering, and quickly rose to mediate. However, Wen Liang interjected, "Only barking, no kneeling. Is that acceptable?" A laugh erupted from the boy seated beside him, who, upon catching Wen Liang's gaze, gave a thumbs up in approval. Wen Liang, relishing in the moment, nodded back. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, Xu Yao's sparkling black eyes twinkled as she pretended to ponder, then smiled brightly. Your audacity continues to amuse me. So I shall let it slide. Here, have some freshly made soy milk to settle your stomach. I knew you hadn't had breakfast. Tan Shui, realizing they were merely jesting, felt a pang of melancholy as she observed Wen Liang leaning towards Xu Yao, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The intimacy and unrestrained friendship between them left her wondering if she would ever encounter such a bond in her lifetime. Hello, Tanjia. I often joke with Xu Yao. I hope I didn't frighten you, Wen Liang said, nodding at Tan Shui with a smile, fully aware of Xu Yao's intentions for summoning him. As anticipated, Tan Shui gazed intently at Wen Liang's dark features, her eyes welling with tears before she spoke. You saved me last time, and it's been so long without a chance to express my gratitude. Thankfully, Xu Yao brought me here, allowing me to contact you. Rising abruptly, Tan Shui knelt down, causing Wen Liang to gasp in shock as he quickly grasped her arm and guided her back to her seat. Tanjia, please, do not do this. I appreciate your gratitude, but we are all young people. Such gestures would only embarrass me. No, that is not my intention, Tan Shui exclaimed, tears spilling from her eyes. All right, I understand. Let's not dwell on that. Who is this? Wen Liang inquired, eager to shift the focus. Tan Shui, successfully diverted, pulled the boy up and introduced. This is my brother, Tan Yu. He insisted on joining me to meet my savior. Xiao Yu, this is Wen Liang who saved my sister that day, Tan Yu. Wen Liang felt a sudden brightness in front of him, as scenes from the past, present, and future gradually converged in his mind. He recalled the mischievous, lecherous, and shameless brother he would become years later, and couldn't help but sigh. Being a boy is indeed delightful. Time ages us, while Tan Yu grows increasingly unrefined. Tan Yu, with an exaggerated flair, flicked his long hair back and vigorously shook Wen Liang's right hand, exclaiming, Thank you, truly. Gazing into Tan Yu's sincere eyes, Wen Liang sensed the lingering fear deep within him. In countless nights of their past life, he had watched Tan Yu cry heart-wrenchingly while clutching photographs, enduring relentless self-torment. Wen Liang empathized deeply. The mere thought of liberating this one good brother from such a bitter vortex in this life filled him with joy. Suddenly, Tan Shui remembered the matter at hand. She retrieved 2 large envelopes from her bag and handed them to Wen Liang and Xu Yao. Curiously, Wen Liang opened one and gasped, So much money? Inside the envelope lay 2,000 yuan, the same amount Xu Yao received. Tan Shui explained, This is a token of appreciation from our boss. Had it not been for you, the reputation of the jewelry store would have suffered greatly. Our boss is from Hong Kong, and, upon learning that there is no reward for bravery here, decided to personally express gratitude. Xu Yao tossed the money onto the table, laughing, So that's it. Last night, the Hong Kong businessman, accompanied by Gu Shitong, had visited Xu Yao to express his sincere thanks. During their conversation, it seemed as if without Xu Yao's brave confrontation of the criminals, the jewelry store would have faced ruin. In the end, he even presented a red envelope, the amount unknown to Xu Yao, who was pushed back by her father. Both the businessman and Gu Shitong were astute individuals, fully aware that Xu Yao would likely refuse the money. However, refusing was a matter of personal choice. After all, their precious daughter had nearly lost her life in the ordeal, and failing to show gratitude would reflect poorly. Xu Yao initially thought the matter was settled and even lamented her father for cutting off her financial support. Yet today, Tan Shui was sent for public relations, proving that these businessmen were indeed perceptive, methodical in their dealings. Naturally, Xu Yao felt no need to share this with Wen Liang, instead observing how he would handle the situation. Upon hearing Tan Shui's explanation, Wen Liang laughed heartily. A fool does not turn down money. We should not refuse the wealth of the landowners. Deep down, he felt puzzled, while he understood the Hong Kong businessman's intention to show gratitude. 2,000 yuan seemed excessive. However, he reassured himself that he possessed nothing the other party could covet, allowing him to feel at ease. Xu Yao shot him a glance. He is a Hong Kong businessman. Thus, he represents the bourgeoisie and should definitely not be turned away. Unable to counter him, Xu Yao glared and prepared to decline the offer, but Wen Liang discreetly kicked her under the table, gently shaking his head. Seeing the two accept the money, Tan Shui let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Our boss said if you refuse, I won't be able to return. Xu Yao then realized that Wen Liang likely understood the difficulties Tin Shui faced, not wanting this delicate woman to be put in a challenging position. After a moment's thought, she concluded that 2,000 yuan was, after all, a trivial amount, and accepting it wouldn't be a problem. Observing Wen Liang's comical expression of indecision, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, finding his demeanor adorably charming. The gathering unfolded in a congenial atmosphere until its conclusion, when Xu Yao silently proceeded to settle the bill, leaving Tan Shui somewhat flustered. With great effort, Wen Liang managed to send the Tan siblings on their way, then turned to the lovely young lady beside him with a playful remark. Well, it seems you've struck it rich during our brief separation. Xu Yao, with a mournful expression, rummaged through the back pocket of her jeans and lamented, I've exhausted my allowance for 2 months, you foolish boy. You must take responsibility. Wen Liang affectionately patted her on the head, recognizing that beneath her carefree demeanor lay a kind heart. Aware of Tan Shui's precarious financial situation, she had taken the initiative to cover the expenses. All right, I shall earn enough to marry you. He jested, just as the words left his lips. He received a playful kick. Marry you? Nonsense. If you want to have fun this afternoon, make sure to avoid wandering around Qingzhou City barking like a dog. The charming young lady had her own unique way of punishing him. After a bout of laughter and teasing, Xu Yao gazed at the large envelope with concern. Expressing her distress, what shall I do with this money? If I take it home, my father will surely scold me, and the money must be returned. Wouldn't that put Tan Shui in a difficult position? Wen Liang chuckled. What does your father matter? Wouldn't he be pleased to see his daughter prosper? Xu Yao's eyes sparkled mischievously. My father is merely a shoe shiner. Seeing such a substantial sum would drive him to madness. Wen Liang, uninterested in continuing the banter, acknowledged that in this era, there are still many upright individuals who selflessly perform good deeds without expecting gratitude. He thought for a moment and suggested, in that case, why don't you entrust me with this money? I happen to have something that requires explanation. Without hesitation, Xu Yao tossed the envelope to him and clasped her hands together in a playful manner, exclaiming, Ba, at last, I have rid myself of this hot potato. Wen Liang wore a smile, touched by the absolute trust Xu Yao had inadvertently revealed. 2,000 yuan, in today's context, is no trifling amount, even for an ordinary family, let alone a child. Xu Yao so carelessly entrusted it to him, without even inquiring about its purpose. Such is the bond of friendship. The afternoon in Qingzhou was devoid of the usual sultry heat. On the winding mountain road leading to the countryside's Linzhuang water dam, 2 bicycles progressed at a leisurely pace. Were it not for Wen Liang's presence up ahead, Xu Yao, adorned in a white dress, would have embodied every boy's fantasy of a goddess at her age. In the tender years of 16 or 17, with the gentle summer breeze caressing her hair as she rode her bicycle from afar, her long hair billowed, and her skirt danced with the wind. A single glance could occupy a boy's thoughts for an entire night and linger in his mind for months. This was a youthful time, marked by the fleeting beauty of spring and rain, a collection of innocent memories that would never again grace the future. Any rational boy would cherish this rare scene with utmost care. Should they witness Wen Liang's current impatience and harsh tone, they might fear that Uncle Wen would never see the light of another day. Could you hurry up? If you dawdle, your brother Wen wait for you. Xu Yao bit her lip, bringing her bicycle to a halt, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Wen Liang with a silent plea. Initially, he was furious, unleashing a torrent of reprimands, but ultimately, as their eyes met, he conceded defeat and surrendered with a resigned gesture. All right, I failed to consider your physical limits. How about we retrace our steps? You're clearly tired, and returning early would allow you to rest. Xu Yao shook her head. Then let's not keep this car. Come ride with me in mine. He shook his head again. Frustration enveloped Wen Liang as he felt a surge of anger. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xu Yao promptly parked her car, her delicate and beautiful face adorned with a smile as she grasped Wen Liang's hand, shaking it playfully. Brother Wen Liang, you're the best. You must have a way, right? I'm counting on you. Wen Liang shivered, goosebumps rising all over him as he freed himself from Xu Yao's grip and jumped aside. Regardless of past or present, he always felt a profound fatigue around this whimsical girl. Observing Wen Liang vigorously rubbing his hands as if he were infected by a virus, Xu Yao laughed heartily. Dare to scold me? I won't let you off so easily. All right, you win. Wen Liang retrieved a rope from his backpack. To Xu Yao's astonished expression, he connected the 2 cars together and then clapped his hands, exclaiming, You guessed I would run out of energy on the way, didn't you? You knew I would cause this ruckus, didn't you? In response to Xu Yao's queries, Wen Liang flashed a smug smile. Everything is under control. Wow, that is amazing. Keep it up, silly boy. On the long road, the two cars glided swiftly, the wind carrying the sound of their joyous laughter. Reminiscent of this vibrant season, the Linzhuang Dam, a water conservancy project from the 1960s, had gradually faded from historical prominence following the completion of the Qinghui and Qingli reservoirs. Soon, this area would be developed into a tourist attraction, transforming into a favored summer retreat for the locals of Qingzhou over the next few years. Walking alongside Xu Yao on the shaded path next to the dam, listening to the cicadas incessantly chirping from the treetops, and occasionally witnessing flocks of birds flitting through the branches, Wen Liang felt a profound sense of tranquility. His purpose for visiting was not merely for leisure. Rather, he sought to envision the dazzling prosperity that would emerge 6 months hence when this place was transformed into a tourist haven. Hoping to discover a share for himself in that future, Xu Yao bounced along, curiously glancing around and frequently asking Wen Liang about peculiar things. In that moment, she no longer bore the cold and sharp demeanor he had first encountered. The classic expression of disdain that often graced her face had vanished. She was a good girl. Wen Liang never doubted that. Yet, he pondered whether she was the girl he truly desired. After wandering for a considerable time, they found a patch of level grass, spread out a plastic sheet, and emptied their provisions onto it, sitting down to enjoy a delightful meal. Afterward, patting his stomach, Wen Liang reclined, a blade of grass held in his mouth. Xu Yao sat beside him, her arms wrapped around her slender legs, her chin resting on her knees. As her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, sunlight playfully filtered through the strands, reflecting off the clouds above, creating a soft golden glow that rendered the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Silly boy, what do you want to do when you grow up? Are we talking about dreams now? The usual lewdness of Uncle Wen immediately surfaced as he chuckled. What I desire most is to still be lying here 10 years from now, with you sitting beside me. Xu Yao listened to Wen Liang's teasing, unusually refraining from fury. She turned her head away to conceal her slightly flushed cheek and murmured, 10 years, who knows what it will become? A decade ago, I did not know you. You did not belong to me. We were merely companions to a stranger, wandering through streets that gradually became familiar. 10 years later, we are friends who can still exchange greetings, yet that tenderness has lost its reason for embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. Wen Liang instinctively hummed a tune, and Xu Yao, surprised, inquired, what song is that? I have never heard it. It then occurred to Wen Liang that the song 10 years had not yet been released. He had only encountered it somewhere and forgotten the details. It's getting late. Let us return, he suggested. Xu Yao paid it no mind, nodded, and stood up. But after sitting for so long, her legs were numb, and she wobbled to the side. Wen Liang reached out to support her, and in that moment, he found himself enveloping her in a warm embrace. Feeling mischievous, he whispered in her ear, be careful. Xu Yao shivered inexplicably, her heart racing. She pushed Wen Liang away and laughed as she dashed off. The slanting sun painted the scene crimson, and in her white attire, Xu Yao resembled a spirit descended to the earthly realm. As they descended the mountain, Wen Liang engaged in playful antics, releasing the handlebars of his bicycle and raising his arms above his head. Xu Yao watched with amusement, yet felt hesitant. Wen Liang coaxed, it's all right. Let us indulge ourselves a little. Just let go of one hand. After a moment's hesitation, she followed suit, first releasing one hand, then the other. Initially filled with trepidation, she soon found herself exhilarated as the bicycle sped down the slope, the wind rushing past her ears, her long hair and dress billowing behind her. A joyful abandon spread across her face as she shouted alongside Wen Liang, hey, I am the king of the world. Ah, those years of permitted recklessness. We shall call it youth. Chapter 22. The hardest part is the beginning. The following morning, Wen Liang received a call from Zuo Yuxi. The arrangements regarding Li Xiqing's school were settled. On the first day of school, she could simply report her name to the principal. Wen Liang exchanged no pleasantries. His relationship with Zuo Yuxi had grown intimate enough that excessive words would only create distance. He first went to the small playground for 2 hours of training before cycling to Li Xiqing's home. The little girl was sprawled on the stone slabs of the courtyard, writing intently, her petite frame curled up, the concentration on her face evoking an indescribable sense of pity. Wen Liang approached quietly from behind, peering over to see a crumpled homework book filled with pencil-written lines. Vinegar 70 cents, noodles 3 yuan, rice 2. 5 yuan, salt densely scrawled across an entire page. Some items circled, others crossed out. Wen Liang sighed softly, fearing that speaking too closely might startle her. So he took a few steps back and gently said, "Wan. Big brother has come to see you." Li Xiqing sprang up, her eyes brightening at the sight of the person she had longed for. She took a few steps forward but abruptly halted, suppressing the impulse to leap into Wen Liang's arms. Her radiant eyes sparkled with boundless joy. "Brother, you've come." Wen Liang nodded and took her tiny hand, leading her inside. "Is your father home today?" he asked, recalling that he had not seen Li Shengli after he had been out drinking last time. Upon mentioning her father, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Li Xiqing's eyes as she softly uttered, "He was drunk last night and has only just begun to regain his senses today." Wen Liang tenderly brushed her head and reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. I shall have a word with your father." Li Shengli reclined on the bed, appearing utterly dispirited, and did not even lift his head upon Wen Liang's entrance. Wen Liang found a pretext to send Li Xiqing away, instructing her not to enter without calling, and then slowly approached Li Shengli. At merely 32 years of age, Li Shengli bore the countenance of a man well into his 50s. His hair was unkempt, his beard unshorn, and his eyelids drooped heavily, clinging together. The pallor of his skin hinted at the ravages of excessive drinking. For the sake of a woman who did not love him, this once spirited youth, who had thrived in a machinery factory, had reduced himself to this dismal state within a mere 2 years. Severe ailments require potent remedies. Thus, Wen Liang chose not to engage in idle banter. Instead, he thrust Li Xiqing's ledger before him, scoffing, "What a commendable existence. A man in his 30s relying on an 11-year-old child for sustenance. Look at this ledger. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? I fail to comprehend the purpose of your existence." With both parents deceased, Li Shengli had no kin in Qingzhou other than Li Xiqing. Neighbors would offer their futile counsel, growing anxious as he paid them no heed, yet none had ever uttered such harsh words. Li Shengli slowly raised his head, his lifeless eyes devoid of any spark. After a brief moment, he lowered his gaze once more, enveloped in silence. Undeterred, Wen Liang's words became increasingly acerbic. "Indeed, it is unfortunate for Wan to have a father like you. The trials she endures are her lot in life. I had always believed Zhao Yaqing had erred in her choice, but now I see her living lavishly in the south, immersed in a world of luxury and revelry. Had she stayed with you, she would have faced a life of poverty and ridicule. Now that would indeed be a true folly." Li Shengli's head jerked up suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Wen Liang with an intensity that had multiplied manifold. His expression was decidedly hostile. Wen Liang, seemingly oblivious, continued, "In my view, Wan would fare far better if she were with her mother. Who knows? One day Zhao Yaqing might return, feeling pity for her daughter, and take her away. Even if she were to adopt another surname, it would be a far more favorable existence than languishing here." "Enough." Li Shengli finally spoke, his voice a hoarse rasp. A result of years of heavy drinking. Wen Liang's heart surged with satisfaction. At least there was a reaction. "If you remain silent, how will you ever comprehend your own ineptitude? Marrying a woman while cavorting with others, running a business that incurs losses, and failing to provide for your own daughter, a pathetic wretch. Do you dare to wallow in your drunken stupor and feign sorrow? You are repugnant." Silence. Perhaps many had criticized him behind his back, but Li Shengli had never faced such venomous invective to his face. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. His chest felt as if it might burst, and in an instant, the veins in his neck throbbed, his eyes reddened as if on the verge of weeping blood. With his hands tucked into his pockets and chin held high, Wen Liang regarded him with a disdainful smirk, coldly declaring, "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Li Shengli let out an anguished shout as he lunged from the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Liang lifted his foot and kicked him back, then delivered a resounding slap to his face. "You are nothing but a coward. Your wife has left you over a trifling matter, and yet you wallow in despair day in and day out? If you possess any courage, rise up and stand tall, using your wealth to crush Zeng Wuqing. You drown yourself in alcohol to numb your senses and escape reality. Do you think you are honoring yourself or Nuanyuan?" With Wen Liang's foot pinning him to the ground, Li Shengli struggled desperately, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing there in tears. "Yes, I am pathetic. My parents are gone, my wife has left, and I cannot even provide for my daughter. What is the point of my existence? I would be better off dead. Having lost his business, drained of savings, and burdened with debt, he had exhausted every avenue, even contemplating selling himself if he were a woman. Others look down on me, ridicule me behind my back, pity me with malicious glee. I do not care. I want to degrade myself. I want to see if that woman will ever return and feel a twinge of conscience, perhaps a hint of regret. 9 years. 9 years of marriage cannot compare to a bit of money or vanity. How foolish I have been. As he cried, he banged his head against the ground, eliciting a pang of sorrow in Wen Liang's heart. How tragic that after all this time, he still could not forget that woman. Love, a double-edged sword, could sever one's heart. With a heavy sigh, Wen Liang crouched down and firmly grasped his shoulders, preventing him from further self-harm. He spoke softly, "It's all right to vent. Once you let it out, your heart will feel lighter." After a considerable time, Li Shengli finally calmed down, and Wen Liang helped him sit at the edge of the bed. "Uncle Li, you are an intelligent man, yet intelligent people often get trapped in their own thoughts. Punishing yourself for another's mistakes is the most foolish act. The only way to make Aunt Zhao regret her choices is to live your life well, to be happier than before." He paused. Though he did not fully agree, he offered the most fitting remedy. "It may even bring her back to your side." Li Shengli's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. Understanding his concerns, Wen Liang continued, "Uncle Li, please do not take offense at my earlier words. I have come to invite you to re-enter the fray, to embark on a new venture together and achieve prosperity." Having released much of the pent-up frustration from his heart, Li Shengli shook his head at the suggestion. "Achieving success is no simple task. I lack capital, connections, and it also requires a stroke of luck. Business is not so easily navigated." Wen Liang, undeterred by the previous exchange, produced several sheets of paper and handed them to Li Shengli. "This is a detailed plan for a breakfast shop. Take a look. I will handle the storefront, funding, permits, and management. You need only bring forth your ancestral skills and create some simple yet delicious dishes. We'll split the profits evenly. And remember, this is no jest. I grant you a month to ponder. Once clarity dawns, reach out to me." Li Shengli's mind was in disarray. After merely 2 years of estrangement from society, could it be that even a young individual like Wen Liang could engage in such significant matters? "Are you serious?" Wen Liang chose to ignore him, and, as he reached the doorway, turned back and quietly said, "Uncle Li, for Nuan's sake, please trust me this time. I have never been more earnest." Upon pushing the door open, he found Li Xiqing sitting dazedly on a nearby stool, her small hand cradling her chin. Her dark, lustrous eyes flickered, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Despite her sallow complexion and simple attire, they could not conceal the innate grace and charm inherited from her mother that resided within her petite frame. "Brother, you just..." Wen Liang understood that the commotion must have reached Li Xiqing's ears. The little girl's restraint from rushing in was the greatest testament to her trust in herself. "It's all right, Nuan. I asked your father for assistance, and he agreed." "Really?" Li Xiqing exclaimed, rising to her feet, her hands clasped tightly at her chest. Wen Liang nodded, reaching out to tousle her hair, saying, "The schooling arrangements are settled. You will be attending Minghua Middle School. You need not worry about tuition or living expenses. I will take care of everything." Though Li Xiqing reminded herself to have faith in Wen Liang, she was acutely aware of the challenges this entailed. Yet, she was astounded that within just a few days, Wen Liang had managed to orchestrate everything so perfectly. In an instant, her mind felt emptied, only to be flooded with boundless gratitude. "Brother Wen, I will surely study diligently." Wen Liang smiled gently, lifting his gaze to the sky, which was a brilliant blue, with wispy clouds drifting lazily and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. It was a season when grass sprouted and birds sang, filled with emotion, tears, and love. Chapter 23. The first day on September 2nd, Wen Liang donned his backpack and reported to Qingzhou No. 1 High School. As he entered Class 3 of the first year, he discovered that nearly half the students had already arrived. Many were former classmates from middle school, joyfully recounting summer anecdotes after months of separation. Those who gained admission to Qingyi were the CRME de la CRME from various schools. It was uncommon for someone like Wen Liang, who had middling grades and had merely scraped through the entrance exams by a stroke of luck, to be among them, placing him near the bottom of the class ranking. High school is a peculiar phase of life, where one can forge bonds that last a lifetime, experience poignant first loves, or squander youthful days in the company of friends. In his previous life, Wen Liang emerged from high school with little more than his acquaintance with Tan Yu. However, in this life, he might encounter many differences. Choosing a vacant seat, Wen Liang idly began to doodle circles on the desk. Though he had lived 2 lives, He candidly realized that his knowledge of his classmates was non-existent, save for Jisoo, who had nearly altered the trajectory of his existence. Jisoo and Meng entered the classroom, beaming. It was a joyous occasion to attend the same school and be placed in the same class as one's childhood best friend. The cacophony of chatter in the classroom fell silent the moment Jisoo stepped in. Time seemed to pause, transforming into an eternal moment. The girl clad in a bright yellow dress was destined to become the topic of conversation for many years to come from the very first day of school. Jisoo furrowed her lovely brows as Meng tugged at her clothing, pointing to the third seat in the leftmost row, where apart from a young boy absent-mindedly drawing circles on the desk, there were hardly any other occupants. Hand in hand, they made their way to the seats, prompting a flurry of whispers throughout the classroom. Which middle school does this girl come from? I've never heard of her before. That's Jisoo. She's quite the celebrity at number 2 high school. She truly possesses an air of elegance. We are fortunate to have her for these 3 years. Damn. Why didn't I sit over there? That boy is so lucky. Jisoo paid no heed to the trivial chatter, while Meng leaned in to whisper something in her ear, causing Jisoo to playfully pinch her cheek, exuding a charm that was both endearing and vivacious. Meanwhile, the boy drawing circles behind them was completely disregarded. This was hardly Jisoo's fault. Wen Liang had barely made a mark in middle school. Even after he received a slap from her that day, she only remembered his name, having forgotten his appearance after 2 months of summer vacation. Although Wen Liang no longer harbored resentment towards Jisoo as he once did, he was equally disinterested in establishing any connection. Regardless of the trouble Gu Wenyuan and Mu Shanshan brought upon him, Jisoo remained oblivious. Yet she was ultimately the catalyst that altered the course of his high school existence. Classmate, do you have blue ink? I forgot to bring mine, Meng inquired. With a delicate visage, she may not have possessed Jisoo's extraordinary beauty, yet she was undeniably captivating. Wen Liang shook his head in silence. Meng regarded him curiously. Though she attended the same school as Jisoo in middle school, they were not in the same class, leaving her with no recollection of Wen Liang. Given her beauty and her status as Jisoo's close friend, she had never encountered a boy so aloof, unlike Gu Wenyuan, who always wore a smile around her. However, she was not a vain or superficial girl, nor did she take pride in being flattered by repugnant boys. Still, encountering someone as indifferent as Wen Liang was a rare curiosity. She smiled and thanked him, turning away. Wen Liang felt a growing fondness for Meng. Her humility and politeness were rare traits among girls in later years. In this era, girls were, after all, both innocent and charming in their own right. Raising his gaze, he once again beheld the figure of the girl with the ponytail before him, the one who had captured attention from middle school through high school. She had taught countless boys about the enchanting beauty of dreams, the sorrow of unrequited love, the fleeting moments of heart flutter, and the permanence of memories. She bore the aspirations of many during their youth, helping them comprehend the insurmountable distance between dreams and reality. How many had quietly observed her silhouette from the stairwells, railings, and pathways, yet felt unable to take a single step closer? That step felt like a chasm of eternity. Jisoo was, in this ethereal era, the most vibrant maple leaf and the tallest poplar tree, embodying the purest fairy tale in the hearts of all. Regrettably, all these fantasies were irrelevant to Wen Liang. Every dream he had woven around Jisoo dissipated like smoke after that slap, vanishing amidst Gu Wenyuan's ridicule and Mu Shanshan's blows, suffocating alongside his tumultuous high school years. As the door swung open, a brief pause enveloped the classroom once more. A white hairpin deftly secured her flowing black hair behind her ears, framing a visage adorned with delicate eyebrows above profound, crystalline eyes, a radiant nose, and a pair of gently curved, rosy lips. Her rounded yet soft profile resembled a masterful creation, as if an artist had inscribed a breathtaking masterpiece upon a pristine canvas. This beauty, unlike the innocent purity of Jisoo or Xu Yao, and distinct from the alluring charm of Zuo Yuxi, exuded a coolness tinged with warmth, a softness veiling an inner resilience, truly an exceptional woman among her peers. The classroom fell silent for merely a few seconds before erupting into lively chatter, a stark contrast to the prior, fleeting stillness caused by Jisoo. This demonstrated that, with few exceptions, the boys of this era held steadfast principles. Once a girl surpasses the age of 18, she is regarded as a woman, and women are often disregarded. Wen Liang chuckled softly to himself, murmuring, "Ah, children know so little." Classmates, please quiet down. The enchanting teacher wrote the name Yuting on the blackboard and gently addressed her students. I am Yuting, your new homeroom teacher. Having just transitioned from various schools to Qingyi Middle School, I understand that some of you may find this unfamiliar environment a bit daunting. However, fret not. As new classmates, I too am your new teacher. Together, we shall balance each other out. Laughter erupted from the students, who greeted their new homeroom teacher with enthusiastic applause. Many contemplating how amiable she appeared, suggesting that their forthcoming days would be pleasant. Yet, reality proved to be quite harsh, as those harboring such thoughts soon chastised themselves soundly. Yuting? In her previous life, she was not their homeroom teacher. What could this mean? Furthermore, the name struck a familiar chord with Wen Liang. Next came the customary self-introductions, with students taking turns to step up, sharing little more than their names and a desire for mutual assistance and progress. Bored, Wen Liang absent-mindedly fiddled with his fingers until Meng Ke took the stage, at which point he lifted his head, committing her name to memory. Jisoo rose from her seat, her dress accentuating her already developed figure, embodying the pinnacle of what boys her age could imagine in terms of both grace and beauty. Consequently, the applause grew increasingly fervent, surpassing that for any previous girl. When Liang remained unperturbed, Jisoo elicited no unusual emotions from him. However, a girl who later sat beside him curled her lip and muttered, "Being pretty is truly remarkable." When Liang smiled, acknowledging that the girl, who appeared quite ordinary, was inevitably bound to feel that way. He gave her a thumbs up and quietly replied, "Well said, being beautiful is indeed commendable." Surprised to find a boy among the throng who remained unaffected, the girl felt a sense of camaraderie and whispered, "Classmate, your resolve is commendable, and your countenance suggests a prosperous future. You are destined for greatness." When Liang was momentarily speechless, struggling to recall if there had been a similar little witch in class 1 to 3 back in the day, before finally responding, "Thank you for your kind words." In the midst of their commotion, the two failed to discern what Jisoo was articulating on stage. However, from the increasingly fervent applause emanating from the audience, it was evident that her self-introduction had garnered immense admiration from the boys. Next to take the stage was the little witch, and it was then that when Liang discovered her name, Song Ziyun, a name that hardly lived up to her character. When it was finally Wen Liang's turn to step forward, the applause from the audience was sparse and scattered. Coincidentally, in the rows immediately surrounding Jisoo, Wen Liang was the sole male presence, and united in their disdain, the boys were rather stingy with their applause. A few girls, however, noted that despite Wen Liang's unremarkable looks, his tall and well-proportioned figure, coupled with his gentle demeanor, warranted a few token claps. As Wen Liang steadied himself on stage, placing his hands on the desk and leaning slightly forward, he spoke with a poise and confidence rare for his age. "My name is Wen Liang, with Wen meaning gentle and Liang meaning forgiveness. However, I am neither gentle nor particularly forgiving, so this name is quite the misnomer. Yet, since my physical form is a gift from my parents, it cannot be altered." Beneath the gentle laughter from the audience, the atmosphere warmed considerably compared to before. "I believe many things can change, such as how yesterday we were strangers. Yet today we gather here, and in the future, we may become friends, or even close friends. However, if you wish to progress beyond that, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until I mature." The audience erupted with laughter, with some enthusiastic souls even applauding on their desks, while others, more reserved, merely rolled their eyes. Unfazed, Wen Liang continued, "I recall after the results of the high school entrance examination were announced, a classmate remarked to me, 'Wen Liang, you have an average appearance, average height, and average academic performance. You hardly seem like someone who could gain admission to Qingyi High School.' I responded, 'My dear classmate, although you possess first-rate looks, first-rate height, and first-rate academic prowess, resembling a blend of Andy Lau, Yao Ming, and Einstein, you too can only end up languishing at that dilapidated place, number 19 Middle School.' This statement carried historical weight, as Qingyi High School and No. 19 Middle School had long been bitter rivals, competing fiercely across various domains, including academic contests, mathematics competitions, college entrance exam results, as well as in sports, arts, and music. Both institutions had their respective triumphs and failures, fostering a deep-seated animosity. The students from both schools were at odds, and whenever a public competition arose, they engaged in a relentless battle. It was often said among the students, to be a Qingyi student is to trample upon the ghosts of number 19 Middle School. To partake of Qing Yi's fare is to spit out the water of number 19. The rivalry between the two schools was thus vividly illustrated. Having entered Qing Yi, everyone unconditionally embraced this proud tradition, wholeheartedly deriding number 19 middle school. Consequently, Wen Liang's remarks resonated deeply with the audience, eliciting a laughter and applause as fervent as Ji Su's earlier performance. Thus, Wen Liang declared, Qing Yi High School is not only our place of growth, but also the cradle of our miracles and future. There are no third-rate schools, only third-rate lives. I hope that in the coming year, I can, like all of you, unite closely around our teacher Yi and contribute to the betterment of our class. Thank you. Wen Liang, exuding an air of elegance, first nodded at Yi Yuting, then, mimicking the style of a martial arts novel, cupped his fists in salute to the crowd below, which erupted into hearty laughter and thunderous applause that soared to the heavens. Chapter 24. A new turmoil. Upon returning to his seat, the girl known as Song Ziyun, with her wide eyes fixed on Wen Liang, marveled, "Classmate, you spoke remarkably well. Were you the class monitor throughout elementary and middle school?" Wen Liang was taken aback by the abundance of chatter from girls in high school during this era. Before he could respond, Meng Ku, seated in front, turned around and remarked, "Indeed, you appeared completely at ease on stage, and your eloquence suggests you've done this often." "Yes," Wen Liang replied with a smile. "My family was poor during my childhood. I began learning opera at 3, performed on the streets at 5, and by 7, I had gained a modicum of fame in Fengku Alley, where the crowd would gather in layers to watch. Fengku Alley was renowned in Qingzhou as a street for beggars." Upon hearing this, the two female classmates could easily discern that Wen Liang was jesting, and they stifled their laughter behind their hands. Ji Su, engrossed in her book, harbored a hint of disdain. Upon hearing Wen Liang's self-introduction, she recognized him as the annoying individual who had offended her. Initially, his confident demeanor on stage had somewhat altered her perception, but she was disillusioned to find him so glib. After playfully teasing the little girl beside him, Wen Liang eagerly wished for Yi Yuting to rearrange the seating. Not only was he displeased with Ji Su sitting in front of him, but the incessant chatter from the little witch beside him was also quite bothersome. After a lengthy round of introductions, Yi Yuting ascended the podium and said, "Everyone has expressed themselves wonderfully. We will have ample time to become acquainted in the future. For now, let's remain seated as we are. We will readjust the seating after the upcoming month-end assessment." She continued, "Now, those wishing to apply for boarding, please follow me to the dormitory. The rest may engage in self-study or familiarize themselves with their classmates." Wen Liang was taken aback by this outcome. He doubted his patience to remain seated for an entire month. As Yi Yuting prepared to leave, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Teacher Yi, I have a matter to discuss." "Oh." Yi Yuting blinked her lovely eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Classmate Wen Liang, what seems to be the issue?" "Well, due to personal privacy concerns." Wen Liang feigned difficulty as he glanced around at his classmates. "Could we perhaps speak privately for a moment?" Yi Yuting chuckled lightly. "All right. If you prefer to speak in a more formal manner, let us step outside." The two stood in the corridor while the classroom buzzed with activity. Many students craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the boy who had just stolen the spotlight. Those seated near the corridor discreetly opened the windows, straining to listen in. "Teacher Yi, I have a slight issue with my vision. I struggle to see the blackboard from the third row. Would it be possible to move me to the back?" Standing this close to Yi Yuting, Wen Liang could almost detect a faint, elusive fragrance. He towered over her by half a head, and as he gazed down the collar of her white blouse, he caught a glimpse of her fair skin. Dazed by her beauty, Wen Liang instinctively shifted into a lecherous mode, chuckling softly. "Of course, that section is almost entirely filled with girls, and I would be the only boy there. It wouldn't bode well for my reputation, would it?" Yi Yuting stared at the boy in astonishment, taking a while to regain her composure. Her tone was serious, yet it could not mask the amusement in her eyes. "Wen Liang, you ought to focus on your studies. There is no distinction between boys and girls, do you understand? As for the seating arrangement, it can be adjusted." This exchange was swiftly relayed by the eavesdropping friends to everyone in the classroom, causing an uproar, absolutely a stir. The boys, who had been vying for a coveted position, were flabbergasted that this fellow had so casually and unhesitatingly abandoned it. Such a person must either be oblivious to romantic inclinations or truly indifferent to Ji Su. Other girls had already been disregarded. The notion of an atypical sexual orientation had yet to permeate society at that time. Initially, the class was incredulous. But when Yi Yuting announced that Wen Liang would switch seats with a girl from the 7th row, another wave of excitement ensued. The girls perceived Wen Liang's keen insight, believing he had discerned Jisu's lack of inner beauty. The boys regarded him with a mixture of confusion, admiration, disdain, and schadenfreude, yet above all, they were filled with genuine admiration for his cleverness. He understood that by stepping back and aligning himself with them, he could evade the tragic fate of isolation and collective bullying. His new desk mate was a chubby boy whom Wen Liang remembered as Reni. Following the recent introductions, fragments of high school memories began to resurface in Wen Liang's mind. Although he had felt nearly invisible back then and had avoided dwelling on those unfortunate past years, the fact remained that he had spent 3 years in this place, and many events gradually returned to his consciousness. As for Yi Yuting, he finally recalled why her name sounded so familiar. In his previous life, she had been the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the first year, and in a few months, due to her, a significant uproar had erupted throughout Qing-E Middle School. Unbeknownst to him, his rebirth had altered certain aspects, even changing the homeroom teacher. Reni was actually quite a handsome boy, albeit a bit overweight. His cheerful and generous personality made him easy to get along with. He casually draped his arm over Wen Liang's shoulder, grinning broadly, his chubby face somehow appearing rather lewd. "Buddy, what kind of spirit is this? Is it the international humanitarian spirit or the selfless dedication to serving the people? Compared to you, Norman Bethune is but a drop in the bucket. My friend, you are certainly on the right path." Wen Liang's head throbbed even more. This guy was quite the chatterbox. Was this what they referred to as stepping out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair? Jisu remained unperturbed, flipping through her new book, seemingly indifferent to the idle chatter around her. Meng Ku turned to glance at Wen Liang in the back row, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She nudged Jisu's arm and whispered, "Su, does that guy have a grudge against you?" Jisu shot her an exasperated glare, and Meng Ku instantly clasped her hands in mock prayer, exclaiming, "Amit Ba? Don't you know how adorable that expression is? If that boy behind sees it, he'll surely regret it." With a flushed face, Jisu playfully attempted to tickle Meng Ku, and the two girls erupted into a playful commotion at their desks. Meanwhile, Song Ziyun observed them with a cold gaze, muttering, "Being pretty isn't that impressive, humph." With great difficulty, Jisu recounted the whole story to Meng Ku, who found it hard to believe. "With your calm demeanor, you actually slapped someone?" she exclaimed. "Given the circumstances, I know he didn't mean any harm. And I admit my fault. Feel free to laugh." Jisu, observing Meng Ku's struggle to suppress her amusement, felt a twinge of annoyance. All right. It was that fellow's fault for being so clumsy and bumping into our Su. Slapping him was a mild response. Thus, it seems the stance of a beautiful woman is one devoid of any firm position, and her principles are equally non-existent. Gossip is an inherent aspect of human nature. Due to Jisu's unparalleled influence during middle school and the presence of many former classmates in the first year of high school, on the very first day of school, the glorious escapades of Wen Liang spread through the grade with the speed of a bullet train. Particularly, the phrase regarding my tarnished reputation became a catchphrase among many. However, rumors can be quite fearsome. By the next day, when the tales reached Gu Wenyuan, they had morphed into countless versions, depicting Jisu as obsessively pursuing Wen Liang, who, weary of the attention, reported her to the teacher and subsequently exiled himself. This version clearly originated from the lips of a jealous girl envious of Jisu. Yet Gu Wenyuan paid no heed to such details. He was furious. Given Gu Wenyuan's family background, he could have been placed in Class 3 alongside Jisu. But Gu Shirtong insisted on pairing him with Ning Xiaoning in Class 7, leaving Gu Wenyuan with no choice. He understood his father's intentions, hoping to foster a romance between him and Ning Xiaoning, thereby fortifying the relationship between the Gu and Ning families with a resplendent lock of gold. To be frank, Ning Xiaoning's beauty and talent were not inferior to Jisu's, yet her demeanor was far too cold. Naturally, a young man like Gu Wenyuan would prefer the warmth and grace of Jisu. Moreover, even if a future marriage to Ning Xiaoning were inevitable, it would not deter him from pursuing Jisu. Such is the logic of the remarkable. Unexpectedly, on the very first day of school, the boy from the Wen family who had inflicted the greatest humiliation upon him in his 17 years of life managed to stir up trouble once more. After hearing Mu Shanshan recount the events of that day, Gu Wenyuan felt a tinge of regret over not being able to deal with Wen Liang through less scrupulous means. However, since they were now in the same school, There were certainly myriad ways to make his life miserable. To his surprise, before he could even instigate trouble, trouble found him instead. Indeed, from Gu Wenyuan's perspective, this was an unabashed provocation from Wen Liang. He sprang to his feet, and with a wave of Mu Shanshan's hand, several acquaintances quickly gathered around. For Gu Wenyuan, there was no shortage of companions. Someone go inform Wen Liang that after school, Mu Shanshan will be waiting for him at the small playground. If he dares not come, he should shout Grandpa. Whenever he sees us in the future, remember to announce it loudly in front of everyone in the classroom. Gu Wenyuan had always been the exemplary child in the eyes of parents, the ideal student in the hearts of teachers, handsome, generous, chivalrous, helpful, and refined. In the eyes of both elders and outsiders, he was the very model of youth. Thus, all misdeeds were invariably attributed to Mu Shanshan, while he remained unsullied from head to toe. Chapter 25. Who says youth is not reckless? As the two boys entered, Wen Liang was enduring a rather unpleasant experience, subjected to the incessant chatter of Ren Yi. He had never imagined that a male classmate could be so gossipy and loquacious. Astonishingly, despite the new school term having just commenced, this fellow seemed to possess comprehensive knowledge about all the new female students who boasted above-average looks. Thus, when the two boys brazenly approached the podium, Wen Liang exhaled a sigh of relief, gesturing for Ren Yi to focus on the unfolding scene. One of the slender boys, brandishing an eraser, tapped it against the desk, his complexion a sickly yellow, yet his lips were a vivid crimson. As the classroom fell silent, he chuckled. I hear that Class 3 has produced quite a remarkable individual named Wen Liang. It is said he speaks rather rudely and disrespects our classmate, Jisoo. Our Class 7's leader, Mu Shanshan, is quite upset about this and has specifically requested that this student meet him after school at the small playground for a little chat, perhaps to receive some parental guidance. May I ask who among you is Wen Liang? Countless gazes turned towards Wen Liang, prompting Ren Yi to hurriedly wave his hands, exclaiming, Not me, with a calm smile. Wen Liang replied leisurely, And what if I refuse to go? Before the tall, lanky boy could respond, another student with a distinctive hairstyle interjected loudly. If you're too afraid to attend, then from now on, whenever you see anyone from Class 7, you must call them grandfather and take the long way around. Do you understand? Having lived two lives, Wen Liang had little desire to engage in petty bravado with these youngsters. Just as he contemplated a witty retort, Ren Yi leaned over the desk, whispering urgently, Don't go. Mu Shanshan is quite formidable. He fights dirty. You mustn't attend. Wen Liang cast a surprised glance at Ren Yi, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he patted his shoulder. In that moment, he decided to embrace the spirit of youth that this new life presented. Very well, I shall inform Mu Shanshan that I accept. Once the two boys departed, the classroom erupted into lively chatter. Those familiar with Mu Shanshan began to recount his past exploits, and after several exchanges, the glances directed at Wen Liang were tinged with sympathy. Meng Ku turned to look at Wen Liang, then at Jisoo, expressing her concern. Is Mu Shanshan stepping in on your behalf? Jisoo slammed her textbook onto the desk in frustration, retorting, What business does that fool have here? He is fabricating issues that do not exist. Isn't Gu Wenyuan acquainted with Mu Shanshan? Perhaps he could mediate, Meng Ku suggested. Jisoo shot her a glare, scolding, Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Let them make a fuss, they are all no good. Besides, why should I care whom Gu Wenyuan knows? All right, Your Highness. Untouched by the mundane world. But I don't think Wen Liang is quite like the bad boys such as Mu Shanshan, she teased. After school, Wen Liang gathered his belongings and slowly made his way to the small playground, trailed by a curious gaggle of students. Ren Yi scratched his head, stomping his foot in frustration as he chased after the crowd. The small playground, nestled in the northwest corner of the campus, featured a modest basketball court and 10 ping-pong tables. It was one of the 5 sacred sites of Qingyi Middle School, where many physically engaging activities transpired. Those who faced misfortune there could not report it to a teacher, lest they be met with scorn. Such was the unspoken code. Mu Shanshan, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, awaited the arrival of Wen Liang with a cold sneer. You dared to come, didn't you? Don't think you have any protection out there. No one can shield you within the school. Word of their enmity had evidently spread, as a crowd had gathered, comprising students from several classes, including the second-year seniors. Upon hearing Mu Shanshan's words, the onlookers realized that a long-standing grudge existed between the two, leading to a flurry of whispered conversations. Enough of this. My time is precious, and I have no interest in idle chatter. State your terms. A duel or a brawl. I am prepared for either. Oh, and I recall you mentioning that those who engage in one-on-one fights are fools. I doubt you possess the courage for such a challenge. Let us have them all join in. It will save us time. Such blatant mockery struck a nerve with Mu Shanshan, who clenched his fists tightly. Unable to afford the humiliation of a collective beatdown in front of everyone, he grinned maliciously. Today, I shall make you submit, but let us compete intellectually rather than physically. To avoid accusations of bullying due to numbers, the loser will kneel and bow 3 times. While physical dominance held significance, the true objective was to mentally humiliate his opponent. A strategy meticulously orchestrated by Gu Wenyuan and resolutely executed by Mu Shanshan. An intellectual contest? Huh. Wen Liang gestured invitingly. And let it not be said that I am taking advantage of you. Let us utilize our surroundings. We shall compete in basketball, table tennis, and even arm wrestling. 3 victories out of 5, and the loser will kneel and call the winner grandfather. A hulking figure, reminiscent of the Hong Kong actor, Chung Koan, stepped forward. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, Wen Liang was forced to look up at him. Observers noted that this man's arms were as thick as Wen Liang's thighs, prompting a chorus of jeers. Is this not an unfair advantage? Remarked a slender boy with strikingly red lips, who had issued the challenge to Class 3. Wen Liang, look at your puny arms and legs. Perhaps it is best to concede now and call us grandfather. You would not lose out. Many have longed for the chance to call us grandfather, yet we would hardly bother with them. Another companion, sporting a stylishly parted haircut, chimed in. Hong Ho, are you getting soft? I've told you before, with these foolish types, one must tread firmly. If they refuse to submit, we will continue to press until they yield, depending on our mood as to whether we relent. The tall, pale-faced individual with the red lips was known as Hong Ho, and his appearance was indeed striking. Before he could respond, Mu Shanshan laughed heartily, pointing at the stylishly parted boy. Hi Hu, you speak plainly. Dealing with certain individuals requires such an approach. The boy, whose real name was Ho Chong, had a decent appearance and a robust physique, but his dark skin earned him the nickname Black Monkey, complimenting Hong Ho's moniker. He was a close ally of Mu Shanshan. Who are we? We are here to deal with such lowly scum. The group, like a comedic duo, relentlessly belittled Wen Liang. Their expressions and words dripping with disdain, their attitudes shockingly vile. The onlookers nearby bore witness to the audacity and arrogance of Mu Shanshan and her entourage. It was astonishing for newcomers to the school to brazenly display such aggression in public, devoid of any foundational backing or connections. Observing their demeanor swiftly extinguished the foolish inclinations of some impetuous youths who might have considered intervening. All eyes, tinged with a hint of sorrow, were fixed on Wen Liang, as if it were predestined that he would be mercilessly trampled upon, ultimately left in a state of utter humiliation. For a young man, enduring such disgrace felt akin to having his life extinguished. Wen Liang cast a cold glance at the 2 bystanders, the Black Monkey and the Red Monkey, committing their appearances to memory, for he would one day have the opportunity to inform these 2 that there are consequences for those who assist in mockery and derision. Mu Shanshan advanced a few steps, leaning toward Wen Liang's ear, whispering in a tone audible only to them, just as I trampled you that night. I shall do the same today. Do you understand, boy? Wen Liang, devoid of joy or anger, replied with calm composure. Bring it on. Chapter 26, A Portrait. Bring it on. With a deft shift of his foot, Wen Liang anchored himself firmly to the ground, extending his right hand to clasp that of the burly man. This contest of strength, conducted without a solid support, proved more laborious and arduous. However, it allowed him to harness his entire body's power, drawing strength from his feet to his hands. In terms of sheer physical prowess, the disparity was apparent. Yet, unbeknownst to the spectators, Wen Liang had made modest progress in internal martial arts. As long as his lower body remained stable, he could continuously replenish his strength from above, and in terms of endurance, he was second to none. Down, the burly man shouted, his veins bulging in his wrist and arm, his face turning a vivid shade of crimson, clearly intent on delivering a swift and decisive blow. Wen Liang felt an overwhelming force compressing his hand, surging through his fingers and wrist, akin to an electric shock, rapidly spreading throughout his entire right arm, rendering it painful and numb, sapping him of strength. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a deep red, ultimately resembling a thick layer of chalk dust, emanating an unsettling grayish hue. Good. The Red Monkey and Ho Chong immediately erupted into applause, while Mu Shanshan, with a grim tone, declared, "Brawny man, break his hand, and the reward will double." This break certainly did not imply mutilation. Rather, Mu Shanshan wished for the man to exert his utmost strength, inflicting enough pain on Wen Liang's hand to last a week or two to be deemed a success. Having witnessed the previous slap dealt to left Yuxi, Mu Shanshan was reluctant to escalate matters excessively. Her current aim was to torment Wen Liang both mentally and physically, which is why she proposed a wager stipulating that the loser would have to call the winner grandfather. Striking one's opponent in the face was, without a doubt, a fundamental tenet. Wen Liang silently praised himself. The arduous training of the past 2 months had not been in vain. With a firm grounding of his feet, his right hand remained steadfast in the air, refusing to succumb under the forceful strike of the burly man. The man was taken aback, never having anticipated that his seemingly invincible technique would not overpower this seemingly frail youth. Remembering Mu Shanshan's promise, he grew anxious. Disregarding all caution, he stepped awkwardly, twisting his waist, and poured all his strength into a mighty downward thrust. The spectators erupted in boos. Was this still a contest of arm wrestling? This is clearly an instance of bullying through sheer physical strength and weight, yet the rules invariably favor the majority. Mu Shanshan remained silent, and no one dared to voice their discontent regarding the unfairness of the situation. After all, Wen Liang could easily adopt such a stance as well. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Wen Liang sensed that the opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment as the burly man's footing faltered, he gently pulled back with his right hand and then forcefully pressed in the opposite direction. This maneuver was the culmination of 2 months of rigorous training, a fervent counterattack fueled by his concentrated spirit. The burly man, exerting all his might against Wen Liang's right hand, was caught off guard as Wen Liang retracted his grip. In an instant, all the man's strength dissipated, and he stumbled forward, propelled by inertia. A powerful force surged unexpectedly, causing his right hand to follow a trajectory dictated by Wen Liang's advance, striking heavily against his own chest. In that fleeting moment, it was akin to being struck by a speeding train. The burly man's body softened, and his feet slipped, leading him to crash to the ground. To onlookers, the burly man had employed his entire strength against a single hand of Wen Liang, yet was effortlessly dispatched to the ground with a mere wave of Wen Liang's arm. The disparity in their abilities rendered the situation almost absurd. Particularly after the recent braggadocio of the Black and Red Monkey, Mu Shanshan felt the stakes had been raised on the battlefield. The echoes of his words lingered, yet the outcome was utterly humiliating. Even before the smiles had faded from the faces of the 3 onlookers, the battle had concluded. What else could this be called if not a slap in the face? In this digital age, the spectators would undoubtedly resonate with the sentiment. Is this a charade? The burly man, unable to face Mu Shanshan's astonished expression, retreated to the crowd in shame, naturally no longer mentioning any rewards. Wen Liang clapped his hands and smirked, his disdain unmistakable. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Mu Shanshan. Had there been fewer people, he might not have minded expressing his contempt with a few sharp words. However, with the crowd so large, exchanging vulgarities with his opponent would only serve to diminish his own stature. What good is mere strength? This round is a gamble on table tennis. Liang Bo, you're up. Mu Shanshan's eyes blazed with fury. The more nonchalant Wen Liang appeared, the more incensed she became. A bespectacled boy stepped forward, arrogantly waving his finger at Wen Liang, proclaiming, 11-0. A senior student gasped in astonishment, prompting a nearby bystander to inquire, "What? Is Liang Bo that formidable? Don't you know Liang Bo? Brother, you must be new here." Old Liang is a legend in the 2nd year. He sweeps the table at Qingyi High School and is renowned as our infamous ping-pong tyrant. What? You don't know what a tyrant is? It's someone who dominates the table and never steps down. Table tennis was exceedingly popular in high schools during the early 1990s. During breaks or after school, apart from the basketball courts, the most vibrant place was undoubtedly the table tennis arena. Qingyi High School had specifically constructed nearly 30 table tennis tables adjacent to the playground, yet demand still outstripped supply. Often, when 2 individuals played, a line of over a dozen would form, eagerly waiting for their turn. Thus, a unique system emerged, the sit-in. This meant an 11-point match format. 2 players would compete, and the loser would step down for a substitute to take their place. Naturally, to prevent inexperienced players from taking advantage of the situation, Those wishing to ascend the table had to pass a preliminary test. The reigning emperor of the sit-in would serve the first ball. Only if the challenger won would the match commence. Thus, a unique table tennis culture was cultivated at Qingyi Middle School. Regrettably, as we entered the new century, this culture began to fade under the onslaught of the internet. Wen Liang smiled as he accepted the paddle handed to him, reminiscing about the days when he and Tan Yu dominated the table tennis scene across various university gyms. Surely, these fellows have forgotten how to wield a paddle by now, especially considering their current lack of physical coordination, control, vision, and speed. It is safe to say that even the most formidable players at Qingyi Middle School would not pose a threat. The outcome was already predetermined. The score of 11-0 was an accurate prediction by the eyed boy, though he miscalculated the victor. Wen Liang's elusive spins, precise swings, and flamboyant smashes concluded the game in just 3 minutes. The skeptical second-year student rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a penguin. The classmate he had been deceiving nudged him, saying, "Dude, is this the emperor who never leaves the court? Just a stubborn nuisance, clinging on?" These remarks sparked a ripple of laughter among the others. The Chinese have always shown sympathy for the underdog, and Wen Liang's unexpected triumph against the odds garnered him widespread admiration. Although no one dared to openly support him, a few chuckles at Mu Shanshan's expense were certainly permissible. An excruciatingly embarrassing score of 11-0 left Liang Bo looking as though he had seen a ghost. He had never anticipated such a comprehensive defeat, particularly with the explosive expression on Mu Shanshan's face further dampening his spirits. Thoughts of promised rewards faded away, and he had no time to dwell on the ridicule from others. His only plea was for Mu Shanshan not to hold a grudge against him, as he had friends within her circle who were all too aware of her ruthless nature. Mu Shanshan's face turned an alarming shade of blue, while the eyed boy dared not lift his head and scurried to seek solace beside the burly man. Wen Liang tossed aside his paddle and approached Mu Shanshan. Relishing the expression on her face, he coolly remarked, "Kid, best of 3, bow down and call me grandpa." Mu Shanshan glared at Wen Liang, her rugged face nearly touching his nose, and after a long pause, spat out 2 words, not counted. Wen Liang burst into laughter, stepping back and pointing at her, saying, "A novice is forever a novice. A mere mutt can never rise to prominence. Let us settle this once and for all as you suggested. Let's duel. Just you and me." Mu Shanshan, taken aback by Wen Liang's earlier performance, quickly thought of a retort. "A duel 1T reveals skill. Let us make it 3-on-3. Wen Liang regarded her coldly, and despite Mu Shanshan's shamelessness, she realized she had already lost face multiple times today. Undeterred, she boldly declared, "What? Are you afraid? Fine. I'll concede a step back. Let us make it 3-on-3. But I have no teammates right now. 1 week from today, right here, I'll be waiting for you to call me grandpa." Mu Shanshan, refusing to lose dignity, replied fiercely, "Grandpa will be waiting for you." She could hardly believe that a timid, lowly middle school student, once mocked and scorned, could possibly gather competent teammates within a week. It seemed an almost impossible task. Basketball is not merely an individual sport. Mu Shanshan, accompanied by her followers, departed with her characteristic arrogance, leaving onlookers who were either exhilarated or disinterested to gradually disperse. As Wen Liang turned around, he caught sight of 2 figures standing side by side atop the steps by the playground, their skirts fluttering in the breeze. Clad in white, the youthful duo was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, which cast a rosy hue behind them, rendering them akin to ethereal companions from a poetic dream. Jisoo and Gu Wenyuan, forever the most captivating duo of this era, without exception. Chapter 27. It was Wen Liang paused for a moment before ascending the steps to stand before Gu Wenyuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I apologize for any disappointment. In the end, I emerged victorious." Gu Wenyuan wore an expression of confusion, casting a wry smile at Jisoo. Seemingly perplexed by Wen Liang's approach, he replied in an unremarkable tone, "Winning or losing has no bearing on me. I merely observed the spectacle." Tilting his head slightly, he allowed a hint of mockery to seep into his gaze and a smirk to curl at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, no matter how skilled you are but an actor in this grand performance. Whether you win or lose, it matters not. I am here solely to witness the show." Wen Liang's hands, resting at his sides, tightened subtly, and a flicker of light sparkled in his clear eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Wenyuan's strikingly handsome face. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the barking dog seldom bites. Let us take it one by one. One day, I shall ensure that there are no dogs left to bark. Huh. With that, Wen Liang departed swiftly, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be unable to resist the urge to strike Gu Wenyuan. Gu Wenyuan shrugged nonchalantly, offering no response, before turning to Jisoo and saying, I hope my restraint does not come across as weakness. Jisoo observed the retreating figure of Wen Liang, her eyes contemplative. She smiled gently. Of course not. Why bother sparring with someone like that? Her smile was enchanting, a blend of youthful innocence and allure, captivating the heart of Gu Wenyuan, who found himself entranced by this fragrant smile, unable to extricate himself. Jisoo, I must have you. In the world, rumors spread with unparalleled speed. Within just 2 days, Wen Liang became a figure of great renown among the freshmen of the first year. Whether it was the introduction given from the podium, the famous remark about relocating seats, or his confrontation with Mu Shanshan on the small playground, his name swiftly circulated throughout Qingyi High School. Yet, overshadowing him was the perpetually passive Jisoo. Be it the rumors of Jisoo's unrequited pursuit of Wen Liang or the sensational tales of Mu Shanshan and Wen Liang fighting over her affections, these stories sparked prolonged interest and debate during an era marked by a scarcity of entertainment, especially given Jisoo's radiant beauty that only amplified the commotion. The immediate consequence was a staggering increase in the throngs of students loitering by Class 1's entrance during break times. Curious heads bobbed as they sought information, an array of individuals emerging. Yet, these curious onlookers shared 2 common sentiments. First, upon glimpsing Jisoo, they felt their visit was worthwhile. Second, upon seeing Wen Liang, they uttered curses, lamenting that meeting him was far inferior to his reputation. After dismissing several groups of people, Teacher Yuting stood in the classroom, bewildered, and asked, What is happening? Why are so many people visiting? Laughter erupted from the students, yet no one offered an explanation, for they all understood that Wen Liang was no saint. It was best to avoid offending him. As the afternoon bell rang, Wen Liang stepped out of the school gates and spotted Xu Yao perched on the railing of the sidewalk, swinging her legs. Unable to resist teasing her, he remarked, Little sister, have you lost your way from your mother? No worries. Come here. Uncle will take you to see the goldfish. The reputation of goldfish uncle had yet to be established in this era. Although Xu Yao did not comprehend his words, she was not oblivious to the underlying lewdness, prompting her to jump down from the railing and deliver a swift kick. Composure, composure, Wen Liang dodged while advising her. It is rather unbecoming for a girl to engage in such antics, especially in a dress. Be careful not to expose yourself. This remark had a significant effect. Xu Yao paused to adjust her hair, smoothing her skirt, and playfully flicked her finger. Wen Liang sighed and turned away, raising his rear in a playful retreat. With a light kick, Xu Yao feigned an attack, and, before their classmates could notice, slipped into a nearby alley. Hey, are you out of your mind? You clearly won today, why compete with them again? Where are you going to find 2 teammates for the bullfighting match in a week? It turned out the girl was well aware of the situation. Since their day at the reservoir, they had not been in contact. And this was their first meeting since the start of the new school year. Not bad, she remarked, staying in touch with the latest trends. You know the hottest happenings at school. Pa, how shameless, who boasts like that? After some playful banter, Wen Liang suddenly fell silent, leaning against the wall, reflecting on the grievances and regrets that had haunted him in his past life. In this life, he vowed to repay them doubly. Thus, he could not afford to lose the upcoming match in a week, and victory must be resounding. Xu Yao observed Wen Liang's profile. The 16-year-old boy carried the naivety typical of his age, yet he also bore a unique maturity that suggested a deeper experience. His sharply defined features were resolute yet gentle, his gaze soft, with a slight upturn of his lips hinting at self-deprecation. From this angle, he appeared surprisingly attractive. Hey, what are you thinking about? Xu Yao's cheeks flushed as she swatted away Wen Liang's hand that was waving in front of her face. I was contemplating that if someone were to call me sister, perhaps I could assist him in finding a basketball coach. Wen Liang's face lit up, and he clasped his hands in a pleading gesture. I beg you, sister, Sister Xu, Sister Yao? Stop with the foolishness. Could you not disgust me? Upon meeting the basketball coach at a restaurant on Jianxi Road, Wen Liang was rendered speechless, pointing at her in disbelief. You. What you? This is the basketball coach I told you about, also my best friend and confidant. Silly boy, I did not deceive you. She truly is a stunning beauty. Wen Liang slumped in his seat, despondent. Yes, she was undeniably beautiful, but that was not the point. Can you please explain why the hawk-nosed woman from the awards ceremony is here? Hello, my name is Wen Liang, and I am friends with Xu Yao. The incident from last time was merely a misunderstanding, and even the eloquent Wen Liang found himself at a loss for words. Xu Yao, having rarely witnessed such a flustered state from Wen Liang, burst into laughter, remarking, "Who told you to speak so hastily? You brought this upon yourself." At that moment, Wen Liang grasped that he had indeed been tricked by Xu Yao. She feigned ignorance while being a close confidant of the other party, leading him into a pitfall of his own making. Just as he was about to cast a disparaging glance, the beautiful girl suddenly inquired, "Have you ever played basketball?" Wen Liang was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "Impulsive. What are your special skills? Speed, strength, and height?" He shook his head again, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "Incompetent. Then why do you wish to compete with others, to show off and be overly competitive?" After a moment's contemplation, Wen Liang nodded. "Immature. Yao Yao. I have matters to attend to, farewell." The beauty rose, her long legs clad in denim immediately drawing attention, her tall and perfect figure on full display. Without casting a glance back at Wen Liang, she turned and departed. Wen Liang remained seated, watching the girl's retreating silhouette, and after a while, he raised his thumb in admiration. Chapter 28. The Beauty. The teacher. It was then that Wen Liang realized that the girl with the hawk-like nose was none other than Ning Xiaoning, one of the 3 renowned beauties of Qingyi High School, a close friend and confidant of Xu Yao, as well as a family acquaintance of Gu Wenyuan. With her multiple identities revealed, Wen Liang could only shake his head in silence, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Xu Yao, with her temperament. "Are you seeking a coach or trying to find me a mother?" Xu Yao shot him a glare. "Can you not be so shameless?" Her dark, glimmering eyes twinkled mischievously as she chuckled. "Xiaoning seldom behaves this way. It seems you truly vexed her. Hey, your shamelessness is reminiscent of my glory days." They exchanged playful banter, and when Liang gained some understanding of Ning Xiaoning, who stood nearly 173 meters tall, her long, straight legs unforgettable, particularly skilled in basketball. She could easily outplay 5 opponents like Wen Liang. However, the question arose, how could they possibly invite someone to coach after such an upheaval? The two exchanged incredulous glances for quite a while until Xu Yao devised a plan. "Why don't I invite her out tonight, and you can bow down and apologize?" As Wen Liang appeared ready to explode, she quickly clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer. "Leave this to me. I will handle it." The following day, as soon as he arrived at school, Ren Yi leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "Wen Liang, the betting for your match in a week has already commenced. Mu Shanshan's odds against you are 1-3. Who on earth has such talent?" Wen Liang exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that high school students were engaging in such activities. "Why was I never aware of this before? Of course, it's Lu Jia. Who else could possibly set the odds? If it were anyone else, we'd be foolish to hand over our money." Ren Yi regarded Wen Liang as if he were an alien. "Oh, may I inquire who Lu Jia is?" Wen Liang asked. Despite being ridiculed for his ignorance of the stinky tofu king, his curiosity about someone so impressive at the start of the school year was piqued. Lu Jia, the class leader of Class 5, emerged from Minghua Middle School, showcasing his formidable presence from the very first year, asserting dominance by the second and by the third year. He was a figure of renown throughout Qingzhou. Ahem, Wen Liang nearly choked on his words. Did he think he was Gu Shitong from Qingzhou? He could only convey with his gaze to Ren Yi, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall promptly demonstrate what true authority looks like." However, Minghua Middle School? Wasn't that the very institution to which Li Xiqing was introduced by Zuo Yuxi? Ren Yi chuckled, revealing the singular reason behind Lu Jia's prominence. His father served as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, making collective gambling a non-offense. Wen Liang laughed heartily, pointing at Ren Yi. "You sycophant, ingratiating yourself to those above while belittling those below. You're not a good person." Ren Yi, with an upright posture and an air of self-satisfaction, was undeterred by such remarks. Unlike his peers, his thick skin allowed him to revel in Wen Liang's teasing rather than feel offended. As the morning unfolded, teachers from various subjects took turns introducing themselves. Wen Liang's memories of high school began to crystallize, and he noted that the teachers of mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics, history, and geography remained unchanged, save for the English teacher, whose predecessor, Bai Zhao, had been replaced by the current English teacher and homeroom instructor, Yi Yuding. What was this? Did a mere butterfly flap its wings and cause Teacher Bai to vanish? Teacher Bai, I am truly sorry. Tears streamed down Wen Liang's face. When the chemistry teacher took the stage, Wen Liang raised his gaze. The only teacher who had treated him kindly in his past life was the beautiful Ms. Xi Jingyao, a 30-year-old mother. In his previous existence, Wen Liang had been forgettable, average grades, unremarkable looks, a height neither tall nor short, and a disposition that was neither talkative nor troublesome. In 3 years of high school, only a few teachers had called his name, and Ms. Xi Jingyao had once taken an interest in him, encouraging him to study diligently. However, upon seeing no improvement, she had eventually given up. The catalyst for this disregard stemmed from a chemistry lab incident where he inadvertently knocked over a tray while observing the differences between red phosphorus and white phosphorus during a spontaneous combustion experiment. In a moment of panic, as white phosphorus ignited on her skirt, he clumsily attempted to extinguish the flames with his hands, inadvertently touching her inappropriately. The fire was quelled, yet his hands bore several painful blisters. Rather than express anger, Ms. Xi Jingyao was touched by his impulsive bravery, subsequently offering him a measure of care, though she too soon lost hope. Reflecting on the past, a softness filled Wen Liang's gaze as he looked at Ms. Xi Jingyao. At 30, a woman is in the most resplendent phase of her life, devoid of the naivete of youth and the mundanity of middle age, each gesture radiating grace and allure. Ms. Xi Jingyao donned a silk-printed blouse and form-fitting jeans, accentuating her curves and elongating her legs to her ankles, an exquisite sight to behold. With a sigh, Wen Liang inscribed for characters in his notebook, "You were once a beauty." Rennie leaned over to take a look, puzzled. What does that mean? Nothing. You wouldn't understand. Once the teachers departed, Yi Yuting announced the commencement of class officer elections, encouraging students to actively participate in present speeches, followed by a unified vote to choose the class committee. The approach typically employed during university years when applied in high school not only appears novel but also ignites enthusiasm among the students. Although the majority may lack the courage to take the stage and speak, this does not deter them from fervently cheering and rallying support. The high school years, though a relatively untainted period in one's life, undeniably witness the maturation of certain individuals who begin to consciously engage in various pursuits. Wen Liang soon received 2 notes, one from Zhang Tianqi, who was running for class monitor, and another from Ma Gang, vying for the position of sports committee member. Perhaps due to Wen Liang's recent performance, they perceived him as a person of presence, thus extending the notes to gauge his interest in contending for a position. Should there be any conflicts, they would negotiate a resolution. If not, they requested his support. Wen Liang smiled and nodded at the two, prompting Zhang Tianqi and Ma Gang to rejoice and immediately dive into the campaign efforts. It must be noted that following the recent events, the once inconspicuous Wen Liang had begun to attain a subtle voice in Class 3. Ren Yi nudged him, inquiring about his choice, declaring unwavering support. What should I choose? Wen Liang whispered, I rank 48th in our class. Competing would only lead to humiliation. It is well known that class leaders, apart from the position of sports committee, which requires no particular skill, are expected to excel academically. Those not within the top 10 in rankings would merely bring shame upon themselves. There's no way the teachers would approve. As anticipated, after a lively session, the candidates who took the stage were all among the top achievers. Zhang Tianqi exuded composure and grace. Ma Gang was rugged and boisterous. Li Bao was witty and amusing, and Chen Xiaozhen presented a gentle demeanor. Naturally, Ji Susu stood out with her elegance, captivating the audience. However, what surprised Wen Liang was Zhang Ziyun, the little witch who had only shared a desk with him for 10 minutes. She possessed a remarkable voice that resonated beautifully when she sang. After the voting concluded, Wen Liang calculated the results. Zhang Tianqi as class monitor, Ma Gang as the sports committee member, Chen Xiaozhen as the youth committee member, Li Bao as the health committee member, and Ji Susu as the academic committee member. These were identical to the class committee members determined by their former homeroom teacher, by Zhao Qian. It seems that true talent will inevitably shine. Yet, Zhang Ziyun's unexpected rise to claim the position of music committee member, previously held by the quiet candidate, was astonishing. Such rapid advancement, remarkable. Isn't this a delightful turn of events? Wen Liang mused, casting a glance at the sulking candidate sitting in the 4th row, wearing a discontented expression. What turn of events? Rennie asked, filled with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing you would comprehend, Wen Liang replied, leaving Ren Yi looking perplexed. Yi Yuting took to the podium and invited the 6 newly elected class committee members to stand in a row. She smiled and remarked, "Having listened to your campaign speeches, I am truly amazed. I did not expect our Class 3 to harbor such exceptional talents. Your performances have not only won over your peers, but also impressed me. I hope you will assist the teachers in transforming Class 3 into the warmest and most vibrant class at Qingyi Middle School. Thank you." Yi Yuting refrained from mentioning governance or academic improvement, endearing herself further to the students, who responded with thunderous applause that echoed on and on. Of course, I am aware that many other outstanding students, for various reasons, chose not to participate in the elections, and the teachers did not impose any pressure on them. I merely hope that everyone can support the efforts of the class committee and the teachers. Thank you all. Upon finishing, I led the 6 committee members in a bow. The newly promoted middle school students, having never witnessed such a scene, fell into a momentary silence. Goodness, did the teacher just bow to us? Is this a dream? Observing the sudden stillness, Wen Liang understood that Yi Yuting must be feeling a bit awkward. He suppressed a laugh and stood up, clapping his hands while exclaiming, "Long live Teacher Yi! Teacher Yi is mighty. Without might, there is no forum." Reflecting on past experiences in forums, he felt a rush of emotions. Rennie, quick-witted as ever, immediately rose to echo the chant, "Long live Teacher Yi! Teacher Yi is mighty." Yet he remained puzzled. Why must they shout mighty as well? However, recalling the earlier incidents, he felt too embarrassed to ask Wen Liang for clarification. The boys, inspired by Wen Liang, soon joined in, their voices resonating through the classroom, creating a magnificent spectacle. For a considerable time afterward, whenever Yi Yuting was mentioned, everyone at Qingyi Middle School knew that long live must always be followed by mighty. Even Principal Yu Mingda jokingly remarked at a meeting, "Long live Teacher Yi. Mighty indeed. It adds a touch more grandeur than merely long live." Wen Liang was the first to rise, his keen eyes immediately catching sight of the bending figure of Yi Yuting. By the time others stood, she had already straightened up, leaving this delightful sight for Wen Liang alone to appreciate. While one could find joy in solitary pursuits, it is also crucial to maintain an open worldview, recognizing that solitary joy does not preclude shared happiness. Yi Yuting's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded the mischievous Wen Liang with a half-smile. Her thoughts shifted gently, and she remarked, "Wen Liang, I see you are unperturbed in the face of the crowd and composed in challenging situations. You should certainly contribute to our collective efforts. Since the committee positions are filled, I shall create a special role for you, the statistician. Your primary task will be to gather feedback and suggestions from your classmates regarding life, studies, thoughts, or any other matters, which you will then compile and submit to me. I will discuss them with the committee members." How does that sound? Wen Liang felt a pang of frustration. Her implication was clear. He would be tasked with everything but wield any real power. In such cases, there's a common saying in later times, bearing the blame while wearing the green hat, watching others wield their cannons fiercely. At that moment, he could not refuse. So he nodded in acquiescence, resigning himself to a passive role. Perhaps sensing his reluctance, Yi Yuting added, "Of course, this should not interfere with your studies. Let us stipulate that you must report at least 3 to 5 suggestions each week. What if you cannot?" Wen Liang resolved to resist. If he could not? Yi Yuting's expression turned serious, her exquisitely beautiful face taking on an air of intimidation. "The teacher is clear in rewards and punishments. If you fail to fulfill your duties, you shall spend a month cleaning for everyone." Oh, splendid. The room erupted in lively chatter, everyone thrilled by the prospect. This was blatant retaliation. Wen Liang glanced at Yi Yuting, catching a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Fine, I concede," he thought to himself. Chapter 29. Friendship in the left eye, power in the right eye. After school, I once again found myself at the same restaurant as yesterday, where I encountered Ning Xiaoning once more. Xu Yao pulled Wen Liang aside and whispered, "I finally secured it. Xiao Ning has agreed to be your coach. Silly boy, you truly are blessed. With my esteemed assistance, huh?" Unmoved, Wen Liang replied calmly, "What conditions did she impose? Speak." Xu Yao chuckled awkwardly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "Actually, it's not much." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wen Liang took a deep breath, steadied himself on a chair, and declared, "Go on, I can handle it." The conditions were merely that she would be available at all times, bringing breakfast in the morning, standing in line for lunch, escorting him home in the evening, buying drinks in hot weather, holding an umbrella in the rain, and greeting him 3 times daily. Oh, and when she was in a good mood, he would have to bark like a dog. When she was in a bad mood, he would have to willingly endure a beating. Stop. Wen Liang glanced doubtfully at Ning Xiaoning in the distance, who remained aloof, utterly unlike someone who harbored a secret affection for him. How could she propose such conditions? With a sudden thought, he inquired, "Who exactly is my service target?" Xu Yao bashfully pointed to herself and replied sweetly, "Of course, it's me." Wen Liang swayed slightly, grateful for his solid footing to avoid falling. So, in essence, I am merely seeking a basketball coach, yet the price I pay is my entire existence? Not quite that much, at most 13. Seated at the dining table, Ning Xiaoning spoke straightforwardly. "I agree to help. But whether you succeed or not depends on your talent. I have 3 conditions. First, although Mu Shanshan and her group are foolish and clumsy, they are tall and strong. And their teamwork is commendable. It would be wise for you to find 2 robust teammates. Otherwise, the outcome will be quite dire." Wen Liang scratched his head, unabashedly admitting, "I cannot meet that condition. Please don't be upset. I will absolutely obey your leadership, but honestly, I have not had a single friend throughout my life, let alone strong ones." Xu Yao, beside him, blinked her eyes and rested her chin on her hands. "Ah, how pitiful." Ning Xiaoning glanced at her with an expressionless face and continued, "The second condition is that the school is too crowded. I require a quiet place for training. You must resolve that yourself." Xu Yao was about to boast about her capabilities when Ning Xiaoning fixed her with another unyielding gaze. Xu Yao's hand, which had been patting her chest, shifted to her forehead as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I feel so dizzy." The corners of both Wen Liang's and Ning Xiaoning's mouths twitched. They were greatly exasperated by this lively character. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Liang said, "That condition can be met. The small basketball court in my yard is perfect for use, with an environment rated at 100. Xu Yao leaned closer to Ning Xiaoning, whispering something incomprehensible, their exquisitely beautiful faces nearly touching. Xu Yao's delicate lips brushed against Ning Xiaoning's translucent ear, moving in a way that was irresistibly enchanting. Wen Liang watched the 2 girls with a smile, yet suddenly, the alluring figure of Xi Yajing flashed in his mind, stirring a cascade of thoughts. Upon hearing Xu Yao's secret, Ning Xiaoning scoffed, "A pure sandy surface, a 45-degree slant for the frame, and the hoop missing half its net. This is what you consider an environment rated 100? Wen Liang was taken aback by how thoroughly Xu Yao had betrayed him, saying, "Actually, it can still be used in a pinch." Suddenly, Ning Xiaoning stood up, her stature commanding respect from her peers, compelling Wen Liang to look up at her. "All right, let us indulge in a jest. The venue is arranged, and the conditions are undoubtedly first-rate." Wen Liang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Seeing the escalating tension between the 2, Xu Yao promptly mimicked Wen Liang, raising her hands as well, her demeanor exuding an adorable charm. Ning Xiaoning chuckled softly, playfully tapping Xu Yao's forehead. "You indeed." This smile was akin to the arrival of spring, as tender willows budded, and the earth, once encased in ice, began to crack with a gentle sound, revealing a delightful beauty. Ning Xiaoning then took a seat and stated calmly, "I hope that after the competition, regardless of the outcome, you will no longer associate with Yao Yao." Wen Liang paused momentarily, then broke into a silent laugh. Before he could respond, Xu Yao abruptly stood up, indignantly pointing at Ning Xiaoning, and exclaimed, "Ning Xiaoning, do not use your Ning family's tactics against me. My choice of friends is none of your business." Ning Xiaoning did not spare her a glance, instead fixing her gaze on Wen Liang, saying quietly, "Even if it is for Yao Yao's sake, you should not be so close to her." Xu Yao slammed her palm on the table, shouting, "Who is being close to him?" "Ning Xiaoning, let me tell you." Her words were cut short as Wen Liang gently pulled her back into her seat. Xu Yao looked at him, wanting to explain, but found herself captivated by the profound clarity of his dark, shining eyes, which seemed to ripple with an ineffable mystery. In that moment, she realized that from their first encounter to sharing trials together, an unprecedented trust and understanding had blossomed between them, rendering any further explanation unnecessary. Xu Yao's heart fluttered, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze in silence. Ning Xiaoning observed this with a soft sigh, understanding that the young girl had become deeply entwined in her feelings. She coldly addressed Wen Liang, "You have offended Gu Wenyuan. If you further provoke me, you will undoubtedly find it impossible to remain at Qingyi Middle School. Should you acquiesce to my demands, I can assure you that Gu Wenyuan will cease his harassment." Wen Liang smiled and looked inquiringly at Xu Yao, who, feeling flustered, grasped Ning Xiaoning's hand and shook it, turning to Wen Liang to say, "She can do it. But rest assured, I won't allow them to bully you." Wen Liang gestured for the two girls to quiet down, stating firmly, "Well then, I must express that I do not agree." Ning Xiaoning's gaze sharpened, a flicker of cold light sparkling in her eyes, exuding an aura of authority beyond her years. Xu Yao leaped up, exuberantly praising, "I knew you were the best." She shot a triumphant smile at Ning Xiaoning, about to speak when she was interrupted. "Wen Liang, I know about you. Your father, Wen Huaiming, is the deputy director of the Municipal Party Research Office. Your mother, Ding Mei, is the cashier at the agricultural machinery factory. You were inconspicuous from elementary school to junior high, lacking presence in class, timid and cowardly. A classmate from your 3 years in junior high, after just one summer, could hardly recall you. Given all this, I truly do not believe you are fit to be friends with Xu Yao." Ning Xiaoning paused, her delicate fingers resting on the table, leaning forward, her strikingly beautiful face close at hand. A subtle fragrance wafted between her parted lips as she added, "Or perhaps, your proximity to her is merely to bask in the presence of a father figure." Xu Yao gasped, feeling flustered as she looked at Wen Liang, her cheeks flushing before she could utter a word. Wen Liang was taken aback, yet his face remained impassive. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his character had been honed to an unparalleled resilience, naturally preventing either of the two from detecting the slightest flaw. However, this only further affirmed Ning Xiaoning's suspicions. This fellow must have known all along that Xu Yao's father was Su Fuyan. She gazed at Xu Yao, her eyes seemingly asking, "What now?" Xu Yao stared blankly at Wen Liang, finally asking after a long pause, "You knew all along, didn't you? You've been deceiving me, haven't you?" The typically spoiled and whimsical Xu Yao's voice trembled slightly at this moment. Wen Liang was no fool. Xu Yao's ability to freely come and go in the municipal family compound, as well as her capacity to move items in and out, indicated that she was no ordinary child from a common family. In particular, her father's mention of the change regarding the top 10 candidates was evidently related to Xu Yao. Furthermore, the Hong Kong businessman from the Phoenix Jewelry Store's insistence on rewarding some kind of heroic fund, amounting to a staggering 2,000 yuan, was undoubtedly connected to Xu Yao's identity. Yet, truth be told, Wen Liang had never considered that Xu Yao might be Su Fuyan's daughter. In his memory, she had always been the clever, charming, willful yet infatuated girl from his previous life. He sighed softly and said, "My friend is Xu Yao, and she is unrelated to her father. What I cherish is that unrestrained little girl, the quirky little rascal, the confidant with whom I can shout without fear of upsetting each other. Though my feelings may seem trivial, they are nonetheless genuine." Xu Yao gazed at Wen Liang with rapt attention, her heart racing, her entire being tingling, and her cheeks aflame. Overcome with joy, 2 clear tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. "I believe you truly. I'm sorry." Wen Liang gently patted the back of Xu Yao's hand before turning to Ning Xiaoning, his expression so indifferent that it seemed as if she were invisible. For a girl as proud as Ning, could there be a greater humiliation than such a dismissive attitude? "Ning, you are indeed beautiful. And perhaps your lineage is more distinguished than that of a commoner like me, but I find you truly pitiable. Your beauty was bestowed by your parents, and your lineage is the culmination of generations. Yet, at your tender age, you can only discern right from wrong through the lens of self-interest, seeing wealth with one eye and power with the other. Pray tell, will you view friendship and love through your nostrils? Of course, for someone like you. Perhaps friendship and love are merely pawns in the game of power, of which you are utterly indifferent. But remember this, I, Xu Yao, and countless others like us, see friendship with one eye and love with the other, while power, excuse me, I perceive it through a different lens altogether." Xu Yao let out a chuckle, observing Ning Xiaoning's pale face, and immediately stifled her laughter, her body still quivering. "You insufferable Wen Liang, such coarse language. Yet how amusing." In Ning Xiaoning's 17 years of life, this was the singular occasion where she was so infuriated that she felt like spitting blood. Naturally aloof and hailing from a prestigious family, she had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. She seldom lost her temper. Yet, in her well-intentioned attempt to test this person for Xu Yao, she found herself genuinely enraged, especially recalling his earlier boast about being able to hang a soy sauce bottle from his nose. This boy was truly detestable. "You still chuckled," as Ning Xiaoning playfully slapped Xu Yao, revealing a childlike side that only emerged in the presence of her sole confidant. As for Wen Liang, He had already been disregarded. Xu Yao wrapped her arms around Ning Xiaoning's waist and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Before Ning could express her indignation, Xu rose to her feet, bowed to Wen Liang, and, in a tone rarely imbued with sincerity, uttered, "I am truly sorry. I am sincerely regretful." Wen Liang, sensing the underlying complexities of the situation, awaited an explanation from Xu Yao. "I privately spoke to Ning about you, but she, unbeknownst to me, undertook a covert investigation into your past. Upon her return, she informed me that your character and demeanor were entirely different from what I had been led to believe. I found it perplexing. Can a person's nature truly transform so drastically in a matter of days? Hence, when Ning suggested testing your mettle, I did not firmly oppose her. I apologize. However, I was utterly oblivious to the fact that her trial would involve severing ties between you and me. Had I known, I would have categorically disapproved of her actions. Wen Liang, do you trust me?" As she observed the growing chill in Wen Liang's gaze, Xu Yao's voice softened, resembling that of a child caught in wrongdoing. As she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her once fierce and radiant youthful spirit now seemed a distant memory. "Very well. I shall elucidate the remainder. My findings contrast sharply with the person Xu Yao described. Wen Liang, if a close friend of yours encountered such a predicament, would you not worry for her well-being? Xu Yao is my sole companion, and her position is quite delicate, yet she remains blissfully unaware of this fact. Therefore, I sought to assess you, to witness how this once timid boy would suddenly confront wrongdoers and dare to insult Gu Wenyuan, standing up to Mu Shanshan." Wen Liang interjected, "Indeed, you must believe that I acted without fear due to my knowledge of Xu Yao's identity, confident in her presence during my encounters with wrongdoers, and even during my public challenge with Mu Shanshan, which she facilitated by sourcing coaches for me. You are correct. Given this understanding, I bid you farewell. Let us not cross paths again, alleviating your concerns." Wen Liang coldly concluded his statement, disregarding Xu Yao's calls as he turned to depart. Upon rounding a corner, the aggrieved Wen uncle stealthily peeked back at the restaurant, his expression now devoid of any trace of misunderstanding or unjust sorrow. A sly grin spread across his face as he whispered, "These two little girls wish to challenge their elder brother. I shall teach them a lesson this time. Let us see if they dare to play tricks again. Ha ha ha." What sort of person is Wen Liang to genuinely harbor anger towards two young girls? Their concerns, albeit misplaced, were not without merit. Yet, after being chastised by Ning Xiaoning, he felt an urge to vent his frustration. How splendid this is. I wonder who will be the first to apologize tomorrow. Shall I gracefully decline their overtures, or should I graciously accept? Such a dilemma. However, the revelation that Xu Yao is actually Su Fuyan's daughter is indeed a treasure unearthed. In truth, there lies an amendment to my earlier statement. With one eye, I perceive friendship and love, while with the other, I behold power, immense power. Chapter 30. Several fragrant trees cast spring shadows after departing the restaurant. Wen Liang sought out a telephone booth to call Zuo Yuxi, then made his way alone to the Imperial Garden, the site of their last meeting. After waiting for half an hour at the door, the black Santana of Zuo Yuxi leisurely approached. Wen Liang stepped forward, resting his left hand on the car roof. Beaming as he gazed at the enchanting lady within, the tinted window slowly descended, revealing Zuo Yuxi's radiant smile. Adorned in a white-collared shirt tucked elegantly into a black knee-length skirt. With a playful glance, Zuo Yuxi remarked, "Getting so close. Aren't you afraid of pinching your hand?" Wen Liang chuckled. Speaking of pinching, Confucius once recounted a tale. A man encountered two boats sailing towards each other, and while resting his hand outside the window, he injured a finger. Upon returning home, he told his wife, who, in shock, exclaimed something. Can you guess what she said? No longer viewing Wen Liang as a mere child, especially after this period of training which had imbued him with a distinctly masculine aura. Zuo Yuxi felt slightly uneasy under his intense gaze. Tilting her head, she pondered for a moment before shooting him a glare. "Stop teasing me. What did she say?" With wide eyes, she gasped as he recounted her admonition. "In future encounters of such nature, remember to never relieve yourself." Zuo Yuxi burst into laughter. Having encountered countless risque anecdotes in the political realm, she playfully tapped his head, scolding, "You're being ridiculous, even daring to jest about Confucius. Get in the car. I'll take you inside." Once in the room, Zuo Yuxi instructed Wen Liang to watch television while she retired to the bathroom for a shower. As he fiddled with the remote, the sound of running water from the bathroom provided him with a sense of contentment. "Oh dear," Zuo Yuxi exclaimed. suddenly recalling she was not alone at home. There was indeed a young man present. In her mind, although Wen Liang was only 16, he bore a maturity that surpassed many men. With a slight blush, she flicked at her cheek, muttering under her breath, and drew the curtain to begin her bathing ritual. Wen Liang wandered around the room, opening the refrigerator in search of a refreshing drink to quell his thirst. To his dismay, he found only neatly arranged cans of beer. Glancing towards the bathroom, he muttered to himself, didn't he expect her to be a bit of a drinker? He took 3 cans back to the sofa, sipping while waiting for Zuo Yuxi to emerge. However, after finishing the 3 beers without any sign of her, he began to feel anxious. After parting ways with Xu Yao, he had come directly to find Zuo Yuxi without informing his family. If he returned home late, while his mother might be understanding, his father would undoubtedly scold him for a considerable time. Zuo, could you hurry up? A child has no rights. If I go home late, I'll be in trouble. You'll have to compensate me. Coming. Why the shouting? If you keep it up, you'll be in trouble now. Hearing the sharpness in her tone, Wen Liang pouted, silently grumbling about the challenges of dealing with women, and took another sip of beer. Just as he finished half a can, Zuo Yuxi finally stepped out of the bathroom. Wen Liang, feeling slightly tipsy, was taken aback by her appearance. Just sit there. I'll change into something else, she said nonchalantly. Seeing that it was already dark and unable to wait any longer, he approached and grasped her hand, pulling her toward the sofa. All right, no need to change. We don't have much time. I just need to say a few things, and then I'll leave. Zuo Yuxi struggled a bit, but could not break free, and half-heartedly followed him to the sofa. You indulge in extravagance, do you? My entire month's savings have just been reimbursed in a single moment. Zuo Yuxi exaggerated her tone deliberately, attempting to ease her emotions. I thought my sister was a notorious drinker, willing to sacrifice herself to rescue a promising young woman. Had I known it was merely a month's worth, I would have refrained from drinking. It is both astringent and bitter, a torment to consume. Wen Liang also made an effort to bridge the gap between them, speaking with a newfound casualness that was markedly less reserved than before, as if they were already the best of friends. This leap from unfamiliarity to intimacy, executed so seamlessly, is not something one could achieve without years of navigating the complexities of society. What brings you here? Wen Liang smiled and said, for you, it's a trivial matter. I would like to borrow the key to the basketball gym at Qingzhou Normal University. Could you assist me? Huh. Zuo Yuxi shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly remarking, the youth of today are truly remarkable. Is it now fashionable to conduct romantic escapades in university basketball gyms? In this era, early romance remains a taboo topic. Yet the taboo does not imply non-existence. However, to venture into a university's gymnasium is audacious in the extreme. Wen Liang understood that Zuo Yuxi was jesting and indignantly replied, Hey, you, a leader from the Education Bureau, is this how you exemplify being a role model? Be careful, or I might learn bad habits, and you would bear the primary responsibility. Zuo Yuxi burst into laughter. Chapter 31. What matters is not identity. Zuo Yuxi reclined on the sofa, wishing to succumb to slumber and never awaken. Were it anyone else, she would not feel the need to make things difficult. There were countless ways to make them regret encountering her in such a state. Yet Wen Liang was her savior, and this boy possessed a peculiar charm that made him endearing. Nevertheless, he was still a mere 16-year-old. What would others think? What was to be done? Seeing Zuo Yuxi sprawled on the sofa, motionless, her long black hair cascading down her back, the stark contrast of black and white created an astonishing visual impact. He shook his head vigorously and murmured, It's fine, I'm far-sighted. I can't see anything up close. Before he could finish his sentence, Zuo Yuxi let out a soft whimper, turned, and hastily retreated to her bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Wen Liang sighed. If today's unforeseen incident rendered Zuo Yuxi unable to face him, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. He could only devise ways to gradually dispel the shadows in her heart. Otherwise, every time she saw him, she would be reminded of this day, and he feared she would lose the courage to stand before him again. He knocked softly on the door, saying, Sister, I'll head back now. You should rest. The room was enveloped in silence. Wen Liang shook his head and turned to leave. Upon returning home, he was predictably met with a scolding from Wen Huaiming. In a foul mood, Wen Liang refrained from engaging in banter, much to the displeasure of Deputy Director Wen, who had recently become addicted to verbal sparring with his son. Lying on his bed, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity, Wen Liang struck the bed in frustration. If it was going to rain, let it rain. If his mother was to remarry, so be it. This connection could sever. Without Gugu, there was still Du Nyang. In this day and age, one could survive without anyone. He skipped dinner and drifted into a hazy sleep, vaguely hearing the phone ring in the living room. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past 11. After calling for his parents with no response, he reluctantly made his way to the living room to answer the call. Hello, who may I ask is calling? After a brief pause on the other end of the line, a melodious voice spoke. I have contacted the teacher's college. Tomorrow afternoon. You can pick up the key at the entrance of the basketball court. Goodbye. Before Wen Liang could utter a word, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only the sound of beeping in his ear. Zuo Yuxi, Wen Liang exclaimed, performing a backflip in the living room. Deep within his heart, perhaps what he truly cared about was not Zuo Yuxi's status, but rather the essence of her being. The following day at school, not only did Ren Yi inquire about Wen Liang's preparations, even the somewhat unfamiliar Meng Ku approached him to offer assistance. Wen Liang held no ill feelings towards this friend of Ji Susu, yet he was reluctant to forge any connection and politely declined. Meng Ku, unfazed, turned away with a cheerful smile, while Ren Yi gave Wen Liang a thumbs up in admiration, only to receive a playful kick in response. After school, Wen Liang was intercepted once more at the same spot by Xu Yao, accompanied by the haughty young lady Ning Xiaoning. He regarded the two coolly. Xu Yao wore a look of distress, pitifully staring at Wen Liang without uttering a word, while Ning Xiaoning stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Despite her usual arrogance, the apology in her eyes was unmistakable. Wen Liang chuckled inwardly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Xu Yao, and jestingly remarked, if you know you're wrong, why not bark like a dog for me to hear? This playful banter was their most potent weapon against each other, a testament to their burgeoning acquaintance. Xu Yao, well aware that Wen Liang was no longer angry, promptly leaped up and playfully kicked with her left foot. Initially, Ning Xiaoning felt a pang of irritation at Wen Liang's words, perceiving him as lacking in grace and composure. However, witnessing Xu Yao's reaction revealed their tacit understanding, stirring a bittersweet sensation within her heart. It was a peculiar feeling, a blend of sourness and pain. Perhaps it stemmed from never having experienced the exuberance of youth that Xu Yao embodied, or from lacking the profound connection that Wen Liang shared. For the lonely are often solitary, independent of age or background. The trio boarded the 98 bus to Qingzhou Teachers College, the only higher education institution of its kind in Qingzhou, which nurtured the majority of the region's teaching talent. Many educators in Qingzhou's primary and secondary schools were alumni of this institution. Zuo Yuxi, serving as the deputy director of the Education Bureau, though not comparable in rank to the college president, found it quite effortless to borrow the basketball court. A young man in his 30s awaited them at the entrance, handing over the key while offering a few words of caution before departing. Ning Xiaoning surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, her admiration for Wen Liang growing. I didn't expect you could secure this venue. The conditions here are quite good. Indeed, since the inception of the league in 1998, this venue had been one of the primary arenas in the Southeast Division. Wen Liang smiled, but remained silent, and in Ning Xiaoning's eyes, he appeared remarkably composed and humble, far more so than his peers. With everything in place, they now lacked only the team members. What shall we do now? Wen Liang clapped his hands together, adopting a feigned helplessness. To make amends for the previous day's incident, Ning Xiaoning had unconditionally agreed to be Wen Liang's coach, promising that if they did not win, she would grant him 3 conditions of his choosing. The dynamics of the situation shifted overnight, leaving Ning Xiaoning nearly speechless. Without any teammates, what game are you planning to play? The expletive was barely suppressed, a close call indeed. Had this young man provoked her to curse, he would have faced her wrath. She shot a menacing glare at Wen Liang, who appeared utterly perplexed by her look. It's not that I'm unwilling to seek out players. It's that I genuinely cannot find any. He considered inviting Tan Yu, but the thought of bringing in someone even skinnier than himself, not to mention the potential trouble with Mu Shanshan, deterred him. Speaking of Tan Yu, although they had met in their second year of high school in a previous life, perhaps it would be worthwhile to reach out to him this time, especially since he was the only true brother she had across both lifetimes. All right, Xu Yao observed Wen Liang's eyes darting between her and Ning Ning, immediately grasping his intentions. I have no objections, since Ning Ning has joined us on this venture. She must adapt to our ways. With only the 3 of us as players, I hereby make the decision. Ning Xiaoning paused for a moment, realizing Xu Yao was serious. She had no leverage over Xu Yao, so she turned to Wen Liang and asked, Aren't you concerned about being ridiculed for having two girls on the court? Wen Liang donned a martyr's expression, declaring, not at all. Gender equality prevails. Why should we fear? To him, having two lovely girls from Qingyi Middle School as practice partners was the epitome of coolness. Ning Xiaoning recognized that Wen Liang had redeeming qualities. At least his attitude was far more respectable than those of other annoying boys. Thus, the plan was set. Ning Xiaoning first assessed Xu Yao and Wen Liang's fundamental skills. After a moment of silence, she suggested, let us start with dribbling practice. Xu Yao and Wen Liang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, complied obediently, engaging in 10-meter shuttle runs while dribbling. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the trio sat cross-legged in a circle. The girls, as expected, glistened with perspiration from their exertion, leaving a faint, lingering scent of youthful femininity in the air. Ning Xiaoning maintained her cool demeanor and began her summary. Both of you exhibit excellent physical fitness. Your coordination and jumping ability surpass that of your peers. With a week of intensive training, you should be able to play quite competently. However, we cannot predict whom Mu Shanshan may recruit. If he draws from his inner circle, we need not worry. A bunch of incompetents. The real concern arises if he seeks external reinforcements from the school team. Upon hearing Wen Liang's words, Ning Xiaoning pondered for a moment and replied, I will inquire about the situation on that front. You two focus on honing your skills. Wen Liang, this match is no longer solely your responsibility. So I urge you to put in your utmost effort. With that, she stepped aside, deftly bouncing the basketball into her hands. She bent her knees, leaped, and the ball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing securely in the hoop. With her tall stature and perfect proportions, the shot was executed with such finesse and beauty that it could only be described as a visual delight. Thank you. Wen Liang opened his mouth, hesitating before the words transformed into a simple expression of gratitude. Xu Yao was clapping in approval, and upon seeing Wen Liang's expression, she smiled faintly, her exquisite, picturesque face seeming to carry a gentle breeze. No need for thanks, nor explanations, Wen Liang. I trust you. Every action has its own rationale. Since their first encounter, Xu Yao had refrained from inquiring about the origins of the conflict. This was precisely why Wen Liang felt compelled to clarify that it was not out of jealousy for Ji Su, as the rumors suggested. His feelings for Xu Yao were irrelevant. It was simply beneath a man to drag another woman into turmoil for the sake of another. Yet, Xu Yao remained silent, uttering not a word, merely assisting him in finding a coach, accompanying him in practice, and even disregarding her status to agree to participate in a match. In this tender phase of youth, during such a shy season, this was an unreserved display of trust and camaraderie from a girl. Wen Liang suddenly felt a wave of emotion, extending his hand to gently grasp Xu Yao's delicate one, smooth as jade, pure as freshly fallen snow. Chapter 32. Preparations for battle. Having secured the training venue and coach, Wen Liang felt a weight lift from his heart. The following day in class, he impulsively asked, Brother Ren, I have a matter to consult you about. Ren Yi had recently become enamored with Jin Yang's novels. If one did not speak with a hint of antiquity, he would hardly pay attention. Of course. Loyalty among the chivalrous is paramount. What do you wish to discuss, Brother Wen? Wen Liang stifled a laugh and said, Not long ago, you mentioned Lu Ji and his gambling. How much did you wager? Ren Yi's expression was exaggerated, filled with mock pain. I invested a fortune, 50 whole bucks. Wen Liang nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, 50? Really? That's an entire week's worth of my allowance. Ren Yi's parents ran a small business, and his family was of modest means, providing him with 300 yuan monthly for food and pocket money. Though not ample, it was above average. He had not anticipated that Ren Yi would stake such a sum on gambling. Wen Liang felt a bit dizzy, questioning, Isn't that a bit excessive? You ought to be cautious. If the house turns sour, you'll be left with nothing but tears. Ren Yi cast a disdainful glance at Wen Liang, retorting, You seem to forget that you aren't from our middle school. Lu Ji is a reputable name among us. Throughout 3 years, he has never defaulted on a bet. Goodness. Wen Liang mused, realizing he had grown old. It turned out this group had been gambling since middle school. While he was still contemplating where to procure a bottle of spinach from Popeye, they were already adopting advanced practices from Macau. Lost in this reflection, Wen Liang was summoned to the office by Yi Yuding. The teacher, lacking respect for student privacy, directly inquired, Are you going to compete against Mu Shanshan in a basketball match? Wen Liang was taken aback by how swiftly the news had reached the teacher, awkwardly chuckling. It's merely a friendly match, a friendly match. I don't care what sort of match it is, Wen Liang, Yi asserted. I hope you understand that school is a place for learning. Wen Liang recognized that Yi had misunderstood the situation. He smiled, replying, school is also a place for growth. Yi, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped that conventional reasoning would not sway Wen Liang. She suddenly asked, I was only notified just before the school year began that I would be the homeroom teacher for class 3. Do you know why? Wen Liang discerned her meaning. In other words, history ought to have unfolded along the path of the previous life. It was only natural for him to continue as the head teacher of the 3rd class. Yet, for reasons unknown, there had been an unexpected change before the school year commenced. Pointing to his own nose, he inquired, should I have known? Yi scrutinized his eyes, seemingly verifying whether Wen Liang was deceiving her, before finally stating, Mu Shanshan has a somewhat impulsive temperament. Being a child, she lacks discernment. It would be preferable if this competition were not held at all. Ye's kindness was commendable, yet her tendency to abruptly shift topics was rather intolerable. Wen Liang smirked. It's merely her bad temper and her harshness. I am aware of it even without your prompting. It's just a friendly match, nothing more. Very well. Yi appeared to relent. I trust you will handle it well. However, should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am still able to help you with matters concerning Qinghai. Wen Liang was left bewildered, unable to fathom the purpose of their conversation. Moreover, the audacity of a mere teacher to take on such responsibilities at a prestigious institution like Qinghai was indeed astonishing. After classes, Wen Liang made his way alone to the treacherous college, a suggestion from Ning Xiaoning. Before the match commenced, it was crucial that no one discovered his connection with her and Xu Yao. The strategy was to catch their opponents off guard, as knowledge of their participation could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, the trio divided into 2 groups, planning to reconvene at the basketball court of the treacherous college. As Wen Liang's figure faded into the distance, a slender figure, lurking at the school gate, scurried towards the small playground. Mu Shanshan and her companions were gathered on the grass beside the basketball court. Upon the return of the slender figure, Ho Chang called out loudly, Red Monkey. Where did he go? Red Monkey cleared his throat, maintaining his furtive demeanor, and whispered, strangely enough, that fellow went east. Everyone paused in surprise, turning their gazes towards Mu Shanshan, who frowned, her fingers rhythmically tapping the ground as she murmured, East? What lies to the east? Qinghai is located in the bustling center of Qingzhou's main urban area. Exiting westward leads to Qingzhou No. 19 Middle School, which, despite its dilapidated teaching buildings, boasts the only synthetic track besides the treacherous college. The basketball court is commendable as well, with a cemented surface and nets on the hoops, unlike the bare iron rings at No. 1 Middle School, which appear rather unappealing. Heading south leads to Qingzhou Heavy Industry First Affiliated Middle School, which offers slightly better conditions than No. 19. There are no secondary schools to the west, but there exists a technical vocational school, while it does have a basketball court. It is hardly superior to Wen Liang's home court, serving merely as an ornament. As for the east, that direction indeed leads to Qingzhou Treacherous College. But outdoor basketball courts during this period are as congested as a train station during the Spring Festival. It is rumored that there are indoor basketball courts as well. But given Wen Liang's modest background, Mu Shanshan scoffed at the thought and did not take it to heart. She nodded at Red Monkey, gesturing for him to sit, and remarked, Heading east means returning home. The municipal party's family compound is over there. I knew it. This fellow has spirit but lacks courage. Perhaps he has already given up. Wen Yuan even asked me to keep an eye on him. Was it really necessary? Ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the group. But a handsome young man furrowed his brow and said, The municipal party's family compound? Who is his municipal party member? We must not let it become a ruckus, or it will not end well. Mushin Shan was aware that he had an aunt in the municipal organization department. However, when it came to his father, Bai Changqian, who held the position of vice mayor with a standing on the standing committee, who did he fear? Despite his delicate appearance resembling that of a girl, when it came to fighting, he was reckless and ruthless, having ruined a considerable number of young women over the past 2 years. He would abandon them without a second thought, leaving Mushin Shan to feel that his father was utterly heartless. Nonetheless, he was merely a deputy director in the political research office, a position of little significance. Bai Huan confronted him directly without hesitation. A subtle hint of pride flickered across Bai Huan's refined features, and he smiled without uttering a word. Ho Chang, preoccupied with idle chatter. Had never inquired about Wen Liang's family background. Upon hearing about the deputy division, he felt a slight unease and remarked, "So he's a deputy chief? That's not exactly a small fry. Is everything all right with you, Shangu?" Mushin Shan slapped the back of his head and scolded, "Among us, you are the only one lacking composure. I mean, Black Monkey, your father is the district chief of Huashan district. How can you be so timid?" Ho Chang immediately protested loudly, "Shangu, how can you call my dad an official? Yang Daneo of Huashan district is the one who calls the shots. Even the deputy leaders treat him like a grandson. I've seen my dad break cups at home more than once." His words reflected a certain level of wit, as he even mocked his own father. Mushin Shan, recognizing his carefree nature, slapped him again. Ho Chang chuckled and dodged, unfazed by the interaction. Lowering his voice, Mushin Shan said, "No worries, you'll soon be in a position of power. Yang Daneo won't be around for long." Ho Chang rejoiced, grasping Mushin Shan's arm. "As brothers, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Huashan district is currently the largest district in Qingzhou, economically prosperous with a large population. The district committee secretary holds a significant position among the 8 counties and 6 districts of Qingzhou. The previous secretaries were trusted confidants of the top leaders. During Zuo Jing's tenure in Qingzhou, although relations between the municipal government and the city council were tense, Zuo Jing managed to dominate Fang Mingtang, maintaining control over the situation. His subordinates, therefore, tended to act with a degree of arrogance. Yang Yihong, who was small in stature yet had a prominent forehead, was nicknamed Yang Daneo. He was a staunch loyalist of Zuo Jing and, over 5 years, cultivated Huashan district to earn the nickname Little Jiangnan, marking him as a distinguished official. Mushin Shan smiled coldly, "Just wait and see. If Yang Yihong were here, spitting blood would be inevitable. Since when could such a petty child discuss life and death with impunity? It's truly a farcical joke. Unfortunately, in the face of reality, this joke is far from amusing. Enough of this nonsense. Xiaoming, when will the experts you invited arrive?" Meng Hao rose from the crowd, tall and imposing, nearly matching Mushin Shan's stature, clearly unworthy of being called little. "They should be here by now. Shangu, experts tend to be reserved. The more temperamental they are, the more skilled they usually are. What you seek is certainty. With these 2 individuals, while we may not claim all of Qingzhou, sweeping through all the high schools is absolutely within our grasp. As long as that fellow doesn't bring in the national team, this competition is ours to win." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with many expressing skepticism, clearly believing that Mushin Shan's actions were akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Mushin Shan nodded, aware that they were oblivious to the enmity between him and Wen Liang, genuinely thinking it was merely jealousy over Jisoo. Certainly, this is part of the reason. Yet it no longer serves as the primary cause. A fierce glint flickered in Mu Shanshan's eyes as he tightened his grip, producing a sharp crack. Chapter 33. Profound reasons. Guan Yu and Shi Chenkai, who had been invited, appeared before the gathering. Mu Shanshan scrutinized the 2 men with meticulous attention, examining them from every angle, almost as if he wished to pry open their mouths to gauge their worth. Guan Yu could not endure the predatory glint in Mu's gaze and snorted heavily, while Shi Chenkai seemed indifferent, grinning broadly and nodding amiably at Mu Shanshan. After a moment of silence, Mu Shanshan remained quiet, accepting the basketball handed to him by Meng Hao and casually tossing it to Shi Chenkai. Meng Hao chuckled and said, "Brother Shan is testing you. Show us what you've got." Shi Chenkai responded with a cheerful sure, and with a deft flick of his right hand. The basketball spun rapidly on his fingertips, prompting cheers from Ho Chang and Hong Ho. Initially dribbling in place, Shi Chenkai suddenly launched into action, his movements akin to a nimble fish navigating the half-court, skillfully dribbling between his legs, maneuvering past defenders, and executing a jump shot, showcasing a plethora of technical skills. Even Bai Huan, who was oblivious to basketball, recognized that Shi Chenkai was simulating a fierce contest with an imaginary opponent, alternating between aggressive advances and defensive postures, creating an impression of single-handedly embodying a 5-player dynamic. Such prowess placed him among the elite at the first high school, and what stood out was his petite stature. Yet his speed was undeniably remarkable. Mu Shanshan was the first to applaud, and the others, having witnessed an entertaining display, joined in the appreciation. Ho Chang, slightly breathless, patted Shi Chenkai on the back, chuckling, "You played well. Though you may not be the most handsome, I won't hold it against you. Stick with me from now on." The tone and demeanor with which Ho Chang spoke were akin to tossing a bone to a dog who, upon receiving it, would feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. There was no doubt that this was the same Ho Chang who had just been reprimanded by Mu Shanshan, reduced to a subordinate status. The others paid little heed to Shi Chengkai, and Ho Chang's words elicited no reaction, as if it were a matter of course. Inside and outside the circle, two worlds existed. For those in their circle, being allowed entry, even as a mere errand runner, represented a significant shift from their previous lives. Thus, kneeling to lick the toes of those above them seemed an acceptable norm. Who would dare to quibble over my tone? In truth, those genuinely powerful within their circles would not behave in such a manner. Instead, it was this group of half-baked individuals, awakening to various realizations at the tender age of 16 or 17, who recognized the immense convenience and elevated status their identity afforded them, yet lacked the experience and wisdom to navigate the underlying anxieties that accompanied such privilege. Hence, in later generations, this demographic would be colloquially termed second-generation rich, second-generation officials, and so forth. In comparison to Gu Wenyuan, Shi Qingcai's appearance was like comparing dirt to gold, yet when placed beside Ho Chang, he could still be considered handsome. Hearing Ho Chang's words, Shi Qingcai felt no trace of discontent. Instead, he bent slightly, his face beaming with delight, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. "Thank you, Brother Chang, thank you." Though only a few days had passed since the start of school, Shi Qingcai was not surprised by Mu Shanshan's prominence, given his overt demeanor. However, the fact that he recognized Ho Chang, who was certainly not a pivotal figure in Mu Shanshan's circle, only underscored the reality that there are indeed many clever individuals in this world. Ho Chang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as he patted him on the back, exclaiming, "Not bad at all, ha ha ha," ignoring the raucousness nearby. Mu Shanshan cast a sidelong glance at Guan Yu and coldly inquired, "What skills do you possess? Care to showcase a few?" Guan Yu carefully organized his thoughts, striving to avoid sounding overly humble or revealing a hint of arrogance or dissatisfaction. With a restrained smile, he replied, "My basketball skills are merely average, my technique is passable. But my true passion lies in tactical arrangements and organizational coordination. In comparison to a valiant warrior like Shi Tongxue, there's really no need to mention it." Guan Yu wished to steer clear of Mu Shanshan and her entourage, yet as a member of the youth team and a basketball specialist recruited into Qingyi High School, his background was clearly documented. Given that Meng Hao had insisted on his participation without uttering a word, it was evident that retreat was not an option, especially with the enticing offer of 500 yuan on the table. Winning this match would yield a windfall of 500 yuan, and shunning such an opportunity would be foolish. At this age, there are countless peers who pride themselves on their lofty principles, irrespective of wealth. However, for Guan Yu, who came from a less fortunate background, he understood the value of every cent. 500 yuan could represent 3 months of his mother laboring at the market. In certain respects, Mu Shanshan had a methodical approach to her dealings, not solely relying on intimidation. Guan Yu's words were articulated with remarkable finesse, making him seem far more composed than an average first-year high school student. Mu Shanshan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect, decisively stating, "There's no need for such modesty. You shall be responsible for all plans and training. Ensure the team is well coordinated. Victory is imperative in this match." Guan Yu nodded, and when the topic of basketball arose, he readily embraced his role, no longer concealing the pride in his eyes. "Winning is trivial. I'll ensure they score not a single point." Mu Shanshan was elated, clapping her hands together with a crisp sound. "That's the spirit. If you accomplish this, I shall reward you with an additional 500 yuan. Shi Qingcai, standing nearby, chuckled, though a fleeting look of envy crossed his face as he glanced at Guan Yu. Suddenly, Bai Huan, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Old Mu, I heard that you all placed a substantial bet with Lugia?" Ho Chang's excitement surged at the mention, laughing heartily. "Indeed. We each wagered 1,000, amounting to a total of 5,000. We nearly frightened Lu Jiehe to death." By Gu, you missed the spectacle of Lu Jiehe's expression at that moment. It was priceless. Despite Ho Chang's father being the district chief of Huashan, I can't fathom how he manages to call him bro. Mu Shanshan scoffed. "Does Lu Jiehe really think he can use our platform to stage his little performance? I intend to make him pay dearly." Bai Huan, perplexed, replied, "Pay dearly? If the bet collapses, can he truly pay according to the odds? Ridiculous." Mu Shanshan's expression turned sinister, perfectly suited for a villainous role. I care not for others. Whatever stakes I have accepted, he must repay according to the odds. Bai Huan shook his head, somewhat speechless. This kid is growing bolder by the day. Does he truly dare to accept such a large sum and open the betting? If that kid claims a ceiling of 1,000 yuan, I'll crush him with my cash. Hong Ho chimed in playfully. By go. Do you have a connection with Lu Jia? Connections are rather ordinary. We merely attended Minghua Middle School together and have had some dealings. Old Mu, take care. Lu Jia is not to be trifled with. Mu Shanshan nodded slightly, not taking it to heart. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and Shi Qingkai, standing beside her, were drenched in cold sweat. 5,000 yuan. Such a substantial wager, if lost, would surely strip Mu Shanshan of her skin. By the time Wen Liang arrived at the basketball court, they had already secured the third position. Ning Xiaoning did not conceal her discontent, coldly stating, I despise tardiness. Especially when men arrive later than women. I demand an explanation. Xu Yao shrugged nonchalantly, engrossed in her game, while Wen Liang, grinning cheekily, raised 4 large bottles of libashi, exclaiming, it only struck me how unbearable this heat is without water after I arrived, so I turned back to buy some. Isn't that a profoundly deep reason? Lack of education. Was your elementary Chinese class taught by a math teacher? Only a lesson could be deemed profound. Ning Xiaoning's biting sarcasm was a revelation to Wen Liang, leaving him utterly stunned. Nonetheless, he understood that the young lady had accepted his explanation. He smiled. Though Ning Xiaoning appeared haughty and frigid, her thoughts were intricate, and her actions meticulously organized. She had managed to investigate Xu Yao discreetly and keenly discern the differences, then suddenly faced a dilemma, relying on her observations to deduce the truth. Such a calculated yet blustery approach is not something an unseasoned person could master. However, expertise is one thing, and the willingness to act upon it is another. Ning Xiaoning often bore the demeanor of someone owed a debt, her words capable of piercing through the very heavens. Without a solid background, Wen Liang even questioned how she had grown to this age. Nevertheless, he admired one aspect of her. When Ning Xiaoning chose to reason, she was remarkably reasonable. As long as there was a legitimate justification, Wen Liang believed that even if she were wronged, they could sit down and discuss it amicably. Of course, he had never witnessed her unwillingness to reason, but he could surely imagine it. Have you seen Jurassic Park? The scene should not differ much. Wen Liang followed closely behind her, her strikingly long legs swaying enticingly before him, the pale blue jeans hugging her curves, undulating with every step, stirring a restless longing within him. As he turned his head and caught sight of Xu Yao, he quickly recited to himself, a friend's friend is my friend. One must not deceive. But then he pondered, what if it were a wife's wife? Would she still be my wife? Xu Yao observed Wen Liang's alternating frowns and silly smiles, then, with a hint of annoyance, playfully kicked at him. What are you staring at? As her gaze drifted toward Ning Xiaoning's silhouette, she mischievously inquired, Is she beautiful? Shall I step away for a moment? Wen Liang, with a serious demeanor, retorted, your words are rather unkind. Look at that girl. Her skin is not as fair as yours, her eyes not as large, and her nose could hang a soy sauce bottle if pressed against the wall. How dare you insult her like that? If you're so capable, why don't you find someone more beautiful than yourself? This was what Wen Liang had said when he first encountered Ning Xiaoning at the Youth Award ceremony. And to his surprise, he recalled it word for word. Xu Yao burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and crouching to the ground, exclaiming with delight. Finally, unable to tolerate the antics of the two, Ning Xiaoning spun around sharply, her shoulder-length hair swaying through the air, revealing a hint of playfulness. Come over and practice shooting. As the saying goes, when Xiao Ning loses her temper, even the most audacious thieves would think twice. Xu Yao and Wen Liang exchanged a glance and obediently followed. Chapter 34. Subtle enchantment. Over the course of 2 to 3 days, Wen Liang's performance astonished Ning Xiaoning. His decisive interceptions, precise shooting, rapid advances, and meticulous defense seemed to progress at an astonishing rate. His physical coordination was exceptional, and his agility surpassed anyone Ning Xiaoning had ever encountered. Not to mention his physical prowess. After a slight collision, her shoulder still throbbed faintly 2 days later. During their training session, the glass doors of the basketball court swung open, and 4 tall young men strode in. One notably burly fellow, brimming with arrogance, exclaimed as he walked in, let me see who is foolish enough to occupy our training ground. Upon catching sight of the 2 young women, his expression brightened, and a self-satisfied grin spread across his face. Ah, I see. It's the arrival of beautiful ladies. This court should indeed be yielded. His poor eyesight was evident, as he only then noticed Wen Liang beside them. Recognizing the basketball player's stance, he quickly realized that this dark-skinned lad shared a special connection with the two beauties. His demeanor shifted, and he addressed them with a scowl. Which department are you from? This basketball court has recently been claimed by our sports department, and unauthorized individuals are not permitted. Please leave. The rapid shift in his attitude underscored a universal truth. In this era, the allure of single women often eclipses that of married ones. However, in the future, the distinction between single and married individuals would become less pronounced, as both demographics would boast substantial followings. Ning Xiaoning and Xu Yao continued to hydrate and wipe away sweat, remaining seated. Wen Liang offered a wry smile. Stepping forward as a mediator, we are freshmen from the foreign language department and simply entered to play when we saw the door open. Please don't misunderstand. We truly had no idea this was your sports department's practice area. The two young women behind him huffed in discontent. The burly man, noticing Wen Liang's submissive demeanor, wore a disdainful smirk. Behind him, a rather unsavory-looking individual chuckled softly. What a pushover. It seems even beautiful women have lost their discernment these days. He deliberately sought to provoke Wen Liang, lowering his voice just enough for both Wen Liang and the young women to hear. Initially intending to dismiss them with a wave of his hand, the burly man reconsidered upon hearing the lewd comment and seeing the two stunning women glare at Wen Liang. He suddenly changed his tune. Oh, so you're freshmen. No wonder these lovely ladies seem unfamiliar. It's our first encounter. To be honest, it's perfectly fine for you to join us. The court is large enough. However, he cast a sidelong glance at the two ladies, and the unsavory man interjected. If these two lovely classmates could join us for karaoke, then everything would be agreeable. Karaoke had recently surged in popularity in Qingzhou, not limited to professional venues. Even the streets and alleys filled with throngs of men and women wielding worn microphones, singing along to television shows featuring bikini-clad beauties. Soon becoming as renowned as dance halls and bars, dubbed the three great sanctuaries for courtship in contemporary society. Ning Xiaoning suddenly stood up, exposing her long, porcelain-like legs beneath her shorts to the astonished onlookers. The burly man gaped, struggling to swallow his saliva. They were a group accustomed to boasting in school, and teasing beautiful girls was merely an instinctive reaction rather than a genuine desire for anything further. In this era, the general quality of university students is acceptable. Yet the four burly men, admitted to the teacher's college for their athletic prowess, had their cultural literacy directly reflected in their personal demeanor. Having never encountered exceptional individuals like Ning Xiaoning and Xu Yao, their blood surged to their heads, and they acted recklessly, taking advantage of the freshman's naivety, speaking without restraint. One of them fixed his gaze on Ning Xiaoning and said, "Beautiful girl, as long as you agree to sing a song with us, no one in this college will dare to bully you afterward." He then pointed at Wen Liang, mocking, "If you submit to us, where would you be bullied if you follow him?" This time, even Xu Yao stood up. Ning Xiaoning, however, remained indifferent, merely casting a cold glance at Wen Liang, stepping forward as if ready to strike. Coming from a military family, she had never feared anyone. Behind her, Wen Liang's lazy voice echoed. "I suddenly feel that since you arrived, the air quality here has deteriorated significantly." Ning Xiaoning recognized Wen Liang's capabilities, snorted, and relaxed her fist, standing still in silence. Wen Liang had intended to deceive this group into leaving, prioritizing safety on someone else's territory. However, this brute, being a university student, spoke with such a lack of decorum that it ignited his fury, yet he approached with a smile. Xu Yao, standing nearby, waved her small hand in front of her nose, wrinkling her adorable little nose as she exclaimed, "Not just poor, it's utterly foul." Wen Liang silently admired her for being a good foil, replying, "Brother, you should return whence you came. This place has been commandeered by our foreign language department." The burly man remained entranced by the moment of beauty from earlier and failed to comprehend the situation. The other three, who had been gazing at the two women, could no longer restrain themselves and began to berate Wen Liang. "How dare you, newcomer, speak to me like that? Do you believe I will make you practice handstands bare-bottomed in your dorm tonight? You think you can mess with us? Today, I will show you how we handle people like you." They continued, "Why waste words? A slap will silence you." The burly man's face turned ashen. Those from the sports department were typically domineering, and it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He took a few steps forward, pointing at Wen Liang, and shouted, "What are you?" "I'm speaking to the beautiful girl. Do you think you're worthy of interjecting?" As he spoke, one hand reached to grab Wen Liang's collar while the other clenched into a fist, aiming a fierce blow at his face. This strike was swift and vicious. If it landed, it would not only mar his appearance, but likely cause a substantial nosebleed. Impulsiveness is a devil. Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning exchanged worried glances, both sensing the tension. While Wen Liang was skilled, the four towering figures from the sports department were seasoned fighters, and there was a chance he might be at a disadvantage. Ning Xiaoning stomped her foot, ready to rush in to help, but Xu Yao grabbed her. Her eyes fixed intently on the scene. "I know him. He definitely won't want us to take risks right now. It's all right, I trust him." Ning Xiaoning looked into Xu Yao's eyes, seeing her unwavering confidence and trust, and it seemed to stir something deep within her icy heart. She turned to the ordinary, dark-haired youth and whispered, "Be careful." Wen Liang, with a sudden exclamation, clumsily dodged to the side, narrowly evading the incoming fist, and instinctively grasped the assailant's wrist, gently pulling it forward. The corpulent man felt a sudden, formidable force surge through his arm, causing him to stagger forward uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Liang had bent his knee just in time, perfectly positioned in the path of his fall. Thud! The collision between his knee and the man's abdomen produced a resounding echo akin to a hammer striking a drum. The corpulent man's eyes widened in shock, his hands clutching his stomach as he gasped silently, his face contorted in a grotesque expression that was difficult to behold. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the astonishment and indignation swelling within him. How could this seemingly weakling, who had surrendered from the outset, possess such unexpected strength? The force transmitted through his arm was undeniable, a power so overwhelming that even a feeble struggle was rendered futile. Wen Liang gracefully retracted his knee, and with a thud, the corpulent man fell to the ground. He dusted off his hands and smiled at the other three bewildered onlookers, remarking, "I'm nothing special, merely the guardian of these two lovely ladies." Bah! Both women spat in unison at him, one with a bright smile, the other maintaining her icy demeanor. Yet both felt a sense of relief. The lecherous man exchanged glances with the other two, and they shouted in unison before lunging forward. Wen Liang retaliated with swift punches and kicks, effortlessly toppling them. He then deliberately dragged the lecherous man before Ning Xiaoning. Grinning, "He insulted you first. Feel free to exact your revenge." Ning Xiaoning coldly replied, "Don't dirty my hands." "Wait, actually, he did say something quite reasonable," the lecherous man interjected timidly. Ning Xiaoning remained silent, but Xu Yao, ever perceptive, chimed in, "What was that?" "Just a jab will keep him in line." Wen Liang's eyes flashed with a hint of severity as he suddenly delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. Slap! Instantly, 5 crimson fingerprints bloomed on the lecherous man's cheek, his face swelling to a considerable degree, yet he dared not retaliate any longer. Wen Liang kicked each of the 4 men on their backsides with a dismissive command to scram, and they scrambled to their feet, limping away. At the door, the corpulent man turned back with a fierce glare, threatening, "You'd better watch out, kid. Don't run away." Wen Liang feigned pursuit, and the 4 men vanished in haste. Xu Yao, unfazed by the incident, resumed playing with the ball, confident in her own prowess from years of martial training, far surpassing Wen Liang's abilities. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoning stood before Wen Liang, her face flushed with emotion, and coldly uttered, "Thank you." She recognized that Wen Liang was not one to seek trouble, yet he had fought for her, considering her feelings by delivering that slap. This genuine concern was a sentiment she had never experienced before, apart from with Xu Yao. Wen Liang offered a slight smile, the ordinary youth now appearing imbued with a touch of radiance. "You're welcome." Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning sat on the ground, sipping water, while Wen Liang practiced his shooting alone. There was a particular charm in his earnestness. The 16-year-old boy executed each movement with precision, droplets of water trickling down his cheeks from his short black hair, falling to the floor with a soft plop as he leaped. Xu Yao nudged Ning Xiaoning and chuckled. "What are you looking at, Ning Ning? Do you find him a bit different now?" Ning Xiaoning nodded and suddenly said, "Yao Yao? Tell me more about everything that happened since you met him. I haven't really heard much about it before." Xu Yao had long shared with Ning Xiaoning the various experiences that followed her acquaintance with Wen Liang, yet at that time, Wen Liang was merely an ethereal presence. Ning Xiaoning paid little heed, only investigating Wen Liang out of a sense of responsibility towards Xu Yao, which subsequently led to the events of the trial. Xu Yao gazed at Wen Liang's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "That day when I visited Aunt Yun at courtyard number 7, I happened upon a foolish boy leaping about under the blazing sun." Her voice was soft and sweet, as if savoring a cherished memory or perhaps drifting into a daydream. When recounting the incident at the jewelry store, a flicker of fear appeared in her eyes, while reminiscing about their playful outing by the reservoir. A faint blush tinged her cheeks. That day, the two of them had sped down the mountainside, like two streaks of light etched indelibly into this vibrant season. Ning Xiaoning observed the seemingly simple Xu Yao and suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Her thoughts turned to the Gu family's relentless insistence on placing Gu Wenyuan in Class 7, seemingly supported by her own elders, which only heightened her inner turmoil. To most, Gu Wenyuan was handsome and tall, exuding charm in his speech and actions, rarely exhibiting the reckless behavior typical of a spoiled rich kid. Though his academic performance was not exemplary, it was commendable enough to earn the affection of friends and elders alike. In comparison to Wen Liang, one could say he was utterly lacking. Ning Xiaoning was not entirely aware of Gu Wenyuan's sordid dealings behind closed doors, merely relying on hearsay. Yet this did not impede her disdain for him. It was an irrational sentiment. Women, no, young girls, often trust their instincts. Each time she encountered Gu Wenyuan's gentle smile and handsome visage, she felt an uncontrollable urge to spit at him. Conversely, Wen Liang evoked a different sensation within her. During their initial meeting, in an attempt to curry favor with Xu Yao, he had inadvertently offended Ning Xiaoning, prompting her to teach him a lesson in her unique manner at their second encounter in the restaurant. By the third meeting, when she forced him to distance himself from Xu Yao, Wen Liang's disdainful gaze, mocking smirk, and scathing rebuke left her seething with rage. Yet upon reflection, she realized that his words were neither servile nor overbearing, each one imbued with reason, particularly the statement, "Though my intentions may be humble, even one is not worth it." A declaration that resonated with unwavering conviction. Ning Xiaoning suddenly recognized that Wen Liang was not merely different. He was a stark contrast to his peers. He could bravely engage in combat with a criminal to save a subordinate, yet also wield sarcasm that could incite fury. He could shield Xu Yao with fortitude, facing death with equanimity, yet would resolutely turn away when misunderstood. He oscillated between being flamboyant and cheeky, and embodying integrity and courage. Such a young man, though perhaps lacking in family background, appearance, and prospects compared to Gu Wenyuan, was undeniably more genuine and infinitely more intriguing. "Coach," someone called, breaking her reverie. "Why are you in a daze?" Ning Xiaoning raised her head, only to discover that Wen Liang was standing before her, bending slightly to examine her. The strong scent of masculinity enveloped her, and from this angle, his clear, lustrous black eyes and straight, prominent nose were striking. His eyebrows were dark, yet not overly thick, and the contours of his face bore a softness that diminished its previous severity. His hair, damp from exertion, had a few droplets of sweat that nearly touched her nose. A rare blush crept onto Ning Xiaoning's face as she leaned back, narrowly avoiding the falling droplets, and playfully exclaimed, "Why are you so close? If you squeeze me again, I might just kick you." Wen Liang was momentarily taken aback. Her tone resembled that of Xu Yao. Exchanging glances with Xu Yao, they both burst into laughter. Ning Xiaoning, suddenly aware of the subtle shift in her emotions, recalled something and chuckled softly. It was the first time Wen Liang had witnessed her smile, a teasing yet gentle expression, filled with charm, evoking a sense of enchantment. Chapter 35. The fox under the tigers. Might the three of them glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to leave, and began to gather their belongings. Just then, the large door of the basketball court swung open, and a man strode in, followed by the quartet that had just run away. The two leading figures were strikingly different. One, a portly man in his 40s, clearly an administrative staff member, and the other, a young man in his 30s, sharply dressed in a well-fitted suit. The stout man pointed at Wen Liang and his companions, declaring, "Director Zhao, these three from the foreign language department are unreasonable. They not only monopolized the basketball court, preventing us from practicing, but they also resorted to violence." Director Zhao, in his 40s, snorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back, and said sternly, "What are your names? You have disrupted the basketball team's training and resorted to violence, which is a violation of school regulations. I will consult with your department head regarding the matter." Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning stood silently behind Wen Liang, and without realizing it, A mutual understanding had developed among the three. Naturally, it was Wen Liang who would handle such trivial external affairs. Director Zhao, the circumstances may not be as you have heard, Wen Liang began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao's dismissive wave. I will not listen to your explanation. Provide your names and await the disciplinary actions from the department. He then glanced at the stout man's injury, his tone growing more severe. Given the severity of the situation, expulsion would not be unwarranted. However, considering your youth and lack of understanding, I can offer you a chance to remain in school if you apologize to these students now. Seeing the smug expression on the stout man's face, Wen Liang realized that Zhao was biased in his judgment. He replied curtly, Director Zhao, you are the vice dean. Do you have the authority to expel students? Zhao's face flushed with rage. Vice was a perpetual sore spot for him. What is your name? To speak to me in such a manner? I tell you, you may start packing your things. You will receive notification from the department tomorrow. Wen Liang regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Do I look mentally deficient to you? You threaten me in such a way and still wish to know my name? Furious, Vice Dean Zhao pointed at Wen Liang, saying, Fine. Don't think that your silence will save you. Your photograph is surely in the records. Just wait for your departure. It must be said that the leaders of higher education institutions possess a certain level of dignity, even when provoked to such an extent. They refrain from uttering any vulgarities. Compared to the likes of the corpulent man and Mu Shanshan, their composure is quite commendable. So go ahead and review the archives. Take your leave without further ado. The corpulent man, witnessing Wen Liang's audacity, felt not anger, but rather delight. He had concocted a lie to lure his uncle, the vice president, to this place, fearing that Wen Liang's loose tongue might incite his uncle's suspicion, which would undoubtedly lead to the expulsion of this young man. However, he could then intercede on behalf of the two young ladies, and perhaps they would be so grateful that securing one of them would be a stroke of good fortune, with the possibility of winning both not entirely out of reach. As he daydreamed about such prospects, saliva almost dripped from his mouth until a lewd man nudged him, snapping him back to reality. He stepped forward, pointing at Wen Liang and berating him. How dare you show such disrespect? Kneel down and slap yourself in repentance, or prepare to weep for your imminent expulsion. Wen Liang paid him no heed, casually dribbling a basketball. Director Zhao, filled with rage, forced a laugh. Well, you have spirit. Just don't regret it. With that, he turned to leave, only to have the door pushed open by a young man in his 30s, dressed in a casual suit. His hair impeccably styled and exuding a sense of professionalism. Director Zhao, you truly are hard to find. If it weren't for Shaoli spotting you approaching, I would have been quite troubled. We must hurry. Dean Lin and the leaders from the municipal government are waiting. If we arrive late, Dean Lin will be furious. The tone was rather blunt, even tinged with a hint of reproach. Wen Liang's interest was piqued. Was this not the young man who had delivered the keys a few days prior? The young man, upon noticing Wen Liang and his companions, wore a hurried smile and, disregarding Director Zhao, approached warmly. Isn't this Wen Liang? Here to practice basketball today? I've been a bit busy lately, and Haven T had a chance to check on you. How are you finding the conditions here? His demeanor was in stark contrast to his treatment of Director Zhao. Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the young man's words. Who in Qingzhou University was unaware of this youthful assistant dean, known for his lofty ambitions and profound connections, who seldom honored anyone but the dean. Yet here he was, showering attention on a mere student. Something was surely amiss. The corpulent man was equally frightened. He was aware of the young man's identity and had been warned by his uncle about his formidable nature. To see him treat someone he had just belittled with such warmth sent a chill down his spine, causing him to discreetly retreat a few steps. Director Zhao, a savvy figure in the social arena, quickly donned a congenial expression. Ah, so Assistant Zheng knows him. What a misunderstanding this is. I was wondering why someone would still be at the basketball court at such an hour. It turns out you were introduced by Assistant Zheng. Assistant Zheng, however, did not engage with his remark, stating, I cannot claim such influence. This is a direct instruction from Dean Lin to ensure proper oversight. Dean Lin? Director Zhao felt as though he had been struck with a blunt force, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Without even pausing to wipe it away, he quickly smiled. Since this is a guest of Dean Lin, I shall not intrude any further. Young man, please accept my apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. I will certainly reprimand them thoroughly. He then turned sharply, addressing Wang Guangfu. Apologize to your classmate at once. Wang Guangfu, known as the hulking man, stood with tears streaming down his face, trembling as he approached and bowed respectfully. I was impulsive earlier. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, forgive my transgressions. The lecherous man, with a simpering smile, lowered his head almost to his trousers. Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning exchanged disdainful glances at the group and retreated to one side. Wen Liang, flustered, hurried to offer a hand of support, exclaiming, I dare not. I should be the one apologizing. Your criticisms were quite valid. Should I kneel and slap my own face in penance? A collective sentiment of exasperation resonated within them, as Director Zhao, after cursing silently, felt compelled to intervene. Recognizing that in the hierarchy of the teacher's college, the principal's word was law, and he, as a mere vice principal, was inconsequential. He spoke gravely. Wang Guangfu and his companions initiated the provocations, insulted others, and engaged in a brawl resulting in minor injuries. Although I see no visible wounds on Wen Liang, I must impose a serious warning to deter future transgressions. Assistant Zheng had been an impassive observer until Director Zhao's pronouncement prompted him to smile and say, all right, since it was a misunderstanding, let us not dwell on it and move on. Wen Liang, understanding the situation, burst into laughter, grasping Zheng's hand and whispering, thank you for your support. Zheng chuckled in return, whispering, Director Zuo is over there. Would you like to join him? Realizing that Zheng was undoubtedly a confidant of Principal Lin, Wen Liang understood the implications of this invitation. Only someone aware of Zuo Yuxi's status would display such familiarity. Zuo Yuxi herself posed little concern, as a mere city-level education director was not worthy of deliberate alliances with an institution like Qingshi. However, with a father of vice-provincial rank, the dynamics shifted entirely. Utilizing connections to leverage influence over trivial matters, such as borrowing a basketball court, was hardly an issue. Wen Liang shook his head, gesturing towards the two women. Zheng, understanding, smiled knowingly and departed with Director Zhao, while the hulking quartet discreetly slipped away. With Zheng present, Director Zhao would likely refrain from favoritism. It was clear to all that such formalities were superficial, akin to a widow purchasing cucumbers, merely a means to annoy them. As the farce concluded, the two women approached. Xu Yao clapped her hands and laughed. What a splendid display of political theatrics. The sycophants and the powerful, the bravado and the bluster. Tell me, which role do you embody? Wen Liang grinned broadly, mimicking a menacing expression. Isn't it you enchanting beauties who attract trouble, leading to all this chaos? Both Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning raised their eyebrows in unison, with Xu Yao exclaiming, beat him. They lunged at him with playful punches and kicks. Ning Xiaoning paused for a moment before following suit, landing a light blow on Wen Liang's shoulder. That feels rather nice. Chapter 36. The betting godfather's first shot following the basketball court incident. The trio's bond grew closer. Ning Xiaoning was no longer the frosty stranger she had once been. She occasionally teased and played with Xu Yao in Wen Liang's presence, exuding an ethereal charm, her beauty akin to jade, graceful and unparalleled. Such days veiled the monotony and tedium of training, while the bonds of friendship among the youth rapidly ascended to a sublime state. With a shared glance and a fleeting turn of the head, a warmth perpetually flowed across the basketball court. In this ethereal era, the 16 or 17-year-old girls embodied the delicate fragrance of youth, their eyes radiating clarity and purity, their figures gracefully poised. Their movements were gentle yet unpretentious, akin to the verses of poetry, resembling a water lily, shyly swaying in the cool breeze. The boys of the same age, oblivious to the sweat upon their brows and the mud beneath their feet, reveled in the joy of athleticism, laughing heartily and shouting exuberantly. In the rare moments of pause, they felt neither fatigue nor frustration. A mere glimpse of a girl's profile or the sound of her melodious voice, reminiscent of wind chimes, would invigorate them instantly. This is the most resplendent season, yet also a time steeped in melancholy. Countless hearts yearn for that singular person, clad in white, with flowing hair, who emerges from a dreamlike haze under the moonlight, leaning against a stately white horse, gently playing a wooden flute. The waters of the lake, the soaring geese, and the dancing fireflies all succumb to the enchantment of that melody. The grass beneath the horse's hooves sways in the breeze, while the bright moon casts the girl's reflection upon the heavens. This embodies the unique romance of youth, as well as its exclusive sorrow. Those who once experienced the vibrancy of youth often fail to cherish it, unaware of the deep nostalgia that will envelop them in adulthood. This nostalgia belongs to the tales of youth from the 1990s. It possesses neither a past nor a future, only existing and fading within that epoch. To relive it once more, this longing transcends the allure of wealth, power, and pleasures, surpassing the trivialities of wine, lust, and fortune. Observing the two vibrant girls beside him, Wen Liang understood that this life not only filled the void of youth, but also painted it with vivid hues. The days spent fighting together always seemed to fly by. After training one day, Wen Liang wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Coach, what do you reckon our chances of victory are?" Yesterday, Ning Xiaoning had somehow discovered Mu Shanshan's lineup, which meant they were aware of their enemies while remaining concealed themselves, dramatically increasing their odds of success. Ning Xiaoning began counting on her fingers, her demeanor adorably earnest. Mu Shanshan is tall and strong, definitely a force in the paint, responsible for rebounding and primary offense. Shi Chenkai, though slender, is agile and quick, excelling in breakthroughs and powerful assaults. However, we must pay special attention to Guan Yu, who has been part of the provincial youth team and was recruited to Qingyi Middle School for his basketball prowess. I've heard he is particularly adept at orchestrating plays, with a defense that is impenetrable, earning him the moniker Iron Wall. Wen Liang frowned slightly. "Coach, with the battle approaching, isn't such talk detrimental to morale? If it comes to it, let's surrender. After all, my skin is thick enough." "Huh," Xu Yao retorted, her eyes wide with incredulity. "What good is a nickname if it's not formidable? I hereby bestow upon you the title Diamond, to penetrate the Iron Wall." Wen Liang replied slyly, "Foolishness. If I were truly a diamond, I wouldn't be drilling walls. It would be far better to drill elsewhere." The two girls gazed at him in confusion, while Wen Liang felt a flush of embarrassment, secretly deriding himself. Faced with the innocence of these girls from this era, even his seasoned visage felt a tinge of warmth. "It is of no concern. We possess our own advantages." Ning Xiaoning clapped her hands and declared, "Firstly, as three young ladies, our opponents will undoubtedly underestimate us." "Hey, what do you mean by three young ladies?" the uncle interjected, feeling overlooked. Ning Xiaoning continued, "Secondly, I can hold my own against Guan Yu. I may not be able to surpass him, but at the very least, I can keep him occupied. Yao Yao is swift and possesses a robust physique, along with an advantageous height, so she can certainly keep a close watch on Shi Chenkai. Lastly, there's Mu Shanshan, despite her somewhat crude techniques. Her height and strength are significant assets. As girls, Yao Yao and I certainly cannot confront him head-on. Thus, the crux of victory lies in." The two young women turned their gazes toward Wen Liang, while the uncle, labeled as a girl in jest, puffed his cheeks in frustration and gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Leave little Shanshan to me. All is set." On March 25, 1995, a decision was issued regarding the amendment of the regulations concerning employee working hours, leading to the official implementation of a two-day weekend across the nation starting from May Day. The first week of school marked the first two-day holiday for Qingyi Middle School, transforming Friday afternoon into a jubilant festival for all students. After enduring 2 classes, the final self-study period allowed for a grand retreat. Having just finished reading Jin Yang's latest work, 99 Yang, Ren Yi nudged Wen Liang, grinning mischievously, "Brother Erlang. After you." Wen Liang reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Brother Giant Pain, after you." At that time, the television series Gan Shizhou was fervently airing, and Ren Yi had become infatuated with Yang Lu's portrayal of Shizhou, employing a dramatic display of tears and tantrums. He coerced Wen Liang into addressing him as Yin Giant Pain. One wonders if Zhang Zijin would be moved to tears. He even shamelessly assigned Wen Liang a minor role as a bandit named Hua Erlang, without notifying the actor, and enlisted Ji Su to portray Gan Shizhou. Gan Shizhou stands as one of the most cherished memories of that era. Although the plot and visuals may seem trivial by today's standards, they resonated deeply with countless young hearts back then, exploring themes of chivalry, love, life and death, and the moral dilemmas faced when choosing between kin and beloved, between righteousness and personal desires. Such a simple narrative touched many souls. A piece of gossip to share. It is rumored that Mu Shanshan placed a substantial bet with Lu Jia, leaving old Lu visibly shaken. "How much?" Wen Liang inquired with growing interest. 100 or 200? 200? Rennie scoffed. "Let your imagination run wild, Comrade Hua Erlang. It was a whopping 5,000. Wen Liang was genuinely taken aback. This was 1995, after all. He extended his right hand, flipping it twice in disbelief. 5,000 RMB? Regardless of Wen Liang's astonishment, The reality was painfully evident. Once he was convinced that this was not a delusion stemming from reading pirated books, he instinctively adjusted his trousers. What a painfully absurd situation it is, conjured by such a painfully absurd group of individuals. After a moment of reflection, Wen Liang inquired, "What are the current odds?" Due to a mutual understanding of both sides' strengths, betting has not been particularly vigorous. A few days ago, Lu Zhihe increased Mu Shanshan's odds from 1 to 1.5. If Mu Shanshan wins, he stands to lose 2005. Wen Liang understood that everyone believed Mu Shanshan was destined to win. With betting amounts of 5 or 10 yuan and odds of 1, it felt as if there was no profit to be made. Although many wished to exploit the underdog potential of Wen Liang, the overall volume of bets was not substantial. Lu Zhihe, acting as the bookmaker, was merely scraping by, taking in money from the lower tier while drawing on the upper tier, and thus increased the odds to attract attention. Wen Liang pondered silently. If Mu Shanshan truly won, would the meager earnings suffice to cover the losses? Yin Jianping and Hua Erlang, both third-rate actors, exchanged long sighs, expressing deep sympathy for Lu Zhihe, who had been a pivotal figure in the gambling scene for 3 years. It seemed he might face utter ruin in this monumental gamble of 5,000 yuan. Suddenly, Wen Liang realized he had neglected to inquire about who Ren Yi had bet on with his 50 yuan. To his surprise, Ren Yi, known for his audacity, displayed an unusual embarrassment as he stammered, "Perhaps it's best not to discuss personal matters. I already know the answer." Wen Liang chided, "Brother Jianping, must we be so pragmatic in life?" The overly pragmatic Ren Yi was subsequently compelled by Wen Liang to introduce him to the gambling patriarch Lu Zhihe. Lu Zhihe, not tall in stature, left a significant impression with his quivering mass of flesh. When he smiled, his eyes squinted to the size of a mosquito. Even though Wen Liang was aware that the distance between admiration and disdain was but a turn away, he still heard the sound of dreams shattering. As Ren Yi pointed to introduce Wen Liang, Lu Zhihe cheerfully interjected, "Ah, we know each other, don't we, classmate Wen Liang?" A pleasure indeed. One could glean much from a person's speech. Lu Zhihe's manner was distinctly colloquial, bordering on the crude, and while he appeared amiable, the fat on his body remained unmoving when he laughed, revealing a hollow, insincere chuckle. Ultimately, he still bore the traits of a child. Perhaps due to his father's position in the police force, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, deeply desiring to emulate the sophistication of adults. Yet, such pretentiousness emanating from a high school student appeared utterly ludicrous in Wen Liang's eyes. Wen Liang, wishing to avoid further interaction, promptly stated his purpose. "I've heard that few are betting on me. Isn't that rather embarrassing? I'll bet on myself today. Let us say everyone bets a maximum of 1,000. I'll wager 1,000 yuan and ensure those fools suffer for it." Lu Zhihe narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Wen Liang realized his family background could not be concealed from Lu Zhihe, who must have been questioning whether he possessed such funds. With a grand gesture, he feigned nonchalance. "Money is not an issue. You needn't worry." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhihe casually retrieved a notebook from his desk and tossed it over. This was a positive development, regardless of who won or lost. With this 1,000 yuan as a base, his financial burden would be alleviated. Upon opening it, Wen Liang was taken aback. The pages were densely filled with entries, totaling more than 60 individuals, each betting on Mu Shanshan to win at 3 times his stake. Strangely, no names were recorded, only codes numbered from 1 to 67. Wen Liang received a small piece of paper, torn from a math notebook, upon which the number 68 was scrawled in a haphazard manner. "Alas, I initially thought it was merely a trivial farce, yet upon hearing of Mu Shanshan's formidable nature and her audacity to wager 5,000, Wen Liang felt no inclination to delve further into the matter. However, upon arrival, he was genuinely enlightened. Indeed, she was a veteran who had commenced her ventures in middle school, possessing experience in counter-surveillance and adept at maintaining clandestine accounts. Wen Liang estimated that, disregarding the stakes between him and Mu Shanshan, the others collectively did not exceed 500. That seemed reasonable, for it was improbable that a group of children would engage in bets of substantial magnitude in private. Now, with Mu Shanshan orchestrating the situation, was this sum not sufficient for a public gambling charge? "Huh." Wen Liang chuckled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I shall bring the money tomorrow. You managed such a grand operation with such finesse, my brother, truly impressive." Lu Zhihe, undeterred by the possibility of Wen Liang defaulting, tucked away his notebook, and smiled. The rest is mere pocket change. Even if the school finds out, it holds little consequence. As for your wager with Mu Shanshan, will you speak of it outside? I certainly shall not. But Mu Shanshan has declared that they placed 5,000. Undoubtedly, she was making a show of strength, yet if pressed, she would never concede. This nuance, I trust, does not require elucidation for you, dear Wen. Wen Liang laughed heartily. Naturally, that is self-evident. His encounter with Lu Jihe was purely serendipitous. Were it not for Ren Yi's information, Wen Liang might have forgotten about the impending match entirely. 5,000 was a trifling sum for Mu Shanshan and her cohort. Yet the fact that even Ren Yi was aware implied a singular motive, to generate hype. Mu Shanshan, fearing that she had not sufficiently humiliated Wen Liang, sought to exploit every opportunity, knowing that if Wen Liang learned of their heavy betting without responding, it would tacitly signify his inferiority, thus diminishing his momentum. Having lived 2 lives, Wen Liang ought not to engage in trivial contests of pride, but since he had entered into a rivalry with Mu Shanshan, he resolved to confront whatever challenges arose, refusing to show weakness. Only by amplifying his presence before the match could he savor the sweetness of victory when it arrived. Chapter 37. Once weak, now strong, a week swiftly passed amidst the preparations of both parties. Wen Liang, lounging in the back of the classroom, spent his after-school hours practicing basketball with 2 lovely companions, leading a relatively tranquil existence. On the day appointed with Mu Shanshan, as soon as classes ended, Wen Liang observed her accompanied by Bai Huan, Ming Hao, Hong Ho, Ho Chong, and a throng of others, all gathered by the flower bed in front of the teaching building. They stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance as if oblivious to their malevolent intentions. Upon spotting Wen Liang, they unleashed a chorus of derisive laughter, seemingly poised to trample him underfoot. Although they had not suffered significant losses last time, their dignity was thoroughly tarnished, and all had resolved to reclaim their lost face today. The students of Class 3 acutely sensed the strange atmosphere enveloping them, standing at a distance, pointing fingers, yet none dared approach Wen Liang. Ren Yi, though visibly anxious, also refrained from stepping forward. Within merely 10 days of the new term, this group had already gained a notorious reputation, having allegedly assaulted the son of a deputy director from the construction committee just yesterday, which ultimately faded into obscurity. In Qingyi High School, there are numerous offspring of officials. Although the deputy director of the construction committee may not hold a prominent position, he nonetheless belongs to a department wielding genuine power. It is rather astonishing that he is unable to defend his son. Those with discernment immediately grasped that Qingyi High School had become a formidable adversary, and the group, led by Mu Shanshan, was indeed not to be trifled with. With a dismissive gesture, Mu Shanshan raised his hand and pointed mockingly at Wen Liang's nose before turning away and striding towards the small playground. He uttered not a single word, yet his expression and actions radiated profound contempt and insult. Meng Ku and Ji Susu, standing at the rear of the crowd, naturally noticed Mu Shanshan's provocation. Meng Ku whispered, "Mu Shanshan is being excessively unreasonable. It was merely a jest from Wen Liang. Why is he being so relentless?" She had initially thought that Mu Shanshan was confronting Wen Liang due to the remark made about her reputation when they were rearranging seats. Ji Su shook her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Although Mu Shanshan appeared rash, he was not the type to engage in such trivialities without reason. Perhaps there was some past grievance between them. Suddenly, Meng Ke mischievously grinned and leaned towards Ji Su, teasingly whispering, "Gu Wenyuan shares a close friendship with Mu Shanshan. Perhaps someone is incensed over something." Ji Su, caught off guard, felt a rush of embarrassment, her ears turning slightly pink. She reached out to pinch Meng Ke's waist, and as Meng Ke dodged and retaliated, the atmosphere became lively and vibrant. Wen Liang turned his head back, catching sight of this scene out of the corner of his eye. Surrounded by such circumstances, even those he had only recently met bore troubled expressions. Yet Ji Su remained exuberant. Although he understood that he could not expect others to behave differently, a chill suddenly enveloped his heart. Nevertheless, he wore a smile and clasped his hands in a polite gesture, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to witness the spectacle, do so promptly. Arriving late may leave you with less favorable positions, so do not blame me for a lack of camaraderie." The students from Class 3 erupted into laughter, and Meng Ke joined in, while Wen Liang's demeanor suggested a casualness, as if he were merely heading out for a meal or tea. It was essential to remember that he was facing a rising star at the prestigious school. I don't perceive Wen Liang as you describe. Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding? Meng Ke's impression of Wen Liang had always been favorable. Ji Su remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wen Liang's retreating figure, pondering that this young man was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Upon arriving at the playground, Mu Shanshan and his companions were already waiting at the basketball court. He pointed to the three individuals beside him, stating, "These are my teammates, Shi Chengkai and Guan Yu. This is Lu Qinghua, a senior from the second year, who will serve as the referee for this match. Do not accuse me of bullying. Both Shi Chengkai and Guan Yu are classmates from the first year, and my grandfather does not seek external assistance. They can still easily defeat you." Had it not been for Ning Xiaoning, the informant, Wen Liang might have been deceived by Mu Shanshan's seemingly plausible words. He would have left feeling as though Mu Shanshan had acted honorably. Now, however, he recognized the hollowness of those claims. While it was true that they were first-year students, they had recruited a semi-professional player and still had the audacity to speak. Wen Liang let his hands hang at his sides, maintaining an expression of calm indifference as he replied, "Using foul language serves no purpose other than to diminish oneself." Mu Shanshan was infuriated, his fists clenched tightly, the veins bulging on his hands. It seemed that, at some point, Wen Liang's words had begun to leave him breathless. A wave of pent-up frustration welled within Mu Shanshan. If he could not release it today, he feared he might truly spit blood. He could effortlessly thrash the son of the construction committee director without so much as a blink and admonish the fierce fighter Feng Jianjun with scathing invectives. Yet when confronted with the current predicament of Wen Liang, he found himself as helpless as a virgin in the presence of a courtesan. "Young man," he mused, "I hope your basketball skills are as sharp as your tongue. Otherwise, well, once today passes, you'll be calling us grandpa." The two monkeys, the red monkey and the black monkey, stood by, mockingly deriding him, their intentions clear, to provoke Wen Liang into losing his composure and faltering in his performance. Although they did not believe Wen Liang possessed any noteworthy skills, it did not deter them from indulging in verbal bravado. Wen Liang chose to disregard their taunts. For the best scorn towards such individuals is to ignore them. Suddenly, Bai Huan, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Wen Liang, do you intend to challenge our circle? I fear you may be shattered beyond recognition." This remark was exceedingly amusing, prompting Wen Liang to finally retort with sarcasm, "Just a bunch of second-generation elites, pretending to be mightier than they are. I am truly impressed." Bai Huan's expression remained unchanged, a cold smirk gracing his lips. As they spoke, a considerable crowd had gathered around them. Despite Mu Shanshan's burgeoning notoriety, the Chinese populace thrives on spectacle, and a multitude of onlookers had assembled, eager for entertainment. In a matter of moments, prime viewing spots near the basketball court had vanished, leaving latecomers to stand on the adjacent steps, the makeshift audience. In the distance, more individuals arrived, curious to ascertain the unfolding events. Mu Shanshan and his companions had changed into their uniforms, precisely as Wen Liang had anticipated, those of the Chicago Bulls. A nod to the golden era of Michael Jordan. To Wen Liang's astonishment, Mu Shanshan had unwittingly donned the same number 45 jersey that Jordan had sported. Leisurely, Wen Liang unfastened his shirt to reveal his own jersey, smirking as he remarked, "Have you not heard the saying? The number 45 Jordan pales in comparison to the number 23 Jordan. With that attire, you might as well prepare to call me grandpa." To Mu Shanshan's chagrin, Wen Liang was also clad in a Bulls jersey, yet more audaciously, he wore the coveted number 23. Mu Shanshan, possessing a more rugged demeanor, was perplexed by the nuances of such matters and glanced quizzically at Guan Yu. Having a semi-professional background, Guan Yu had suggested the number 45 for Mu Shanshan, initially intending to avoid being overly ostentatious. After all, wearing the number 23 would be a grave affront to the legacy of the greats, but at Mu Shanshan's insistence, they settled on Jordan's new number 45, unaware that an even bolder player would emerge in the form of Wen Liang, donning the number 23. In a fit of frustration, Mu Shanshan struck the basketball hoop with a fist, glaring at Wen Liang as he seethed, "Just wait, just wait." At that moment, the high school referee, Lu Qinghua, with a distinctive mole at the corner of his brow, spoke up, "Wen Liang, where are your teammates? If there are not less than 3 minutes left, you will lose this game." Stone Shinkai, who had been silent until now, snorted derisively. "Let us hope you aren't in such dire straits that you can't even find a teammate." Wen Liang was not well versed in the rules of bullfighting, but what did it matter? Ning Xiaoning had said it herself. Who cares about rules? As long as one avoids basic fouls, everything else is fair game. Moreover, Wen Liang harbored little confidence in the referee Mu Shanshan had summoned. Just as he contemplated delivering a few sardonic remarks, an unexpected gasp erupted from the surrounding crowd, resembling the thunderous roll of countless drums, stirring a monumental wave that surged forth. Upon turning, he was greeted by a scene that tugged at the heartstrings. Years later, when reminiscing about that moment, the vivid images of two youthful, radiant figures and their gentle smiles would forever remain etched in the depths of his heart. On a nearby tree-lined path, Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning approached side by side, their long hair tied back, swaying rhythmically with each step in perfect synchrony. The densely packed crowd instinctively parted, allowing the two young women to navigate through the sea of people, where breaths were held and hearts raced, until they arrived beside Wen Liang, standing gracefully on either side of him. Their poetic faces lit up with simultaneous smiles directed at Wen Liang. In the transient nature of life, one often laments the scarcity of joy. Yet, when surrounded by such beauty, what more could one desire? Observing the astonished expressions of Mu Shanshan and others, Wen Liang maintained a faint smile that might have made Mu Shanshan feel faint, exclaiming, "My teammates have arrived." Countless classmates, still clinging to their fantasies, felt a sudden darkness before their eyes, as jealousy, envy, disdain, and curiosity flooded their gazes, firmly placing Wen Liang and his companions at the center of public scrutiny. No way. Xu Yao, oh my. Ning Xiaoning is also in the mix. How could one not be impressed? The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and whispers grew louder, gradually igniting the entire small playground into a frenzy. Even Wen Liang himself was taken aback by the commotion caused by Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning. Yet seeing Mu Shanshan's reaction was undeniably gratifying. Su, unable to resist Meng Ke's persistent coaxing, was dragged to the small playground. With no space left on the basketball court, they stood on the high steps, overlooking the throngs below. Suddenly, Gu Wenyuan emerged from nowhere, squeezing beside Su with a smile. "I just looked for you in class 3 but couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be here as well. What's this? Have you placed a bet? Feeling a bit anxious?" It must be said that Gu Wenyuan possessed an enviable appearance and an aura cultivated by his privileged upbringing that far surpassed that of his contemporaries. He spoke with a calm demeanor, laced with humor and grace, captivating countless youthful hearts. However, while he was often blunt with others, he approached Su with a respectful politeness, never imposing himself, maintaining a decorum that was neither too distant nor overly familiar. Furthermore, despite Gu Wenyuan's somewhat duplicitous nature and his sharp tongue towards those who wronged him, no one dared to relay such tales to Su. Meng Ke had vaguely heard some rumors and shared them with Su. Yet such hearsay could hardly undermine the impression Gu Wenyuan had cultivated over time. Thus, although Su felt no romantic inclination towards him, she found the prospect of friendship appealing, neither deliberately distancing herself nor seeking to draw closer, allowing their relationship to unfold naturally, retaining a slightly more intimate bond than that of ordinary classmates. Responding to his playful banter, she chuckled, "Ah, so you did place a bet, did you? Gu, I think I've finally discovered a flaw in your otherwise impeccable facade." Gu Wenyuan chuckled heartily, poised to speak, when a tremendous wave of sound erupted from the crowd below. Turning his gaze, his expression instantly darkened to a pallid hue. The sea of people surged like a tide. Yet he immediately discerned the tall and slender figure of Ning Xiaoning standing beside Wen Liang, her exquisite visage adorned with a radiant smile. Such a smile was unprecedented in his experience. He had never fathomed that the typically aloof Ning Xiaoning would one day exhibit such warmth. Look, Xu Yao from class 1 and Ning Xiaoning from class 7. Meng Ke exclaimed, tugging at Su, bouncing with excitement as she gazed at the two ethereal girls, her face brimming with admiration and unmasked appreciation. The charm of Meng Ke lay in her lack of the usual female pettiness. She adored what was worthy of adoration, offering praise without envy, unbothered by the beauty of others. She recognized her own strengths and weaknesses, neither boasting nor belittling herself. Her amiable nature was a significant reason why she could forge a candid friendship with a girl as lovely as Su. Initially, Su noticed the expression on Gu Wenyuan's face before her attention shifted to Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning standing beside Wen Liang. She was acutely aware that some in their grade were comparing her to these two girls. Although their personalities and temperaments differed, They were undoubtedly the three most captivating individuals in their small circle. Now, with two of them flanking the unassuming Wen Liang, an otherwise incongruous pairing appeared remarkably harmonious beneath the azure sky and amidst the chorus of cicadas and chirping birds. Jisoo smiled softly, pondering what relevance this held for her. She gently suggested, "Gu, perhaps you should go over there." Gu Wenyuan, recognizing Jisoo's keen insight, understood she had perceived something in his demeanor. However, he could not dwell on it now. No matter what, Ning Xiaoning's presence here felt like a crushing blow to him. "Susu, I'll be back shortly, no worries. Just wait here," he declared, leaving Mingke wide-eyed in astonishment as he strode away. "Humph, all men are the same," Mingke muttered discontentedly. Though she disapproved of Gu Wenyuan's lingering around Jisoo, witnessing him abandon his post for another beauty irked her deeply. Jisoo chuckled. "What do you care about the entanglements of others? Meng, I regard Gu Wenyuan merely as a classmate, nothing more. Rest assured." Mengke wrapped her arms around Jisoo's slender waist, exclaiming, "Oh, Susu, give me a kiss." Jisoo giggled and playfully evaded her, her gaze drifting toward a boy in the distance, once frail but now resolute. Chapter 38. The Beauty Squad. Xiaoning, what brings you here? Mu Shanshan felt as though she might lose her sanity. She would sooner believe that Jesus was a janitor and God a gatekeeper than accept that Ning Xiaoning had aligned herself with Wen Liang. Were they not from entirely different worlds? Their other acquaintances floundered, glancing around in search of Gu Wenyuan, fearing to imagine how he might react if he witnessed this scene, potentially igniting a fury that could be catastrophic. Ning Xiaoning coldly retorted, "I came to play basketball. If you're too afraid to compete, just concede." Mu Shanshan's face flushed and her neck thickened as she lowered her head, pleading, "Xiaoning, just leave. I assure you I won't tell Wenyuan." This statement was rather foolish. There were at least 50 people present, and even if Gu Wenyuan were deaf, he would still hear the rumors. Ning Xiaoning's expression grew colder as she stepped forward, demanding, "Say that again, I didn't catch it." Although Mu Shanshan was not cowed into retreat, she stammered and found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a dark voice interjected, "He said you should leave right now. Did you understand?" Gu Wenyuan entered the scene, and the surrounding clamor abruptly paused before erupting again. The crowd's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained, resulting in a cacophony of speculation that was nothing short of spectacular. Oblivious to the commotion, Ning Xiaoning cast a scornful glance at Gu Wenyuan and coolly remarked, "Do you think you are worthy of speaking to me like that?" Though she had only recently met Wen Liang, her words carried a remarkable weight, reminiscent of a lecherous uncle. Gu Wenyuan felt a surge of heat rise to his head. Shattering his reason, he could almost hear the mocking laughter of Mu Shanshan and the others, a metaphorical green hat weighing heavily upon him. His feelings for Ning Xiaoning were one matter, but her brazen display of intimacy with another man was entirely different. He charged toward her, raising his right hand in a swift motion. Wen Liang, who had been observing him intently, stepped forward, positioning Ning Xiaoning behind him while gripping Gu Wenyuan's wrist firmly. "Master Gu, are you really prepared to escalate this conflict? You must consider your image. There are many fans watching." Although Gu Wenyuan was unfamiliar with the term fans, Wen Liang's piercing gaze jolted him into awareness. Ning Xiaoning was not someone he could afford to cross. Regret washed over him. Despite his father's wealth, the Ning family was not to be trifled with. If he truly harmed her, he feared his father would break his legs in retribution. With this thought, Gu Wenyuan, a master of pretense, quickly donned a smile. "Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. I merely wish to take you out. I have no intention of resorting to violence. I'm not that bold." From the moment their elders sought to matchmake them, Ning Xiaoning had found Gu Wenyuan distasteful. Witnessing his blatant lies and swift mood changes only intensified her disgust. She subtly shifted closer to Wen Liang, retreating behind him and choosing to ignore Gu Wenyuan entirely. Even Gu Wenyuan, with his thick skin, felt the sting of embarrassment, but Mu Shanshan promptly intervened. "All right, enough chit-chat. It's time for the game. All this talk is pointless." This was a signal for their leader to retreat. They were ill-equipped for verbal sparring, but they would surely dominate on the court. Gu Wenyuan, infuriated by Ning Xiaoning, glared at Wen Liang and muttered, "You're quite something." He then shot a glance at Mu Shanshan, indicating, "Go all out. Don't spare my feelings. Make sure Wen Liang looks bad." Mu Shanshan felt a wave of discomfort. If they won the game, it would be expected, but if they lost, they would never be able to hold their heads high again. It was unacceptable for men to be bested in basketball by women, no matter the circumstance. Thus, Mu Shanshan harbored even greater resentment towards Wen Liang. What a petty trick. Does it mean that whatever I do is wrong? Upon witnessing their leader being insulted, the red monkey and black monkey immediately stepped forward. The red monkey pointed at Wen Liang and exclaimed, "Is this all you can muster? Bringing 2 female classmates over, what kind of achievement is that? If I don't make you suffer, then I don't share your surname." Ho Chong, being far more astute, recognized the need to play the role of the reasonable one. He grasped the exuberant red monkey's arm and cautioned, "Mind your manners. Although our side possesses superior skills, we mustn't completely disregard them. For a ragtag team that was clearly hastily assembled, it would not be considered an accomplishment unless they were thoroughly humiliated." Given that Ning Xiaoning was present, both Gu Wenyuan and Mu Shanshan refrained from uttering harsh words. The 2 monkeys, unfamiliar with Ning Xiaoning, were emboldened by the fact that their fathers held government positions and had little connection to the military, thus feeling no need to fear her. Bai Huan, who had been momentarily silenced by Wen Liang's retort, chimed in, "A useless person is still useless. Even with support from others, it amounts to nothing." Ning Xiaoning glared, ready to erupt, but Wen Liang restrained her, maintaining his smile while his eyes grew increasingly cold. The prelude, fraught with melodramatic grievances, finally concluded as Wen Liang and Mu Shanshan flipped a coin. With a whistle from referee El Qinghua, the match officially commenced. The rules of the basketball game were straightforward. Each side would field 3 players, with no limit on substitutions. Naturally, since Wen Liang's team consisted of only 3 individuals, substitutions were not a concern. The match lasted 20 minutes, with a 30-second shot clock in place. A basket made within the 2-point line counted as 1 point, while a shot from beyond the arc counted as 2. Following each turnover or missed attack, the team in possession had to retreat beyond the 3-point line. The match between Wen Liang and Mu Shanshan was primarily a matter of pride, adhering to basic rules, while any minor infractions would depend on individual skill. After all, everyone had thick skin, the process mattered little. What counted was the outcome. Among the spectators, many basketball enthusiasts gathered. A tall, robust classmate pointed at the lineup on the court and proclaimed, "The girls' team is bound to lose. Just look at it. Shi Qingkai is unpredictable and versatile. Guan Yu is steady and seasoned, and Mu Shanshan is both strong and aggressive. This formidable trio is not just the best in Qingyi. They are considered elite even among amateur teams." Conversely, regarding the girls' team, the 2 beauties needed no introduction, and although the male player had a decent physique, he was no match for Mu Shanshan's strength. He could not compete for rebounds or withstand physical confrontations. It would be utterly unreasonable for them not to lose. A short classmate who had bet on Mu Shanshan's victory immediately gleamed with joy. "Buddy, you truly have an eye for talent. Did you also bet on the men's team? How much did you wager?" The tall boy surfaced with an inexplicable sadness. "I was hoping to take a risk and bet on the girls' team to win." "What? My condolences." Nearby, Bai Huan and others wore smiles, as they were already confident in the trio's abilities, especially given that Wen Liang had assembled such an unreliable team, which served merely to annoy Gu Wenyuan without aiding their chances. After hearing the tall boy's remark, Ho Chong patted him on the back and said, "Insightful. You speak truthfully." As they spoke, the match had already commenced. Wen Liang held the ball, while Mu Shanshan took on the primary defense, with Shi Qingkai and Guan Yu providing support against the 2 girls, spreading out in a fan shape just inside the 2-point line. Wen Liang surged forward, accelerating towards Mu Shanshan's left side. In response, Mu Shanshan shifted his position, arms slightly outstretched, resolutely maintaining his ground. Wen Liang dribbled to the side, his left shoulder pressing firmly against Mu Shanshan's chest, immobile for a moment before colliding again, yet still unable to budge him. "Your lower body is remarkably steady," Wen Liang complimented, then pivoted, using his body to create space, skillfully maneuvering past him with the ball. Mu Shanshan cursed loudly, while Shi Qingkai noticed the gaping hole in the center and abandoned Xu Yao to fill the gap. Xu Yao, positioned perfectly beneath the basket, was ready. Wen Liang immediately passed the ball, knowing that if Xu Yao caught it and shot from that spot, given their recent practice, it was bound to go in. Mu Shanshan yelled urgently, "Get back!" as he sprinted towards the basket. Shi Qingkai smirked coldly. His earlier move, seemingly a blunder, had been deliberate, designed to coax Wen Liang into passing to Xu Yao. He was quick enough to return to defense before Xu Yao could shoot, and from that position, he could easily block any attempt. However, as he turned to position himself, Xu Yao unexpectedly refrained from shooting, instead sending the ball back to Wen Liang, who stood at the three-point line. Guan Yu was focused on Ning Xiaoning on the right, and Mu Shanshan had returned to the free-throw line, leaving Wen Liang unguarded. Receiving the pass, he took his shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in the hoop. 2 points. Shi Changcai's mouth fell open in astonishment as he spat out, "What a fluke." Chapter 39. A strike with Shi Changcai's exclamation. The young heirs outside the court felt a jolt in their peripheral vision. The smug smiles on their faces faded to an ashen hue, particularly the tall man who, after a moment of stunned silence, let out a series of howls, shouting, "What a great shot." Ho Chang placed a hand on his shoulder, silently scrutinizing his profile. The tall man offered a few nervous chuckles, then muttered, "What a load of nonsense. Great shot, my foot." Guan Yu began to orchestrate the offense, a skill in which he excelled, despite the emphasis on individual prowess and aggressive breakthroughs. His experience in the youth league made it easy for him to handle these amateur opponents. A rocky start did not dampen his confidence. Ning Xiaoning, the one defending Guan Yu, appeared even more radiant in her basketball attire. Though Guan Yu was known for his flirtations, he refrained from any overt physical contact with her in front of everyone, which was one of the advantages for Wen Liang's team. After several attempts at crossovers and feints that failed to deceive Ning Xiaoning, Guan Yu passed the ball to Shi Changcai on the left while sprinting towards the paint. Ning Xiaoning closely followed, but Guan Yu managed to position her behind him. He raised his hand for the ball, and Shi Changcai delivered it low, bouncing it off the ground. Guan Yu caught the ball with his right hand, using his left to shield Ning Xiaoning as he turned and leaped, arching his body back to attempt a hook shot. This maneuver was unique to him. No one else on the court could replicate it. Yet, Ning Xiaoning, a formidable player with a background in military basketball, had keenly anticipated Guan Yu's intentions. As he turned and jumped, she soared up alongside him, her long legs and remarkable vertical leap seemingly intent on blocking his shot. Guan Yu let out a soft snort. Oblivious to the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth, I leaned back and pulled the rod, extending the space to an extraordinary length. Did you truly believe you could keep up, thinking yourself to be Jordan? Just as the ball had yet to leave my hand, a sudden sharp pain gripped my stomach. I noticed that Ning Xiaoning's flawless right knee had unknowingly bent slightly, pressing against my abdomen, though their bodies were suspended in midair. This slight impact was enough to send me tumbling backward. What a spectacle! As I fell, I caught sight of Mu Shanshan deftly evading Wen Liang and dashing toward me. Just before hitting the ground, she gently flicked the ball, which glided straight into her awaiting hands. Mu Shanshan leaped into the air to shoot. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud, then soared high before descending, yet it failed to find its mark. Wen Liang positioned himself perfectly, leaping to snatch the ball and effortlessly tossing it to Xu Yao, who had retreated beyond the three-point line. He sidestepped to the left, forming a 30-degree angle with the basket, and at that moment, Xu Yao returned the pass. Wen Liang received the ball and took a shot. 1 point. I scrambled to my feet and shouted at Lu Qinghua. She committed a blocking foul. Why didn't you call it? Lu Qinghua had been in a poor position to see the subtle actions between the two, and he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although it had been previously agreed to officiate with a biased whistle, there still needed to be some actual infractions, didn't there? You only raised a fuss after Mu Shanshan's shot missed. Your timing is impeccable. Ning Xiaoning had concealed her little antics quite well, and Lu Qinghua found it hard to believe that such a delicate girl would resort to barbarism. Ignoring my protests, he passed the ball to Wen Liang. Frustration boiled within me, but I was powerless. Given the stakes involved with Ning Xiaoning, I could only turn a blind eye to Mu Shanshan's actions. Ultimately, I had to blame myself. How could I fail to score on such a chance? Damn it. Wen Liang glanced at the still frigid Ning Xiaoning. He had been closely trailing Mu Shanshan and had witnessed everything unfold, feeling a chill in his heart. The quality of play reflected the character of the player, and this young lady's integrity seemed to be in serious question. I recalled what Ning Xiaoning had said during the final training session yesterday. Guan Yu excels at organizing plays, but individual prowess is paramount in one-on-one situations. His physique is lacking. Shi Changcai possesses strength, yet his style is overly individualistic, often employing clever tricks that Guan Yu may not be able to leverage. Mu Shanshan, however, adheres strictly to Guan Yu's tactical demands. Her robust physique gives her presence, but her technical skills are rather crude. Our strategy is to physically challenge Guan Yu, outmaneuver Shi Changcai, and disdain Mu Shanshan's technique. which can be summarized succinctly: stifle the offensive plays of Guan Yu and Shi Chengkai, even if it means sacrificing 3 defenders to do so. We will leave openings for Mu Shanshan and let her shoot. Statistically speaking, our chances of success are quite high. Today, I observed that Ning Xiaoning bore a hint of the cunning of a little fox, her eyes reflecting her thoughts. My gaze involuntarily drifted to the space behind her. Where was her tail? Among the girls I had encountered, Ning Xiaoning possessed the finest figure, surpassing Ji Su's graceful softness and Xu Yao's balanced proportions. With her long legs and statuesque height, her perfect golden ratio was sure to captivate my attention. Her only flaw lay in her personality. As Ning Xiaoning pondered how to execute this play, she suddenly sensed something amiss behind her. Turning, she found Wen Liang glancing at her slyly, and her expression turned icy as she shot him a fierce glare. Wen Liang sheepishly smiled and hastily moved the ball forward. In this scene, Mu Shanshan gazed at Gu Wenyuan with a twinge of sympathy. Wenyuan, the hat upon your head seems to have taken on a rather unfortunate hue. Following 2 consecutive failures by the Wen Liang team, Shi Chengkai showcased his remarkable prowess, single-handedly dismantling the defense with his relentless breakthrough runs. Under the guidance of Guan Yu, Mu Shanshan and Shi Chengkai alternated in scoring, causing the scores to escalate in a thrilling back and forth. The intensity of the contest heightened as the players, unable to play rough against the girls, directed all their minor infractions towards Wen Liang. Shi Chengkai elbowed, Mu Shanshan charged with the ball, and Guan Yu grappled. The referee seemed ineffective, and before long, several minutes passed, with the score dramatically frozen at 10-10. Well, life is indeed replete with surprises. This was still a commendable achievement for the Wen Liang team, having caught their opponents off guard at the onset. Otherwise, considering the true capabilities of both teams, this score should have been more pronounced. In the final minute, Mu Shanshan controlled the ball, a burgeoning sense of triumph beginning to cloud his judgment. Wen Liang stood before him, dismissively challenging, "If you're so confident, let's settle this one-on-one." Mu Shanshan laughed heartily. "You're afraid." Although he recognized the provocation, he decided to indulge him. With that, he initiated his advance, eschewing any technical maneuver, and forcefully barreled into Wen Liang with his left shoulder, charging straight for the basket. Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning, witnessing Mu Shanshan's approach, hesitated to obstruct him, relying solely on Wen Liang for defense. Their 4 eager eyes were fixed on the unfolding drama. At this moment, none wished to concede defeat. A cruel smile danced on Mu Shanshan's lips as he envisioned the tone in which Wen Liang would plead for mercy. As he neared the basket, he suddenly felt that not executing a dunk at such a moment would be a disservice to the exhilaration swelling within him. Standing at 178 meters tall, with a previous history of practicing dunks, the odds were slim, and a misstep could easily lead to injury. Yet, in that moment, an overwhelming confidence surged within him as he accelerated, took a preparatory step, leapt into the air, cradling the ball in both hands. Dunk! Suddenly, a hand appeared before the hoop, effortlessly swatting the ball away with a resounding impact. A thunderous echo filled Mu Shanshan's ears as the basketball quickly loomed larger in his vision, pain shooting through his nose as he toppled backward. The other 4 players viewed the event quite differently. Wen Liang had surged up from behind Mu Shanshan, deftly maneuvering to intercept him. At the moment Mu Shanshan leaped for the dunk, Wen Liang had already soared upwards, delivering a powerful strike that sent both the ball and Mu Shanshan crashing back down. Everyone stood momentarily stunned. Is this real? Although Mu Shanshan's dunking success rate was less than stellar, and his form lacked elegance, in high school, merely possessing the audacity to attempt a dunk rendered one a figure of considerable awe. Yet now, someone had just blocked his shot, and notably, this individual was shorter than Mu Shanshan. Upon landing, Wen Liang wasted no time in pursuing the descending ball, dribbling it beyond the 3-point line amid the bewildered gazes of onlookers. He then seriously dribbled it back, positioning himself next to the still-dazed Mu Shanshan. With a knee bend, a lift of the hips, a backward lean, and an upward release, he shot the ball. The sequence of movements was textbook perfect. The ball arched gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, utterly unencumbered, a flawless execution. This moment may not rival Jordan's iconic shot in '98. Yet the disdain and humiliation it embodies remained unparalleled for a long time thereafter. The scene is vividly etched in memory, the towering figure of the new generation's little tyrant. Mu Shanshan, bloodied and sprawled on the cold ground, while his teammates stood in bewilderment nearby. 2 youthful maidens, undoubtedly the most exquisite strokes in this tableau. Surrounded by a hushed crowd, a dark-skinned boy casually tossed the ball into the hoop, and it fell with a resounding thud, striking not only the ground, but also the faces of all those who fancied themselves formidable. Mu Shanshan groggily rose, wiping the blood from his nose. His already wild visage had taken on a menacing aspect. Wen Liang crouched down, his eyes clear and tranquil, betraying no emotion. Yet a smile played upon his lips as he delivered a biting remark. "Grandson, I have triumphed. Now call me Grandpa." In Chapter 40, The Fury of Fists and Shadows. Gu Wenyuan, standing amidst the crowd, let out a heavy snort, filled with regret. He lamented that having descended beside Jisoo, he should not have engaged. His anger had inadvertently offended Ning Xiaoning. He had initially hoped for Mu Shanshan to humiliate Wen Liang on the court to redeem some dignity, yet instead, he found himself utterly humiliated. A bunch of useless fools, he thought, as Ho Chang and Hong Ho exchanged glances, rendered speechless. A band of grown men unable to secure a victory in such a contest. What else could they be but failures? Gu Wenyuan did not even glance at the prostrate Mu Shanshan, denying Wen Liang the chance to further humiliate him, and turned on his heel to return to Jisoo's previous position. The stands were empty, the air filled with an ethereal silence. Gu Wenyuan stood in contemplation, realizing Jisoo might harbor a negative impression of him, rendering his 2 years of earnest pursuit futile, intensifying his resentment toward Wen Liang. Deep down, he cherished Jisoo, expending every effort to approach her, unwilling to leave even a hint of a bad impression. However, after today's debacle, even if he wished to explain, Jisoo's intelligence would surely lead her to doubt his connection with Ning Xiaoning. Or perhaps she simply did not care. A contorted smile graced Gu Wenyuan's handsome face. "First, a gentleman, then a rogue. I had intended for you to fall for me willingly, but since this path is closed, do not blame me." He chuckled coldly, his toes digging into the ground as he paced in circles. He had always stood at the pinnacle of any occasion, basking in the admiration and reverence of his peers. Yet now it was that detestable fellow on the basketball court who garnered the gasps and accolades of the onlookers, while he could only depart in disgrace. Sometimes, earning the respect of the masses hinges upon a single match, a solitary shot. Simple, yet extraordinary. Guan Yu and Xu Yao rushed over to assist Mu Shanshan, while others who had been spectating gathered around. Having endured such a profound humiliation, Mu Shanshan, with a sinister smile, declared, "If you wish to be the grandfather, perhaps in your next life." With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch aimed at Wen Liang's face. The others coordinated seamlessly, launching their fists and feet toward Wen Liang from all directions, causing the spectators to scatter like startled birds. Xu Yao's beautiful eyes widened with anger as she stomped her foot, ready to rush over and assist, only to be firmly restrained by Ning Xiaoning. "This is a matter for men. You mustn't interfere. What would a girl be doing fighting a group of foul men? Wen Liang provoked them and must bear the consequences." Yet, it was not Wen Liang who instigated the conflict. He had merely won the match and should have sought to de-escalate the situation by uttering a few diplomatic words to coax Mu Shanshan off the stage. Instead, he insisted on demanding that promises be upheld, even in a scenario where the odds were against him, a clear overreach. If this were the case, he must accept the repercussions. Although Ning Xiaoning's words were frigid, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, she was correct. The ability to assess the situation is an indispensable skill for the astute. However, she was unaware that the matter between Wen Liang and Mu Shanshan was far more complex than a mere jest concerning Jisoo. Even if Wen Liang extended an olive branch, Mu Shanshan might not choose to take it. Wen Liang was certain that regardless of the outcome, this confrontation was inevitable. Thus, he welcomed the challenge. A young man must not go through life without experiencing the exhilaration of a fierce brawl. It is a blank space in a man's journey to maturity. As the two conversed, 3 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground. Wen Liang's fighting style was exceedingly raw, marked by fierce determination, yet his strikes were measured. He avoided targeting vital areas such as the chest, back of the head, groin, and eyes, focusing instead on the waist and joints, inflicting pain without causing significant injury, thus incapacitating his foes temporarily. In a scenario where he was outnumbered, this strategy was crucial for victory. Guan Yu and El Qinghua refrained from engaging, while Shi Chengkai charged forward, baring his teeth in a ferocious display. Though his animosity towards Wen Liang remained unclear. Ironically, the more ferocious the attacker, the quicker they fell. Wen Liang merely stepped on him and delivered an elbow strike to his abdomen, causing the young man to writhe in agony on the ground. It was not an indictment of these second-generation heirs. Had a few truly formidable fighters joined the fray, Wen Liang would surely have been overpowered. However, apart from Mu Shanshan, who was somewhat formidable, the others crumbled after just a few blows, mere gilded shells lacking substance. Bai Huan, strikingly handsome, was audacious and reckless, especially after Wen Liang had deeply offended him prior to the match. Seizing an opportunity, he charged from behind and grasped Wen Liang tightly, while Ho Chang followed up with a punch to Wen Liang's left cheek. Wen Liang, gritting his teeth against the pain, curled his elbow into Bai Huan's chest and twisted his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, he kicked Ho Chang sharply. In mere moments, 7 or 8 opponents lay on the ground, groaning in discomfort, while only Mu Shanshan demonstrated any resilience, still grappling with Wen Liang and shouting defiantly, "If I don't take you down today, I will surely do so in the future." The threat carried more bluster than substance. Wen Liang, stoked by anger, seized Mu Shanshan's right arm and wrenched it back, delivering a kick to his knee, causing him to collapse, followed by a forceful kick to his backside that sent him sprawling. Mu Shanshan felt a sharp pain in his elbow, as if the bones in his arm had splintered. In an instant, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and though he was fierce, he was reduced to groans under Wen Liang's assault, unable to rise again. Despite having endured several kicks and a punch to his left cheek, the long-suppressed gloom within Wen Liang dissipated entirely. Indeed, deriving joy from the suffering of others is an undeniable principle of gratification. Who could possibly contest this? Uncle Wen Liang's dark humor surged uncontrollably as he mimicked the exaggerated gestures of Feng Xiaojiang from Kung Fu, shouting with theatrical flair. A group of privileged youths lay silently on the ground. Their silence was not born of fear, but rather a prudent recognition that a wise man does not incur immediate losses. Settlements can always be made later. Wow, isn't it wonderful to get an autograph from an idol? Xu Yao tugged at the hem of her jersey, bringing it close to Wen Liang's face. Ning Xiaoning pulled the Na'vi Xu Yao behind her, adopting her usual tone to declare, "This is mere bravado." Wen Liang grinned, wincing as the pain from his bruised face radiated through him. He turned to find the individual who had struck him and, with a swift motion, yanked him off the ground and delivered a solid punch to his face. The assailant was none other than Ho Chang, who cried out, "Why am I the only one being hit? Is this even fair?" Ning Xiaoning and Xu Yao exchanged amused glances, both recognizing the underlying sentiment. This vengeful Wen Liang was truly incorrigible. The teacher arrived much like a police officer in a crime film, only making an appearance at the last moment. Unbeknownst to them, the loquacious individual had reported the incident, prompting the bald-headed director of the Academic Affairs Office, Hua Shiqiao, to arrive with a cadre of teachers. Hua Shiqiao, whose real name is Hua Guozhang, only a letter apart from the former chairman, was fond of wearing floral shirts and often patrolled the campus on his bicycle. With a loudspeaker in hand, he would bellow at any student dawdling on the path, urging them to hasten, declaring, "Time is money. If you fail to gain admission to Tsinghua, it's because you squandered these precious minutes." Consequently, he earned the moniker the Sparrow who fails to enter Tsinghua, which became widely known. Those who had not fled were swiftly surrounded and apprehended by Director Hua and his entourage, who then inquired about the nature of the altercation. After clarifying the situation, he instructed both groups to stand apart. The result was immediate. On one side stood Mu Shanshan with her imposing cadre of 9 burly men, while Wen Liang was flanked by 1 male and 2 females, whose appearances were deemed acceptable. Despite Mu Shanshan's relentless bickering, Wen Liang bore the marks of the scuffle, with bruises and footprints adorning his body, resulting in an apparent stalemate. However, the 2 girls were strikingly beautiful and well-groomed. Director Hua quickly reached a verdict. Mu Shanshan had incited a brawl and bullied the weaker party. Thus, all parents were summoned to collect their children. Wen Liang, having endured much, refrained from inquiring about the meaning of the character for child that Hua Shiqiao had used. The director kindly patted Wen Liang on the shoulder, remarking, "Flies do not land on seamless eggs. Though they were in the wrong, one must question why they targeted you. Reflect upon whether there might be something amiss in your own conduct." His gaze briefly flickered towards Su Ning and the others, the implications of his words unmistakable. Having never been in trouble in his previous life, Wen Liang found himself in the fabled 72nd chamber of the Academic Affairs Office for the first time. He noted Hua Shiqiao's fair handling of the situation, which, to his advantage, certainly appeared fair, his amiable demeanor, and his measured speech, far removed from the antiquated and harsh disposition of an old relic. It was no surprise, then, that such a character would not be embroiled in the ensuing controversies. Reflecting on Hua Xiqiao's past entanglements with a married female teacher in the second year of high school, Wen Liang's eyes betrayed a hint of unusual emotion. The plans of Zhao Huaxi and Mu Shanshan were to summon the parents the following day. After all, at this time, a landline phone was still a luxury, with installation costs typically around 5,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, in a short span, several slips of paper were handed over, all inscribed with phone numbers, a few even belonging to mobile phones. Director, perhaps you should make the calls to the parents. We have been beaten in school, and they ought to come and seek an explanation, Mu Shanshan remarked. This statement immediately elicited a wave of despair, as Ho Chang's face still throbbed with pain, and tears streamed down his cheeks. It dawned on Huaxi that he had committed a foolish act. He then took a moment to seat everyone and inquired with astonishment. Among the 9, there were indeed those of considerable background. Although not illustrious, they were all local power brokers within their respective city bureaus and district governments. Red Monkey and Ho Chang could be overlooked, but Bai Huan turned out to be the son of the vice mayor, and Mu Shanshan's father was the vice president of the Qinghe Group, a figure who could certainly communicate with the city's top brass. Individually confronting any one of them would not faze Director Hua, for once you entrust your child to the school, compliance with its governance is expected. The crux of the matter was that the situation had escalated into a collective incident, and as the director of the Academic Affairs Office at a prestigious high school, how could he possibly find discomfort for this group? It was indeed unfortunate for Huaxi. Mu Shanshan and the others were merely freshly enrolled students this year. The principal and other key leaders were aware of the situation but had yet to inform Huaxi. Otherwise, he would have promptly placed the blame on Wen Liang. With a stern expression, Huaxi insisted on maintaining the dignity of the teaching staff. The priority now was to downplay the matter, to transform a significant issue into a minor one, and to ensure that no one sought trouble with anyone else. I was fully aware of the circumstances. Both parties were at fault, and everyone was to return and compose a self-reflection to be submitted the next day. In school, students must exhibit appropriate behavior. What kind of nonsense is fighting? The teachers observed that their attitudes were satisfactory, so the parents need not be called. This matter ends here. In the annals of Qingshi High School, the most detrimental group brawl was to be swept under the rug without addressing even a single individual. Should this news spread, how would the onlooking students perceive it? They might conclude that the school was no better than this, and various disciplinary violations would undoubtedly proliferate. If strict measures were enforced, they would say that only the weak were targeted. After all, a school is a place for education and nurturing. Must it not uphold its dignity? Therefore, Director Hua's impulsive decision was utterly flawed. Even Mu Shanshan, with her limited intellect, recognized the impropriety and murmured to the director. Wen Liang, realizing the gravity of the situation, noted the shift in Huaxi's expression and knew trouble was brewing. Huaxi coldly inquired, "Was it you who caused Mu's nose to bleed during the game?" While this statement held some truth, was it not normal for issues to arise during a game? Wen Liang, disinterested in arguing, merely nodded. "And was it you who prompted Mu to call for his grandfather after the match?" Another nod. "Very well." Huaxi slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. "Are you a student or a thug? Hitting and cursing, and what of these 2 female classmates? What is your relationship with them?" Xu Yao raised an eyebrow, ready to speak, but Mu Shanshan, recognizing the broad scope of his criticism, silently cursed the fool and leaned in again, feeling rather like a military advisor in a precarious situation. Mu Shanshan was aware of Ning Xiaoning's background and had been cautioned by Gu Wenyuan about the significance of Xu Yao, knowing that they were not to be trifled with. Unable to disclose their identities, she leaned in and whispered to Hua Xiqiua, "These 2 female classmates are from the province." Hua Xiqiua trembled slightly, and upon closer inspection, realized that Xu Yao was indeed the much-publicized top 10 Youth League member. With a stern expression, she remarked, "Regardless of your relationship, that is not the crux of the matter." A collective twitch of the lips occurred among the group. "However, considering you 2 are young ladies, I shall refrain from pursuing this further. But you, Wen Liang, at such a tender age, how can you be so unruly? Call your parents here immediately. I must have a serious discussion with them." Mu Shanshan and the others shared a cold smirk, reveling in the spectacle. Children universally dread the involvement of their parents. particularly in matters of brawling. The prospect of a severe reprimand was secondary to the potential damage to their reputation. They eagerly anticipated the scene of Wen Liang's father, furious, pinning him down and delivering a beating. Red Monkey and Black Monkey, struck by the absurdity of the situation, couldn't help but chuckle. Is it possible not to call your parents? My family's temper is rather fierce, Wen Liang protested. If you don't call them today, you'll be expelled by tomorrow. This threat, laden more with intimidation than substance, might have worked on other children, but Wen Liang dismissed the empty words with indifference, wearing a pitiable expression that delighted Mu Shanshan and her friends. Just as Xu Yao was about to speak, Ning Xiaoning grasped her hand, shaking her head. Xu Yao understood her intent. It was unwise for girls like them to be entangled in such matters. If their families learned of this, the consequences could be dire. Should their parents believe the malicious gossip suggesting they had an inappropriate relationship, merely transferring schools would be the least of their worries, and it could bring suffering to Wen Liang as well. Yet Xu Yao felt a sense of urgency, while Ning Xiaoning tightened her grip, remaining silent. Xu Yao's concern clouded her judgment, whereas Ning Xiaoning maintained her composure. The individuals who could access the basketball court at the teacher's college surely had connections within the education system. This predicament was trivial in comparison. Very well. I shall make the call, Wen Liang announced, picking up the office phone and dialing a number, speaking in hushed tones. He returned to his spot, stating, "They'll be here in 10 minutes. It won't be long." Hua Shichue was surprised to see he had a phone, but upon reflection, acknowledged that he was indeed at fault. With a hint of privilege, she thought perhaps dinner plans would soon materialize, and she comfortably propped her legs up, sipping her tea. Had she known that Wen Liang was calling a mobile phone, and who the owner was, she might have genuinely regretted her decision to confront him today. Chapter 41. Entering the game, when Zuo Yuxi received the call, she was dining with her close friend Jiang Wei in a private room. Jiang Wei, the deputy director of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, was in her early 30s, elegant and renowned for her beauty within the discipline inspection circle. Having known Zuo Yuxi for 3 to 4 years, their personalities meshed well, making her one of Zuo Yuxi's few close friends. Hearing the tender tone in Zuo Yuxi's voice during the call, Jiang Wei teased, "Oh dear, are you secretly seeing a boyfriend?" If others were to witness the most ethereal and beautiful female director in the Qingzhou officialdom displaying such tender affection, their eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. Zuo Yuxi remarked with a hint of irritation, "I concede to your tongue. I truly admire your old Gua. How does he endure you? Him? To marry a beauty like me, he must have burned countless incense in past lifetimes. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? If I were to be angered, who knows? I might just bestow upon him a few green hats to wear." Zuo Yuxi understood that Jiang Wei was merely jesting, for she was, in fact, a rather conservative person working in the Discipline Inspection Commission, where few dared to jest. She merely took advantage of Zuo Yuxi's shyness, teasing her relentlessly about marital matters. Even if you possess that intention, you lack the courage. Do not be deceived by your old Gua's amiable demeanor. When he truly sets his mind, you will obediently comply. Yuxi, which side are you on? What is it? Are you enamored with my old Gua? Sister, I wouldn't mind. Zuo Yuxi blushed and began to tickle her, and the two tumbled into a heap. Fortunately, there were no outsiders around. Otherwise, the sight of these two renowned beauties, famed for their cold elegance, frolicking together would leave onlookers utterly astonished. Ultimately, Jiang Wei was persuaded to drop the subject of the phone call, and Zuo Yuxi exhaled in relief as she parted ways with Jiang Wei and hurried to Qingyi Middle School. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sound of people gulping nervously. Zuo Yuxi frowned in disgust and shot a cold glance at Mu Shanshan and the others before making her way directly to Wen Liang's side. "That girl is stunning. Shanji, I want her." Before the words had fully escaped, Mu Shanshan was already sweating profusely, speechless as he replied, "She is Zuo Yuxi, the girl who slapped Zuo Yuxi the other day and then received a stern lecture from Mu Zekin. I am well aware of Zuo Yuxi's background and status. It is best to avoid offending someone of her caliber." However, he never anticipated that Zuo Yuxi would personally come to support Wen Liang over such a trivial matter. What was her connection to the Wen family? Ho Chong, a scion of a bureaucratic family, instinctively shrank his neck, his eyes betraying a deep-seated reverence as he murmured, "She is indeed the flower of Qingzhou." Zuo Yuxi's beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor frosty, and with her illustrious lineage and formidable background, she was destined for greatness, making her an object of admiration and desire for many. The title of Flower of Qingzhou had been bestowed upon her by well-meaning individuals and gradually spread throughout the city. Zuo Yuxi shot a glare at Wen Liang before addressing Hua Shiqiao. I am Zuo Yuxi. May I inquire what school rule Wen Liang has violated that necessitates parental involvement? Though she had encountered Hua Shiqiao previously, the minor role of a mere academic affairs director had failed to etch him into her memory. Hua Shiqiao was utterly taken aback upon Zuo Yuxi's entrance. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Wen Liang would have the backing of such a formidable figure. Who was Zuo Yuxi? She was the deputy director of the Education Bureau overseeing basic education and finance in Qingzhou, wielding absolute authority over all primary and secondary schools in the city, and was the direct superior of Principal Ma Changxue. With just a single finger, she could crush him like an ant. Hua Shiqiao initially harbored a glimmer of hope that Zuo Yuxi had come for a different matter. However, when she broached the topic of Wen Liang, her mind went blank with a resounding thud. After a moment of stunned silence, she quickly rose and approached Zuo Yuxi, her posture exuding the grace of one well-versed in yoga. With a beaming smile, she greeted, Hello, Director Zuo. I am Hua Guozhong, the academic director of No. 1 High School. Please take a seat. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? No need for seating, Director Hua. What transgression has Wen Liang committed? Please speak frankly. If he is at fault, I am in full support of any disciplinary action the school deems necessary. Well, it appears there was a minor misunderstanding between Wen Liang and Mu Shanshan. Knowing that one must interpret leadership's words with caution, Hua Guozhong sensed that the esteemed director was quite displeased. The two engaged in a friendly basketball match during which some heated words were exchanged, leading to a scuffle. Fortunately, the school authorities intervened in time, preventing any serious consequences. My opinion is that, considering this as their first offense, a verbal warning should suffice. Hua Guozhong found himself in a difficult position. With Zuo Yuxi personally present, the course of action was apparent. Naturally, the blame would be placed on Mu Shanshan. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that Mu Shanshan was also not someone to be trifled with. Offending Zuo Yuxi could result in losing one's position, but crossing Mu Zekin might lead to even graver repercussions. At that moment, Director Hua could only lament. Who was the fool who reported the fight? If I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure you suffer for it. A verbal warning? Zuo Yuxi scoffed, moving towards Mu Shanshan and scrutinizing her from head to toe. She felt a twinge of difficulty. The current climate in Qingzhou was delicate, and it was wise to tread lightly around talented individuals. Though not clad in a professional suit, Zuo Yuxi's bright yellow sleeveless top, paired with sleek black trousers, made her radiant presence undeniable. A group of boys, captivated by Zuo Yuxi's allure, instinctively lowered their gazes. Even Ho Chong, who moments ago had appeared dazed, felt the weight of her imposing aura and dared not look again. It must be noted that while they lived recklessly, those entrenched in this milieu understood the significance of power and its accompanying pressure. Zuo Yuxi, seasoned in the realm of governance, naturally exuded an air of authority that demanded respect, one that mere youths could hardly withstand. Upon seeing Zuo Yuxi take control of the situation as soon as she entered, Wen Liang reflected on how even the most tempestuous individuals seem to transform into meek lambs in her presence. Those who navigate the corridors of power are indeed exceptional individuals. Wen Liang mused, maintaining an impassive smile as he remarked, Thank you, Director Hua, for your understanding. Today, all parties have erred, and I accept your resolution. He then turned to Zuo Yuxi. Thank you for coming. With so many witnesses present, he wished to avoid appearing overly familiar with Zuo Yuxi, lest others speculate that she was merely acting on her father's behalf. Upon hearing his words, Zuo Yuxi turned her head in mild surprise, her expressive eyes seemingly questioning. Is that it then? Wen Liang nodded gently, and Zuo Yuxi instantly comprehended his hesitation to complicate matters. After all, conflicts among the youth are often trivial. Should she intervene, would it not be perceived by others as a deliberate affront? In truth, she had hesitated momentarily, but for the sake of defending Wen Liang, it was deemed inconsequential. However, with Wen Liang's words already spoken, Zuo Yuxi found no justifiable reason to exploit the situation further and could only admonish Hua Shiqiao. Director Hua. The first high school is the paragon of Qingzhou. Its students are the CR de la CR, and we must not only educate them well, but also protect them diligently. Let today's incident be forgotten, yet consider it a cautionary tale. We must resolutely prevent such occurrences from happening again, understood? This implies that should Wen Liang encounter any further troubles at school, We shall reckon both old and new debts." Hua Shichua nodded vigorously, though inwardly she resolved, as long as she could weather this storm, she would refrain from involvement in future conflicts, no matter the cost. As Mu Shanshan and the others departed with solemn expressions, Wen Liang disregarded Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning's curiosity, instructing them to return home without uttering a word. While he entered Zuo Yuxi's vehicle, the moment he settled in, he found himself pinched by the ear, and the melodious voice of Zuo Yuxi filled his ears, her fragrant presence enveloping him, causing him to feel languorous. "Oh, just now you called me Director Zuo, and before we even crossed the river, you're dismantling the bridge. Are you truly so fearful of those two female classmates discovering our relationship?" Such words would have terrified anyone else. Yet since his acquaintance with Zuo Yuxi, he had been playfully teased by her, rendering him immune to her charms. He chuckled, "Sister, please do not overthink it. Those two are merely ordinary friends, unlike us." To his surprise, Zuo Yuxi seemed not to recognize Xu Yao, leaving him speechless regarding the absurdity of the situation. Just as Wen Liang was about to speak, Zuo Yuxi tossed her hair, her smooth arms swaying before him, and beneath her tender, fair skin, faint traces of blood vessels were visible. This inadvertently reminded him of the stunning moment when her towel had slipped, stirring something within him, rendering him unable to utter any teasing remarks. "Oh, what is our relationship?" Zuo Yuxi casually inquired, and upon receiving no response from Wen Liang after a moment, she turned to find him staring at her in a daze. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "Has Mu Shanshan been troubling you again?" Wen Liang offered a rueful smile and recounted the entire affair. Zuo Yuxi praised him, saying, "Remarkable. Such a young age, yet you engage in rivalry and bravado. Not only bullying others, but also managing to secure two female friends. Hey, don't go too far." The vehicle halted near the Municipal Committee's number 7 courtyard. Yet Wen Liang remained seated, awaiting Zuo Yuxi to speak. "The matter has been investigated." After a lengthy pause, Zuo Yuxi finally broke the silence. In truth, Wen Liang had sensed her preoccupation from their very first meeting, speculating it must pertain to the events of that fateful night of rebirth. After all, if no leads had emerged after so many days, perhaps Zuo Yuxi should abandon her vengeful thoughts. Wen Liang had no intention of becoming deeply embroiled. His previous warning had already been exceedingly benevolent, yet reminiscing about their scant interactions, he found himself unable to sever ties completely. The youth, nicknamed Pig Kidney, had lost both parents at a young age and lived with a 16-year-old sister, and he was known to be particularly reckless on the streets. "I immediately dispatched someone to investigate after you alerted me about him, yet we turned over every stone in Qingzhou and found nothing." Zuo Yuxi reclined against the back of her chair, her calm demeanor reminiscent of one recounting another's tale. "Ah, so it is, that a person rendered immobile can vanish so completely. This validates your assertions. Indeed, that incident was a conspiracy. The vastness of Jiangdong province had caused a slight delay. Recently, certain underhanded tactics were employed, compelling the informant to divulge information without my prompting. However, his knowledge was limited. He was unaware of the woman's identity until the very moment of action. Of course, even I surmised that he would comply." Wen Liang had no desire to inquire about the nature of those underhanded tactics, nor to question why the informant would certainly act as he did. In many instances, ignorance is preferable to knowledge. Though still youthful, he was no longer naive. He was astonished by Zuo Yuxi's displayed prowess. What did she mean by stating that the vastness of Jiangdong province had caused a delay? To what extent had she leveraged her connections to ensnare the informant so effortlessly? Subsequently, I undertook a meticulous investigation into his social affiliations and anomalous behavior during that period, which led me to a certain individual. While indisputable evidence eluded me, I speculated that the likelihood of his involvement surpassed 70%. After a moment of silence, Wen Liang quietly inquired, "Who is it?" Chapter 42. In the midst of the withering grass Fan hung in, Wen Liang looked at her with surprise. As a native of Qingzhou, one could be oblivious to the mayor and the party secretary, yet there were two figures universally recognized, Gu Shitong of the Qinghe Group and Fan Hongyan. In the early 1980s, Gu Shitong resigned from his position as a lecturer at Qingzhou Normal University and resolutely headed south, flourishing amidst the first wave of reform and opening. In merely 5 years, he amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million. He then made a formidable return, establishing his base in Qingzhou to operate throughout the province. Within a decade, he had developed into a colossal entity. The Qinghe Group, under his aegis, spanned multiple industries, including dining, real estate, fashion, hospitality, daily chemicals, and machinery manufacturing, rendering it the largest private enterprise and a significant taxpayer in Qingzhou. His influence in the regional economy of Jiangdong was substantial, and he was a representative of the Provincial People's Congress and a member of the Political Consultative Conference, with a network spanning various domains across Jiangdong, nearly unassailable. When Qingzhou residents spoke of Gu Shitong, regardless of envy, admiration, jealousy, or disdain, they could not help but acknowledge him as a genius who had wrought miracles. In stark contrast was Fan Hongyan, originally named Fan Hongxing. With only an elementary school education, he emerged from a background of thuggery and delinquency, implicated in numerous cases of rape, robbery, and gang violence, though never truly convicted. His notoriety in the streets of Qingzhou was sufficient to silence crying children and prompt widows to remarry. During the nationwide crackdown in 1983, he fled Qingzhou to evade scrutiny, amassing wealth through trade along the Sino-Russian border. Upon returning to Qingzhou in the late 1980s, he adopted the name Fan Hongyan and rapidly ascended to prominence within Qingzhou society. The extraordinary nature of his opportunities and the swiftness of his rise could easily fill a best-selling book. In a city of over 6 million, there were only these two individuals. It would be difficult for Wen Liang to remain unaware of their existence. Fan Hongyan. Wen Liang was not astonished by the identity of this man, but rather by the depth of enmity that a businessman could harbor towards Zuo Yuxi, escalating to a life-or-death conflict. Since ancient times, the common folk have refrained from clashing with officials. In the eyes of someone like Zhuo Jing, who holds a high position, Fan Hongyan is no more than a mere lowly creature. What audacity does he possess? His rapid establishment in Qingzhou can be attributed to Fang Mingtang's sudden realization. Given Fan Hongyan's background, even with a modest financial standing, it is indeed a fanciful dream to ascend to his current position within a few years. Qingzhou lacks nobility and prominent families, yet for a notorious ruffian like Fan Hongyan, rising from the grassroots without formidable backing is tenfold more challenging than for Gu Shitong. As the mayor of Qingzhou, Fang Mingtang finds himself embroiled in a fierce struggle with the incumbent Zuo Jing. The principle of party leadership leaves him at a disadvantage, compelling him to navigate the periphery to construct his own circle, cultivate power, place trusted allies, and win hearts. It was under these circumstances that Fan Hongyan became acquainted with Fang Mingtang and swiftly emerged as his confidant. In the lead-up to the recent elections, Zuo Jing and Fang Mingtang clashed fiercely over the position of Lingyang, stirring immense turmoil at both provincial and municipal levels. As Fang Mingtang's economic pillar, Fan Hongyan naturally bore the brunt of Zuo Jing's merciless assaults. Numerous subordinate companies were ordered to halt operations under the pretext of tax evasion, resulting in direct losses amounting to tens of millions, with indirect losses soaring into the tens of millions as well. The company's financial chain was nearly severed, threatening to dissipate 15 years of hard work. Had the situation not later clarified, with Zuo Jing holding the upper hand and sparing him, Fan Hongyan, a figure worth billions, might have reverted to being the uneducated petty thug Fan Hongxing. Indeed, such resentment cannot be deemed insignificant. In a moment of reflection, Wen Liang comprehended the intricacies of the situation. Growing up in the municipal party compound, even in ignorance, he possessed an extraordinary insight into the affairs of the circle, particularly now, having lived 2 lives, making it easy to grasp the truth. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yuxi recognized that he understood, feeling a tinge of shock. To unravel everything from a single statement was indeed impressive. She slammed the steering wheel in frustration, exclaiming, "If one does not eradicate the roots of the problem, it will inevitably lead to future troubles." Wen Liang had never regarded Zuo Yuxi as an innocent child oblivious to the world's complexities, nor did he believe that a beautiful woman should be inherently fragile. Especially, her handling of the pig kidneys revealed her resolute intellect, decisive nature, and ruthless methods. Yet her current expression startled him. After a moment of contemplation, he softly remarked, "This is not the fault of Secretary Zuo. Since Fang Mingtang did not step down, but rather ascended to the People's Congress, it indicates that the higher-ups also wish to avoid excessive measures. It is evident that they intend to have Zhou Yuanting succeed Fang Mingtang as mayor of Qingzhou, signifying a clear intention to comfort and balance the situation. Now that Secretary Zuo has risen to power, he cannot cling to Qingzhou. Otherwise, it would appear petty and vengeful. I understand. Zuo Yuxi inhaled deeply, her fingers instinctively tapping on the steering wheel. The crux of the matter was now in Wen Liang's hands. The key question is, was Zhou Yuanting's action that night unintentional or deliberate? Indeed, this was the fundamental issue. The social gathering that evening was initially a working dinner following Zhou Yuanting's inspection of Qingyi Middle School, and it also marked Zuo Yuxi's first experience of intoxication. Zhou Yuanting, unusually, did not intervene when the people below offered Zuo Yuxi a drink. Although he later mentioned sending someone to deliver it, he did not insist after Zuo Yuxi declined. If it were not for the incident involving the pig's kidney, Zuo Yuxi would naturally understand this as a repayment for her pride accumulated over the years. However, at this juncture, who could assert that Zhou Yuanting acted without intent? Behind him looms Fang Mingtang. Although Fang Mingtang's political prospects have reached a conclusion, his roots in Qingzhou remain profoundly entrenched in this land. Particularly, those in higher positions feel a sense of guilt for his sacrifice. At times, his words carry more weight than when he served as mayor. This situation is indeed a deadlock. If it were merely Fan Hongyan, he would be courting death. Despite appearing glamorous and well-connected, if Zhuo Jing truly sought to eliminate him, Fan Hongyan would have no chance to struggle. However, what about Zhou Yuanting and Fang Mingtang? From any perspective, Zhuo Jing would find it challenging to further complicate matters with Fang Mingtang. Should he leave an impression of being unyielding and aggressive to those above, it would be a fatal blow to future developments. Yet, with such ruthless tactics employed by the opposing side, if there is no counterattack, what is the purpose of this power? What is the value of this maneuvering? Yet, all of this remains speculation. Fan Hongyan, having risen from a petty background, could act unpredictably under duress, but would Fang Mingtang agree to such actions, or perhaps even suggest them? No one can be certain. Wen Liang understands what Zuo Yuxi is hesitating about and what she fears. However, this matter is of immense consequence, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. He furrows his brow, refraining from speaking rashly. I am still concealing this from my father. Wen Liang is genuinely taken aback, regardless of Zuo Yuxi's resolute nature. She is still a woman. After enduring the most harrowing experiences a woman can face, in the still of the night, she might be overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. Yet, she bears all of this alone, unwilling to jeopardize Zhuo Jing for her own safety. This sentiment is indeed commendable, yet it also evokes profound reflection. In high positions, beneath the weight of power and fame, how much glory and uncertainty truly exist? Zuo Yuxi suddenly slumped back against the chair, as if her spirit had momentarily departed from her body, leaving her dim and devoid of the previous vivacity and charm. What lay before Wen Liang was only her pale face, slightly reddened lips, and the undulating curves of her figure. This situation could indeed be resolved. Zuo Yuxi abruptly sat up, her face alight with surprise, as if her joy were about to escape from between her brows. She grasped Wen Liang's arm tightly and exclaimed, "Do you have a solution?" Wen Liang thought to himself that it was not as difficult as it seemed. Fang Mingtang, Zhou Yuanting, and Fan Hongyan are not united in purpose, as long as they can find support in Qingzhou with Zhuo Jing's influence. The situation in Qingzhou could be determined in an instant. Chapter 43, Drawing the Bow to Shoot the Eagle. Now that the relationship between Fan Hongyan and Fang Mingtang is understood, many matters find reasonable explanations. First and foremost is Zhou Yuanting, who has adopted a rigid stance on the Tsinghua factory issue and appears politically quite naive. Political science is an exceedingly intricate and comprehensive discipline, particularly within our nation, as it encompasses various domains such as governance, economics, psychology, society, culture, philosophy, and international relations. Zhou Yuanting, having recently assumed office, finds himself in a precarious situation. Having already sustained significant losses, from any perspective, it is ill-advised to make hasty decisions regarding critical issues such as the Tsinghua factory. Yet, despite Su Fuyan's clear opposition, Zhou Yuanting stubbornly persists in advancing the bankruptcy proceedings of Tsinghua factory, thereby entangling himself in a dilemma. This behavior can either be attributed to a lapse in judgment or ulterior motives. Would Mayor Zhou truly be so foolish? Anyone with an IQ above 5 can ascertain that this is unequivocally not the case. Therefore, it is evident that Zhou Yuanting harbors other intentions regarding the Tsinghua factory. Next, we turn our attention to Fan Hongyan, who has placed a substantial bet on Fang Mingtang, only to suffer devastating losses that leave him on the brink of ruin. At this critical juncture, He fears not only a return to the depths of society, but also the possibility of being discarded by Fang Mingtang, potentially becoming a casualty of political compromise. Thus, by any means necessary, he seeks to bind himself closely to both Fang Mingtang and Zhou Yuanting. In this context, what could forcibly unite the three? Two factors emerge: sufficient incentives and a common adversary. With this understanding, upon hearing Zuo Yuxi elucidate the relationship between Fan Hengyan and Fang Mingtang, coupled with Zhu Jing's political struggle against Fang Mingtang, Wen Liang immediately grasps the underlying motives. Fan Hengyan has faced substantial losses due to Zhu Jing's onslaught, and naturally, with Zhou Yuanting's ascension as mayor, he is expected to compensate Fan Hengyan in line with Fang Mingtang's wishes. Intelligent individuals often share a common perspective. And amidst the temptation of the substantial cake that is state-owned enterprise reform, countless state assets have been squandered nationwide. Large factories like Tsinghua, which are capital-rich yet struggling, are undoubtedly prime targets. Is it not foolish to forgo easy profits? However, is the acquisition of this wealth truly so straightforward? A sinister smile graces Wen Liang's face as he utters three words to Zuo Yuxi: Su Fuyan. Indeed, it is Su Fuyan. He has managed to parachute into Qingzhou from the provincial capital amidst the fierce conflict between Zhu Jing and Fang Mingtang, thus establishing his authority in the region. The intricacies of provincial relations are not to be overlooked. Moreover, Zhou Yuanting and Fang Mingtang regard Qingzhou as a coveted prize, showing profound disrespect towards the nominal leader, not only failing to support his initiatives, but also creating numerous obstacles, which is sure to provoke a strong backlash from Su Fuyan. Currently, Zhu Jing is hindered by his distance from Ling Yang, possessing immense influence, yet finding it difficult to exert full power. Meanwhile, Su Fuyan is troubled by his lack of a foundational presence in Qingzhou, lacking the requisite influence to control the situation. One possesses influence without authority, while the other wields authority without influence. Theoretically, a partnership is indeed feasible. However, the political arena is fraught with treachery and unpredictability. The two belong to different factions and have no prior connections, which significantly undermines trust. Additionally, neither is aware of the other's predicaments and resolve, making collaboration fraught with suspicion. Against formidable adversaries like Zhou Yuanting and Fang Mingtang, any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. In such circumstances, an exceptional opportunity is required to serve as a conduit for communication and coordination between the two parties. The Tsinghua factory presents such an opportunity, serving as the optimal entry point for Wen Liang to break this deadlock. Moreover, Wen Liang himself embodies this vital link. Zuo Yuxi was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Su Fuyan?" As she shook her head, she remarked that the name had long since become a jest within the official circles of Qingzhou, hardly warranting any consideration. "Dear Sister Zhua, you are mistaken." Wen Liang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom, exuding a composure and calm far beyond what one might expect from someone of his tender age. Su Fuyan, having been entrusted with high hopes from the provincial authorities and parachuted into Qingzhou, aimed to stabilize the tumultuous situation caused by the disputes within the Zhou faction in an extremely short period. Such a person could hardly be as simple as he appeared. In my estimation, Su possessed the ability to endure and adapt, unwavering in his resolve. The title of Handshake Secretary aptly illustrated his profound cunning and treacherous depths. Once an opportunity presented itself, his true nature would surely reveal itself in a spectacular manner. However, there is no rush. Exercise patience for the time being. Zhou Yuanting's arrogance is excessive, and I am certain that changes will soon unfold. Zuo Yuxi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, burdened by immense pressure with no outlet for her emotions, and thus sought solace in her only confidant, Wen Liang. She had not anticipated that this youthful lad could possess any significant insight or strategy. To her surprise, upon her mere mention of a few points, he astutely grasped the essence of the issue at hand, his clarity of thought and acuity in perceiving human sentiments leaving her utterly astonished. Quietly observing Wen Liang's profile, as he eloquently recounted the entire affair, memories of their encounters from the first meeting to the present flooded her mind, stirring her emotions unexpectedly. The thoughts that surged in her mind were reminiscent of two lines of poetry. The affairs of the world are all learned. Understanding human feelings constitutes true literature. It dawned on her that she had misjudged him. Wen Liang was not merely a bit different. He had transcended the limits typically expected at his age. Zuo Yuxi nodded. her furrowed brow betraying her inability to fully absorb Wen Liang's words. This was understandable, and Wen Liang chose not to say more, offering a few words of comfort before preparing to leave. Suddenly, Zuo Yuxi recalled something and grasped Wen Liang's hand. The delicate touch of her soft palm against his skin sent a tingling sensation through her. Let us not speak of that matter for now. I have been so busy lately that I forgot to ask you. How is the new homeroom teacher? Wen Liang, somewhat bewildered, replied, she is quite good. A very nice person. A gentle expression graced Zuo Yuxi's face as she gazed at him and softly implored, Wen Liang, if the opportunity arises, please take good care of her. If anyone troubles her at school, you must let me know. Wen Liang remained silent, patiently awaiting her reasoning. But Zuo Yuxi turned her head away, silent. In that fleeting moment, this woman, sometimes tender and playful, at other times resolute and decisive, appeared as fragile as an exquisite piece of blue and white porcelain, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Wen Liang nodded, returning to the car, enclosing Zuo Yuxi's small hand within his palms, and softly assured her, do not worry, I will keep a watchful eye. However, Sister Zuo, please refrain from acting recklessly. 1 month, at most, I will ensure you witness a turning point in this situation. Trust me, will you? Wen Liang was aware of her close ties with an individual known as Old Zhou within the underworld. He feared she might impulsively act foolishly. While the likelihood seemed low in theory, he could not afford to be complacent, for Zuo Yuxi's character was unpredictable. If she genuinely believed that the path within the official circles was blocked, it was not impossible for her to seek alternative routes. Since his rebirth, his understanding of the Qingzhou political arena had only delved slightly deeper, revealing a shocking reality where people acted without restraint, truly disregarding all decorum, exhibiting a reckless abandon. As Wen Liang spoke of waiting for a month, he inscribed a symbol on Zuo Yuxi's palm, reflecting on the numerous instances they had used this secret sign since their acquaintance. Zuo Yuxi, despite being preoccupied with her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle and cast him a playful glance, curving her index finger to reciprocate the gesture on his palm. Wen Liang exhaled in relief, alighting from the car to bid farewell. Having spent a decade in Qingzhou, Fang Mingtang's roots were deeply entwined within the very fabric of the city. Su Fuyan's ambiguous demeanor and concealed strength left uncertainty in their potential alliance. Whether they could alter the situation in Qingzhou remained a matter of speculation. Zuo Yuxi gazed at Wen Liang's figure as it vanished at the entrance of courtyard number 7, remaining in contemplation for a considerable time before letting out a deep sigh and turning to depart. The odds of victory in this battle were exceedingly low, yet the vendetta could not go unavenged. It was a matter of war alone. Chapter 44. The storm approaches today unfolded with grand tumult. First, a basketball match with Mu Shanshan, followed by a visit to the disciplinary office, and then hearing numerous insider accounts from Zuo Yuxi left Wen Liang feeling dizzy and achy. Upon returning home, he hurriedly took a shower and changed clothes, relieved that Ding Mei was cooking in the kitchen and Wen Huaiming had yet to return from work, sparing him from scrutiny over his disheveled appearance, allowing him to breathe easier after concocting a web of lies. After dinner, Wen Huaiming returned from outside and, without a word, retreated to his study. Ding Mei and Wen Liang exchanged glances. Wen Liang halted his mother, who was intent on checking in, and brought a cup of tea to the study door, knocking lightly before entering without waiting for a response. Wen Huaiming was writing under the glow of a desk lamp. Wen Liang placed the teacup beside him and inquired, "Is the situation at the Qinghua factory not going well?" Following the recent incident, Wen Huaiming no longer concealed anything from his son. He set down his pen and rubbed his temples, stating, "There are differing opinions within the provincial government, and the support for Zhou Yuanting is considerable. Secretary Su is in a difficult position." Wen Liang pondered for a moment before asking, "Who is Su Fuyan's backing at the provincial level?" The most clandestine and elusive aspect of the political arena is the network of relationships. At Su Fuyan's level, outsiders can never truly discern his trump cards. What one perceives may merely be the tip of the iceberg, while some individuals, whom one believes to possess a formidable background, might merely be masquerading behind the might of others, creating an illusion of power. The adage falsehoods appearing as truths encapsulates the essence of political life. Wen Liang was aware that Wen Huaiming had been making numerous trips to the provincial capital, Guanshan City, alongside Su Fuyan recently, perhaps to glean some information. Wen Huaiming chuckled bitterly, saying, "I've encountered several officials, including Deputy Secretary Qian of the Provincial Party Committee, Vice Governor Xu in charge of industry, Director Yan of the Provincial Economic and Trade Commission, Director Wang of the Planning Commission, and Director Lin of the Industrial Department. Yet I remain utterly oblivious to who among them would genuinely assist Xu Fuyan. He continued, during the day, I roam through various departments, and at night, after the banquets disperse, I return to the hotel, unaware of Xu Fuyan's whereabouts. Wen Liang nodded in understanding. This was to be expected. Wen Huaiming's current loyalty to Xu Fuyan was commendable, yet his rank was far too low to hold any significant influence in the provincial power struggle. Thus, Xu Fuyan would naturally refrain from divulging too much information to him. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Liang remarked, although the Tsinghua factory holds some prominence at the provincial level, it has yet to capture the attention of those influential figures. The ultimate decision still rests with the Qingzhou Municipal Committee and government. Thus, whether in support or opposition, the provincial authorities will not speak definitively. A clear stance carries the weight of responsibility, does it not? Wen Huiming sighed, tossing the materials he was drafting to Wen Liang, saying, tomorrow, Xu Fuyan will once again inspect the Tsinghua factory. I must prepare some documents to accompany him. Who knows, I may even speak on site. Oh, Wen Liang raised an eyebrow. Taking the materials and teasingly remarked, the secretary is quite audacious this time, conducting 2 inspections of the Tsinghua factory within a month. What a resplendent signal this sends. Indeed, when Huiming furrowed his brow, contemplating the fierce opposition, it was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Wen Liang glanced through the materials and consoled him. It's all right. After all, Xu Fuyan is the primary leader. Being driven to this point is truly unfortunate. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Zuo Yuxi dares not overstep. Although public opinion may seem trivial, sometimes the mere sound of it can intimidate. Wen Huiming shot him a glare, his stern demeanor suggesting he wished to reprimand, but Wen Liang quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I admit my fault. Father, we should add a few lines to the materials. The reform of state-owned enterprises is a gradual process, yet it must not come at the expense of the people's interests. Regardless of the reform plan for the Tsinghua factory, we must first ensure that state assets are not lost. Secondly, give full consideration to the placement of over 3,000 employees. And finally, guarantee profitability within a specified time frame. You can embellish the specifics. As long as we emphasize these 3 points, we shall remain invincible. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Wen Huiming grasped the essence. The first point is to seize the political high ground. The second is to align with public sentiment. And the third is to create obstacles for the opponents. His words were robust and dignified, leaving Zuo Yuxi feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, unable to utter a word of dissent. These were not particularly profound theories. Rather, Wen Huiming subconsciously hesitated to offend Zuo Yuxi too deeply, leading him to act with caution. Wen Liang aimed to convey that now, having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. Xu Fuyan's retreat would merely signify a loss of significant control over Qingzhou, yet the secretary would still retain his title. However, if Wen Huiming were to retreat, could he still hope that Zuo Yuxi would refrain from causing him trouble? Thus, whether for self-preservation or maneuvering, Wen Huiming's foremost task was to propel Xu Fuyan forward until the possibility of compromise with Zuo Yuxi vanished entirely. Understanding Wen Liang's intent, Wen Huiming pondered deeply and suddenly slammed the table, declaring, let it be so. A day later, Xu Fuyan's speech at the Tsinghua factory stirred a considerable uproar. Zuo Yuxi did not even mention it in the routine office meeting, the disdain being self-evident. Furthermore, Wei Qinfeng, a key figure within the Fang faction and a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, directed the Qingzhou television station to deliberately downplay Xu Fuyan's 15-minute speech, reducing it to less than 5 seconds of footage in that evening's news. Such arrogance and hubris were truly shocking. Originally, after Xu Fuyan raised his banner, some factions, eager to align themselves, retreated once more into the shadows. It could be anticipated that before the situation clarified, Xu Fuyan would find little support in Qingzhou. He aimed to probe Zuo Yuxing's bottom line, only to discover, after igniting the second shot, that he was indeed vulnerable to a single blow. In the current climate, it is exceedingly challenging to disrupt the equilibrium established by the provincial authorities, rendering robust support elusive. To forge a breakthrough, one must rely solely on oneself, engaging in solitary combat in Qingzhou. However, in the face of Fang Mingtang and Zuo Yuxi, formidable entities who have dominated Qingzhou for a decade, A profound sense of powerlessness envelopes him. All of this unfolds precisely as Wen Liang anticipated. His insistence on persuading his father to undertake certain actions is a strategic maneuver to corner Su Fuyan, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The more arduous Su Fuyan's situation becomes, the more pivotal Zuo Yuxi's support will be, thereby solidifying Wen Liang's position as the intermediary, a strategy that achieves multiple objectives. With all preparations in place, what remains is to identify an opportune moment to visit Xu Yao's father, the de facto leader of Qingzhou, affectionately known as Chairman Su or Su Fuyan. While this task may appear straightforward, it is, in fact, fraught with challenges, potentially more daunting than simultaneously confronting Zuo Yuxi. Xu Yao, Ning Xiaoning, and Su. On the 10th day of the month, after school, as he pondered strategies at home, Wen Liang unexpectedly received a call from Li Shengli, which filled him with delight. Nearly a month had passed, and he had assumed Li Shengli remained unconvinced of his sincerity or was still grappling with the betrayal of his wife. While he felt a tinge of regret, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had made an effort and owed it to Wan. To his surprise, Li Shengli indeed called, prompting Wen Liang to hastily bike over to his residence. Since the start of the semester, he had been preoccupied with competing against Mu Shanshan, leaving him little time to check on Wan, which weighed on his conscience. Perhaps buoyed by a better mood, Li Xiqing exhibited a hint of color in her face. No longer the waxy pallor he had first encountered. Her hair was neatly tied back, and as she walked, she displayed a semblance of youthful vigor and enthusiasm. Li Shengli invited Wen Liang to sit at the table, while Li Xiqing obediently perched on a small stool nearby, deftly peeling corn with a dustpan. Residing in the outskirts of the city, they were not farmers and possessed no land. The corn likely came from another's field, small and blemished, discarded by others. Uncle Li, I must say, I am truly pleased that you have come to terms with those matters. In a previous life, Li Shengli had treated Wen Liang exceptionally well, often bringing the finest delicacies and amusements during their family visits, inciting envy in young Li Xiqing. In this life, helping him emerge from the shadows brings Wen Liang genuine joy. Li Shengli appeared well-groomed. Having washed his hair meticulously and donned a sky-blue work uniform from the agricultural machinery factory, along with a clean-shaven face that exuded vitality. Upon hearing Wen Liang's words, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he gently ran his fingers along the edge of the table, sighing, in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Even you have grown up and become more understanding. Wen Liang felt a pang of emotion in his nose and replied with a smile, after 2 years of rest. It is time to get moving. Would you care to hear about my plan? Li Shengli nodded in agreement. Yes, please share. Wen Liang produced a freshly updated map of Qingzhou, spreading it across the table. He handed Li Xiqing a pencil and instructed her to draw a large circle around a specific area. Uncle Li, what commonality do you observe in this region? Li Shengli carefully examined the area, pointing to a corner and remarking, it seems that the Municipal Commerce Department, the first construction company, the Industrial Bank, and the power plant's residential quarters are located over here, along with several residential communities. He then moved his finger downward, adding, I am not quite sure about this section, but it appears that 2 years ago, there was not much activity. Ah yes, that was the beginning of a commercial district, with only a few enterprises established and a sparse number of employees. It seems rather desolate now. However, observe this position, he said, as Wen Liang lightly tapped his pen on the intersection point. Regardless of whether they are municipal employees or private sector workers, all must pass through this area. Unfortunately, the purchasing power and consumer willingness of these individuals are significant. They represent excellent potential clientele. Li Shengli had reviewed the breakfast shop proposal presented by Wen Liang. Had it not been for the cogent arguments within, he would not have given credence to the words of a mere youth. Now, realizing the implications, he slapped his thigh exclaiming, indeed. Opening a restaurant here would undoubtedly be profitable. Wen Liang smiled slightly. Excellent. We have preliminarily reached a consensus on the restaurant. But what about its positioning? You have prior experience in this business. Why did it fail? Li Shengli pondered for a moment before responding. This is a question I have contemplated for quite some time. It seems somewhat clear to me, yet I struggle to articulate it. In my view, there are primarily 3 factors. First, the foot traffic is insufficient. Your establishment is situated at the entrance of the agricultural machinery factory, predominantly serving the factory's single employees. When you calculate it, how many patrons can there truly be? Second, during those years, purchasing power was low and consumer desire was weak. As for the factory workers, I am well aware they could scrape by on a mere steamed bun dipped in vegetable soup. How much could they possibly spend at your shop over the course of a year? Third, and most crucially, while you operated on a small scale, you offered an overly broad range of items: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, rice porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding, spicy soup, noodles, fried rice, and various stir-fries. At the end of the day, how much could you truly sell? Yet you needed to stock every ingredient, leading to significant wastage and expenses each month. In such a business model, how could one avoid losses? Li Shengli, a man of sincerity and simplicity, had once resigned from his job to venture into business, an act spurred by Zhao Yaqing's persuasion, his boldest move which ultimately led to financial ruin and the departure of his wife. Reflecting over the past 2 years, he felt he possessed exceptional culinary skills and was an honest person, providing ample portions and flavorful dishes. It seemed unreasonable for him to incur losses. Thus, he often lamented his ill fortune and succumbed to despair. Today, after listening to Wen Liang's insights, he truly began to regard him with newfound respect. Li Xiqing had long ceased her activities, resting her chin on her small hand, intently listening to Wen Liang. Although she did not grasp every detail, her father's expression conveyed the sense that Wen Liang's words were profoundly insightful. The young girl's thoughts were both innocent and amusing. In her 11 years of experience, she believed Wen Liang to be the most capable individual, without exception. This was the purest form of admiration, a touching appreciation devoid of ulterior motives, right or wrong. An unblemished and pristine sentiment. Chapter 45. The Great Era and Paper Airplanes. The following day, upon arriving at school, Ren Yi surrounded Wen Liang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, making sounds of astonishment. Wen Liang chuckled and clasped his hands, saying, "Brother Jianping, please, what wisdom do you wish to impart?" Rennie chuckled. Well said, well said. However, from today onward, please refer to me as the hero of the divine land, Xiao Qiushui. Oh. Wen Liang realized that this fellow had once again become infatuated with Wen Ruyan. Brother Qiushui, I shall call you Brother Xiao instead. It must be rather hard to endure the days of losing $50, no? Ren Yi had wagered on Mu Shanshan's victory, and this time, he had lost everything. Hearing this, he lamented as if mourning a deceased relative. Alas, if heaven were sentimental, it would grow old. If one does not lose money, one has wasted youth. Considering that I helped you call the police yesterday, let me treat you to an ice cream, my friend. What? It was you. Upon witnessing the onset of the brawl yesterday, Ren Yi, fearing for Wen Liang's safety, hurried to the office to inform Hua Qiao. His willingness to act courageously in the face of Mu Shanshan and her associates could be deemed commendable. However, had he known that both Mu Shanshan and Hua Qiao were seeking revenge on him, he might have pondered whether the cost of one ice cream was indeed too steep. The second period of the afternoon was a political class. Anticipating the weekend ahead, the students were overly exuberant, and after several failed attempts to maintain order, the teacher stormed out in frustration. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos. A few students crafted paper airplanes and tossed them across the room. And soon the air was filled with a flurry of paper, dazzling the eyes. Wen Liang, bored, doodled circles on his desk, contemplating where he and Li Shengli might find a suitable store over the upcoming days off, wondering if his funds would be too tight. Suddenly, a paper airplane swooped down and struck his forehead. Annoyed, Wen Liang searched the room, and when Meng Ke from the front rows caught his glance, she stuck out her tongue and quickly turned away like a thief. Wen Liang shook his head. The airplane was crafted from pink stationery, delicately folded with neat corners, a testament to the meticulous heart of a young girl. Holding the airplane, his thoughts drifted to Li Xiqing, reminding him that the middle school would commence on the 15th, and he must remember to accompany her to Minghua for registration. He wondered if his living expenses would suffice. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent as the graceful footsteps of Yi Yuting echoed from the corridor, and the lookout at the door promptly issued a red alert. In just a few days, this charming homeroom teacher had garnered immense admiration from her students, which evolved into respect and even fear. Upon realizing she had arrived, everyone hastily scrambled to hide the crumpled paper airplanes littering the floor and desks, but time was too short, and several remained scattered across the podium and aisle. Wen Liang, lost in profound contemplation, remained oblivious to the commotion until Yi Yuting ascended the podium. Her bright, yet authoritative gaze scanned the chaotic array of paper airplanes on the floor. eventually landing on the one in Wen Liang's hand. All eyes followed the teacher's focus, and faint chuckles resonated among the crowd. Wen Liang, stand up. Startled. Wen Liang awakened from his reverie, his expression somewhat dazed, still clutching the paper airplane. A snicker escaped someone, triggering a wave of laughter throughout the class. Only then did Wen Liang realize he had unwittingly become the center of attention. With a quiet sigh, he stood up and said, "Teacher Yi, you certainly wouldn't believe me if I claimed this airplane was thrown at my head by someone else." Yi Yuting did not attempt to quell the growing laughter in the classroom. Instead, she smiled and inquired, "And then what?" "Then, I suppose I should be honest. The origami airplane was crafted because a poem suddenly came to mind, and in a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to improvise. I hope that Miss Yi, being a refined literary woman, would grant me some leniency. Of course, in this era, the number of literate young women likely far exceeds the count of virgins among their contemporaries. So, employing Yi Yuting's physique as a constant and her visage as a variable, I established a probability model, concluding that there was a 70% chance she was indeed an artistic soul. To my dismay, Miss Yi possessed a lovely literary appearance, yet showed no mercy. "Oh, what poem is that? Recite it for us." "Damn." Under the desk, I raised my middle finger in frustration, my mind racing until, just as silence threatened to engulf the room, I spotted the paper airplane in my hand. Recalling a classic television drama and a timeless poem. Paper airplane, oh how I long to ride upon you, to soar towards the heights, to a land of paradise. Paper airplane, so delicate and beautiful, seemingly drifting aimlessly, yet destined to land, fulfilling its mission, just like this paper airplane, gently knocking on my heart's door, carrying away my sorrows. My voice, rich and resonant, dipped slightly to convey a husky weight, as I recited the poem in a subtly melancholic tone within the still classroom. Instantly, a soft exclamation pierced the air. "Ah, it's paper airplane." It was Ji Su's voice. Initially, a few whispered questions arose, with some inquiring about its meaning, while others with sharp memories offered explanations. Before long, the entire class erupted into lively chatter. Yi Yuting stood at the podium, momentarily taken aback. As an English teacher, she recognized the poem instantly. Yet she had not anticipated that the seemingly unliterary Wen Liang would deliver such a heartfelt and moving rendition. The fervor following the broadcast of the classic Hong Kong drama, The Great Era, had barely subsided, and Lu Qingyun's English recitation of Paper Airplane from the amusement park's high-rise had captivated countless viewers overnight. Though it was unclear who initiated the applause, one by one, more joined in, culminating in a collective cheer from the entire class. This was not only a commendation of Wen Liang's quick wit, but also an affirmation of his poetic choice. Recovering from her initial surprise, Yi Yuting smiled and remarked, "If folding airplanes is inspired by this poem, that is somewhat acceptable. However, you disrupted the classroom, causing the politics teacher to complain to me. Merely attempting to wriggle out of this predicament would not suffice, unless a cunning glint flickered in her eyes as she requested, recite it again in English." Truly, I felt more wronged than the elderly in Nanjing. After all, I was not the one disrupting the class. Yet, as an English teacher, I lacked the courage to refuse such a request from Yi Yuting. With practiced fluency, English words leaped forth joyfully, presenting a beauty distinct from the rhythm of Chinese. Many classmates could not fully grasp the brilliance of the recitation, yet that did not hinder their enthusiastic applause and spirited cheers. At this age, the presence of raucous voices and playful hearts was abundant. My English skills in university were rather average and certainly did not exude a London accent, but it was undeniable that my fluency far surpassed that of the current first-year students. Teacher Yi felt a mixture of surprise and frustration. Could it be that this young man had expended all his intellect on trifles? Otherwise, how could his grades languish at the bottom of the class? Wen Liang, perceptive and attuned to the atmosphere, recognized that Teacher Ye's anger had subsided and, with a playful grin, clasped his hands in gratitude to the onlookers. Yi Yuting found herself at a loss with him, as the paper airplane incident faded into obscurity. Ji Su glanced back surreptitiously, her expression intricate, lost in thought. At long last, the bell rang for class dismissal. Wen Liang, urgently needing to relieve himself, was soon approached by several classmates expressing their thanks for his singular act of taking the blame. He humbly deflected their praise and was just about to exit through the back door when he was intercepted by Meng Ku, who stood before him, blocking his path. "Hand over the paper airplane," she said, her smile bright and inviting, her left hand extended towards him. It was then that Wen Liang noticed the exquisite beauty of Meng Ku's hand. Her fingers were elegantly aligned, slender and smooth. With skin so fair that the joints were nearly invisible, the tips delicate and graceful, exuding aesthetic charm. The airplane? I have none, but I certainly know how to engage in more dubious activities. The term uncle aptly described him, as it alluded to the unrestrained, somewhat lascivious impulses that lay dormant within, ready to emerge unexpectedly. Boasting without a cannon? What sort of aircraft are you referring to? Meng Ku was not quite as striking as Jisoo. Yet her gentle demeanor and amiable manner made her presence feel as refreshing as spring air. Her playful expression while delivering her remarks was quite enchanting. Wen Liang laughed heartily. Amused by the innocence of girls in this era, blissfully unaware of more risky topics, unlike the lascivious women of future generations who would brazenly converse about such matters. He retrieved the paper airplane from his drawer and handed it over without further jest, saying, "It was due to this airplane that I was publicly reprimanded by Teacher Yi, causing significant distress to my sensitive soul. What do you propose I do about it?" Finding his words amusing, Meng Ke glanced around to ensure no one was listening and, with a playful smile, suggested, "How about I introduce you to Jisoo?" Knowing the two had a bit of a contentious relationship, she deliberately made the suggestion to tease Wen Liang. "Please, no? I've been self-conscious since childhood," he began. But his words were cut short as Ren-yi returned from outside, inquiring, "Aren't you in a hurry to go to the restroom? What are you still doing here?" Wen Liang suddenly realized he could no longer hold it in, and with a shout, he turned and dashed away. Meng Ke stood stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Returning to her seat, she tossed the airplane to Jisoo, grumbling, "You threw that airplane and hit someone. And now I have to take the blame." Humph. Had Wen Liang heard her words, he would surely have been so frightened that he wouldn't dare to throw any airplanes again. The academically accomplished and poised Jisoo, engaging in such disruptive antics as folding paper airplanes? "Good Meng. Dear Meng, I was just feeling shy," she continued. "You're familiar with him, and as sisters, it wouldn't be a burden to help." "Stop." Meng Ku grasped the hand that was wandering at her waist, recounting Wen Liang's foolish antics to Jisoo. Surprisingly, Jisoo, who usually dismissed such matters with disdain, found herself chuckling along with Meng Ku as they leaned over the table, sharing in the laughter. Chapter 46. Confusion due to a meeting with Li Shengli scheduled for Saturday, when Liang first visited Class 4 to see the little godfather, Lu Jia, after school. Lu, having profited handsomely from Wen Liang's remarkable performance in their recent wager, greeted him with the enthusiasm one might reserve for a soldier returning from war. Clasping his hand and engaging in lively conversation. With a light-hearted demeanor, Wen Liang casually remarked, "My friend, I have matters to attend to shortly. Could you settle the bill for us?" Previously, he had taken 1,000 yuan from the 4,000 given by Tan Shui to Lu Jia. With a ratio of 1:3, a mere stroll around had yielded him a profit of 200 within days. The gambling house truly reaped remarkable profits, he chuckled. Lu Jia's reputation was indeed not merely inflated by Ren-yi. He deftly retrieved 3,000 yuan from his desk drawer and presented it to Wen Liang. Last time, he had pulled out a ledger, but this time it was a stack of cash. "Are you not afraid of thieves leaving such a sum lying about?" Wen Liang mused. Unable to quell his curiosity, he leaned down to sneak a glance into the drawer, but Lu Jia, with a smile that nearly obscured his eyes, shifted his ample frame to shield Wen Liang's view. They exchanged a few awkward chuckles, and with a strong urge to pry open the drawer, Wen Liang placed 500 yuan on the table, said nothing, and departed. Curiously, Lu Jia did not inquire further. He simply tucked the 500 yuan into the drawer and chuckled as he watched Wen Liang's retreating figure. The transaction between the two unfolded brazenly within the classroom of Class 4, and soon enough, the news reached Mu Shanshan. After a dismal defeat in the competition, he had lost his appetite for days and found excuses to confront several individuals at school. However, those he had struck back would often retort, "If you're so capable, why not challenge Wen Liang instead? Bullying us is hardly a feat." One day, they would witness how he would deal with that fellow. Due to the confidentiality maintained by Wen Liang and Lu Jia, it was only today that Mu Shanshan learned that Wen Liang had initially wagered 1,000 yuan, subsequently winning 3,000. From where did this 3,000 originate? Was it not taken from their own pockets? Reports that circulated later indicated that Mu Shanshan, rarely one to refrain from expletives, had forcefully snapped a rather valuable pin in half in his fury. Meanwhile, Gu Wenyuan was caught in a whirlwind, flitting between Su and Ning Xiaoning, overwhelmed and yet without the opportunity to express his anger regarding the matter. Although the betting involved Mu Shanshan and 4 others, the entirety of the 5,000 yuan had been contributed solely by Mu Shanshan. While this amount was trivial in light of his family's wealth, the ease with which it was snatched away by adversaries was a profound humiliation and utter disgrace. After school, he encountered Xu Yao at the gate. Following their recent fame post competition, the trio had avoided drawing attention by rarely appearing together. Ning Xiaoning was particularly vexed by Gu Wenyuan's incessant harassment and had taken to leaving alone as soon as classes ended. Previously, the two maintained a semblance of understanding. Ning Xiaoning would ignore Gu Wenyuan, who, in turn, displayed gentlemanly behavior, preoccupied with pursuing Su, never entangling himself with her. However, post-basketball match, it seemed that Wen Liang had sparked a jealousy and possessiveness within him. Or perhaps he recognized that Ning Xiaoning was not as compliant with her family's plans as he had presumed, no longer assured of her becoming his future bride. Thus, for the past while, except during restroom breaks, he had been closely following her. Had it not been for the ties between their families, she would have already retaliated. Seeing an opportunity when the surroundings were clear, Wen Liang naturally took Xu Yao's hand and said, "Come, allow me to show you something." Xu Yao blushed but offered no resistance, allowing him to lead her down the quaint alleyways of Qingzhou. The setting sun painted the sky with hues of crimson, elongating the silhouettes of the two individuals. Xu Yao, feeling playful, mischievously stepped back a pace and playfully pressed her foot against Wen Liang's backside, tapping rhythmically as if it brought her endless delight. Wen Liang stifled a laugh, casting a sidelong glance at her charming and adorable demeanor. Unable to suppress the tenderness swelling in his heart, he paused to affectionately tap her delicate nose, teasingly questioning, "Is it really that amusing to step on me? Silly girl. You're the silly one. A big silly. A stinky silly. Sillier than a chicken egg." Xu Yao retorted, caught in the act, though slightly embarrassed. It did not hinder her swift and vigorous counterattack. Wen Liang, speechless, retrieved some money from his pocket and recounted the events leading to the wager he had kept hidden from both Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning, fearing that prior knowledge would impose undue pressure on their performance. Xu Yao's eyes sparkled like stars as she spread the cash before the sunlight, exclaiming with delight, "Haha, I can earn money playing basketball too." Wen Liang, sweating nervously, surveyed the surroundings, relieved to have chosen a secluded spot. As she counted the bills, her expression suddenly turned fierce. "Why is there 500 missing? How dare you embezzle?" she exclaimed, lunging to search him. "Hey, don't take advantage of me. There are places you shouldn't touch." After managing to calm the raucous little girl, Wen Liang explained, "I gave 500 to Lu Jia." Xu Yao playfully lifted her smooth chin, urging him to continue. Wen Liang smiled and elaborated, "Ning Xiaoning is quite skilled. Our training has yielded good results. But do you think, in a basketball game where teamwork is crucial, it would be so easy to defeat such a formidable opponent? Especially when the score was so tightly contested, and it ultimately came down to a one-on-one with Mu Shanshan. That seems more than mere coincidence." Xu Yao, no fool and certainly wiser than many girls her age, gasped, "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed," Wen Liang confirmed. "Either Guan Yu or Shi Chengkai must have thrown the game at the last moment." Discussing this, Wen Liang had to admit that Lu Jia was truly dedicated to his craft, engaging in betting and manipulating the game. As the saying goes, environment shapes destiny. The child of a police chief certainly does not waste the emblem of the nation bestowed upon him. Xu Yao patted her chest and laughed. "Thank goodness. Otherwise, I would have been furious at losing." Wen Liang smiled, remaining silent. He had confidence in his team. Guan Yu and Shi Chengkai had surely given their all. Otherwise, how could Mu Shanshan, not a fool, have detected any wrongdoing? Yet, at the final shot, with the skills of Guan Yu and Shi Chengkai, one could have easily left Xu Yao unguarded to assist Mu Shanshan. Instead, everyone remained in their designated positions, leaving the fate of the game in Mu Shanshan's hands. This was, in fact, a wise move, as it allowed her to bear the blame alone, making it difficult for him to fault his teammates. Would it be fair to blame others when one could not win in a one-on-one? However, Wen Liang firmly believed that even if the opposing team had an extra player at that moment, he possessed the ability to break through and secure victory with a single shot. His wager of 1,000 was not a bet on his own assured success. but rather on the premise that Lu Jihe, having gained notoriety, would not remain passive after being humiliated by Mu Shanshan with 5,000. As expected, they won the match. There was no need for Xu Yao to be enlightened about this. Any form of gambling carries its inherent risks, and the outcome is what truly matters, is it not? Xu Yao, delightfully counting the money over and over again, then tucked it into Wen Liang's pocket, saying, "All right, I've seen and played with the money. It's best left in your care." Wen Liang hastily pulled the little lady's hand away, having just felt her fingers wandering over his body, inhaling the unique fragrance of youth that enveloped her. "Well, I'm heading home now, bye." Xu Yao waved her hand, a fragrant breeze following her as she floated away. Turning a corner, the girl's tense body suddenly relaxed. She crouched by the wall, peeking out to see Wen Liang had already turned away. The silhouette of the boy appeared quite charming. Ugh, how shameless. Xu Yao's face burned with heat, her fingers lightly brushing against her cheek. A blush spread across her skin, subtly extending to her ears, barely keeping herself upright against the wall. The disoriented sensation mirrored the chaos of her life. Chapter 47. The Beautiful Young Worker. Early Saturday morning. Wen Liang met Li Shengli at the entrance of the People's Park, and they took bus 103 to get off at Dongshengbai Road. Since Wen Liang had defined the area that day, Li Shengli had been familiarizing himself with the streets and alleys, directly taking shortcuts and turning corners until they arrived in front of a shop. The two-story storefront was not particularly large, but appeared clean and tidy. It was located near many family quarters of various units, somewhat off the beaten path, yet conveniently situated at a street corner, with bus stops for routes 53, 77, and 88 nearby. Even in the morning, one could see a considerable number of people converging from all directions. Not bad, Wen Liang praised. Just beyond lies the Daihua commercial district. After large-scale development next year, this area will soon flourish, though not many businesses have recognized the opportunities yet. The shop's owner, surnamed Zhang, was eager to rent it out quickly as he was heading south to partner with friends in a business venture. Thus, the price should not be exorbitant. Li Shengli was considerate of Wen Liang, knowing he had limited capital, and naturally aimed to save wherever possible. Wen Liang did not disclose the origins of the funds, and having endured hardships over the past 2 years, Li Shengli had matured significantly, focusing solely on what needed to be done, refraining from asking unnecessary questions. Wen Liang nodded. Although this place was not particularly ideal, it was a decent starting point. Investing in a breakfast shop required minimal capital, provided a few key considerations were observed. First, it should be located within a large residential community or a high-traffic thoroughfare. Second, the selection should be convenient and quick. Third, it must offer quality at a reasonable price. With good hygiene and attentive service, generally, one would not incur losses. In 1995, Qingzhou was in the midst of a transition between old and new lifestyles, with people increasingly valuing their living standards and quality. Breakfast, once overlooked by the locals, began to gain traction in public discourse, with many readily reciting the adage of eating well in the morning, filling up at noon, and eating lightly in the evening. However, contrary to this, aside from the chaotic and hygienically questionable street vendors, Qingzhou seldom saw formal establishments specializing in breakfast, let alone brands or chains that held any influence in the breakfast industry. Inspired by his mother Ding Mei's frequent complaints about the inconvenience of buying breakfast during the summer vacation, Wen Liang recalled the astonishing market value of the breakfast industry in later years. For someone like him, who currently lacked both funds and manpower, it undoubtedly presented the best opportunity. Upon entering the shop, he met with Boss Zhang, and their conversation was amicable, leading to a swift agreement. Boss Zhang had posted his rental advertisement for 2 months without any interested parties, and after hearing from Li Shengli about renting the first floor for a year, with the intention of eventually taking over the entire space after a couple of months of financial recovery, he pondered for a moment before agreeing. They signed a 1-year contract for 500 yuan, and Boss Zhang, brimming with enthusiasm, assured him that he had connections at the Industry and Commerce Bureau that would expedite the paperwork. Naturally, Li Shengli expressed his gratitude. Once everything was settled, Wen Liang stepped outside, smiling as he said, "Uncle Li, we have the storefront now. Whether we can turn a profit depends on your culinary skills. Remember my words. Keep the breakfast simple to start with. Just 4 items: soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and your signature scallion pancakes and egg pancakes. You must excel in flavor, ensuring that those who taste it will remember it fondly." Li Shengli replied modestly, "Rest assured, my skills haven't diminished. I can't go wrong with just these few dishes. Wen Liang had complete faith in his abilities, having relished the meals at Li Shengli's home, particularly the scallion and egg pancakes. As he grew older, he often lamented that if Li Shengli's culinary venture could endure, it might not surpass Yonghe, but it would certainly shine brightly. Now, with Wen Liang as the guiding force, everything was progressing in a promising direction. Over the next week, he immersed himself passionately in establishing the breakfast shop, adopting a simple yet pleasing decor style reminiscent of modern Chinese fast food restaurants, creating an inviting atmosphere. However, his search for the steel and wood structure tables and chairs commonly used in fast food establishments proved fruitless, as such items had yet to become popular in Qingzhou. In a stroke of ingenuity, Wen Liang sketched a few designs and approached a small furniture workshop to craft 10 sets of 4-person tables and chairs, featuring a yellow and red color scheme that appeared cleaner and more hygienic than typical wooden tables, also facilitating easier cleaning. Wen Liang also commissioned Li Shengli to create an oversized, colorful sign to hang on the shop's wall, prominently displaying the words Qinghe soybean milk at the top, followed by healthy, refreshing, delicious, fresh beneath it. Accompanying this was a promotional text extolling the long-standing cultural heritage of Qinghe soybean milk. Qinghe flows forth, merging into the East China Sea, nourishing grains and benefiting the people of 3 villages, fostering fish and shrimp to support the populace across the seas. In the 7th year of the Tang Jingguan era, Wei Zhong, then a minister, passed through Qinghe and, upon hearing of an old shop east of the ancient city gate of Qingzhou, traveled 30 paces west of the boat bridge to find a century-old establishment that ground beans into milk. The aroma lingered, and upon tasting, one found it tender and smooth, with an aftertaste lasting 3 days. Thus, it was named Qinghe. This text was creatively crafted by Wen Liang, refined by Xu Yao, and polished by Ning Xiaoning, resulting in a rather peculiar piece despite their lack of formal training. However, since Qinghe soybean milk was aimed at the lower to middle class, clarity was essential. And as for the choice of Wei Zhong as a figurehead, it stemmed from Ning Xiaoning's personal admiration, which is a story best left untold. In the days leading up to the approval of the necessary procedures, Wen Liang informed Ding Mei that he would be spending nearly every evening at Li Shengli's residence after school. He began to taste the culinary delights from various households, providing feedback to continuously refine the texture of the soy milk and fried dough sticks. Surprisingly, Li Xiqing's culinary skills proved to be on par with those of her father. Wen Liang felt a great sense of relief and playfully suggested to Li Xiqing that having a backup chef was a hallmark of a 5-star establishment. He proclaimed that with her help, their breakfast shop could evolve into a chain in 6 months, a company within a year, and a conglomerate within 3 years, an aspiration that seemed boundless. The naive young girl, her worldview distorted by such shameless flattery, resolved silently to become a chef even more outstanding than her father. During this time, Wen Liang took Li Xiqing to Minghua Junior High School. Thanks to the connections with Zuo Yuxi, the principal personally arranged for Li Xiqing to be placed in the best class, demonstrating an exceptionally warm and attentive attitude. One day, after school, he was intercepted by Xu Yao at their usual spot, this time accompanied by Ning Xiaoning. Having been preoccupied with various chores and out of touch with the two, he immediately sensed trouble from their expressions. Wen Liang decisively opted for a preemptive strike, smirking as he remarked, "Ah, aren't you the legendary duo of Yizhong, Cold Condensation, and Hot Yao? It's been a while. How come you've thought of your brother again?" At the sight of his rogue demeanor and brazen words, both girls were simultaneously incensed, flanking him as they led him into a narrow alley. Xu Yao merely wished to pin Wen Liang down and give him a sound thrashing, while Ning Xiaoning, in a moment of anger, instinctively grasped his arm. Regret flooded her heart as an unfamiliar sensation enveloped her. An electric current surged from her heart, leaving her dizzy and her legs weak as she walked. "Hey, what are you all doing in broad daylight?" Wen Liang warned. "Xu Yao, Ning Xiaoning, I advise you not to underestimate your beauty. Attempting to assault a handsome guy is still a criminal act." Bah! Ning Xiaoning could no longer maintain her composure. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she seized the opportunity to release her grip. Xu Yao reverted to her quirky self, donning an expression of classic disdain as she retorted, "With your looks, even Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West would feel proud. Do you think I would actually harass you?" She then, in an exquisitely charming tone, began to shake Wen Liang's arm. "Brother Wen Liang, what games are you playing? Why didn't you bring me along?" Wen Liang, taken aback, sighed dramatically. It's not that Zhou Yu lacks capability. It's merely that Zhuge Liang employed the beauty trap, and I had no choice but to play along. His amusing words elicited a genuine laugh from Xu Yao, who, upon receiving a warning glare from Ning Xiaoning, recalled that they had come to settle a score and needed to adopt a serious demeanor. Humph, don't give me that playful attitude. Xu Yao haughtily shook off Wen Liang's hand, declaring fiercely, "You must confess why you've been arriving late and leaving early these days." Wen Liang, "Don't follow in Mu Shanshan's footsteps," she added, her voice softening at the end, revealing the concern that even the deaf could perceive. Wen Liang, touched, quickly replied, "Who reported me? I haven't been late that many times. Recently, I've been helping my uncle, who runs a breakfast shop. I'm just lending a hand as he can't afford to hire employees in this economic downturn." Xu Yao patted his head, sighing, "Ah, child labor, how pitiful." After speaking, his eyes darted over to Ning Xiaoning, and in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a young boy to remove his trousers, he said, "There are 2 lovely young ladies available. I wonder if Master Wen would be interested?" Wen Liang shuddered all over and surrendered. Chapter 48, A Card of Leather. Do you want it? When Wen Liang previously wrote about Qinghe soy milk, he had not disclosed its purpose. Now that he mentioned opening a small shop, both Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning expressed their interest and insisted on accompanying him to visit the establishment. The 3 of them exited the narrow alley, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and proceeded forward before boarding the number 21 bus. Although this time of day was not as overwhelmingly crowded as in later years, it was still quite suffocating. Wen Liang forged a path ahead, employing his shoulders, hands, waist, and hips to navigate through the throng. After considerable effort, he carved a route through the sea of people, stabilizing the 2 ladies at the doorway of the bus. Xu Yao was relatively unfazed. Being a spirited girl, she often roamed all over Qingzhou on weekends, effortlessly weaving in and out of the crowd behind Wen Liang, maintaining an impressive distance from others. In contrast, Ning Xiaoning clearly lacked such experience. By the time they stopped, she was panting, her face flushed, and her small mouth slightly agape, revealing a few crystal-clear little teeth, making her look exceedingly adorable. The 3 stood quite close together, with Xu Yao on Wen Liang's right and Ning Xiaoning positioned slightly in front on his left. Just a few minutes passed when Ning Xiaoning's expression suddenly became peculiar, and she anxiously edged closer to Wen Liang. He felt a surge of anger, initially suspecting an unseemly rogue was taking advantage of the situation. However, upon peering over, he nearly burst into laughter. Behind her stood a fashionable young woman clad in a white top and black skirt, her shoulder-length hair styled with gentle waves at the ends. A 4-finger-wide black belt cinched her waist, accentuating her curves beautifully. With shoulders delicately sculpted and a waist as slender as a willow, her alluring silhouette was captivating. Realizing the reason for Ning Xiaoning's discomfort, Wen Liang smirked knowingly. He spread his arms wide, creating a protective space in front of him, and gestured with his chin for her to come closer. Ning Xiaoning hesitated, biting her lip, but as Xu Yao turned her head and spotted the prime spot, she nimbly ducked under Wen Liang's arm, leaning against him, gripping the back of the seat, and exhaling comfortably. Suddenly, the bus lurched to the right, causing Ning Xiaoning to stumble toward him. Wen Liang instinctively caught and embraced her, drawing her safely into his protective hold. She shot him a glance, but accepted his support. Xu Yao, who had intended to pull her in, found this moment fortuitous. The 2 girls wrapped their arms around each other's waists, their heads bumping together as they began to whisper secrets. Wen Liang endeavored to lean back, his arms straining to brace against the immense pressure surrounding them. This was the closest he had been to Ning Xiaoning and Xu Yao since his rebirth. Their delicate faces blossomed before him like twin lotus flowers. With porcelain skin and crimson lips, their breath fragrant as orchids, vividly illustrating the beauty and vibrancy characteristic of youth. Wen Liang shifted his body slightly, attempting to create more space, yet found himself utterly unable to move an inch. In a state of resignation, I began to count from the beginning, deliberately ignoring the events behind me. As I reached 2897, the bus came to a halt on Bai Road. While jostling to disembark, I glanced back and caught the eye of a woman in a black dress, who had also turned to look at me. Our gazes met, and for a brief moment, we were both rendered speechless. Upon reaching the breakfast shop, I had already liberated myself from the earlier embarrassment, utterly surprised to discover it was her. I shook my head in frustration, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. Li Shengli was directing workers to hang the sign for Qinghe soy milk. Upon seeing me, he eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Everything is complete. We will definitely open for business next month." I suggested that the two women tour the shop first and reminded Li Shengli not to let anything slip. We had already reached a mutual understanding that the establishment would be publicly claimed as Li Shengli's personal venture. He nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. "The promotional flyers you asked me to print are ready, 3,000 copies. How will we distribute them all?" When I had previously requested him to print the flyers, he had been puzzled, as such rudimentary promotional tactics had yet to gain popularity in this era, particularly for small businesses like ours. However, once I elucidated the concept, he realized its brilliance. With just a thin sheet of paper, we could convey the shop's location, main offerings, and prices to the public, thus establishing our reputation. This method was far more economical and efficient than advertising in newspapers or on television, particularly since these flyers could be distributed in nearby residential areas and office buildings. The targeting was precise, and the timeliness was exceptional. A truly ingenious idea. While we were conversing, Li Xiqing arrived after school. The young girl was remarkably considerate. She rushed over to assist with whatever tasks she could manage before returning home to do her homework in the dark. My heart ached watching her, and I had repeatedly urged her not to come, yet she remained resolute. Upon seeing me, she hurried over, tugging at my sleeve and calling out, "Brother Wen." I affectionately ruffled her hair, just as Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning exited after their tour. Xu Yao exclaimed, "The decor is so creative. I've never seen a small diner like this before. Wen, does the breakfast shop only serve breakfast?" Before I could respond, Xu Yao gasped in delight, pointing at Xiqing. "You have a younger sister?" "Hello, sister. My name is Li Xiqing, but you can call me Wan," she replied sweetly. Xiqing, bright and clever, smiled as she clarified her name, subtly indicating to Xu Yao that I was her brother, while they were not biological siblings. Yet, she tightened her grip on my sleeve, thinking to herself, "Brother Wen is closer than a real brother." Xu Yao, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped Xiqing's implication. I found myself curious about this little girl, who could navigate social nuances with such grace at a young age. I smiled wryly, acknowledging that Xiqing had faced fewer hardships than many, and her maturity could not be measured by age alone. However, if given the choice, I would prefer her to remain the carefree, adorable little princess she was. Alas, the world rarely aligns with our desires. Merely rescuing her from the tragic fate of her previous life felt like a significant blessing. "This is Uncle Li's daughter. Akin to my little sister," I explained. Wen Liang, after a brief explanation, pulled Li Shengli aside for a conversation. Upon their return, they found the three enchanting ladies engaged in a lively and exuberant chatter. Wen Liang chuckled and announced, "All right, my lovely ladies, I have a task for you all. What say you?" Just as Li Xiqing, who had enthusiastically expressed her agreement, was about to speak, Xu Yao covered her mouth and pulled her into an embrace. Let us first discuss the remuneration. My worth is quite high, and I fear you may not be able to afford me," she quipped. Ning Xiaoning chimed in. "Let us evaluate the price before discussing anything else." Clearly, this young lady had been influenced by Xu Yao's playful demeanor. Wen Liang snapped his fingers and replied cheerfully, "From now on, whenever you dine here for breakfast, you will receive a 50% discount, along with the prestigious first VIP card for Qinghe soy milk, which grants you a 30% discount at any of our establishments." Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning exchanged knowing smiles and sang in unison, "On credit we shall dine." With lofty praises, a truckload of bluster, will you partake? Blown to the heavens as clouds, or to the sea where bubbles rise. This was a light-hearted jingle from Qingzhou, sung in their charming dialect by the two radiant young women, producing an enchanting melody. Wen Liang burst into laughter and, without further ado, handed each of them a thick stack of promotional flyers. My handsome visage has endowed me with a forgiving spirit. Time will reveal how ignorant your mockery is today. Nevertheless, I will pardon those who disbelieve, for grass will wither, flowers will fade, yet my words shall endure eternally. Even Xu Yao, known for her sharp wit, found herself outmatched and unconditionally accepted the capitalist's harsh terms, agreeing to serve as free labor. Both ladies were intrigued by the flyers, examining them curiously. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, Xu Yao leaned close to Wen Liang and whispered, "You performed splendidly in the car earlier. I'll give you an extra 10 points, hee. Wen Liang, watching her cheerful figure, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "For you, this is all in good fun. But beware of potential repercussions. The balance of gain and loss is always so melancholic. Under Wen Liang's guidance, Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning, accompanied by Li Xiqing, used their youthful charm to easily outmaneuver the elderly gatekeepers, successfully infiltrating the surrounding residential complexes. With clear objectives and decisive actions, they first deposited a multitude of flyers in the bicycle racks near the sheds, and then proceeded to the newspaper boxes in front of various apartment buildings, as well as door handles and crevices, adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned. They distributed nearly 1,000 flyers in total. In this era, people maintained a strong curiosity about the content of flyers, especially with the sweet looks of Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning, and the petite charm of Li Xiqing. Occasionally, passers-by would approach with inquiries. On several occasions, as they slipped flyers into door handles, they were caught off guard by homeowners opening their doors. However, the three young ladies' enchanting presence transformed potentially awkward moments into delightful exchanges, with many expressing their intent to visit on opening day, and some dramatically proclaiming that they had been eagerly awaiting such a establishment. Though it was their first time engaging in such an activity, Xu Yao's vivacity, Ning Xiaoning's cool composure, and Li Xiqing's delicate charm led them to complete their task in under 2 hours without feeling the slightest embarrassment, a common affliction among novices. Wen Liang had intended for them to merely enjoy the excitement of the moment, but to his surprise, the two young ladies proved quite capable. In a fit of joy, he boasted, "From now on, meals here will be entirely complimentary." Exhausted and leaning awkwardly, Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning simultaneously expressed disdain. While Li Xiqing glanced at her two older sisters, and then at Wen Liang, her small face contorted in a look of difficulty. After a moment, she mimicked their expressions. Wrinkling her nose at Wen Liang and softly uttering, "Pa," Xu Yao burst into hearty laughter, pulling Li Xiqing close and showering her with praise. While Ning Xiaoning could hardly contain her amusement, Wen Liang was initially taken aback, but then erupted into laughter. The fact that Li Xiqing had regained a hint of the innocence typical of her age was worth it. Whether it was being spat at, or even barking like a dog around Qingzhou City, the sound of laughter flowed from the modest little restaurant, quietly sweeping through the branches and ascending into the heavens. Chapter 49. Riding the east wind as Wen Liang busied himself between school and the shop. The inexorable march of time brought forth this day. To echo a widely circulated phrase from later generations, the wheels of fate creaked into motion, and no one could hinder the emergence of a remarkable figure. On September 25, 1995, the first day of the lunar 8th month, a Monday, the much-anticipated 14th Central Committee's 5th plenary session officially commenced. He had taken a sick leave from Yiyuting and was nestled at home, watching the live broadcast on China Central Television. The convening of this meeting was steeped in profound social context. The arrest of a legendary retired female worker in August 1994 had directly implicated a multitude of officials in the capital, the extent of which had never been seen since the founding of the Republic, causing significant political turbulence. Consequently, during the meeting of the conveners on the 27th, the then General Secretary emphasized that our senior officials, particularly provincial governors, ministers, Central Committee members, and members of the Political Bureau, must prioritize politics. The politics I refer to encompasses political direction, stance, viewpoints, discipline, discernment, and sensitivity. In matters of politics, one must maintain a clear mind. This statement was later supplemented and formalized into the three talks theory, talking politics, learning, and maintaining integrity. During the General Secretary's inspection of various sectors in the capital in November, gradually becoming known to the public through extensive learning and practical activities. However, these matters felt distant from Wen Liang. His primary concern was whether the guiding opinions on state-owned enterprise reform passed during this plenary session would still follow the trajectory of the past. This directly impacted Qingzhou and the political future of Wen Huiming. When the plenary session officially adopted the central proposal for formulating the 9th five-year plan for national economic and social development and the long-term objectives for 2010 on the 28th, Wen Liang received a phone call from Wen Huiming at the municipal committee. From his father's deliberately restrained tone, it was evident how excited he was at that moment. The article that Wen Liang had helped him write resonated perfectly with the proposal, both in its analysis of the prevailing trends and its interpretation of policies. It explicitly articulated that the primary goals for the nation over the next 5 years would be the transition of the system and the transformation of growth, emphasizing that state-owned enterprise reform should focus on major entities while allowing smaller ones to thrive. thereby aligning perfectly with the realities of Qingzhou, culminating in Wen Huiming's assertions regarding the Qingzhou chemical plant, which were entirely consistent with the central government's overarching guidelines and trends. Thus, what was once a reluctant move has transformed into a display of assured confidence in the eyes of the public. The article penned by Wen Liang, with its astute predictions regarding high-level policies and profound understanding of the domestic economy, has become a topic of much discussion for an extended period, cloaking Wen Huiming in an air of mystery and propelling him into the limelight overnight. What is most lacking in an era dominated by economic leadership? Long before the 21st century, everyone would provide the same answer: talent. In Qingzhou, where heavy industry and state-owned enterprises serve as the primary pillars of the economy, the emergence of an individual well-versed in such operations during a time when state-owned enterprise reforms have reached an impasse is undeniably crucial. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Fuyin did not wait for the provincial directive on organizing activities to study the spirit of the fifth plenary session to be issued. He began to promote extensive learning activities throughout Qingzhou. He delivered multiple speeches at the group meetings of municipal units, emphasizing the need for a cautious approach in resolving issues related to the Qinghua factory. Those who previously scoffed at Xu Fuyin, viewing him as a mere jester, now fell silent. It was evident to discerning eyes that the struggle surrounding the Qinghua factory had shifted from Zhou Yuanting's absolute dominance to a more balanced contest between Zhou and Xu. Once again, dark clouds loomed over the recently stabilized Qingzhou. At this juncture, negotiations between the Qinghua factory and Fanhungan had reached a critical stage. The entire arrangement had consumed nearly half a year, with countless resources mobilized at both provincial and municipal levels to ensure a smooth progression to this point. As success loomed on the horizon, Fanhungan was determined to avoid any setbacks, regardless of the costs involved. As both factions intensified their preparations, Wen Liang found himself in a state of frustration, unable to locate a suitable opportunity to connect with Xu Fuyin. In terms of indirect relations, Wen Liang was already quite closely tied to the secretary through Xu Yao's friendship and Wen Huiming's future prospects, both of which were inextricably linked to Xu Fuyin. Ironically, regardless of which side he attempted to align with, it proved unsuitable for his intentions. Was it truly easy to engage in the murky business of bridging the gap between the two? On October 1st, National Day, the first store of Qinghe soy milk officially opened. Li Shengli, dressed impeccably in a suit, welcomed guests at the entrance, accompanied by a female attendant of average appearance but agile in her duties, who executed her tasks with remarkable efficiency, much to Li Shengli's satisfaction. Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning were invited by Wen Liang to serve as guest greeters, adorned in pink kipayos and draped with a welcoming banner for Qinghe soy milk, smiling as they greeted patrons at the door. These employees had been secured through countless unreliable promises made by Wen Liang. For those promises to be fully realized, Qinghe would need to attain a status akin to that of Microsoft in the future. The high value of the two women was evident, as they were not easily affording individuals. During this period, a significant volume of flyers had proven effective for publicity, coinciding perfectly with the National Day holiday, resulting in foot traffic that tripled compared to usual. With the store opening, passers-by were drawn to linger, especially with the two beautiful women at the entrance, their radiant smiles and graceful figures proving to be quite the visual delight. In truth, Wen Liang found himself in a predicament. After exhausting his funds on the storefront, ingredients, and equipment, he was left with little, relying on credit for some supplies. Otherwise, a few large drums could be struck, and 2 opera troupes could perform, creating a lively atmosphere that would undoubtedly yield results several times better. Li Shengli held the worn microphone, borrowed from a night market food stall primarily for karaoke. He stood in the open space in front of the shop. Behind him were 4 or 5 red banners unfurled from the second floor, inscribed with messages from certain companies and factories wishing prosperity for the grand opening of the Qinghe soy milk store. Flanking the entrance were 2 towering floral arrangements, exuding an air of grandeur and festivity. It was, of course, undeniable that the flower baskets were rented, the banners fabricated, and even the names of those organizations had been concocted by Li Shengli and Wen Liang the previous night in a playful exchange. Li Shengli began by extolling the illustrious history of Qinghe soy milk, merely translating the classical text on the large sign into the dialect of Qingzhou, before boasting that the manufacturing process adhered entirely to European and American standards, with craftsmanship that was pure and a taste that was unique. Wen Liang stood beside him, holding Li Xiqing's hand, struggling to suppress laughter. He never expected the honest and straightforward Li Shengli to transform so dramatically, suddenly adopting a persona filled with deceitful charm, proving to be quite promising. After delivering his speech and setting off firecrackers, Li Shengli announced that all customers entering the store today would receive a buy one get one free offer. Buy a cup of soy milk and receive a fried dough stick complimentary. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, clearly demonstrating that no matter how eloquent the words, money speaks volumes. However, once the firecrackers had ceased and the crowd had gathered, only a few were willing to step inside and taste the novelty. This was understandable. Simple fare like soy milk and fried dough sticks did not warrant much preference unless backed by a stellar reputation. Most people were indifferent as to where they dined. The lack of immediate patrons on the opening day was not an auspicious sign. Wen Liang internally regretted forgetting to arrange for a few hired patrons to enliven the atmosphere. Such occasions without a few actors to uplift the mood felt as frustrating as watching a film without any accompanying relief. Just as he pondered ways to remedy the situation, he suddenly noticed Li Shengli walking towards a section of the crowd, his face adorned with a humble smile. Chapter 50. The Pulse of Society. Observing the sparse customer turnout, Li Shengli instinctively glanced at Wen Liang, who remained calm under a nearby tree, showing no signs of agitation. Feeling a twinge of shame, Li Shengli quickly approached Wei Gang, Zhao Zhangwo, and several former colleagues, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, leaders and esteemed guests, for honoring me with your presence today. Li Shengli's social circle was rather limited, and having secluded himself at home for 2 years, the most prominent figure he could invite for the grand opening was none other than Wei Gang, the deputy director of the agricultural machinery factory. At 32 years of age, Wei Gang had become deputy director as early as 1993, a testament to his early accomplishments. However, with the factory's declining performance, Director Zhang Daqing often sought refuge from employee disputes by frequently taking sick leave, leaving the affairs of the factory firmly in Wei Gang's hands. Li Shengli's mother, Ding Mei, worked as a cashier at the agricultural machinery factory, so Wen Liang was naturally familiar with the dashing and imposing Wei Gang. Although his reputation was somewhat tarnished due to his unscrupulous methods, his uncle was a member of the municipal standing committee and the head of propaganda, giving him a formidable background. Wen Liang had overheard Ding Mei express her disdain for Wei Gang on more than one occasion, denouncing him as a flatterer and a scoundrel. To his surprise, Li Shengli had managed to establish a connection with him. In truth, Wen Liang had misunderstood. Li Shengli had actually invited Zhao Zhangwo, the former head of the third workshop. When Zhao Zhangwo received the call, he was at home playing mahjong with Wei Gang. Upon hearing Zhao Zhangwo mention the matter, Wei Gang recalled Li Shengli's alluring and captivating wife, and felt a sudden urge to come and take a look. Naturally, Li Shengli was overjoyed upon receiving the news. Having a deputy director attend was indeed a tremendous honor. As for Wen Huaiming, his position held little significance and was promptly disregarded. Moreover, Wen Huaiming was originally supposed to attend with Wen Liang, but he was called to the city early that morning and remained uncertain if he would arrive in time. At that moment, noticing the lack of customers entering, Li Shengli hoped to encourage his colleagues to lead the way, with a dozen individuals stepping inside. The store would immediately buzz with activity, a strategy to generate enthusiasm for the grand opening. Just as Zhao Zhangwo was about to rally everyone into action, Wei Gang suddenly interjected. Shengli, I do not mean to dampen your spirits, but I fear that opening such a shop in Qingzhou may not yield substantial profits. Zhao Zhangwo paused, retracting his footstep, while the other 10 colleagues fell silent. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, rendering their conversation inaudible. However, Wen Liang remained vigilant. Quickly sensing something amiss, he instructed Li Xiqing briefly and maneuvered his way over. As he approached, he overheard Wei Gang proclaiming, "To succeed in business, one must identify their target audience. Wealthy individuals will not patronize such a modest establishment. Those without funds can simply fill their bellies at a roadside stall. Who would go out of their way to sip a cup of soy milk here?" Although Li Shengli had long resigned, he maintained the respect due to a former superior. Bending slightly and smiling as he replied, "You speak wisely, leader. However, with the improvement in living standards, many are still inclined to dine in reputable establishments for a clean and reassuring breakfast. Living well?" Wei Gang scoffed, glancing around before pointing at Li Shengli and asserting, "Take you, for instance. Once regarded as a technical prodigy at the factory, and now, has your standard of living truly improved?" At this, even Zhao Zhangwo was taken aback. He had never heard of any animosity between Wei Gang and Li Shengli. Had he known this would unfold, he would have refrained from inviting him today. It was a struggle for Li Shengli to emerge from past tribulations, and such a public affront was utterly disgraceful. Yet, shamelessness abounded. As a man in his 40s lingering behind Wei Gang derisively remarked, "You see, Wei factory manager, you may not know, but for the past 2 years, Li Shengli has been living effortlessly, indulging in a life of excess. That existence is beyond our comprehension. Of course, his living standard must have improved." The venom in these words turned Li Shengli's face pale, his body trembling violently. Wen Liang stood beside him, silent, eyes filled with concern. Some burdens can be borne without further torment, yet if one cannot endure, no assistance will suffice. Zhao Zhengwo attempted to mediate, but a single glare from Wei Gang silenced him. With the agricultural machinery factory declining steadily, he was seeking a way forward. Wei Gang was likely to be promoted to deputy director at the Light Industry Bureau, and Zhao Zhengwo's future depended on him. There was no need to offend someone of such little consequence. Li Shengli finally ceased to tremble, a smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "The leadership was merely jesting. Those are all in the past. I am striving to improve and ensure that our Qingzhou's development is not tarnished." The reason Wei Gang found trouble with Li Shengli was quite straightforward. It stemmed from Zhao Yaching. When Zhao Yaching first joined the factory, Wei Gang, then a mere 24 years old and already the head of the quality inspection department at the agricultural machinery factory, became infatuated with her. He was quite the charmer, well liked by the female employees, and had intended to play it cool, waiting for Zhao Yaching to approach him like others had. However, due to the foolishness of a certain individual, Li Shengli stepped in to rescue her, and the two quickly became an item, leaving Wei Gang with missed opportunities. Because Wei Gang had never expressed his affection for Zhao Yaching, it was only today that Zhao Zhengwo and the others realized the depth of his resentment towards Li Shengli. The thought of Zhao Yaching being under the thumb of this man for so many years, only to be shared with another loathsome character due to Wei Gang's incompetence, ignited a fire within him. Initially, he had refrained from tormenting Li Shengli, thinking it was futile to worry about someone so self-destructive. Yet, the notion of him dreaming of wealth and success was an affront. Wei Gang laughed heartily, drawing the attention of those around him. For it is often said that behind every successful man stands a successful woman. Victory, without even a wife. How could you possibly find fortune? He scoffed. I suggest you sell this establishment quickly before you lose everything and become a laughingstock. Such audacity was intolerable. Li Shengli abruptly raised his head, sensing the brewing storm. Zhao Zhengwo stepped forward, gripping his hands tightly, leaning in to whisper urgently, with a single word from him, "Your business will crumble. Bear it." It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Rumors spoke of Wei Gang's powerful connections in the city, if he wished to cause trouble. A mere phone call to the industry, taxation, or sanitation authorities could reduce this fledgling establishment, burdened with all his dreams, to ashes in an instant. Contemplating this, Li Shengli bit his lip fiercely, yet his smile remained intact. I cannot compare myself to the leadership. What success is there to speak of? We are merely here to make a living. Oh, the state of the world. To live is arduous, and to live with dignity is even more challenging. The vicissitudes of life, like a copper furnace, have tempered Li Shengli, once a straightforward and passionate youth, bending his spirit and extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. Wen Liang, observing Li Shengli's subservient demeanor, felt his eyes moisten. He stepped forward and declared loudly, "Deputy Factory Director Wei is mistaken. If a man can only succeed through a woman, why not hand over that instrument to her and use it on oneself?" With the influence of the internet, Wen Liang could effortlessly hold his own against contemporary adversaries, looking down upon all. His crude yet amusing words elicited laughter from the agricultural machinery factory employees, who had been dissatisfied with Wei Gang's aggressive demeanor. However, Wei Gang, with his dual-faced nature, wore a heavy expression, casting a casual glance over the crowd, causing the laughter to swiftly subside. As Wen Liang spoke, Wei Gang did not regard Wen Huaiming with any respect, coldly retorting, "What do you, a mere child, understand? Go home and let Wen Huaiming teach you. Adults are speaking. Do you think you have any place to interject? If I am uneducated, you are even more uncouth." Wen Liang, with a grin, was about to retort with a clever jibe. Even if this fellow's uncle was Wei Qinfeng, there was nothing to fear. Both Fang Mingtang and Zhou Yuanting were within Wen Liang's calculations, and a mere propaganda minister was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, as light as a feather, yet the overwhelming pressure was palpable even to Wen Liang. "Oh, you claim Wen Huaiming is uneducated?" Chapter 51. The subtlety of discourse. When Huaiming learned about Li Shengli's restaurant opening through a phone call on the evening of the 30th. Although he was puzzled about where the funding had come from, he did not inquire further and agreed to attend the grand opening on the 11th. Dingmei, occupied with the third-quarter financial settlements at the agricultural machinery factory, had to stay behind to finalize the accounts, leaving Wen Huaiming to represent him in offering congratulations for the successful opening. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, Wen Huaiming received a call from the municipal secretary's office, prompting him to rush over to the city to learn the details. It turned out that Su Fuyan intended to visit the veteran cadres in Qingzhou and the families of provincial and municipal level officials from Qingzhou during the holiday. Upon noticing Wen Huaiming's absence, Su unleashed a tirade upon Meng Shanshui, the deputy secretary responsible for the arrangement, demanding that they notify Wen Huaiming to attend. Grateful, Wen Huaiming recognized that this was an opportunity presented by Su Fuyan. Engaging with such individuals would undoubtedly benefit his career. After a series of events, the morning tasks were nearly completed. On his way back to the municipal office, Wen Huaiming was summoned to vehicle number 1 to discuss issues regarding the Qinghua factory. Su Fuyan inquired whether Wen Huaiming would be heading home or dining at the municipal office. As the convoy passed by Bai Road, Wen Huaiming mentioned that he had relatives opening a business today and requested to alight there, assuring that he would reach the city in the afternoon without delaying the departure time. The convoy stopped in front of the Qing He soy milk shop. Just as Wen Huaiming was about to step out, he suddenly heard Su Fuyan exclaim, and without a second thought, he opened the door and exited. The individuals in the 3 vehicles behind him were thrown into disarray, unsure of what had transpired, and hurriedly followed suit. Yang Guangsheng, the municipal secretary, caught up with Wen Huaiming, slowing his pace to ask in a hushed tone, "What is going on?" Wen Huaiming pointed towards Xu Yao, who, adorned in a small qipao, stood at the entrance with a welcoming smile. He shook his head with a wry smile, contemplating how to settle accounts with that brat Wen Liang. Yang Guangsheng was equally astonished, pondering how anyone could persuade this little diva to serve as a doorman. Watching Su Fuyan's retreating figure, his curiosity deepened. Could it be that the restaurant owner shared a profound connection with Secretary Su? Yet, this seemed rather trivial. A group of individuals approached from the opposite side, unnoticed by Wen Liang and his companions. As they passed behind them, they overheard Wei Gang's last scornful remark. Su Fuyan halted in his tracks, his brow furrowing in discontent. Unbeknownst to Wen Liang, the speaker behind him was unknown. However, Wei Gang's complexion shifted drastically. Resembling the pallor of a donkey destined for a meat banquet, confined in an iron cage and scalded to death, his face reddening from forehead to neck. Wen Liang stood close enough to observe the rippling waves of his impeccably tailored trousers. He was trembling. A mere utterance could render the youthful and audacious deputy director Wei Gang of the agricultural machinery factory utterly astounded, a phenomenon indeed rare in Qingzhou. Turning around, Wen Liang gazed at Su Fuyan and quietly greeted, "Hello, Secretary Su." This marked Wen Liang's inaugural close encounter with the renowned figure who had long been celebrated as the secretary with a raised hand. In his 40s, Su Fuyan exhibited the unique fervor and vitality characteristic of officials in this era, with a prominent forehead, a straight nose, and eyes that sparkled with intensity. His slightly robust physique, while not cumbersome, conveyed an air of dignity and steadiness befitting a guardian of the region. The reforms and opening up policy, having surged forward in the early 1980s, faced setbacks by the decade's end, culminating in a nationwide discussion in the early 1990s. During this period, the collective mindset of the populace achieved remarkable coherence, embracing the principles of domestic reform, external openness, economic revitalization, and enhancement of the people's livelihoods. It was also during this time that a plethora of officials emerged, characterized by their ambition, courage, and resolve, propelling regional and even national economies to unprecedented heights. The merits and demerits, successes and failures of this generation should not be overshadowed by subsequent challenges, but rather celebrated for their contributions and bravery. Clearly taken aback, Su Fuyan kindly inquired, "Young friend, do you recognize me?" Since Wen Liang had resolved to facilitate connections for Zuo Yuxi, he could not allow Su Fuyan to perceive him as naive. Just as Wen Liang stepped forward to speak, Wen Liang preempted him, stating, "At the last award ceremony for the top 10 youth league members in the city, I had the honor of being on stage and was profoundly impressed by Secretary Su's speech, hence I recognize you." Such words, if uttered by an adult, would have held little weight. However, coming from a youth, they lacked any semblance of flattery and instead elicited hearty laughter from Su Fuyan, who turned to his secretary, Zhang Fong, exclaiming, "It seems your speech last time was well crafted. Even the children enjoyed it." This jest was perfectly timed, prompting Yang Guangxing to clap Zhang Fong on the shoulder, remarking, "Had I known you were Qingzhou's foremost wordsmith, you wouldn't have been so modest. Now you have no retort." In his 30s, wearing thick glasses that lent him a scholarly air, Zhang Fong quickly demurred, "Secretary General, you jest. Who dares claim to be a wordsmith in front of Director Wen? Please, spare me your laughter." Wen Liang, naturally inclined to be modest, found himself amidst a group that, in their eagerness to amuse Su Fuyan, inadvertently left Wei Gang isolated, with no one stepping in to ease the tension. It was only when Meng Xiaoning noticed Wei's growing discomfort that he, recalling his good rapport with Wei Chenfeng, adopted a stern demeanor and reprimanded, "Director Wei, what is the matter? Hurry and apologize to Director Wen. At your age, why engage in a petty squabble with a child?" Such a light remark deftly transformed Wei Gang's earlier deliberate insult towards Wen Liang into what appeared to be an inadvertent slight towards Wen Liang. Wen Liang felt a twinge of irritation, yet maintained a smiling facade, adding, "Indeed, old Wei, my child Wen Liang may lack manners, but you ought to regard it as a lesson from an uncle. Why must you belittle me? Be cautious of consuming all your moutai at my home tonight." Meanwhile, Yang Guangxing quietly introduced Su Fuyan to Wen Liang, stating, "This is Deputy Director Wei from the Agricultural Machinery Factory, currently overseeing operations in place of Zhang Chongqing, and a promising young cadre favored by the city." Su Fuyan remained non-committal, disregarding Wei Gang entirely, and turned to Wen Liang with a smile, saying, "Ah, it is the young scion of the Wen family. Those who ascend the stage to receive awards are all small heroes. Pray tell, what good deeds have you accomplished?" Wen Liang, thoroughly exasperated by his condescending tone, quickly retorted, "Oh, it was nothing significant, merely intervening with a friend to thwart a robbery at a jewelry store. Hardly worth mentioning." "Oh." Su Fuyan appeared to recollect something and inquired further, "What is the name of this friend of yours?" "Xu Yao." Su Fuyan was momentarily taken aback, while Yang Guangxing, Meng Xiaoning, Zhang Fong, and the municipal staff behind them felt a jolt of realization. It dawned upon them that indeed, 2 months prior, such an event had transpired. However, at that time, Wen Liang's role had been artificially minimized, and he had not participated in any media interviews. Not a single image or mention of his name had reached the public, leaving ordinary viewers entirely oblivious to his involvement. Certainly, the municipal committee was a small entity. The elders were aware that the young scion of the Wen family had apprehended the robber alongside Xu Yao. Yet they did not expect Wen Huiming to leverage this relationship with Su Fuyan. Most likely, as reported, Wen Liang had merely been fortuitous in assisting. Moreover, Su Fuyan had never broached the subject. Once the initial attention waned, the matter faded into obscurity, and no one pursued it further. In truth, Su Fuyan had been wronged. When Police Chief Zhao Xinchuan personally reported to him, the focus was primarily on Xu Yao, with only a fleeting mention of Wen Liang, who was not even named. It was only later that Xu Yao recounted the details, and despite Su Fuyan's subsequent gratitude, he had invited Xu Yao to bring Wen Liang home for a meal. But Xu Yao was reluctant for Wen Liang to discover her true identity and deftly evaded the issue. At that time, Su Fuyan was beset by numerous concerns, and after a few days, he had forgotten all about it. Thus, those like Meng Xiaoning, who were acquainted with Wen Liang, were unaware of the underlying circumstances, while Su Fuyan, who knew the truth, did not recognize Wen Liang. Moreover, Yang Guangxing, Zhang Fong, and others were equally oblivious to both the truth and Wen Liang, resulting in today's shocking revelation. Su Fuyan cast a glance at Wen Huiming, then shifted his gaze to Xu Yao, who was joyfully welcoming guests at the store entrance. A surge of anger welled up within him, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he inquired, "Has this Xu Yao mentioned what her father does for a living?" Wen Huiming felt his heart race under Su Fuyan's scrutinizing gaze. Undoubtedly, Su Fuyan was now questioning his role in the association between Wen Liang and Xu Yao, particularly since he had never mentioned the jewelry store incident before him. If one were to interpret this positively, it could suggest a stance of impartiality and clear boundaries between public and private matters. Conversely, a darker interpretation might imply a feigned ignorance, waiting for a more opportune moment. Perhaps he had even encouraged his son to ingratiate himself with Xu Yao, which would be utterly reprehensible. Given Xu Fuyan's seasoned acumen in navigating the political landscape, having witnessed countless and scrupulous acts committed in the relentless pursuit of advancement, where would his thoughts lead? The answer is all too evident. Yet, when Huiming felt a pang of injustice, he had indeed known Xu Yao's identity for some time, but had never uttered a word about it to Wen Liang. Their interactions had unfolded purely and naturally. According to Wen Huiming's intentions, the relationship with Xu Fuyan is currently in a honeymoon phase. If an opportune moment arises for him to broach the subject, it would not only avoid provoking any aversion, but might even add a touch of oil to the sweetness. However, the situation has changed. For Xu Fuyan has discovered the matter first, altering its nature entirely. Especially today, Xu Yao was brought in by Wen Liang to serve as a hostess, which, given her status as the secretary's daughter, is a compromise for her. The implications of her relationship with Wen Liang are evident. A father feeling deceived is not terrifying. But if Wen Liang's response falters, the precarious balance painstakingly maintained between father and son could collapse in an instant. Navigating the corridors of power is akin to walking with a tiger. It brings with it great glory, wealth, and authority, but also immense terror. Chapter 52. The authority of power. The surrounding crowd seemed to sense the gravity of the atmosphere, each person remaining silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Xu Yao curiously glanced over, only to see a group of backs, before turning back in boredom. When Huiming's heart was in his throat, he feared that Wen Liang might unwittingly say something inappropriate. To his surprise, Wen Liang did not even glance at his father but awkwardly scratched his head and said, "We are classmates from the same school and seldom discuss family matters." However, she mentioned that her father is a shoe shiner. I was afraid of hurting her pride, so I didn't inquire further. During the holiday, I took the opportunity to invite her to work part-time and earn some pocket money. A shoe shiner? Yang Guangxing, with 30 years of experience in the political arena, barely managed to maintain his composure, while Meng Shanshui was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Fong, however, could not contain himself. His mouth agape, and one of the women behind them even laughed, only to be swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Meng Shanshui. Wen Huiming nearly leapt forward to embrace Wen Liang and shower him with affection, thinking, "Good son, I shall reward you with 10 yuan when we get home." This response not only dispelled Xu Fuyan's suspicions, but also provided a plausible explanation for bringing the young lady to work, covering all bases without a hitch. Xu Fuyan regarded Wen Liang for a moment. The youth's eyes were clear and bright, exuding a blend of shyness and composure. Standing there quietly without a trace of anxiety or panic, he appeared anything but deceitful. Xu Fuyan doubted that a child with a guilty conscience could maintain such tranquility under his scrutiny. He turned to Wen Huiming and smiled. "Old one, your child is quite impressive." Wen Liang had initially mentioned Xu Yao in hopes of establishing a rapport with Xu Fuyan, but unexpectedly, this nearly plunged his father into a dire predicament. Thankfully, upon hearing Xu Fuyan's inquiry, he quickly grasped the situation, narrowly averting disaster. Despite his quick wit, this blunder had left him in a cold sweat. Wen Liang sighed in relief and turned to Wen Huiming with a smile, saying, "Dad, what brings you here?" "I brought a friend to hang out. I know how to conduct myself, so do not worry." This discreet signal was something only Wen Huiming, having a certain understanding of his son, could comprehend. He could only smile wryly, thinking, "Conduct yourself? You nearly led your father into a pit." In truth, as long as there were no ulterior motives involved, Xu Fuyan held a favorable view of Wen Liang, especially since Wen Liang had once rescued Xu Yao. Moreover, Wen Huiming was highly regarded by Xu Fuyan. However, the atmosphere just now must have somewhat wounded the loyalty of his subordinates. A judicious mix of reprimand and reward is indeed the most effective approach in leadership. As for what this reward might entail, Xu Fuyan seemed to have just recognized Wei Gang, coldly stating, "You are Wei Gang from the agricultural machinery factory?" Wei Gang had already emerged from the initial shock of their encounter, presenting himself with a demeanor that was, at least, proper. He stepped forward a few paces, maintaining an optimal distance of 4 steps from Xu Fuyan, his upper body slightly bowed, a combination of respect and restraint as he spoke. "I am Wei Gang, the deputy director of the agricultural machinery factory." Director Zhang has recently been overworked and is currently hospitalized for rest. I am temporarily taking over his responsibilities. Had he been overly obsequious, Su Fuyin might have been provoked to dismiss him on the spot, which would have been an excessive punishment. Su Fuyin let out a cold snort. As a deputy director, he embodied the image of the entire Qingzhou, and every word and action in public must reflect a sense of propriety, mindful of one's position. To engage in a petty argument with a child, how unbecoming. Su Fuyin did not mention Wen Huoming, instead fixating on the insult directed at Wen Liang regarding his lack of upbringing. This differential treatment stirred Yang Guangxing's thoughts. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless merely to placate Wen Huoming? It was no secret that subordinates often behaved arrogantly and profanely in public. Even the city's deputy mayor, Bai Changqian, had once publicly berated a county director during a city-wide financial conference, creating quite a stir. Su Fuyin's actions merely forced Wei Gang to publicly apologize to a mere child, a punishment that far exceeded the gravity of his offense. If Su Fuyin truly wished to resolve the matter smoothly, would it not be more effective for him to have Wei Gang apologize to Wen Huoming? Both were deputy directors. And with the secretary mediating, a simple apology from Wei Gang would be akin to a minor misstep. Su Fuyin's approach was akin to delivering a slap to Wei Gang's face in front of all the cadres of Qingzhou. Why was this the case? Yang Guangxing swiftly arranged the complex web of interpersonal relationships in his mind, seeking to uncover Su Fuyin's true intentions. As the chief steward of Qingzhou, he held a multitude of insights within him. Suddenly, he recalled Su Fuyin's recent second inspection of the Qinghua factory, where a 15-minute speech was. Under the directive of the municipal standing committee member and propaganda minister, Wei Qinfeng, abruptly reduced to 5 seconds. Notably, Wei Qinfeng was Wei Gang's direct uncle. What was truly remarkable was that Su Fuyin had initially feigned ignorance of Wei Gang's identity, leaving others oblivious to his awareness of the connection between Wei Gang and Wei Qinfeng. This was quite understandable. Su Fuyin had only recently arrived in Qingzhou, and many deputy directors, such as Wei Gang, were hardly in the secretary's line of sight. The subtlety of the situation would escape those seasoned in the political arena, who were also keenly aware of Qingzhou's dynamics. They might naively interpret Su Fuyin's admonishments as wise counsel directed at the issues rather than the individuals, perceiving it as commendable leadership. What a clever calculation it was. Not only did he avenge the slights dealt by Wei Qinfeng, but he also preserved Wen Huoming's dignity, while simultaneously showcasing a decisive side to other subordinates, reminding certain wavering individuals that the secretary is human too, and that retribution is a natural human instinct. With a single stone, for birds were struck, executed with utmost subtlety and finesse. It seems that Wen Huoming is now more determined than ever, his loyalty beyond question. Yang Guangxing's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet his expression remained unchanged, so calm that one could cultivate freshwater pearls from it. Wei Gang's body stiffened abruptly, his hands clasped tightly at his sides, the prominent veins in his knuckles starkly visible. As he raised his head, his pallor was alarmingly ghostly. Zhao Zhengwo, the director of the third workshop, who had not dared to speak since Su Fuyin's appearance, stood behind him, trembling with fear, inwardly lamenting. It's fine if you argue back, but my gift is going to waste. The employees from the agricultural machinery factory, who had long regarded Wei Gang with disdain, observed his ashen face. Although they could not fathom why he had been berated with only a few words, the once arrogant factory director now appeared in such a state, which did not dampen their enthusiasm for the spectacle. They reveled in the scene as though they were attending a free show featuring the most famous socialite in Qingzhou. The middle-aged man who had just been aiding Wei Gang hurriedly sought refuge among his colleagues, yet he dared not abandon Wei Gang entirely. Wearing a pitiful expression as he frequently flashed smiles towards Li Shengli, truly a sight to behold, Wei Gang was consumed by rage ignited by Su Fuyin. Feeling unjustly pressured despite merely having scolded your sycophant. Must it be so severe? Summoning courage to retort, he lifted his gaze only to meet Su Fuyin's enigmatic smile, which chilled his heart. The authoritative gaze contained no warmth, rendering him hopeless. Hierarchies undoubtedly exist in this world, and they are even more pronounced in the realm of officialdom. That singular look extinguished the courage Wei Gang had mustered with great difficulty. Recalling the recent sentiments from the city, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Involuntarily bending slightly at the waist, and with sincere trepidation, he uttered, "I was indeed in the wrong just now. Secretary Su's criticism is warranted." I shall apologize to Wen Liang immediately." As he spoke, a smile spread across his face, and he affectionately patted Wen Liang's shoulder, saying, "Wen Liang, it was indeed my fault. I should not have spoken so harshly. I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those around were quite complex. A mixture of sympathy for the rabbit and glee for the fox, or perhaps a blend of both. Yang Guangxing nodded with a smile, as if affirming that matters had been appropriately resolved, yet his true thoughts remained inscrutable. Meng Shanxue had been quietly observing him for a while, but could glean no information from Yang Guangxing's visage, inwardly sighing. Experience surpasses youth. However, Wei Gang, though young and ambitious, with his uncle Wei Chunfeng being a figure of considerable influence in Qingzhou, was now compelled to publicly apologize to a mere youth from the Wen family. By tomorrow, this incident would undoubtedly become the greatest joke in Qingzhou's political sphere. Initially fearing that Wei Gang might retaliate against Su Fuyan, even with his uncle's protection, it would be a trivial matter for anyone to bring down a small factory director. To his surprise, this young man demonstrated remarkable restraint and managed to endure the humiliation. Indeed, a promising future lies ahead. Yet, Wen Huaiming remained remarkably composed, choosing silence. Had he merely uttered a few conciliatory words before Wei Gang's apology, the situation would have been resolved. Now, it was destined to foster a deep-seated enmity between them. Meng Shanxue cast a glance at Wen Huaiming, feeling an intricate mix of emotions. Once a mere deputy director of the political research office, vulnerable and easily overlooked, he had unexpectedly grown to a point where he could boldly challenge the rising star Wei Gang. The absurdities of life are indeed worthy of sighs. Wen Huaiming appeared as if in a deep slumber, tranquil and seemingly lost in thought, standing behind Su Fuyan without uttering a single word. It was, however, Wen Liang who astonished everyone. At such a tender age, he dared to interject amidst the silence, stepping forward to bridge the gap between himself and Su Fuyan. He smiled and said, "Secretary Su, Director Wei's actions were merely an unintentional mistake. An apology is unnecessary. Especially since my mother works at the agricultural machinery factory under Director Wei, and my father is colleagues with Minister Wei at the municipal committee. We see each other often. There's really no need for an apology, is there?" Noticing Su Fuyan's perplexed expression, he leaned in slightly, ensuring that a few individuals nearby could overhear. Minister Wei Qinfeng is actually Director Wei's elder uncle. While others may not grasp the significance of these words, Yang Guangxing was nearly moved to applause, marveling at the young lad, the scion of the Wen family. After Su Fuyan had been conducting a monologue for so long, it was a mere child who managed to restore the situation seamlessly. Su Fuyan's subsequent actions were merely to feign enlightenment, offering a few comforting words to Wei Gang and some platitudes to put the matter to rest. Even if others were aware of the incident involving Wei Qinfeng, they would merely perceive it as Wei Gang's unfortunate misstep rather than a deliberate act of retribution by Su Fuyan. This way, he not only humiliated his rival, but also minimized any potential backlash. Wei Qinfeng would have to swallow his pride and could only scold Wei Gang for his incompetence. The hero emerges from youth, and with that perfectly timed remark, Wen Liang instantly piqued Yang Guangxing's immense interest. As for the instigator, Su Fuyan would surely grasp the depth of the situation even more profoundly, having not anticipated such a conclusion. Wen Liang's words were truly the finishing touch. Exquisite and remarkable. Su Fuyan's gaze sharpened slightly as he discreetly assessed Wen Liang. True to Yang Guangxing's expectations, he uttered some conventional phrases to brush past the matter before taking Wen Liang's hand with a smile and leading him into the shop. Li Shenli promptly took the lead ahead, while Wei Gang, receiving a signal from Meng Shanxue, dared not take his leave. After all, he had already lost face today, so he might as well remain and see if any opportunity for redemption presented itself. He instructed Zhao Jiangwo and the others to stay outside and quickly followed suit. In no time, the Qinghe Soy Milk 81 shop, which had experienced a lull for several minutes, finally welcomed its first wave of customers. Chapter 53. Life and Death in a Month. When Xu Yao saw her father holding Wen Liang's hand as they parted the crowd, her mouth dropped open as if to swallow all of Qingzhou. The first thought that surged in her mind was one of regret for not being more resolute yesterday, lamenting how she had been deceived by this charming young lad's sweet words. He spoke of a future where Qinghe Soy Milk's value would surpass 100 billion, and that the position of president was reserved just for her. Setting aside whether she would ever enjoy the privileges of the presidency, Her ears were soon to suffer the consequences. Xu Yao lowered her head, attempting to adopt an ostrich-like mentality to evade attention, silently repeating to herself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence, saying, "Boss Li, your establishment is quite thoughtfully arranged, bright and clean, simple yet elegant." Li Shengli turned slightly to guide Su Fuyan, and, momentarily at a loss for words, he found himself unable to respond. This was indeed a daunting situation for him. After living for over 30 years, it was his first encounter speaking face-to-face with such a high-ranking leader, and nervousness was to be expected. Wen Liang interjected, "Secretary Su, you flatter us. For small businesses like Uncle Li's, funds are certainly limited, necessitating a meticulous approach to details. The common folk seek nothing more than cleanliness and convenience for their breakfasts, as long as we strive to meet their needs. Is there any reason to fear a lack of profit? Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Li?" Li Shengli breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "Precisely, precisely. Wen Liang possesses keen insight. I had an inkling of this sentiment, but couldn't articulate it as eloquently." As a straightforward man, he had come to hold immense respect for Wen Liang over the past few days. Thus his words bore the weight of sincerity. Wen Huiming was somewhat more forgiving. Having been previously impressed by his son, yet in Wei Gang's ears, it all felt rather peculiar. To them, Wen Liang appeared merely as an outgoing and articulate youth, deserving of a compliment for being clever, but the deference and restraint in Li Shengli's demeanor towards Wen Liang piqued Wei Gang's curiosity. With this thought, Wei Gang regarded Wen Huiming with a discerning eye, pondering if perhaps this establishment was indeed owned by Wen Huiming, with Li Shengli merely serving as a frontman. Wen Liang, drenched in cold sweat, realized that his words had ventured into the realm of flattery, casting a discreet glance at Su Fuyan. The ever-composed Su merely smiled as he listened to Li Shengli, patting Wen Liang on the shoulder. "You seem to understand quite a bit, Director Wen. Your son is far superior to my daughter." At that moment, as they passed by Xu Yao, Su Fuyan did not spare her a glance, yet suddenly exclaimed, eliciting barely contained laughter from those in the know. Xu Yao, who had nearly buried her head in her chest, immediately lifted it upon hearing his words. Her eyes wide and lips pursed in an indignant pout, exuding a readiness to bite. Wen Huiming observed this scene with a wry smile, shaking his head. "What a troublesome lad. I'm at my wit's end. He is incomparable to your clever and well-behaved daughter." Su Fuyan laughed heartily as they entered the restaurant. Unacquainted with Wen Huiming, Xu Yao silently praised, "This uncle has good taste and discernment." At that moment, the crowd began to stir, with one man exclaiming, "That person appears to be Secretary Su. Impossible. How could someone of Secretary Su's stature dine in such a humble establishment?" A middle-aged woman scoffed. "What is impossible? Haven't you seen the emperor visiting incognito on television? It is indeed Secretary Su. I work at the Industry and Commerce Bureau and have heard him speak. It's definitely him. Oh my, it truly is him. What does the owner of this establishment do?" Su Fuyan had only recently arrived in Qingzhou, maintaining a profile below the radar, so it was entirely normal for the general populace not to recognize him. However, given the presence of numerous families from municipal units in the area and the fact that it was the National Day holiday, those who were familiar with Su Fuyan were taken aback. They were oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believing that such a grand display by Su Fuyan was specifically to celebrate the opening of Qinghe soy milk. Each was mentally calculating, when, besides Gu Shitong and Fan Hengyan, would Qingzhou witness such a businessman? Ning Xiaoning stood quietly to the side, adept in the ways of the world. Noticing that some in the crowd had recognized Su Fuyan and were forming several circles at the entrance, she understood that this was not a moment for acknowledgement. Thus, she dutifully remained silent, instead bowing slightly as Su Fuyan and his companions entered, exclaiming, "Welcome." Wen Liang stepped back a few paces, allowing Yang Guangxing, Meng Shanshui, Wei Gang, and others to enter first. He quipped softly, "Comrade Xu Yao, your service attitude must be proper. Not only do you neglect to say welcome, but you even dare to glare at the guests. Be careful, or I shall withhold your wages for today, and there will be no meal for you." Xu Yao, infuriated, was about to disregard her demeanor as a lady and strike him fiercely when Wen Liang suddenly adopted a serious expression, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, and whispered in a tone meant for only her ears, "If your father inquires, just say you are unaware of his identity. Remember, this was the sole loophole." Su Fuyan would undoubtedly question Xu Yao about this matter upon returning home, so Wen Liang sought to prepare the young girl just in case. Xu Yao gazed at Wen Liang, his smile as usual, his eyes clear and bright, seemingly capable of revealing a warmth that touched her heart. Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she lowered her head, whispering, "Understood." Just as in all previous instances, without questioning the reasons or motives, Xu Yao, possessing an intellect far surpassing that of her peers, felt a rush of happiness and dizziness at that fleeting moment, driving away any fear or hesitation. If he asked her to act, she would comply without a second thought. Wen Liang smiled, turning to Ning Xiaoning to give her a thumbs up, commending her keen insight and perceptiveness. Ning Xiaoning raised her chin, wearing a somewhat disdainful expression, yet exuding a unique allure. As the group entered the operation room, Li Shengli had already adapted to the rhythm of conversing with Su Fuyan, clearly outlining the production process, ingredient proportions, hygiene matters, and distribution protocols. In a short time, Su Fuyan was nodding frequently in agreement. Particularly pleased to hear that Li Shengli had left his position at the agricultural machinery factory due to poor performance to start his own business. Having learned from his initial failure and striving once more, aiming to establish Qinghe soy milk as a symbol of breakfast in Qingzhou, providing healthy and trustworthy meals for the common folk, Su Fuyan was greatly delighted. He personally went to the front desk to purchase soy milk, fried dough sticks, scallion pancakes, and egg pancakes, ensuring each staff member received one, as they sat in the front row facing the door and took their first sip. In October, Qingzhou had already begun to feel a slight chill. The creamy soy milk, rich and sweet, glided smoothly down his throat, while a gentle warmth spread through him, dispelling the cold. Su Fuyan smiled, raising the cylindrical paper cup to his face, and remarked to Li Shengli, "Delicious." A staff member with a camera captured this moment perfectly, swiftly pressing the shutter as the flash flickered briefly. Wen Liang kept a close watch on Su Fuyan's expression and, upon hearing the praise, discreetly nudged Li Shengli with his foot. Li Shengli suddenly came to a realization, clapping his hands vigorously in gratitude, exclaiming, "To receive a commendation from Secretary Su is a privilege for all of us at Qinghe Soy Milk. Rest assured, Secretary Su, we shall not disappoint your expectations. We will serve the common people and contribute modestly to the economic development of Qingzhou." Wei Gang, tasting the soy milk with indifference, thought to himself that there were only 2 or 3 employees in total. How could they possibly contribute to the economic growth of Qingzhou? He had intended to humiliate Li Shengli thoroughly today and then arrange for the closure of this dilapidated establishment. However, he found himself thwarted in both endeavors and was instead humiliated by a mere youth. Unable to confront Su Fuyan directly, he redirected all his resentment and fury towards Wen Liang, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. A group of patrons devoured their portions with ravenous intensity, and it was uncertain who among them was merely feigning interest. Nevertheless, Wei Gang certainly forced himself to finish, believing that as the secretary was treating, he must swallow every last drop. Su Fuyan did not linger and departed directly in his car. Though the crisis brought on by Xu Yao had been safely navigated, Wen Huaiming needed to promptly explain the events to Su Fuyan, not even having time to inform Wen Liang before hastily following suit. As soon as the convoy left, the crowd outside surged in, emboldened by proximity, having overheard Su Fuyan's remark about the soy milk being delightful. Since ancient times, the bureaucratic mindset in China has been deeply entrenched, with even ordinary citizens instinctively seeking to associate with influential officials. Merely dining at the same establishment and occupying the same seat seems to enhance their own prestige. It must be noted that, intentionally or otherwise, Qinghe Soy Milk had unwittingly executed a significant advertisement, remarkably with a spokesperson who charged no fee. Naturally, Wen Liang would not dare to exploit Su Fuyan for promotional purposes. Such an act would indicate either a lack of mental acuity or an exhaustion of innovative business strategies. The solution was rather straightforward, if Wen Huaiming were to draft an article regarding today's events, extending from Su Fuyan's concern for laid-off workers to the broader context of state-owned enterprise reform in Qingzhou. The mention of Qinghe Soy Milk would not appear out of place, thus evading any potential disdain from Su Fuyan, accompanied by a photograph taken earlier and that remark about the soy milk's delightful taste. It could swiftly elevate Qinghe Soy Milk's prominence in the Qingzhou Daily's front page. Outside, the clamor was deafening and vibrant. Wen Liang, who dreaded such noise, secluded himself in the operations room, resting his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pat on his shoulder, causing his entire arm to feel slightly numb. Turning around, He saw Wei Gang standing behind him, holding a cup of soy milk, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s and several workers from the agricultural machinery factory. Wei Gang, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Wen Liang, I never realized before how eloquent you could be. But do you know of Fang Zhongyong? Those who are precocious rarely meet a favorable end." Wen Liang understood that Wei Gang would undoubtedly seek retribution for today as humiliation. However, he had not anticipated that Wei Gang would lack the patience to wait a few days. As soon as he saw that Su Fuyin and his father had departed, he was eager to reclaim some semblance of dignity at Wen Liang's expense. This man had now become a force to be reckoned with. Meng Shanshui has underestimated Wei Gang. This fellow just now softened and apologized to Wen Liang, primarily out of fear of Su Fuyin's authority. There was no contemplation of forbearance or the greater picture in his mind. Once Su Fuyin departed and the fear dissipated, he immediately regretted his earlier submissive demeanor. In truth, it was a trivial matter. Standing firm would have sufficed. What could Su Fuyin have done to him? If his earlier cowardice reached Zhou Yuanting's ears, it would ignite an irrepressible fury in his heart. Moreover, he had lost face before the crowd at the agricultural machinery factory. If he did not regain some semblance of dignity, he would have no credibility left in their eyes. Wen Liang merely glanced at him and instantly discerned his sordid thoughts. Sneering, I truly did not perceive that Director Wei was an educated man. However, what a pity. Even Fang Zhongyong, despite his shortcomings, had at least displayed some intelligence, which is far preferable to the perpetual foolishness exhibited by certain individuals. Looking for trouble? Apologies, but I am not without my thorns." Li Shengli and Zhao Zhangwo were conversing outside, their eyes covertly glancing this way. Noticing the discordant expressions on the two faces, they promptly approached. Li Shengli, ever the peacemaker, was reluctant to offend Wei Gang further and forced a smile. "Director Wei, how about trying this soy milk? Does it suit your palate?" Zhao Zhangwo quickly joined in to smooth things over. Indeed. Director Wei is renowned for his culinary discernment. If you were to praise this soy milk, the name Qinghe would resonate throughout Qingzhou City. Wen Liang observed coldly, realizing that their efforts were utterly futile. In this world, there will always be those who believe themselves destined to rise above others. Your tolerance and humility serve only to embolden their arrogance, yielding no fruit. As expected, Wei Gang took the cup, twirled it in his hand, and then, in front of Wen Liang, poured the entire contents onto the ground. Such a product is too coarse even for swine. It is laughable that you still indulge in dreams of prosperity. Boy, do not think that just because someone is backing you, you can escape my grasp. Within a month, I shall ensure this establishment closes its doors for good. With a resounding crash, the soy milk cup shattered on the floor, sending white droplets splattering through the air. Although his threats were more bluster than reality, Li Shengli trembled with rage, pointing at him. How can you say such things when even Secretary Su has praised its taste?" Wei Gang regarded him with disdain and replied, "Do you presume to raise Su Fuyin's banner? Let me inform you, matters in Qingzhou are not solely dictated by him." Wen Liang felt an urge to burst into laughter. Such is the nature of society, such is the variety of the bureaucratic world. Even if Su Fuyin could suppress Wei Gang in that moment, until he establishes absolute authority, one can never fathom the limits of arrogance when faced with individuals like Wen Liang or Li Shengli. Moreover, Wei Gang was unafraid of their potential complaints to Su Fuyin. As long as he adamantly denied the incident or countered with accusations of his own, Su Fuyin would remain skeptical and powerless. Verbal disputes often serve as the roots of many conflicts in this world, yet ultimately, they cannot be wielded as instruments of punishment. Go back and inform your mother, Ding Mei, that the agricultural machinery factory will soon initiate extensive layoffs. Given her age, it would be wise for her to consider the future. The middle-aged assistant, entirely oblivious to the earlier scene that had left him trembling with fear, clicked his tongue and remarked, Ding's financial operations were quite promising. He had a genuine chance of staying at the factory, but now it's all gone to waste. What a pity. At this moment, most employees of state-owned enterprises were still indulging in dreams of job security, striving to hold on to their positions without realizing how many companies would shut down and how many would be laid off in the coming years. The dilapidated agricultural machinery factory had long ceased to occupy Wen Liang's thoughts, but Wei Gang's words finally provoked him. Ding scolded Wei Gang for his despicable character, demonstrating a keen eye for judgment. With a smile, Wen Liang picked up a cup of soybean milk from a nearby table and, to the astonishment of all present, splashed it across Wei Gang's face. Li Shengli stood in shock. Zhao Jiangwo was rendered speechless, and even the articulate middle-aged assistant was left agape, unable to close his mouth for some time. The onlookers, ordinary workers, were left in a state of bewilderment. Who was Wei Gang? A 32-year-old deputy division chief. The acting deputy director of the agricultural machinery factory, a certain candidate for the executive deputy director of the light industry bureau, a promising political star in Qingzhou, greatly valued by Zhou Yuanting. And Wen Liang, a student from class 3 of the first senior high school in Qingzhou, who hadn't even made it onto the class committee, yet he dared to splash soybean milk on Wei Gang in front of everyone. Accompanying the soybean milk was a proclamation even more shocking. In a month, I will ensure that you can no longer serve in the light industry bureau, and you will lose your position as director. Remember, 1 month. This statement, while still a threat, was imbued with a stark sense of reality. Chapter 54. Father and daughter Wei Gang, held back firmly by Zhao Jiangwo and the others, ultimately refrained from any excessive actions and left with a grim expression. The honest Li Shengli sensed the severity of the grudge formed and did not accompany them out, instead watching their retreating figures with concern, asking, will this cause major trouble? Wei Gang is not an easy opponent. The evening breeze, tinged with a chill, caressed Wen Liang's face as he tucked his hands into his pockets, bouncing lightly like an ordinary youth. He laughed. It is indeed quite cold, Uncle Li, but worry not. After saying that, I can certainly handle Wei Gang. The opening day of Qinghe soybean milk concluded successfully, and aside from the minor disturbance caused by Wei Gang, they garnered excellent reviews and a surge in popularity. Many nearby customers even inquired about the operating hours, bringing immense joy to the exhausted Xu Yao and Ning Xiaoning, who were experiencing the labor and joy of work for the first time, a feeling unattainable in school. After closing, the group celebrated their success with a meal at Fengming Building. Wen Liang watched the two girls depart in a taxi and turned to Li Shengli, complaining, I must find 2 employees soon. Otherwise, with just these 2 young ladies, I'll end up sacrificing my future. Li Shengli couldn't help but chuckle during their meal. Wen Liang had been coerced by the 2 girls into agreeing to numerous unreasonable terms. Such employees would leave any boss in tears within just a couple of days. Upon arriving home, Wen Huiming was already back, saying little, merely pointing at Wen Liang's nose with a sigh. You Wen Liang grinned cheekily and asked, what did your boss say? Didn't he offer me any compliments? After a few compliments, Wen Huiming seemed to recollect something, suddenly rising to pace back and forth in the living room before abruptly stopping to stare at Wen Liang, asking, Wen Liang, you did this on purpose today, didn't you? What exactly are you trying to achieve? What I intend to do, I truly cannot disclose at this moment, Wen Liang replied, countering with a question. How is the situation at the Qinghua factory? What else could it be? Wen Huiming sighed, recalling the headache that this topic brought. The municipal government was facing significant resistance, firmly insisting on adhering to the established plan to transfer the Qinghua factory to Fanhungen. They argued that it was essential to consider local circumstances, and that rigidly applying higher policies was tantamount to a crime against the people. Oh, they certainly wear their lofty hats well. Wen Liang was taken aback to learn that the joint document titled Several Opinions on the Reform of Central and Local State-Owned Enterprises during the 9th Five-Year Plan had already been issued to the municipal level by 5 ministries. Yet Qingzhou appeared to ignore it entirely and act independently. However, this was not surprising. The duality of compliance and defiance was commonplace in bureaucratic circles, where policies from above are met with countermeasures below, leading to a chaotic domestic situation. No matter, Wen Liang comforted, noticing Wen Huiming's lack of enthusiasm. From an absolute disadvantage to a position of equal footing, Su Fuyan has at least acquired the strength to fight back, especially since he has an ace up his sleeve in the provincial capital. You need not worry too much, father. Wen Huiming sighed again, expressing a sense of resignation. Let us hope so. We shall take it one step at a time. The municipal committee's number 1 courtyard is situated at number 17 Xuanqi Road, a 2-story villa with front and back gardens. Lush trees and vibrant green ivy adorn the walls on either side, and through the fence, a small pavilion can be faintly seen behind the house, accompanied by 2 small cultivated vegetable plots. This is the most enigmatic and captivating location in Qingzhou, where successive leaders have lingered, entwined with power, status, and glory, all while employing cunning strategies and machinations. Xu Yao sneaked into the house, clutching her little leather shoes. intending to stealthily ascend the stairs. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Su Fuyan rustled his newspaper, causing Xu Yao's small face to fall instantly. She turned around, sulking and fidgeting, threw her shoes away, and sat beside Su Fuyan. His stern countenance bore no hint of a smile as he gestured for Xu Yao to sit across from him. Pouting, she huffed and shifted to the other side, biting her lip in silence. Su Fuyan's wife is the chief physician of the pediatrics department at the Provincial People's Hospital, and her organizational ties remain in the provincial capital, making her presence in Qingzhou for a while longer. Xu Yao, being naturally active, insisted on accompanying her, and Su Fuyan reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Xu Yao was virtually as free as a bird in Qingzhou, leading to her daily escapades at No. 7 Courtyard with Wen Liang, taking public transport to roam the city, which fostered their acquaintance and mutual understanding through shared joys and hardships. Waiting for his daughter to admit her mistakes seemed a task destined for the 21st century. Su Fuyan helplessly folded the newspaper and smiled gently. "What's this? I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're already throwing a tantrum? Scold me? Father, are you certain you saw me at Qinghe Soy Milk today? I got the impression your eyes were solely fixated on that little rascal Wen Liang, without so much as a glance in my direction. That attitude is rather commendable." Su Fuyan was profoundly aware of his daughter. If one were to inquire earnestly, it was uncertain whether she would respond. As long as she was willing to speak, that would suffice. Were Wen Liang present, he would undoubtedly express his discontent with a vehement retort. Was this attitude deemed satisfactory? In the old Wen household, such behavior would have led to severe repercussions. Yet, comparisons are often futile. Xu Yao, however, seemed entirely oblivious to this reality, confronting her father with indignation. "Su Secretary, why did you visit the shop today? Are you following me?" Su Fuyan, taken aback, responded, "Oh, preemptive strike and a counteraccusation. Have you mastered such tactics? Xu Yao, I fear you have been led astray by others." His words, though not harsh, struck a chord in Xu Yao's heart. She knew she must not allow Wen Liang to form a negative impression of her in her father's eyes, although the reasoning behind this was elusive to her youthful mind. "Not at all. Look, I have been working diligently outside, striving for self-sufficiency. Everything is perfectly fine," she insisted. You, Su Fuyan said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Before suddenly shifting the topic, "Does Wen Liang know about me?" Of course, Xu Yao began to respond, but abruptly recalled Wen Liang's advice and halted. "I don't know him. Before coming to Qingzhou, you repeatedly admonished me not to reveal my identity, to live as a child from an ordinary family. I remember, rest assured." Su Fuyan laughed heartily. "Good, my daughter is the most obedient. However," he continued, "yet, human emotions can be quite intricate. One may think they comprehend a situation, but oftentimes, what they perceive is merely an illusion. Thus, it is essential to observe and ponder deeply, lest one be deceived by appearances. Of course, I do not assert that all perceived truths are false. Merely, you must remain vigilant." Xu Yao, ever perceptive, recognized the underlying message in her father's words. Similar circumstances had befallen Ning Xiaoning, and it was evident that Xu Yao's insights surpassed those of both Xiaoning and her father. Perhaps this was not merely a matter of perception. They observed Wen Liang with their eyes, while she perceived him with her heart. In that moment, Su Fuyan was not the esteemed official who commanded legions, nor the cunning schemer entrenched in bureaucratic machinations, nor the beleaguered secretary navigating tumultuous waters. Before Xu Yao, he remained eternally a kind, benevolent, yet sternly affectionate father. Xu Yao understood his heartfelt intentions, feeling a surge of emotion. She rose, settled beside him, embraced his arm, rested her head on his shoulder, gently nuzzling her face against him, and whispered, "Wen Liang is a good person. I trust him." Su Fuyan, stroking her hair, replied with a smile, "Naturally, my daughter has a discerning eye for character. If she deems someone good, then so they must be." Xu Yao, with her head bowed, did not notice the fleeting glint of coldness in Su Fuyan's gaze as she playfully nudged him. "You are teasing me again. Are all officials so domineering?" "Oh, what do you mean by that?" he inquired. "Is it not about the factory manager from today? After you left, there was a commotion in the shop, and the soy milk cups were shattered on the floor." Xu Yao complained, for though Wen Liang and Li Shengli had concealed the incident from her, the new employee had observed everything and hastily informed her. "Haha, it is only natural to feel aggrieved after suffering a slight. In life and dealings, one must be prepared for retaliation when one chooses to bully others. This statement left Xu Yao perplexed, yet she grasped the essence of his subsequent words. Xu Yao, I implore you to remember my words. This child, Wen Liang, is truly extraordinary, intelligent, perceptive, and remarkably courageous. Most notably, at such a tender age, he possesses a profound understanding of human relationships and social nuances. It is beyond my comprehension how Wen Huiming imparts such wisdom to his child. He dares to teach a multitude of lessons. However, you must grasp that in my position, countless individuals harbor ambitions of advancement. The following remarks are not those of a father, nor are they appropriate for casual conversation. Xu Yao, having been raised in a family of officials, is far more astute than her peers. With a slight furrow of her brow, she murmured, I understand. Su Fuyin chuckled heartily, playfully tousling his daughter's hair. Do not be so glum. I have not forbidden your friendship. Just exercise discretion, and it is perfectly fine to be friends. That lad has qualities that I genuinely admire. Xu Yao pouted in feigned annoyance, yet her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the boy. His demeanor was both refined and inscrutable, regardless of her father's perspective. He remained unaltered in her eyes. The maiden's thoughts soared to distant realms, suddenly beset by an inexplicable sense of unease. After the holiday, should she share her father's words with Wen Liang? Perhaps she should, or perhaps not. Chapter 55. The desolate autumn wind. The 3-day National Day holiday swiftly passed, and Qinghe Soy Milk enjoyed a splendid debut, bustling with customers from dawn till dusk. Subsequently, under Wen Liang's guidance, Wen Huiming penned an article celebrating Xu Fuyin's attention to the reemployment of laid-off workers. After refinement by the Secretariat and scrutiny by Xu Fuyin, it was published in numerous newspapers, including the Qingzhou Daily, garnering significant societal interest. Accompanied by a photograph of Xu Fuyin holding a cup of soy milk, adorned with the bold caption delicious, the name Qinghe Soy Milk quickly became a household term within a week. With business thriving, Li Shunli promptly hired 3 additional employees, all youthful and charming young women clad in matching uniforms, adding a vibrant touch to the store's atmosphere. Wen Liang often nestled in the soy milk shop, scribbling in a notebook, seemingly engrossed in his own pursuits. At times, he would assist Li Xiqing with her 7th-grade homework. After a period of recuperation, coupled with playful interactions with Xu Yao and her friends, Li Xiqing gradually regained her former spirited nature, occasionally teasing Wen Liang. However, having endured 2 years of arduous trials, she appeared more mature and endearing compared to her contemporaries, even when indulging in mischief. Since that day of the opening ceremony, Wen Liang had not encountered Xu Yao again. On the first day back to school after the holiday, Wen Liang arrived early, while his classmates were still languid from the National Day festivities. The expansive campus felt eerily quiet, only occasionally interrupted by a few classmates whizzing by on bicycles. On this October morning, strolling beneath the tree-lined path of this era, even the breeze seemed to carry a hint of youthful innocence. Wen Liang rested his hand on the railing bordering the playground, his 3 fingers gently tracing the cold iron surface, leaving behind a trail of meandering imprints as he walked. As I passed by the experimental building, I suddenly noticed 2 individuals conversing in the vicinity below. With keen eyesight, Wen Liang discerned a hint of anger etched upon Gu Wenyuan's handsome face as he seemed to be in a fervent outburst, while Ji Su stood quietly, her delicate visage adorned with an expression of helplessness. Wen Liang did not linger, nor did he harbor any curiosity about the nature of their discourse. He ambled into the classroom instead. By the time Ren Yi arrived, the class was nearly commencing. With a smile, Wen Liang clasped his fists and greeted, Brother Qiushui. I am at your service. Ren Yi, however, wore a countenance of despair, listlessly waving his hand in dismissal. Tang Fong is no more, and with him, so is Xiao Qiushui. Henceforth, you may address me as nightly autumn rain beneath a solitary lamp. Wen Liang was momentarily taken aback. Nightly autumn rain beneath a solitary lamp. Filled with hatred for the shattered hearts of the world, is it truly so grievous? After a moment's reflection, he cautiously inquired, Solitary lamp, has Brother Qiushui taken leave? What has Tang Fong done to evoke such profound sorrow in you? Not long ago, Ren Yi had proudly proclaimed himself the sworn brother of Xiao Qiushui, while Tang Fong had been forcefully assigned to Ji Su's side. Bah, Tang Fong, pure and innocent, how could he possibly break my heart? The crux of the matter is that someone has intruded, and naturally, I must now embrace the nightly autumn rain. Wen Liang quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that this fellow had learned of Gu Wenyuan's pursuit of Jisoo and had been intimidated by that insurmountable mountain. Yet, had Gu Wenyuan not always displayed impeccable manners? He had consistently treated Jisoo with utmost courtesy. Why then had he begun to entangle himself so persistently that even Ran Yi had taken notice? However, such matters were of no concern to him. What truly piqued his curiosity was the absence of Xu Yao, who had not shown her face in days. Was it possible that Su Fuyan had confined her? The leisurely days continued for about a week. During this time, Wen Liang observed a peculiar occurrence. The ever-diligent Su had begun to arrive late 3 days prior, and subsequently, she had vanished in the afternoons without a trace. Today, she had yet to appear after 2 periods. While this would be typical for Wen Liang, such behavior was utterly unusual for Su. Following the 2nd period was the customary exercise time, which had been cancelled due to rain. Finding the classroom stifling, Wen Liang stepped outside to gaze down from the corner of the 2nd floor railing. This 2-story Bosu building served as the teaching facility for the first-year students. The 2nd floor housed classes 1 through 4, while the ground floor accommodated classes 5 through 8, with the Xingji building opposite, also containing 8 classes. At the end of each class, one could witness a throng of students clustered by the railing, engaged in lively chatter. Occasionally, someone would spit over the edge, immediately earning scornful remarks from students below. In the more boisterous moments, 2 or 3 dozen might join in a raucous chant. Come up, come down, until a teacher intervened to restore order. Such antics represented one of the most common forms of expression in the otherwise monotonous and solitary life of high school students. Occasionally, one might observe a procession of students, adorned with placards, marching in formation as they were herded by their peers. The placards typically detailed the reasons for their marching, which generally fell into 3 main categories: tardiness and early departures, truancy, and smoking or fighting. Occasionally, a student of remarkable stature might appear, with placards citing reasons such as improper attire, flip-flops, shorts, and tank tops in class, moral decay, often referring to early romantic entanglements, or breaking the glass of the academic affairs office, a frequent occurrence. The onlookers, both above and below, would respond with thunderous applause, welcoming these marchers as if they were heroes. In the recesses of Wen Liang's memories from a previous life, there was once a classmate who, within the span of 7 days, was paraded 3 times for 5 different reasons, earning her the moniker 15 Moons, a name that resonated widely. Over the course of the subsequent 20 years, no one has managed to surpass this record. As these bygone events flickered through his mind, Wen Liang's expression took on a somewhat dazed quality. The sky was pouring rain, silver streams cascading from the eaves, splattering onto the cobblestone path below, creating a soft pattering sound. As he gazed across the campus, a misty veil enveloped everything, bestowing an ethereal quality upon the entire scene. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed through the downpour, her sky-blue umbrella swaying precariously in the wind. With each step she took, a series of splashes erupted around her and from above. It appeared as though a cluster of water lilies blossomed in her wake, leaving a trail of elegance behind. It was Jisoo, albeit arriving a tad late. Soaked on one side, Jisoo appeared somewhat disheveled, while Wen Liang, seated behind her, occasionally glanced over to see her sitting there in a daze, her textbooks untouched for quite some time. Meng Ku sat closely beside her, whispering soft reassurances, her face reflecting an unmistakable expression of comfort. Wen Liang felt a serene calm within himself, refraining from prying into the matter. After lunch on that day, as he passed by the experimental building, he suddenly spotted Xu Yao with her hands tucked into the pockets of her jeans, ascending the stairs. The experimental building, a 5-story structure, featured a spiral corridor that allowed one to traverse directly from the 1st floor to the rooftop, where an entire vista of the school unfolded, marking it as one of the 5 sacred sites of Qing Yi. Unlike the rough-and-tumble small playground renowned for its brawls, this place attracted melancholic, artistic young women, heartbroken poets, aspiring talents, and contemplative scholars, whether burdened by sorrow or buoyed by success. Anyone who stood here for a moment would awaken to the truth that all worldly matters are but fleeting clouds, and the essence of life is akin to drifting reeds. Yet, Xu Yao bore no resemblance to any of these archetypes. Based on Wen Liang's understanding, if she were seeking a place to dispel her gloom, she ought to have been at the small playground, engaging in a brawl instead. Pondering this, Wen Liang retrieved a coin from his pocket, silently chanting, "Heads, I shall follow. Tails, I shall spy. If upright, I shall return to slumber. Tossing it into the air, it landed heads up, with fate thus decreed. Wen Liang felt justified in following her. Recently, Xu Yao had been somewhat restless. It had been nearly 10 days since she last saw Wen Liang, and she felt a mix of longing and trepidation, though the cause eluded her. As she passed the experimental building that day, recalling the legends of the 5 sacred sites, an impulse urged her to explore. Ascending the spiral staircase to the 5th floor, just as she was about to push open the tightly shut iron door, she suddenly heard a girl's anguished voice from the rooftop. Gu Wenyuan, I beg you. You are my only hope now. Chapter 56. Who kneels to whom Xu Yao gently pried the iron door open a crack, and not far away. She beheld 2 figures standing in an open space. One was Gu Wenyuan, while the other, a poised young woman, took Xu Yao by surprise. Jisoo, the Jisoo from Wen Liang's class. As one of the 3 most beautiful girls in their first year at Qingyi High, Xu Yao had long been aware of Jisoo's reputation, though they had little interaction. The hearsay surrounding this elegant and refreshing girl had instilled in her a sense of admiration. What was she doing here? Jisoo stood before Gu Wenyuan, sheltered beneath an umbrella as torrential rain poured down, drenching her thin attire in mere moments. The light-colored knitted long-sleeve shirt clung to her form, accentuating her flawless silhouette, while her black jeans became sodden and heavy. Her long hair, cascading loosely, danced chaotically around her face in the wind, lending her an air of tragic beauty. Gu Wenyuan, I implore you. Jisoo never imagined that one day she would stand before him, seeking assistance in a posture of desperation, especially after having rebuffed his romantic overtures just days prior. Yet, in this moment, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Gu Wenyuan, clad in a knee-length black trench coat, stood impassively, holding the umbrella aloft in silence. Despair flickered in Jisoo's bright, clear eyes as if struck by an invisible force, causing her to stagger backward, barely managing to maintain her balance. 5 days prior, her father, Ji Zheng, had been taken away by the police, who burst through the door unexpectedly. The family had scoured their connections to uncover the details. He had been reported for serious offenses of embezzlement and misappropriation of state assets during his tenure as the deputy director of the Tsinghua factory, leading to his involvement in an investigation by the local police. On the day the news broke, her mother, Su Rui, fell gravely ill, leaving her uncle, Su Yongchang, to bear the brunt of the situation. Their once happy family had crumbled overnight. Jisoo, having been nurtured in a protected environment, found the fear and helplessness overwhelming. With her father absent and her mother incapacitated, the prospect of further collapse loomed ominously. Thus, she gritted her teeth, managing the household chores, cooking, and caring for her mother. Even as she feigned normalcy at school, those 5 days felt like 5 decades. Yesterday, Su Yongchang delivered disheartening news. Sources indicated that the police possessed substantial evidence against Ji Zheng, which could lead to a sentence of more than 10 years if convicted. The situation was precarious, hinging on whether they could find the right person to advocate on their behalf. Su Rui was on the verge of a breakdown, and Jisoo dared not share this grim tidbit with her. Both the Ji and Su families were ordinary, with Ji Zheng being the highest-ranking member, leaving them without influential allies in a narrow social circle. A sleepless night of anguish led Jisoo to unexpectedly recall Gu Wenyuan. His esteemed family background was no secret. Yet despite having known him for over 2 years, she had never considered it. She held no contempt for those who were less fortunate, nor any fascination for the affluent. In her eyes, Gu Wenyuan was well-mannered and kind, devoid of the vices often associated with the privileged. He was merely a peer, someone she could befriend. However, following that recent basketball match, Gu Wenyuan seemed transformed, frequently approaching her with flirtatious remarks, culminating in a confession just days ago beneath the experimental building. Without hesitation, Jisoo declined, yet she did not anticipate that a person's countenance could transform so grotesquely. That day he waved his hand, his handsome face contorted with fury as he demanded, "Why do you reject me? Is it because of him? Is it?" Jisoo understood that him referred to Wen Liang. What Jisoo remained oblivious to was that men are peculiar creatures, instinctively seeking an irrelevant justification when faced with setbacks, convincing themselves that their failures are not a reflection of their own inadequacies, but rather a consequence of their adversary's shamelessness. Thus, even after that day when Gu Wenyuan departed, knowing in his heart that Jisoo had always regarded him merely as a friend, she still ascended to the same rank as Wen Liang on his list of grievances. occupying the foremost position. Therefore, when Jisoo finally summoned the courage to stand before Gu Wenyuan and utter her plea for help, instead of a shred of sympathy, his heart was filled with a cruel, sadistic pleasure. Today has finally come. You shall kneel at my feet, begging for mercy, shall you not? Today has finally arrived. You shall gaze up at my face, awaiting my judgment, will you not? Xu Yao, concealed behind the door, overheard the unfolding events. She cared little for whether Ji Zheng was truly guilty of corruption or embezzlement. She only saw Jisoo's woeful and pitiable demeanor, and her sense of justice surged forth. Her little fists clenched tightly as she silently implored Gu Wenyuan, promise to help her. If you agree, I shall refrain from speaking ill of you before Xiao Ning in the future. Due to Wen Liang, Xu Yao had previously looked down upon Gu Wenyuan and had not hesitated to disparage him in front of Ning Xiaoning. However, now moved by Jisoo, she cast Wen Liang aside. Just as Jisoo was on the brink of despair, Gu Wenyuan finally spoke. I can help you. Jisoo suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight, her right hand gripping the umbrella tightly as she tremulously asked, Really? Gu Wenyuan took a step forward, his umbrella colliding with Jisoo's, causing hers to sway backward, startling her as she leaned back. Raindrops cascaded in torrents through the gap between their umbrellas, soaking her entirely. Her long hair, forehead, face, and neck were instantly submerged in water. Gu Wenyuan held his umbrella aloft with one hand, the other casually tucked into the pocket of his trench coat. Appearing elegantly charming from a distance, like a noble gentleman, he lowered his gaze, unabashedly observing the beautiful, flawless countenance of the girl before him. Her brows were delicate, reminiscent of distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her eyes shone brightly, akin to morning stars. Her nose was petite, wrinkling slightly to reveal delicate ripples, exuding an indescribable charm. Her lips were thin, slightly parted, possessing an allure that captivated the soul. There are many kinds of beauty, yet Jisoo's charm in this moment was utterly unparalleled. You are mine, you are mine. The fervent desire surged in Gu Wenyuan's eyes as he fixated on Jisoo, articulating each word. I shall help you. But today you will be my woman. Not a girlfriend, not a lover, not a wife, but simply two words, woman. Jisoo stood in the rain, her face paling in an instant. Before arriving, she had felt anxious and uncertain, yet she had reassured herself that as long as he was willing to assist, he would be her benefactor for life, and no matter the cost, she would repay his kindness. In the heart of a 17-year-old girl, the cost does not encompass her body or love. This is neither childish nor naive. Rather, it is the reality for Jisoo, who grew up in the 1990s, never expecting to hear such words from a classmate, friend, or even a close companion. She had anticipated that Gu Wenyuan would refuse her, especially after she had recently turned him down. Yet, even if it meant casting aside her pride and kneeling in apology, she sought his forgiveness. However, reality ultimately revealed that this was merely a figment of her imagination. She had never truly understood Gu Wenyuan, nor comprehended the soul hidden beneath his handsome, gentle exterior. Do you know how long it takes for a person to transform into a beast? Not long, a mere second suffices. Xu Yao distinctly heard this phrase, shaking her head in disbelief. When she finally discerned Jisoo's expression, a tempest of fury erupted within her. Never before had she felt such an urge to strike someone. Just as she was about to rush out and deliver a severe beating to Gu Wenyuan, she felt a sudden tightening on her wrist. Turning in surprise, she encountered Wen Liang's dark eyes and the chilling smirk that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 57. Listening to the wind chimes. Imagining the future, Jisoo bit her lip fiercely, blood trickling forth, only to be quickly washed away by the rain on her face, resembling a delicate layer of lip balm. She lifted her head, her bright eyes shimmering with pain and defiance. Strands of damp hair clung to her lips, a mesmerizing crimson, strikingly pale, and a hauntingly deep black. Together, they formed the most poignant colors of this world. The heavy rain cleansed the superficiality from the girl's face, yet it could not wash away the malice lurking in the hearts of others. Xu Yao was restrained by Wen Liang, struggling to break free. As her anger surged, she was about to demand why he was stopping her when she suddenly heard him whisper in a low voice, Wait. Wait for what? Naturally, to allow Jisoo to make her choice. Wen Liang was not a savior, nor did he hold much interest in Jisoo or her family. However, since it involved Gu Wenyuan, he felt compelled to intervene significantly. Thus, he chose to wait, eager to observe the girl's ultimate decision. Having lived two lives, Wen Liang's perspective was far more complex than Xu Yao's. It was easy to rush out now, but once Gu Wenyuan was driven away, would she possess the capability to rescue Jisu's father? Gu Shirtong certainly could. With a few words, he could extract a minor deputy factory manager with ease. As the sole heir of the Gu family, Gu Wenyuan could rely on Gu Shirtong's unwavering support. Su Fuyin also had connections, but Wen Liang was certain that no matter how hoarse Xu Yao's voice became from crying, he would never involve himself in this matter. This was not merely a question of parental affection. It was the fundamental distinction between a businessman and a politician. Therefore, before knowing Jisu's choice, Wen Liang would never act rashly. Otherwise, he might inadvertently worsen the situation without being able to help. Frustrated and at a loss, Xu Yao shifted her gaze back outside. The two individuals in the rain were now separated by a mere 10 centimeters, Gu Wenyuan's aggressive gaze roving over Jisu. The burning desire and primal satisfaction radiating from him, almost twisting his face in excitement. Yet, he was in no hurry. As Jisu finally spoke, it became evident that he was her last hope. He intended to savor this process, to gradually strip away the fade of the goddess who once captivated his heart, until her dignity, pride, and future lay beneath his feet. I do not insist. In Xingzhou, I am not the only one capable of saving your father. However, you must consider this. I may be the only one willing to assist you. Indeed, apart from Gu Wenyuan, who else could she turn to? With her father in dire straits, her mother bedridden, and her uncle having exhausted all efforts, who else remained? What could possibly sway him aside from her own body? Yet, was it truly to end like this? What of the future she once envisioned while listening to the wind chimes? Was she to descend into despair like this? What of the graceful figure in the white dress that once swayed so elegantly? After a prolonged silence, Jisu finally made up her mind. A hint of faint derision gracing her lips as she whispered, "I." Standing in the pouring rain, Jisu's delicate form evoked a profound sense of sorrow. As a woman, Xu Yao was utterly moved. It seemed as though, in that fleeting moment, it was not she who stood there accepting humiliation, but rather herself. An overwhelming sadness welled up in her eyes as she turned to Wen Liang, her gaze filled with pleading. "Wen Liang, please help her, won't you?" Wen Liang sighed softly, releasing Xu Yao's hand. Without waiting for Jisu to utter her words, he kicked open the iron door and stepped outside. Xu Yao hastily opened her umbrella, following closely behind to shield him from the rain. This act of stepping out bore an unpredictable burden of responsibility. Yet faced with Xu Yao's beseeching eyes, Wen Liang could not remain indifferent. Thus, he resolved to take a chance. To be reborn was to live a life unrestrained and audacious, was it not? Gu Wenyuan awaited the moment when Jisu would relinquish all her dignity, even calculating whether he would claim her first time right here. If he were to act, it must be to utterly dismantle her world. This scene would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Is there anything more exhilarating than this in the world? Jisu's drenched garments clung to her, amplifying her allure, igniting a fervor within Gu Wenyuan's veins, until a loud crash jolted him from his reverie. Both turned to see Wen Liang approaching in casual athletic attire, the enchanting Xu Yao trailing behind him like a devoted follower, holding an umbrella. You again, you again." Gu Wenyuan's earlier satisfaction vanished in an instant, replaced by a pallor of fury, his eyes burning with a wrath capable of incinerating Wen Liang's very soul. They were old adversaries, and there was no need for pretense in this setting. Wen Liang stepped directly between Gu Wenyuan and Jisu, smiling as he said, "Excuse me, pardon me. May I pass?" Gu Wenyuan scoffed, slowly stepping back. Xu Yao had already taken Jisu's hand, shielding her protectively as she whispered soothingly, "Do not be afraid." Jisu, suddenly exposed by the intrusion, felt her heart racing. Initially thinking they were unaware of the circumstances, the comforting words from Xu Yao rendered her mind a blank. These two individuals, one being the ever-displeasing Wen Liang and the other the equally stunning Xu Yao, if given a choice, she would have preferred the company of anyone else. Excluding these two, Gu Gongzi, I am perplexed. Will there ever be a moment when I encounter you that you are not engaged in some nefarious deed? Wen Liang, maintaining his playful demeanor, spoke with piercing sarcasm. Even the notorious eunuch Lu Jin once remarked that committing a single misdeed is not difficult. The challenge lies in a lifetime of wrongdoing. It is surprising that despite your glamorous appearance, you fall short of even a eunuch's standards. After several previous encounters, Gu Wenyuan's resilience against Wen Liang's venomous barbs had significantly strengthened, and he managed to remain unfazed by the comment, casting a disdainful glance without retorting. Merely gazing at Su and calmly stating, "Su, have you rejected me?" "Bah, reject you." Wen Liang suddenly lashed out, delivering a forceful kick that sent Gu Wenyuan stumbling back a few steps, then lunged forward, landing a punch to his stomach and throwing him to the ground. The black trench coat glided through the air in a graceful arc before crashing into the water, creating a flurry of splashes. Taken by surprise by Wen Liang's ambush, Gu Wenyuan quickly regained his composure, scrambling to his feet and seizing an umbrella from the ground to strike at Wen Liang. Unfazed, Wen Liang allowed the umbrella to leave a faint trace of blood on his shoulder as he seized Gu Wenyuan's arm and threw him down once more. Aware of the vast disparity in their fighting capabilities, Gu Wenyuan lay on the ground, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Wen Liang, do you truly believe this is aiding her? You're only bringing her closer to ruin. Do you understand?" "Ha ha." Su stood in a daze, watching the two men engage in their brawl, while Xu Yao, feeling concerned, embraced her tightly. Hearing Gu Wenyuan's continued arrogance only fueled her anger, and she yelled at Wen Liang, "Haven't you eaten? Fight with intent." Having reached this juncture, Wen Liang disregarded any reservations and pulled Gu Wenyuan up from the ground, delivering another punch to his abdomen. He was measured in his strikes, able to chastise Gu Wenyuan without leaving marks, mindful that if things escalated, he himself bore injuries. After all, it was I who was assaulted, was it not? Gu Wenyuan forcefully pushed Wen Liang away, retreating a few steps while clutching his stomach, and with a curled finger, he pointed at both him and Su. Malevolence evident in his eyes, before he turned away, limping with a sullen expression. Xu Yao fixed her gaze on his retreating figure and suddenly shouted, "Gu Wenyuan, listen here. If you dare to harass Su again, I will have Shao Ning inform Uncle Gu, and we'll see if he doesn't break your legs." Gu Wenyuan paused for a moment, his once elegant black trench coat now muddied, as he pulled open the door and vanished into the corridor. As Gu Wenyuan's silhouette faded, the last remnants of hope dissipated, and it seemed as if all of Su's strength was sapped from her, causing her to sink weakly to the ground. As her grip loosened, the sky-blue umbrella spun in the air before tumbling to the side. Chapter 58. Past Lives and Present Encounters. Wen Liang now felt a deep sense of reflection. In a previous life, shortly after October, Su became the publicly acknowledged girlfriend of Gu Wenyuan. The two frequently appeared together in public venues such as playgrounds and cafeterias. The boy was tall and handsome, exuding charm, while the girl was pure and beautiful, gentle and gracious. They were celebrated as the most compatible golden couple in the 60-year history of Qingyi High School, admired and envied by all students for their looks and talents, embodying the ideal of a bygone era when they were the envy of their peers. The most sensational event during that time was when a group of 20 or 30 boys from various classes gathered in the dormitory to drink to excess, commemorating their fleeting infatuations and the sorrows of youth. This relationship persisted until their high school graduation 3 years later, after which Gu Wenyuan went on to Tsinghua University, embarking on a more illustrious journey. In contrast, the academically gifted Su only managed to enroll at Jiangdong University, after which she seemingly vanished from sight. It was not until Wen Liang graduated and began his career that he occasionally heard from Tanyu about Su, who apparently returned to Qingzhou after graduating from Jiang University and took a teaching position at a high school, soon marrying a colleague from her school. By that time, Gu Wenyuan had established a prominent position within the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for Wen Liang. Gu Wenyuan's affection for Su was no secret since their middle school days. Otherwise, Wen Liang would not have found himself embroiled in a calamity that nearly derailed his entire life. Yet, those acquainted with Su understood that despite her seemingly gentle and amiable demeanor, she was fundamentally a traditional good student, a model pupil. In an era when early romantic relationships were regarded with disdain, how did she suddenly transform, openly pairing with Gu Wenyuan, entering and exiting together without reservation? In those times, a girl involved in a romantic relationship, regardless of her previous academic excellence and affection from teachers and peers, could not escape the label of fallen. Was this the allure of love? This perplexity was shared not only by Bai Zhao, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, and her close friend Meng Ku, but also by Ren Yi, a classmate known for his role-playing antics. Even Wen Liang, who often retreated into his fantasy world to avoid reality, felt this confusion. albeit buried deep within his heart. Perhaps upon learning the news, he experienced a twisted sense of gratification. If one despises a woman, let them curse her for her perceived fall from grace. Due to Gu Wenyuan's background, the school turned a blind eye to the situation, eliciting reactions ranging from disdain to envy, and even mimicry or sighs of resignation. Yet, countless individuals maintained that the love between Gu Wenyuan and Jisoo during their high school years symbolized an idealized vision of romance. When the college entrance examination approached, many anticipated that the couple would apply to the same university and graduate together, only to be met with the stark reality of two vastly different acceptance letters, leading them to part ways. The immediate consequence of this was the shattering of many beliefs, causing numerous individuals to lose faith in love and embark on a hedonistic descent into university life. The ensuing myriad of legends surrounding their love and separation could easily fill a best-selling tome on the intricacies of romance. Upon witnessing the scene from the rooftop, Wen Liang finally comprehended the reasons behind Jisoo's sudden behavior in the past, which ultimately led to a transformation in her life's trajectory due to Gu Wenyuan. Thus, in a certain causal sense, both Wen Liang and Jisoo from their previous lives were akin to tragic figures overshadowed by Gu Wenyuan, equally lamentable in their fates. The reason he had just grasped Xu Yao was that these memories resurfaced, yet this lifetime was wholly distinct from the last. Gu Wenyuan's recent, uncharacteristic obsession with Jisoo, culminating in his furious outburst beneath the experimental building, was not lost on Wen Liang. He understood that it was undoubtedly linked to the exposure of Gu Wenyuan's relationship with Ning Xiaoning during the recent basketball match, a situation that clearly revealed his jealousy. Given this development, it became evident that Gu Wenyuan could no longer rely on his previous sincerity to win Jisoo's heart, rendering such an endeavor impossible. This led to his relentless pursuit, confessions, conflicts, and ultimately, animosity, resulting in Gu Wenyuan's cruelty and unreasonable demands on the rooftop, paired with Jisoo's humiliation and sorrow. In a previous life, although he might have posed similar demands, Gu Wenyuan's demeanor would have been 100 times more benevolent, and his methods far more charming. Regardless of whether Jisoo chose to reject or accept him, he would have found a way to embrace her, as history demonstrated that he indeed succeeded in making Jisoo his lover for 3 years. While the reasons for their eventual separation remain unclear, whether it was Jisoo's steadfastness or Gu Wenyuan's subsequent indifference, the tension and indignities faced today would have been unimaginable in that past context. Thus, it can be said that all events are interconnected. Jisoo's current plight bears a certain relation to Wen Liang. Standing at the door, Wen Liang quickly pieced together these antecedents and consequences, possessing a tentative certainty of about 70%. However, this realization intensified his desire to discern Jisoo's impending choice. Should she refuse, the matter would be simple. He could confront Gu Wenyuan to prevent any further harm to Jisoo, a task of mere physical exertion. Yet, if she were to acquiesce to Gu Wenyuan's demands under such humiliating circumstances, it would signify that he must assume the responsibility of rescuing her father. For failing to do so would render any assistance moot. The dilemma lay in his profound ignorance regarding the nature of Jisoo's father's entanglement, leaving him devoid of any confidence. In such pivotal moments that irrevocably alter the course of another's life, Wen Liang found himself contemplating for several additional moments. Ultimately, however, upon gazing into Xu Yao's eyes, his resolve softened. Without awaiting a definitive answer, he made a choice on Jisoo's behalf: rejection. He would shoulder the burden of the situation himself. Economically, this transaction appeared to be a failure. Sociologically, however, it might prove to be quite advantageous. Wen Liang approached, urging, "Help me lift her up." Xu Yao, unable to assist the incapacitated Jisoo, took refuge under the umbrella while persistently attempting to persuade her. Wen Liang approached, allowing the rain to pummel his figure, coldly stating, "If you truly wish to save your father, you must rise quickly. We need to find a place to discuss this. Sitting here will not rescue him. You could remain here until death, and no one would heed you." As Jisoo remained unresponsive, Wen Liang felt a pang of compassion in his heart. In an attempt to instill confidence in her, he boasted, "Trust me, while I cannot promise much, I can certainly assist with the matters concerning the Qinghua factory. Su Fuyan happens to be my future father-in-law." Xu Yao shot him an exasperated glance, yet unusually refrained from retorting. Jisoo lifted her gaze to the muddy young man before her. His expression was aloof and his tone was harsh. Yet his eyes radiated warmth and concern. Despite the dubiousness of his claims, she nodded in agreement. With Xu Yao's support, she managed to rise, though the vitality that once characterized her seemed utterly absent. Both Su and Wen Liang were in disarray, rendering them unable to attend class. Xu Yao took the initiative to help them secure a leave of absence before the trio hailed a taxi to escort Su home. Su resided in Huiyan Community, a residential building developed by a real estate company contracted by the Tsinghua factory during the early 1990s commercial housing reform. A portion of these units was sold at a low price to factory employees, while others were available to the public, which was considered quite decent at the time in Qingzhou. Upon entering the modest two-bedroom apartment, Wen Liang quickly discerned that the decor was rather ordinary, lacking any semblance of opulence. Yet, during this era, many were keenly aware of the need for discretion, often keeping their homes simple while exhibiting extravagance in public. Jisu's mother, Su Rui, was at the hospital receiving intravenous treatment, leaving the house empty. Jisu had been silently seated on the rooftop since their arrival, speaking only once to provide her address to the taxi driver. Xu Yao guided her to the bathroom for a wash, and after she emerged in fresh clothing to sit on the sofa, Wen Liang discarded his soiled jacket at the door, noticing the stains on his trousers. He settled cross-legged on the floor and inquired about the situation. Jisu was not particularly well informed. She knew only that her father had been taken away by the police due to a significant financial issue stemming from an anonymous tip-off. As Wen Liang and Xu Yao exchanged puzzled glances, she suddenly recollected her father's habit of journaling. She rushed to her room, retrieving a thick black diary, and handed it to Wen Liang. He perused its contents briefly, although he did not uncover any crucial information at that moment. The sentiments expressed within sparked a sense of intrigue within him. Ji Zheng, who oversaw production at the Tsinghua factory, had managed to maintain his position as deputy director only by flattering the new factory director, Yuan Dezhu, who was known for his nepotism and tyrannical demeanor. The diary was filled with grievances, indicating that Ji Zheng was not regarded as a significant figure within the factory. How could such a person possess the capability or audacity to engage in such a case? Jisoo sank deeper into the sofa, her head bowed low. She was unaware of Xu Yao's identity and evidently harbored little hope for Wen Liang's assistance, following his directives merely as a last resort. Wen Liang, perceptive of her thoughts, tapped the diary affirmatively and declared, "Your father is innocent." Both Jisoo and Xu Yao turned their gazes toward Wen Liang. Jisoo's voice trembled as she asked, "How do you know this?" Chapter 59, 3 Essentials, Ji Zheng. On the front page of the black leather diary, 2 characters are inscribed, their strokes graceful and soaring at the beginning, yet powerful and resolute at the end. These modest characters reveal the owner's ambition and grandeur. However, such a person, under the oppressive authority of factory director Yuan Dezhu, is relegated to a mere sycophant, a small figure. Surely he cannot remain content. It is almost inevitable that he engages in actions that would displease Yuan Dezhu. Strangely, this is likely the first time Wen Liang has encountered this name, yet it inexplicably feels somewhat familiar. Memories flash through his mind like snippets from a film, many images gradually becoming clearer amidst the overlap of past and present. While perusing the diary, he suddenly recalls where he has seen this name before. Wen Liang distinctly remembers that in his previous life, it was Fan Heng who, after the bankruptcy of Tsinghua factory, acquired a majority of its quality assets at a remarkably low price. Through a series of financial maneuvers such as mortgaging the factory land and attracting external investments, he extracted a substantial amount of cash. Having already owned a business in daily chemicals, with advanced production equipment and technical documentation from Tsinghua factory, he swiftly revitalized the enterprise through optimization and management practices distinct from state-owned enterprises. Within a mere 2 years, he had restored its former glory, with influence in Jiangdong province rivaling that of Gushirtong. In 1997, the global economic crisis struck, and Fan Heng faced significant issues due to his expansive operations, leading to a severe rupture in his financial chain despite various fundraising efforts. Numerous underlying problems subsequently surfaced. By early 1998, the charges recognized by the prosecution included fraudulent bank loans, money laundering, organized crime, tax evasion, and illegal fundraising, among dozens of others, culminating in the fall of this once legendary figure. Shortly thereafter, under the manipulation of certain individuals, many laid off workers from Tsinghua factory, led by former deputy director Ji Zheng. collectively petitioned for a thorough investigation into the scandal surrounding the factory's undervalued sale and demanded accountability from former director Yuan Dezhu, with accusations directed at Zhou Yuanting and Fang Mingtang, igniting a significant uproar in Qingzhou and drawing heightened attention from provincial authorities. Despite strong sentiments from various sectors in Qingzhou, after much negotiation, provincial leaders determined that reform must proceed cautiously, allowing for learning through experience and permitting errors. Zhou Yuanting, as a primary advocate for the bankruptcy restructuring of Qinghua Factory, ultimately faced no repercussions and was reassigned to a position as the least-ranked deputy mayor. His political future dimmed, yet he managed to extricate himself unscathed. In light of Zhou Yuanting's precedent, Fang Mingtang, who appeared entirely unrelated to Qinghua Factory, could have safely retired from his position as director of the People's Congress. Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself enmeshed in the Fan Hongyan case, unable to escape. This former king of Qingzhou met a fate akin to that of Fan Hongyan, imprisoned and fading from public view. In 1995, when Fan Hongyan first took over Qinghua Factory, the city vigorously promoted this initiative as a means of alleviating governmental burdens, emphasizing his selflessness in contributing to the economic development of Qingzhou. In retrospect, it is indeed a profound irony. Thus, someone must bear the blame. Zhou Yuanting was reassigned for his leadership responsibility, while the primary accountability naturally fell upon Yuan Dezhu. The survey results were rather insipid. Despite Ji Zheng retaining several pieces of evidence, many accounts had been obliterated during the reforms of that year, rendering their authenticity unverifiable. Yuan Dezhu was ultimately stripped of all party and governmental positions and sentenced to 3 years in prison, leaving the matter unresolved. This incident was one of the most sensational events in Qingzhou at the time. Wen Huaiming, having offended Zhou Yuanting, was demoted to the Quality Supervision Bureau as an assistant researcher, yet he still remained a part of Qingzhou's political landscape. Although Wen Liang did not deliberately follow this matter, he gleaned much information from his father. It was during this time that Ji Zheng first came to his attention. After the matter concluded, Wen Liang often heard Wen Huaiming lamenting at home to Ding Mei, remarking on Ji Zheng's remarkable character, first suffering retaliation from Yuan Dezhu, which led to his quiet resignation, and then, after years of restraint, seizing the opportune moment to topple Yuan Dezhu, avenging the grievances of the past. This was indeed a remarkable individual. Implicitly, he expressed self-deprecation regarding his own inability to resist the pressures from Zhou Yuanting. Regardless, Ji Zheng was merely an inconspicuous figure in that event which altered many lives. Easily forgotten after being heard. Had it not been for the sight of this diary and the recollection of related memories about the Qinghua factory, Wen Liang would never have connected Ji Zheng to Ji Su, the latter being the daughter of the former. It was not entirely fair to blame Wen Liang for his lack of awareness. In both his past life and this one, he had never given Ji Su any undue attention, remaining ignorant of her family background. If he had not been preoccupied with discussions regarding the Qinghua factory with his father recently, he would not have made this connection so swiftly. Having pondered these matters, Wen Liang felt a considerable degree of certainty, about 70%, that Ji Zheng had been wrongfully accused, likely due to actions that had aroused Yuan Dezhu's distrust. Thus, he gazed into Ji Su's hopeful eyes, intent on instilling confidence in this already fragile girl. Indeed, I am certain. He raised the diary in his hand, assuring her, having seen this, I even know the reason behind your father's wrongful accusation. Rest assured, as long as we find someone to leverage, this issue will soon be resolved. However, having perused the diary, he found nothing of substance. It was improbable that a man as astute as Ji Zheng would divulge too much in a diary. The entries merely consisted of minor grievances and literary complaints regarding the Qinghua factory. Yet, in an attempt to reassure Ji Su, Wen Liang adopted an air of mystique, stating, if you could discern it, you wouldn't foolishly seek help in vain. Even though Ji Su was burdened with her own troubles, she was momentarily taken aback by his words, prompting Xu Yao to kick him, exclaiming, are you seeking death? Wen Liang chuckled awkwardly. I'm used to it. I truly have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Ji Su, please don't take offense. Ji Su, well aware of their banter intended to distract her, mustered a faint smile, almost imperceptible. It's all right. Recognizing that his words lacked persuasive power at his age, Wen Liang resorted to mentioning his future father-in-law as leverage, pointing at Xu Yao and declaring, Xu Yao as father, who will also be my future father-in-law, Xu Fuyan. If Su Fuyin were to learn that he was belittled twice in a single day by this young man, not only would he be infuriated, but he might also feel compelled to add 2 words to the title of future father-in-law, future violent father-in-law. This time, the impact was immediate. The astonishment on Jisu's face marked the first genuine expression of life she had displayed since returning from the rooftop. Seeing Xu Yao's affirmative nod, Jisu's body softened as she leaned against the back of the sofa, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. This was the first time she had cried since her father's incident, having traversed the tumultuous transitions between great sorrow and joy. Even a transformer could not withstand such emotional strain. In her youthful naivety, she had believed that with assistance, every problem in Qingzhou could be resolved. With her mind finally at ease, she succumbed to a deep slumber on the sofa. Xu Yao retrieved a blanket from the bedroom and draped it over her. Sitting beside her and observing Jisu's pallid face. In just a few days, this girl, who had always exuded grace, beauty, and gentleness, appeared as weary as a lotus flower battered by rain. Xu Yao reached out, tucking Jisu's hair behind her ear, and sighed softly. Wen Liang, I understand you were trying to comfort Ji-Su just now. But to speak frankly, even if I were to bring this matter up with my father, he may not take any action. Wen Liang chuckled. What if Ji Zheng is being falsely accused? Would he still remain indifferent? Xu Yao fell silent for a moment. A hint of helplessness and sorrow surfaced on her usually exuberant and carefree visage. Indeed, it's quite challenging for him to remain uninvolved in Qingzhou. Regardless, I shall always hold him in reverence. It seemed she feared that Wen Liang might look down upon her father or even herself for this sentiment, and thus she turned her head resolutely, avoiding any further gaze in his direction. Wen Liang intended to jest with her. Did he not understand Su Fuyin as thoroughly as Xu Yao did? Su Fuyin was not indifferent. Rather, he would only intervene when the time was deemed essential, and the reasons and probabilities aligned. This was entirely justifiable. Naturally, Wen Liang would provide him with those necessities. Yet, facing the tumultuous emotions of a girl, even Wen Liang, who prided himself on surpassing the lecherous uncle and the goldfish man, could only yield to tears. He stepped forward, gently enveloping Xu Yao in his embrace, stroking her long hair, and murmured, "He is a good father and an even better father-in-law. I hold him in high regard as well." Xu Yao, burying her head against Wen Liang's waist, could not suppress a laugh, her tear-streaked face blushing with shyness as she looked up and retorted, "Get lost." Wen Liang crouched down, wiping away her tears with tender care, and asked softly, "Why are you crying?" Xu Yao glanced at Ji-Su, murmuring, "I fear that one day I might end up like her." Wen Liang's heart trembled. The seemingly carefree beauty before him was far more insightful than he had imagined. Unable to contain his feelings of compassion any longer, he embraced her tightly, whispering with unwavering conviction, "That day will never come. I promise." 12 words, each as resolute as a mountain. Chapter 60. A transformative deal at last. The rain outside had ceased. Wen Liang found his pants clinging uncomfortably to him, and decided to leave Xu Yao alone to watch over Ji-Su, while he returned home to change into dry clothes. Descending the stairs and rounding a corner, I brushed past a graceful yet weary-looking woman. Her brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to Ji-Su, both adorned with delicate willow-like brows and faint, silk-like phoenix eyes. A subtle fragrance, reminiscent of womanhood, wafted from her. Could she be Ji-Su's mother? Yet, she appeared remarkably youthful. Not pausing, I continued home, only to discover that Ding Mei, who should have been at work, was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Such a rare sight. Ding Mei was known for her unwavering dedication to her job. She would never take leave without a compelling reason. A flicker of concern crossed my mind, prompting me to approach her hastily. "Mom, what brings you home at this hour?" Ding Mei retorted with irritation. "Where else would I be? Am I meant to be at the factory babysitting that scoundrel Wei Gang?" In that moment, the reasons for her discontent became clear. Wei Gang's retaliation had begun, targeting Ding Mei's work as the initial strike. Understanding the situation, I chuckled. "So, that rascal Wei Gang has been making your life difficult, has he?" The conflict on the opening day of the soy milk shop had been relayed to Ding Mei by Wen Huaiming. Yet I had withheld the incident of splattering Wei Gang with soy milk. After all, I had already offended him, and sharing that would only serve to worry Ding Mei unnecessarily. Ding Mei, with a playful tug on my ear, scolded, "How can you laugh at a time like this? You thoughtless little rascal. Just wait until your mother is unemployed. Then you will see how you fare." I winced dramatically, my cries evoking sympathy from any listener, moving them to tears. Unable to tolerate my antics, Ding Mei released her grip, giving my ear a gentle rub. Enough of that. I barely pinched you, why the fuss? Oh, what a hopeless child. Seeing her smile, I ceased my lamentations and settled beside her. Now, enlighten me on the mischief Wei Gang has been up to. If it's truly egregious, I shall join you in scolding him. Ding Mei burst into laughter. Good son, you and your mother are of one mind. I just spoke with Wen Huaiming, who advised me to avoid trouble for the time being, to endure if possible. But how can one simply endure? It's clear that shameless Wei Gang is seeking to make my life difficult. Your father is utterly incompetent. After venting her frustrations about Wei Gang, she began to criticize Wen Huaiming, rambling on without revealing the day's events. I listened with a smile, occasionally chiming in, even taking a moment to refill her glass, which delighted her, prompting her to declare that my years of nurturing had not been in vain. In youth, one often fails to understand. Blaming a strict father and a nagging mother, rebellious and obstinate, mistaking resistance to familial constraints for a path to freedom. Only in maturity does one realize that such views were mere fantasies of ignorance. The stern father harbored deep-seated affection, and every word of the nagging mother was laced with tears of concern. Given a second chance, how could I possibly harbor any impatience? Indeed, based on your account, Wei Gang is truly heinous, deserving of the harshest punishment. Perhaps we should report him. Ding Mei's eyes widened as she scolded. Report him? Nonsense. If I report him, will I still have a job at the agricultural machinery factory? If I lose that job, how will I save money to see you married? Oh, she had swiftly shifted from concerns of sustenance to the weighty matter of my future, realizing that my attention to the former might not elicit the seriousness she desired. Wen Liang offered a wry smile, saying, Mother, there's no need for haste regarding our daughter-in-law. Let us first resolve the matter with Wei Gang, and then we may discuss this at our leisure. Despite his exchanges with Ding Mei, he had yet to ascertain what precisely had transpired with Wei Gang that day. However, it was evident that the issues at the factory were trivial. Wei Gang had undoubtedly sought to provoke Ding Mei, seizing upon minor workplace faults to chastise her. Ding Mei, being particularly concerned with her reputation and well-liked at the agricultural machinery factory, was not accustomed to such treatment from Wei Gang. It was unnecessary to ask. He had certainly berated her harshly, and one could imagine that scoundrel still sulking in a corner, suffering from his own wrath. Mother, do not fret about work. Within a month, Wei Gang shall be dismissed. Father has his reasons for advising you to endure this situation. The city is rather tumultuous at present. In a few days, I shall help you settle the score. Ding Mei, no fool herself, understood the precarious nature of her husband's situation in the city and had no intention of causing him further trouble. Upon hearing Wen Liang's words, she smacked her thigh and exclaimed, When will this timid existence come to an end? Soon, very soon. A mysterious light sparkled in Wen Liang's eyes, where the weariness of age and the freshness of youth melded beautifully upon his youthful visage. Indeed, it would not be long before the skies over Qingzhou would change color. What on earth have you gotten yourself into? By the way, shouldn't you be in class now, you little rascal? Have you dared to skip school and learn mischief? Oh, do not strike, mother. Let me regain my composure first. After changing his clothes and taking a shower, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already past 4. Wen Liang called Zuo Yuxi and then proceeded directly to her residence in the Dai Garden. Zuo Yuxi, clad in a simple pink plaid nightgown, was languidly sprawled on her sofa, boredly watching television. Upon Wen Liang's entrance, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. I thought that after our last encounter, I would never set foot in this house again, he chuckled. A cluster of purplish-red grapes came hurling through the air. Wen Liang swayed slightly and miraculously caught them in his mouth. Zuo Yuxi lazily arched her back, casting him a playful glance with a half-smile. What is this? Do you wish to witness that spectacle again? Given the nature of their current relationship, such playful banter was harmless. How could I dare? Wen Liang chuckled awkwardly as he changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa opposite her. He casually remarked, On the 11th, I came across Su Fuyan. Zuo Yuxi's interest piqued. She propped her chin with one hand, reclining on the sofa, one leg straight and the other slightly bent, exuding an elegant charm. Wen Liang recounted the events of that day, concluding, As you know, the conflict between Su Fuyan and Zhou Yuanting has escalated to a point of irreconcilable enmity. Our concerns merely revolve around his determination and resolve. Does he intend to confront the opposition head-on? From what I observed that day, Su Fuyan is resolute in his dealings. decisive and ruthless. He can be quite cunning when it comes to dealing with others, making him a potentially excellent ally. Just as Zuo Yuxi was about to respond, Wen Liang waved his hand to interrupt. Regardless of whether Su Fuyan's faction aligns with your father's, our grievance with Zhou Yuanting is personal, even if he is our adversary. A common threat can lead to temporary alliances, and Su Fuyan is undoubtedly the best candidate. Moreover, Wen Huiming has gained the recognition of Su Fuyan, and you share a remarkably close friendship with Xu Yao. We also have avenues to connect with him, do we not? Observing the playful expression on Zuo Yuxi's face as she mentioned Xu Yao, Wen Liang chose not to dwell on how Zuo had acquired such information. Considering she had only seen Xu Yao once at school and had not even spoken to her, he smiled and clapped his hands. Excellent. A promising student indeed. Just then, a cushion flew over, which Wen Liang casually caught, continuing, yet, to truly convey our sincerity to Su Fuyan, these two connections alone are far from sufficient. We cannot bluntly inform him, Brother Su, we find Zhou Yuanting rather disagreeable, and we have come to assist you in dealing with him, correct? Thus, our foremost task is to express our earnest intentions. Zuo Yuxi, now genuinely attentive, turned to sit upright and inquired, what shall we do? Wen Liang chuckled, we shall engage in a substantial transaction. If executed well, Qingzhou will undergo a transformation. Chapter 61. Strategic planning. On the outskirts of Qingzhou lies a picturesque villa complex built against the mountains, featuring 18 standalone villas with 2 stories, courtyards, greenery, swimming pools, and private gardens. Nestled against Murong Mountain and facing the waters of Qinghe, this locale offers scenic views from every window, rich with blooming flora. It stands as one of Qingzhou's most renowned sites. Named Jinggu Garden, this development was crafted by Gu Shitong's Minghua Group and completed in 1993. Yet it has never been made available for public sale. Occasionally, luxury vehicles can be observed entering and exiting. Common folk are halted by security 100 meters from the entrance, rendering it difficult to glimpse the interior, which has consequently sparked numerous rumors in Qingzhou, adding an air of mystery to the place. However, those in the know privately refer to Jinggu Garden as Peach Blossom Garden, alluding to the tale of the Queen Mother of the West hosting a peach banquet, with its implications readily discernible. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz 600 slowly wound its way up the mountain road and halted in front of one of the villas located at the far end of the third row. A tall yet exceptionally slender man emerged from the rear door, followed closely by an elegantly dressed woman in a purple business suit. The two entered the villa's grand hall and took their seats on a sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, waiting for a few minutes until a voice floated down from the second-floor railing. Uncle Mu, you have arrived. Mu Zekin, Gu Shitong's foremost subordinate and referred to by rivals as the most loyal dog, stood up, a smile illuminating his gaunt face. He remarked, Wen Yuan, what brings you to summon your uncle in such haste? Gu Shitong, who spent most of his time in Guanshan City, was a former teacher at the Normal University. Although he now enjoys affluence, he remains exceedingly strict regarding Gu Wen Yuan's upbringing, to prevent him from adopting undesirable habits from the elite children in Guanshan. He resolutely decided to keep him in Qingzhou for schooling, entrusting Mu Zekin with his care. The strong bond between them is evident, as Mu Zekin has been entrusted with managing Gu Shitong's stronghold in Qingzhou. Clad in casual home attire, Gu Wen Yuan descended the spiral staircase at a leisurely pace, stretching sleepily and, upon noticing the beautiful woman, exclaimed, Sister Xu, you are here too? Qi Shu smiled gently, her pure visage complemented by a bewitching gaze, evoking a tantalizing allure of contrasting extremes. As secretaries, we bear our burdens, trailing our bosses wherever they venture. Mu Zekin remarked, spare me your sarcasm. At present, you, Qi Shu, flourish in Qingzhou far better than I do. Who would dare regard you as merely a secretary? The trio settled down, and Mu Zekin inquired once more. What matter necessitates our gathering here? This villa served as a rare retreat for Gu Shitong, while Gu Wen Yuan typically resided in his urban abode. Gu Wen Yuan toyed with his teacup and suddenly posed a provocative question. Is it possible to eliminate Wen Huiming? Mu Zekin, having heard Mu Shanshan mention the matter, was aware of the minor conflict between Gu Wen Yuan and Wen Huai's son, Wen Liang, a mere childish squabble devoid of significance. He firmly declined, absolutely not. Gu Wen Yuan understood his character well. A refusal meant it was truly out of the question, and he harbored no illusions of receiving an explanation. His gaze drifting towards Qi Shu. The current dynamics in Qingzhou were intricate, seemingly tranquil, yet capable of erupting at any moment. Our interests in Qingzhou did not fundamentally clash with those of the Su and Zhou factions. Thus, the ascension of either side bore little consequence. The most prudent strategy, therefore, was to remain a passive observer amidst the fray. Even when Qi Shu earnestly analyzed the situation, her insights inadvertently conjured thoughts of other realms, which contributed to her enchantment as Qingzhou's most renowned socialite. Mu Zekin continued, when Huaiming is but a minor player, his removal would cause little concern. However, he currently enjoys the favor of Su Fuyan, and should any misunderstanding arise regarding our alliance with Zhou Yuanting, it would be detrimental to Minghua. This response darkened Gu Wenyuan's countenance, and Mu Zekin fell silent, his understanding of Gu Wenyuan surpassing that of Gu Shitong. To the eyes of Gu Shitong and many outsiders, Gu Wenyuan appeared courteous and amicable, devoid of any debauched traits. He was a dutiful son, an astute scholar, and a loyal friend. But the true Gu Wenyuan? The memories of assisting him through his early mischiefs weighed on Mu Zekin's mind. Suddenly, Gu Wenyuan shifted the topic, inquiring, "Are you aware of the incident involving a deputy director named Ji Zheng at the Qinghua factory?" Ji Zheng. Mu Zekin glanced at Qi Shu, who shook her head, indicating it was not a significant matter. "Let us wait 10 minutes, he replied. Qi Shu stepped aside to make several calls and returned shortly thereafter. "Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Director Lin. I truly appreciate your assistance, Director Chao. Tomorrow at the Fortune Hotel, I will be there punctually." After hanging up, Qi Shu reported, "I've clarified the situation. Yuan Dazhu is targeting him. Ji Zheng is currently detained at the Southern Industrial Bureau. He has been reported for accepting bribes from suppliers, compromising quality for personal gain, and exploiting his position during his tenure at Qinghua factory. The total amount is relatively modest, under 500,000, which is paltry for a deputy director of a factory with billions in assets. Yet, this individual lacks a solid foundation. His rise was solely due to the former director's favor. Now, with Yuan Dazhu's relentless pursuit, his future is bleak, potentially facing years of imprisonment." As Qi Shu smiled, gently covering her mouth, her figure swayed slightly beneath her ensemble, exuding beauty and allure from her brows to her waist. Yet, her casual remarks regarding a person's life and fortune revealed the ruthlessness lurking within her heart. Gu Wenyuan, in the flush of youth, was acutely aware that this woman was one to be avoided, yet he could not suppress the quickening of his heart. Conversely, Mu Zekin, accustomed to her demeanor, frowned slightly and remarked, 500,000 is merely a trifling sum. Yuan Dazhu is currently plagued with troubles. Does he truly have the leisure to engage in such petty maneuvers? A foolish endeavor. Suddenly, Gu Wenyuan recalled the scene on the rooftop, Ji Su's enchanting visage, Wen Liang's detestable smile, and Xu Yao's scornful gaze flashed through his mind like fleeting shadows, ultimately settling on that tattered black trench coat. Unable to contain his rising fury, he leaned forward and fixed his gaze on Mu Zekin, saying, "Uncle Mu, I need your assistance with something." Mu Zekin internally chuckled, realizing he was being played like a fool. First, a request sure to be declined was presented, followed by the true objective that left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Such cunning at such a young age. Nevertheless, he merely smiled. "Speak, then." In the garden, Zuo Yuxi hung up the phone and nodded at Wen Liang, saying, "Indeed, Ji Zheng has been ensnared by Yuan Dazhu. Your insights are quite astute. Perhaps he has indeed uncovered some leverage against Yuan Dazhu." Wen Liang had just elucidated the background of the Ji Zheng case to Zuo Yuxi, substituting his own conjectures for anything pertaining to their past lives. Fortunately, Zuo Yuxi had developed a deep trust in him and, after careful consideration, deemed the plan feasible. She promptly made several calls. Although it was no longer as convenient to operate in Qingzhou as before, gathering information remained achievable. Wen Liang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Who in the current public security system of Qingzhou is still trustworthy?" Zuo Yuxi retrieved paper and pen from under the coffee table, scribbling down a few names. Pointing to the first, she stated, "Zhao Xinchuan, the head of the municipal bureau, was once my father's man. He is astute and capable, adept in both life and work. However, he is now quite aged and lacks ambition, merely wishing to serve until retirement. Since Su Fuyan's arrival, he has been indecisive and overly cautious, a true old fox. While I could ask him for minor favors, I wouldn't rely on him for anything requiring serious commitment." Wen Liang nodded, crossing out Zhao's name. The executive deputy director of the municipal bureau, Lin Zhan, just came down from the provincial office last year. He has significant connections, and, it is said, some ties with Gu Shitong. My father warned against provoking him. Another line crossed out. Zheng Yunzhong, crossed out. Guo Wenji, crossed out. Lu Tianlai, the fifth-ranked deputy director, rose through the ranks from a grassroots officer. He has earned numerous accolades and is a well-known figure within the Jiangdong provincial public security system, wielding considerable influence at the lower levels in Qingzhou. My father held him in high regard and promoted him to deputy director. Otherwise, his fiery temperament would have led to dire consequences long ago. He is still young, and I should still be able to move him. Listening to Zuo Yuxi's words, it was evident that this beautiful woman was not merely a pretty face. In the intricate web of relationships, one can astutely discern the nuances of interests and human emotions. Among those who share the title of Zhou Jing, one individual, aged and lacking ambition, is likely to betray, while another, fervently pursuing a political career, can be guided and utilized to one's advantage. Such calculations are beyond the comprehension of an inexperienced woman. When Lan picked up her pen and emphatically marked the character Lu, her heart suddenly brimming with anticipation. What manner of father could raise a prodigy like Lu Jia, the gambling maestro? Chapter 62. A heartfelt sigh. The night was as dark as ink. In a temporary interrogation room on the second floor of the Southern Industrial Bureau, Ji Zheng, having just been brought from his detention site, could not endure the harsh glare within. He raised a hand to shield his eyes. This man, in his late 30s, possessed a distinctly angular face, not conventionally handsome, yet his posture was upright, and his steps were heavy and assured. His forehead was broad and high, with small eyes that narrowed slightly when he regarded others, forming a subtle crease between his brows. Qi Shu, having navigated the world of men for over a decade with a discerning eye that could pierce through to the heart, still felt a peculiar fondness for this individual. He was quite an enigma. Upon recognizing the two individuals seated in the room, Ji Zheng showed no signs of surprise and simply smiled, saying, "Care for a cigarette?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, akin to metal scraping against a hard surface, jarring in the silence of the room. Mu Zekin nodded, while Qi Shu stepped forward to offer a cigarette, casually flicking a lighter. Ji Zheng lit his cigarette with Qi Shu's delicate hand, inhaling deeply before exhaling a series of smoke rings, exclaiming, "Ah, the Golden Supreme packs a punch, thank you." Out of the corner of his eye, he didn't even glance at the enchanting woman beside him, as if her long, jade-like legs were merely decor. The atmosphere and pace of conversation in the room could not remain under Ji Zheng's control any longer. Qi Shu spoke sweetly, "Director Ji, you still appear quite relaxed, which puts my mind at ease. I hope when you are transferred to the first prison in a few days, you can maintain such a cheerful disposition." Ji Zheng chuckled. "I have yet to confess. If the prosecution truly had evidence, they wouldn't be discreetly detaining me here at the bureau. Is that so?" Qi Shu replied with a teasing expression, "You've been here for a week. I assume you still have no idea of the magnitude of the charges against you?" Mu Zekin waved his hand, and Qi Shu, understanding his cue, retrieved a stack of documents from the table and handed them to Ji Zheng. Ji Zheng merely flipped through a few pages. His previously composed national face showed no signs of alteration. Had it not been for Qi Shu's unwavering gaze upon his eyes, one might have easily missed the momentary, intense contraction within them. After a considerable pause, Ji Zheng finally set the documents down and inquired, "Who is this?" From the moment he entered, Ji Zheng had discerned that these two were neither from the prosecution nor the police. Thus he remained calm and did not inquire about their identities, striving to retain the upper hand in the forthcoming dialogue. Unbeknownst to him, they had no interest in playing coy, instead presenting their cards directly, compelling him to lower his head. Qi Shu was well acquainted with the workings of the judicial system. After Ji Zheng had been detained for a week without anyone alerting him, he was subjected to intimidation and inducement by the prosecution. It was certain that he remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, grappling with anxiety and uncertainty. Yet, under such distressing conditions, his ability to feign composure piqued the interest of the seasoned Qi Shu. Mu Zekin, the soft, alluring voice of Qi Shu caused Ji Zheng's hand, which held a cigarette, to tremble slightly. This minor movement unexpectedly resulted in a cascade of ash falling onto him. He did not bother to wipe it away. Instead, he smiled and repeated, "Minghua Mu Zekin?" Mu Zekin merely smiled and refrained from responding. Qi Shu then playfully flicked the ash from Ji Zheng's trousers, laughingly stating, "Of course, it is Minghua. How many Mu Zekin are there in Qingzhou? Director Ji, As a cultured man, do you know how many years one would face for embezzlement and bribery involving an amount exceeding 500,000? Zhizheng quietly replied, "This is all a frame-up." Qi Shu, shaking the documents in her hand, produced a rustling sound and gently said, "Director Ji, you are an intelligent individual, and I am not afraid to be candid with you. Do not spout nonsense about framing. Based on the current evidence, the prosecution's case is already substantially solidified. Even if they cannot obtain your confession, they can still initiate a public prosecution. You have been in Qingzhou for many years. You must have heard the saying that the powerful are the rulers of Qingzhou. If someone is determined to bring you down, what can a mere claim of framing accomplish?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhizheng inquired, "Yuan Dazhu? Is he truly capable of influencing Mu Zekin?" Qi Shu clapped her hands, and the door to the adjoining room swung open, revealing Yuan Dazhu, the current director of the Qinghua factory, a rotund man with a round face and prominent ears. Familiar with Mu Zekin's influence, Zhizheng was not surprised to see Yuan Dazhu here. A warm smile graced his square face as he said, "Director Yuan, it has only been a week, yet you still appear radiant. Have you perhaps received some favorable insights to share with your brother?" Yuan Dazhu, noticing Zhizheng's predicament, responded ominously, "It seems there is quite a bit of anger here. Mu Zekin, shall we reconvene in a few days?" Qi Shu stood up and urged Yuan Dazhu to take a seat, playfully saying, "Director Yuan, please calm down. Director Ji, do not be hasty. The truth will be revealed shortly." Yuan Dazhu sneered, "Director Ji, was it not you who hosted a dinner on the third-floor private room half a month ago? What discussions transpired between you and Xiaobo? Do not think I am unaware. Let me tell you, a man of integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. If it were not for he Xiaobo secretly seeking me out to expose you, I would never have guessed that you, who usually bows and scrapes, would resort to such underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing the name he Xiaobo, Zhizheng's previously carefree demeanor faltered, his expression turning ashen. He never anticipated that this longtime friend, also marginalized at the Qinghua factory, would betray him. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed facade and replied, "Oh, so it was he. A mere illegitimate son is not worthy of strategizing. It seems I have inadvertently amused Director Yuan." Yuan Dazhu, infuriated by this remark, pointed at him with fervor and retorted, "Very well, such spirit." He shifted his tone, first offering a smile to Mu Zekin, but as he turned, the flesh on his face squished together in a manner that was utterly repulsive. "Since you're here, Mr. Mu, I might as well be frank with you. Even if you haven't received a single cent, I can ensure you spend the next 20 years in misery." Yuan Dazhu, renowned at the Qinghua factory for his indulgence in exquisite wines, delectable cuisine, and beautiful women, was widely known by the moniker Yuan Sanguang. However, only high-ranking officials like Zhizheng were privy to the darker aspect of his reputation. Those who defy him are utterly eradicated. 20 years. Yuan Dazhu's unwavering confidence, even without a preliminary confrontation, spoke volumes about the ruthless methods employed by the factory director, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhizheng. It was evident how he wielded power with such ferocity that he dominated the Qinghua factory. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Mu Zekin raised his hand to interrupt Yuan Dazhu, while Qi Shu approached, grasping the arm of the corpulent Yuan, and sweetly proposed, "Director Yuan, let us go inside. Allow me to brew you a pot of tea and let you savor my skills." Yuan Dazhu, well aware that despite her alluring charm, he could never entertain the thought of getting too close to her, was nonetheless pleased at the opportunity to engage in light banter. He promptly replied, "Yes, yes. Miss Qi's tea artistry is renowned throughout Qingzhou. Today, I am indeed in for a treat." Watching the two close the door, Mu Zekin rose and approached Zhizheng, looking down upon him with disdain. Until now, he had found it beneath him to converse with Zhizheng, leaving all negotiations to Qi Shu. Had it not been for Gu Wenyuan's insistence that the girl speak to him directly, there would have been far simpler ways to resolve this issue. Now, with Qi Shu playing both the white and black faces, they still could not compel Zhizheng to yield. It seemed he had to waste his time engaging with such a petty character. Having spent over a decade by Gu Shitong's side, witnessing countless heroes and illustrious figures, he regarded Zhizheng, a self-important figure from the lower echelons, as nothing more than a puppet of power, unworthy of serious consideration. "Director Ji, you now face two choices. 1. I turn on my heel and leave, allowing you and Yuan Dazhu to settle your grievances on your own. Trust me, aside from myself, No one in Qingzhou can assist you. Yuan Daju loathes you to the core, and a 20-year sentence is assured. When I, Mu Zekin, make a promise, I mean 20 years without exception. The other option is this. I can guarantee a reconciliation between you and Director Yuan, and you both take a step back. I will extricate you from this predicament, but rest assured, your position at the Qinghua factory will be irrevocably lost. Which path will you choose? Ji Zheng understood that there was no benefit in bargaining with a tiger, yet at this moment, he could not fathom what Mu Zekin saw in him. With a bitter smile, he replied, Do I have any choice left? Mr. Mu, why don't you present your terms? Mu Zekin stood, pacing back and forth. Before softening his tone, before you propose your conditions, let me help you contemplate the consequences of refusal. Your reputation will be irreparably tarnished, and any prospects you may have are utterly extinguished. I hear you have a beautiful wife. Will she wait 20 years for you? Or will she find solace in another's embrace out of despair? And what of your lovely daughter? Can she endure a life of being looked down upon by friends and scorned by society? Lastly, what about He Xiaobo, who betrayed you? Will you simply watch him revel in his freedom while you languish? It must be said that Mu Zekin's persuasive power is not inferior to that of Qi Shulai. After a prolonged silence, Ji Zheng finally spoke. You may propose any condition, and I shall acquiesce. With resolute determination and cunning, he resembled a venomous serpent, ever vigilant and coiled nearby. Such a character, capable of delivering a sudden strike while appearing unperturbed, remained calm even when ensnared in dire circumstances. This caused Mu Zekin to feel a slight discomfort. In that fleeting moment, he resolved that even if he were to extricate this individual, he could not afford to grant him any opportunity for meteoric rise. Mu Zekin's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and remarked, In truth, this is a fortuitous development. Chapter 63. Breaking the stalemate upon exiting the precinct. Observing Yuan Daju depart in his vehicle, Qi Shu suddenly bent over and chuckled. Mu Zekin, smiling, inquired, What has caused you such delight regarding Yuan? Nothing much, but if the opportunity arises, I would like to sever both his hands. Qi Shu's laughter was bright, yet her words sent a chill down one's spine. Do not act recklessly. This person is not to be trifled with at present, Mu Zekin warned seriously, aware of what this beautiful woman was capable of. All right, I understand, boss, Qi Shu said playfully, pulling at his shoulder. Mu Zekin subtly withdrew his arm and stated coolly, The vehicle from Director Lin has arrived. A Santana halted before them, and a handsome man in his 30s descended from the car. Mu Zekin greeted him with a broad smile, saying, I truly appreciate your effort, Director Lin, to come at such a late hour. The young man, addressed as Director Lin, responded with a modest smile. It was merely a trivial matter. You flatter me, Mr. Mu. I had some other business that delayed my arrival. I hope the Bureau has not caused you any inconvenience? Not at all. The director personally arranged this meeting, and there are no outsiders present. So there will be no trouble, Mu Zekin assured him. It was difficult to imagine that the imperious Mu Zekin would display such deference to this individual. Yet the three present felt it was entirely appropriate. The young man nodded, his gaze falling upon Qi Shu, and he could not help but be captivated. Under the night sky, Qi Shu resembled a blood sprite emerging from a dream, her pure visage, alluring figure, and skin as pristine as snow evoked intense desires in men with every gesture. Miss Qi, I trust you will not decline my invitation this evening, he said. Since my arrival in Qingzhou, I have heard of your esteemed name, yet I have never had the chance to approach you. Am I truly so unworthy that I fail to capture your interest? This young man was none other than Lin Zhan, the deputy director whom Zuo Yuxi had been warned by Zui Jing to avoid provoking. Oh, Qi Shu exclaimed, gracefully striding to Lin Zhan's side. She placed one hand lightly on the car's roof and patted his shoulder with the other, her demeanor charming yet not frivolous. Director Lin, please do not jest. You are a person of stature and have pressing matters at hand. I would not dare to intrude. However, it is rather unfortunate tonight, as I must accompany Mr. Mu to Guanshan to meet the big boss. You understand, our time as secretaries does not belong to ourselves. Since she had mentioned Gu Shirtong, Lin Zhan could not press further and smiled graciously. Then let us arrange to meet once Miss Qi returns from Guanshan. Mr. Mu, I shall take my leave now, Lin Zhan said. Mu Zekin nodded in agreement, and Qi Shu deftly opened the car door, her delicate hand poised at the edge. Lin Zhan expressed his gratitude with a smile and bent to enter the vehicle. As I watched the Santana disappear into the distance, a Nissan emerged from the side entrance of the police station. Given that this evening was dedicated to personal matters, the conspicuousness of a Mercedes was best avoided. Hence the choice of a more modest vehicle. Once inside the car, Mu Zekin shook his head and remarked, "Your refusal is one thing. But must you go so far as to approach the car and pressure him to leave? Such blatant behavior is unwise. Lin Zhun is eventually returning to the province. We should not offend him too gravely." Qi Shu let out a cold laugh. "He treats me like a courtesan. Let him know that even a courtesan is not so easily swayed." Silence enveloped the vehicle for a considerable time before Mu Zekin sighed deeply, suggesting, "Perhaps I should mention to Mr. Gu that you needn't subject yourself to such indignities." Qi Shu turned her head away, but soon reverted to her enchanting demeanor, laughing. "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, I find myself unexpectedly intrigued by Ji Zhang." Although Qi Shu had tried to evade the subject, Mu Zekin caught a glimpse of the tear that briefly shimmered in her eyes through the reflection in the car window. He chose to follow her lead, noting, "Ji Zhang may currently be a minor figure, yet he possesses a unique quality that others lack. He is fiercely resolute. Someone who can be so hard on themselves will undoubtedly spare no mercy towards others. If given the opportunity, who knows how far he might ascend. Nevertheless, now that we have interjected ourselves, his path is likely sealed." As for Wen Yuan, Mu Zekin scoffed. Wen Yuan is merely seeking an outlet for his frustrations. He is just a young girl in the grand scheme of things. Once he grows weary of the game, he will discard her without a second thought. There's nothing of consequence here. However, he added, "Yet Yuan Dazhu is indeed ruthless. Ji Zhang and He Xiaobo conspired to report him for misappropriating salary funds for personal business ventures. Such a trivial matter, and yet he seeks to ruin lives? He is akin to a rabid dog. I suggest we maintain our distance from him." Mu Zekin shook his head, stating, "Yuan is too entrenched in his own filth to ever cleanse himself. His true fear is not this incident, but rather the skeletons that may emerge should he be scrutinized. His willingness to accept our mediation so readily is simply a means of securing another lifeline for self-preservation. The storm is brewing in Qingzhou, and countless individuals are desperately seeking refuge." Qi Shu's laughter rang clear, as if she eagerly anticipated the day Yuan Dazhu would find himself in a compromising position. She glanced back towards the police station, murmuring, "I wonder if that ruthless man is currently weeping or laughing." At the very moment when Ji Zhang, the formidable individual, was grappling with a difficult decision, another residence belonging to Zuo Yuxi welcomed its most significant guest of the evening, Lu Tianlai. Lu, in his mid-30s, bore a complexion that was both ruddy and darkened by the sun, his hands large and rough, capable of nearly covering Wen Liang's entire face with a single palm. He burst through the door without changing his shoes, announcing boisterously, "Director Zuo, it's me, old Lu." His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the modest living room. Wen Liang, who had opened the door, was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the two large black footprints left on the floor. Realizing his oversight, Lu Tianlai stepped back, leaving yet another row of marks, his face flushed with embarrassment, caught awkwardly at the threshold. Before Zuo Yuxi could speak, Wen Liang took a few steps inside, smiling. "Uncle Lu, please come in. It's quite all right, you needn't change your shoes." Although Wen Liang is merely a youth, his ability to speak on behalf of his master reveals a remarkable relationship with Zuo Yuxi. Lu Tianlai, wary of overstepping, humbly descended the metaphorical steps. "If I must, I shall indeed remove my shoes." He placed his shoes neatly aside, approached, and stood by, stating, "Director Zuo, I arrived promptly upon receiving your call. I opted not to take a police car, which delayed my arrival somewhat." Meeting Lu Tianlai at home was Wen Liang's suggestion. It served to create a tranquil environment for conversation, while also allowing Lu Tianlai to feel at ease, reminding him that the warmth of camaraderie must be maintained with those who were once subordinates of Zuo. Zuo Yuxi rose, well acquainted with Lu Tianlai's temperament from their previous encounters, and bore no anger. Maintaining her characteristic cool demeanor, she remarked, "Director Lu, please have a seat. I truly appreciate your visit at such a late hour." Coincidentally, similar sentiments echoed elsewhere, among another group of individuals at that very moment. "No worries, no worries. This has happened often before. When the old secretary calls, I arrive overnight without hesitation," Lu Tianlai declared, settling heavily into the chair opposite, causing the sofa to yield beneath him. Wen Liang took a seat beside Zuo Yuxi, gazing thoughtfully at Lu Tianlai, his heart swirling with reflections. Considering Lu Ji and that scheming little rascal, how could his father possibly be a fool? Such utterances, mingled with flattery and a quest for connections, are feats only the unsophisticated could manage. Yet, the Lu Tianlai before him was indeed difficult to associate with Lu Ji, as both father and son were equally unexpected in their ways. Zuo Yuxi, eschewing pleasantries, directly broached the subject of Ji Zheng's case, concluding with, "I wish to extricate this individual. You must devise a means." Lu Tianlai scratched his head, visibly troubled, and replied, "Director Zuo, as you are aware, my rank in the bureau is rather low. If it were a commonplace case, there would be no issue. However, should Yuan Daju become involved, the resistance from both the bureau and the prosecutor's office could be formidable." Zuo Yuxi's eyebrows arched, her gaze momentarily chilling. Wen Liang gently nudged her and smiled, saying, "Director Lu, this matter can indeed be managed effectively. Allow me to propose a course of action. It is inappropriate for a deputy department head to remain in a sub-bureau. We can first transfer him to the Municipal Bureau's Economic Investigation Division, which falls under your jurisdiction, correct? We can then ascertain the precise amount for conviction. With your influence, you can collaborate with Ji Zheng to mitigate the charges, obscuring what can be obscured and postponing any unclear aspects for later. Bribery often operates in the shadows. As long as no substantial cash is discovered, it is challenging to bury the matter entirely. By peeling back layers and reducing the charges, the substantive issues should be minimal. Eventually, we can simply send someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission to conduct a review and issue a party reprimand, and the matter will be resolved." Lu Tianlai gazed at Wen Liang in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Although this approach was fraught with loopholes, they were merely details. And in terms of conceptual feasibility, it was highly viable. However, hearing such thoughts from a mere youth left him somewhat dazed. Lu Ji was indeed clever. Yet when compared to this young man, he paled in comparison. This approach is not without merit. However, Director Zhao and the Procuratorate, as well as Zuo Yuxi, are encountering Wen Liang's proposal for the first time. With a curious glance at him, she nodded and remarked, "As long as it is feasible, that's sufficient. I will have my father call Zhao Xinchuan and the Procuratorate later. You need not worry. Director Jiang Wei from the Discipline Inspection Commission is a friend of mine, and she can intervene when the time comes." "Director Lu," she continued, "my father mentioned you and your old subordinates just a few days ago, lamenting that since you went to Lingyang, you have not been in contact. What else could be said upon hearing that?" Lu Tianlai's eyes sparkled with mirth as he promptly rose, thumping his chest in assurance. "Once I return this evening, I will immediately call the old secretary. Rest assured, this matter will be handled meticulously without any oversight. There's no rush. Here is the plan, Director Lu, tonight. You should arrange for him to be in a place where you hold authority, and tomorrow evening, set up a meeting for us. Do not engage with him or say anything. It would be better if he harbors suspicions. We will make decisions only after the meeting." Wen Liang desired the wholehearted cooperation of Ji Zheng, and thus could not reveal too much prior to the conclusion of negotiations. After escorting Lu Tianlai out, Wen Liang did not sit on the opposite sofa but returned to sit beside Zuo Yuxi, intending to speak when suddenly, Zuo Yuxi lunged at him, grasping his ear. "Well, do you still have questions? Why didn't you discuss those matters with me earlier?" "Humph, I now feel that collaborating with you is rather precarious. You might sell me out one day. How could I ever do that?" Wen Liang chuckled, pleading for mercy, only to have Zuo Yuxi tighten her grip. With a yelp, he fell back, resting upon her lap. Zuo Yuxi's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing, as the warmth of his breath seemed to melt her skin, igniting a tempest of emotions. Yet, at that moment, she hesitated to push him away, fearing it would reveal her own inner turmoil. He's still just a child. Zuo Yuxi forced herself to regain composure, maintaining her grip on his ear while leaning down to scold him further. Yet, upon glancing at him, she was momentarily taken aback. Wen Liang's head rested on her thigh, his dark, glistening eyes clear as waves, shimmering with countless lights. His youthful face bore a hint of soft fuzz, his thin lips pressed tightly, exuding a sense of stubbornness and resolve. Though not conventionally handsome, his gentle smile and cheerful demeanor, coupled with an inexplicable depth and mystery, rendered him undeniably charming in that moment. With this thought, Zuo Yuxi chided herself internally and sought to find an excuse to push him away. Yet, Wen Liang seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps inquiring, "Will we win?" His gaze was directed at Zuo Yuxi, though his focus appeared to wander elsewhere. A tremor coursed through her heart, and just as she was about to respond, Wen Liang beamed, revealing his pearly white teeth, gesturing reassuringly. Do not worry. We will surely triumph. Indeed, we shall prevail. Zuo Yuxi gently cradled his head, caressing his cheek with tenderness, her voice soft yet firm. Chapter 64. A different choice for you. After Su had settled her mother to sleep, she sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Upon Su Rui's return yesterday, Xu Yao also took her leave, assuring her that she should trust Wen Liang, for he would undoubtedly find a way to assist. Xu Yao's tone carried a profound conviction, as if in her eyes, the seemingly ordinary boy was capable of anything. Su, inspired by her unwavering gaze, found herself filled with hope, eagerly anticipating Wen Liang to perform a miracle. As the hours slipped by, 1 hour, then 2, a night, a day, Wen Liang's silence weighed heavily upon Su. She repeatedly reassured herself that he would find a solution, urging herself to wait just a little longer. Amidst this self-induced trance, she managed to endure an entire day, but as night fell, despair finally enveloped her. Indeed, despite Xu Yao's father's stature, how could adults be swayed to save a stranger merely on the word of a child? I understand that you seek to comfort me, Su thought. She ascended to the balcony, gazing at the myriad stars above, and for the first time in her life, she knelt in prayer, despite her disbelief in the divine. The ground was cold and biting in October, and the slender figure of the girl in white, with her eyes tightly shut and hands clasped at her chest, trembled as the gentle breeze fluttered her long eyelashes. 2 crystalline tears cascaded down her delicate face, momentarily reflecting the vast expanse of the starry sky. In the heavens above, do deities observe the world, aware of the suffering of all beings? As Wen Liang stepped out of the vehicle, he looked up to witness the poignant scene unfolding on the second-floor balcony. The 16-year-old stood by the car, his hands hanging at his sides, resembling a statue frozen in time. Su opened her eyes and, upon spotting Wen Liang below, rubbed her eyes in disbelief before springing up, leaning over the railing and shouting, "Wait for me." In an instant, she vanished from the balcony. Seated in the driver's position, Zuo Yuxi couldn't help but sigh, remarking that witnessing such a girl made her realize their own pettiness. Wen Liang, with an expression devoid of emotion, retorted, "I am base, and I take pride in it." Zuo Yuxi chuckled softly and shot him an exasperated glance. Just past 11 at night, the Economic Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau was enveloped in an eerie silence. In a humble dwelling near the left parking area, a faint light seeped through the curtains that had never been properly drawn. Ji Zheng had been unexpectedly transferred from his detention location at 5 that morning. With Mu Zekin's assurance, he presumed this was a prelude to his release and remained composed during the transfer, allowing Lu Tian to save considerable effort. The head of the Nangong branch, Lian Zizhong, could only comply with Zhao Xinchuan's call to release him, recognizing the bureaucratic entanglements above him. While he was willing to lend a hand, he could not risk his own safety for another. That was not friendship, but a betrayal. Ji Zheng spent the day in a well-appointed solitary room, enjoying better conditions than in Nangong. With access to a television and the luxury of a shower, his circumstances felt almost normal, barring the restrictions on external communication and leaving the premises. This only reinforced his belief that the decision made the previous night was indeed the right one. With such dedicated support and formidable influence, there was no one else in Qingzhou who could assist him like Mu Zekin. The process, the methods, they were of little consequence. What mattered most was the outcome. Throughout history, all who have succeeded have followed this principle. He had no other options. On yet another night, when summoned for a meeting, Ji Zheng had a premonition. As he pushed open the door, the first sight that met his eyes was the tear-streaked smile of his daughter, Ji Su. With a smile, Ji Zheng opened his arms and embraced her, gently caressing her hair. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, such tender moments with his daughter would have transformed into an unattainable luxury. The heart that melted upon seeing her instantly hardened again. "Su, what brings you here?" Ji Su had come directly from home to the car, her heart racing until she saw her father. "A classmate brought me here, Dad. Don't worry. He promised to help us." At that moment, Ji Su held unwavering faith in Wen Liang. How could she doubt his ability when he had brought her to see her father so swiftly? Little did she know that her words resonated differently in Ji Zheng's ears. He pondered for a long while, urging his daughter to sit on a chair, then knelt before her, gazing into her eyes. "Ji Su, what I am involved in is quite serious." After listening to everything, Ji Su, though her heart was in turmoil, grasped Ji Zheng's hand reassuringly. "It's all right, Dad. My classmate promised he could help you. He must have a plan. Ji Zheng forced a smile. Indeed, he had a plan. But the cost was almost too great for either of them to bear. Yet, having reached this juncture, Ji Zheng resolved to speak. Your classmate undoubtedly has a means. Minghua Group is immensely powerful, and in Xingzhou, there is scarcely anything they cannot accomplish. This small matter of mine is insignificant in their eyes. Yesterday, Mu Zekin came to see me and mentioned the conditions set by your classmate. For me to remain unscathed, it requires, unless. Ji Su stood up in astonishment. Minghua Group? What does that have to do with my classmate? Ji Zheng sighed, his smile fading. Your classmate, Gu Wenyuan, is the heir of Minghua Group. He wants you to be his girlfriend in order to help extricate me. I agreed to it. What? Ji Su was struck dumb, unable to fathom her ears. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her father. Dad, what did you just say? Ji Zheng slowly rose, as if bearing an immense burden, and the brief seconds felt like an eternity. He turned away from his daughter and spoke calmly. Gu Wenyuan has agreed to help me clear my name, with the sole condition that I persuade you to become his girlfriend. Su. He comes from a good family and is a decent person. He should be a suitable match for you. Although you are both young now, it wouldn't hurt to cultivate some feelings, and you can discuss it further after you enter university. Stop. Please, just stop. Ji Su's last vestiges of hope shattered. She never anticipated that her usually respectful, loving, and principled father would suddenly transform, uttering such shameless words. Is there a father in this world who would barter his daughter's freedom for his own? Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't, but it should never be this man before her. Have you ever heard the soul's cry when descending from paradise to hell? That is the sound of a heart breaking. Ji Su retreated step by step, her finger pointing at Ji Zheng's silhouette, her entire body trembling violently. Tears streamed down her cheeks unnoticed, and her voice emerged from the depths of her being, hoarse and heavy, imbued with a sorrow that felt akin to a heart rendered lifeless. A girlfriend? Huh? A girlfriend? Do you know what he wanted when I pleaded with him? He wanted me to be his woman. His woman. Do you understand? Is there anything more cruel in this world? Wen Liang, who had been in the adjacent room, rushed over, kicking open the door and striding directly to the weeping Ji Su, ignoring Ji Zheng entirely. He grasped her hand and led her out. As they brushed past Zuo Yuxi, she seized his arm, whispering, "Calm down. This is of utmost importance." Wen Liang's face turned ashen. After a long moment, he replied, "You talk to him first. I will take care of Ji Su." Zuo Yuxi nodded in understanding, gesturing silently to the dazed Ji Su, conveying, "Please take good care of her." Watching Wen Liang assist the almost lifeless Ji Su up to the second floor, Zuo Yuxi finally withdrew her gaze and closed the door behind her. She regarded Ji Zheng for a considerable time, seemingly intent on scrutinizing this man, and said, "Director Ji, I am Zuo Yuxi." Ji Zheng realized he had made a blunder. This student was not the same as the other. Yet, the audacity of this individual left Zuo Yuxi astounded. Despite being caught in such a disgraceful situation, he remained unflustered, exuding an air of calmness. He pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, It is Director Zuo. Pray tell, what wisdom do you bring?" "Wisdom is too grand a term. I am here to rescue Director Ji from peril," Zuo Yuxi replied. Ji Zheng burst into hearty laughter, well spoken. "And what might you wish to take from me?" "No, I intend not to take anything." Zuo Yuxi's eyes glinted with sarcasm. "On the contrary, I wish to bestow upon Director Ji a splendid future, a life of great prosperity." Wen Liang helped Ji Su sit against the bed. Observing her dazed expression and realizing that any words of consolation would be futile, he gently squeezed her hand with his thumb, index, and middle fingers, applying just enough pressure through her acupressure points to alleviate her emotional distress momentarily. "Let it out. Cry, and you will find it is not so daunting. One can endure anything." Though Gu Wenyuan may be somewhat lacking in appearance, stature, and demeanor, he bears no significant faults. If you truly cannot find favor in him, then perhaps consider me. While I may not be strikingly handsome, I am at least presentable. Perhaps due to the sheer audacity of this upside-down reasoning. Ji Su initially attempted to laugh, only to break into sobs, turning and pounding her fists against Wen Liang's chest. "It's all your fault. All your fault. It's all of you." Wen Liang struggled to breathe, yet he could only endure, seizing the opportunity between her punches to engage with her. Yes. It's all my fault, all our fault. Cry, and it will all fade away." After a thorough bout of weeping, Ji Su finally quieted. sitting against the wall on the bed. Wen Liang found a thermos behind the door, pouring some warm water into the basin. He tested the temperature with a finger, instinctively jumping back and grimacing, pinching his earlobe in a comical manner. Tears glistening in her eyes, Jisoo gazed at the bustling figure of Wen Liang. It was he who burst through the door on the rooftop to save her. The same person who instilled in her the courage to persevere within the confines of her home. He was there, unexpectedly appearing downstairs at her most desperate moment, when she fervently prayed to the divine. Do you recall that moment when her heartbeat seemed to cease? This life will never allow her to forget the silhouette of that tall youth standing by the car, imposing, secure, and brimming with hope. In that instant, he was her angel of salvation. He bestowed upon her the greatest surprise of this night, and again, when her father cruelly cast her into despair. It was he who burst through the door once more. These varied figures, intertwined through different times and spaces, some playful, some solemn, some gentle, some harsh, ultimately converged in the image of this foolish boy, running about with a basin in hand. As she watched Wen Liang's retreating figure, she inexplicably recalled her father. On a winter night when she was 7, a heavy snow fell outside. At 3 in the morning, she succumbed to a high fever. Their home was then on the outskirts, and her father, without even donning his winter coat, carried her for several miles to the hospital. The doctor later remarked that had she arrived any later, it could have resulted in encephalitis. All these years later, Jisoo vividly remembers that night, her father drenched in sweat, running while reassuring her, "Susu, do not be afraid. You are so good." Such words must have pained him, she mused. Making that choice must have brought him sorrow as well. Lost in thought, the overwhelming sensation of despair began to dissipate in the presence of Wen Liang. He was right. A good cry can indeed wash away troubles. Wen Liang finally managed to turn the hot water into lukewarm, holding the basin before Jisoo, softly urging, "Wash your face." The little kitten looks rather unkempt. After repeating this twice, seeing Jisoo still gazing blankly at him, he sighed and turned to set the basin down. In these last few days, Jisoo had experienced a whirlwind of emotions: joy, anger, worry, contemplation, sadness, fear, and surprise. With her emotions fluctuating greatly, and Wen Liang's attentive care, she could no longer suppress the surge of impulse within her. In the moment he turned away, she suddenly embraced him, her cheek gently resting against his back. It felt reminiscent of her father. Wen Liang stiffened abruptly, the basin clattering to the floor. Water splashing around his feet like fleeting moments of youth scattered across this tender season. After a long pause, Jisoo pushed away from him, her cheeks flushed, resolutely turning her face to avoid his gaze. Wen Liang swore to the heavens that he harbored no improper intentions towards Jisoo. Yet, in that poignant scene, the tangible sense of support she sought was something he could not refuse, regardless of her being a vulnerable young girl. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of ambiguity, as Wen Liang retained the posture she had embraced him in, remaining turned away for a while, softly assuring her, "Do not worry, I will take care of everything. Just sleep and think of nothing. Tomorrow, all will be well." A knock echoed at the door, and Wen Liang accepted the cup of water from Lu Tian, returning to coax Jisoo into drinking. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The police system provided this concoction containing a tranquilizer, perfectly calibrated to induce profound sleep without compromising health. Wen Liang sat silently beside Jisoo for a while, and after a long sigh, he tucked her blanket before turning to leave. At that moment, Zuo Yuxi's negotiations with Ji Zheng had reached an impasse. Ji Zheng remarked with a smile, "Director Zuo, permit me to speak candidly, though it may offend you. In the current context of Qingzhou, disregarding Gu Shitong, both Su Fuyan and Zhou Yuanting carry more weight than your words, Director Zuo. I am inclined to trust you. Yet you must understand that this is Qingzhou, not Lingyang. If you were in my position, how would you choose?" Zuo Yuxi found herself at a loss for words when Wen Liang entered, proclaiming with clarity, "If I were you, I would choose myself."